Welcome back. Successfully restarted. My eyes are itchy. Okay. So I didn't get to see this my SPL today, so I'm gonna watch that. Give me a few minutes. Test, test.
into my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand. I'm back again like flu season, I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving, don't give a I don't care. Did the for my lonesome, no wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run, all I really want is my share. Get on my God, on my totem is nothing. In the discussion, for the feelings I throw all my pain on percussion. The discussion ever as it seems. About to believe everything they say.
Happy Saturday, Smite fans, and welcome back to the SPL. We are in Week 7 of Phase 2, so we're really getting down the stretch here. Smite Summer Masters just around the corner. I want to list a few things for you, though, to start off our day. Optimus, Liberty, Rib, Smite Pro League, all things that are prime. And you at home can be prime as well, because here in the SPL, we're powered by Prime, and so are our deliveries, our in-game content, our free games every single month, all thanks to Prime. And so thanks to Prime for being with us here, and hopefully being with you in your home as well, and powering us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is Dolson. Mifflin with me to start off this day. And Miff, I didn't totally steal the bit from you. The Rib part I did take from you, but the rest was my own doing. Do you know what Liberty Prime is from?
That's Fallout.
Yeah, Fallout 3. Yeah. I'm playing through it right now.
Wasn't that also on like Amazon Prime recently? I'm pretty
Fallout
sure.
3, probably.
Yeah,
I have
so.
no idea. Anyway, Miff, we had a day of games yesterday that I figured might go the distance. I thought both of those sets were slated for 3 games. Both of them end up being 2-0s. And so it's a fast start to the week so far.
Has been, but I'm not sure I'm going to expect that to continue, right? We've got some pretty heavy slated matchups. Maybe not this one coming up immediately, but we're going to have some closer matches. So if you guys at home are hankering for a 3-game set, I don't think we're going to have to wait too much longer.
No, I don't think so either. Let's see what the matchups we've got for you, though, today. Remember, some roster drama across the league. Won't see that in our first set. The Oni Warriors up against the Valhalla Valkyries, and then the Solar Scarabs minus Scream plus Oath for this matchup, because Scream now the Jade Dragons jungler. So the Solar Scarabs with a new jungler today will be playing up against the Tartarus Titans in our second match of the week. And then Titans, Warriors, Valkyries all have their second match tomorrow, with the Oni Warriors going up against the Olympus Bolts. Now, yesterday the Leviathans with a 2-0 win over the Bolts did shift up the standings just a little bit. Remember, the Leviathans were a bit further down on the standings, but that's like that core 5 in the middle. Now kind of 6 with the Solar Scarabs on a bit of a resurgence, all within 1 or 2 games of one another. So the Leviathans jump up from 6. They put themselves in 4th, Jade Dragons, and the Titans looking to do some climbing. And really it's the Solar Scarabs, Myth, that I think I have to look at in the standings, because it was a team that finally started to get the wheels going a bit. And who knows what's going to happen now with the loss of Scream and the addition of Oath for this week, and long-term jungle solution still up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, the Solar Scarabs have very quickly become one of my favorite teams to watch in general, just because
Right.
everybody loves a question mark. It's never fun to know the answers, right? You want to be surprised, you want to be,
That can't be true.
sucked in. With like media, if you're watching, you're like, man, I know what's gonna happen. Like,
Okay, fair enough.
like Will's
Right.
gonna be the Fresh Prince tomorrow. Like I get that. Like Johnny Bravo is not gonna get a girl. Like I get that. When the Solar
Unlucky.
Scarabs play, you never know what's gonna happen, and that's fun.
Right, that is fun, but we don't know what's going to happen with their team. I would assume their
And that's
fans.
fun.
No, I think their fans want some answers. We'll talk about them in our second set of the day. Our first matchup, though, the Oni Warriors against the Valhalla Valkyries. Now, the Oni Warriors, a team that, if you look at the entire year, have made strides from where they were last year. A team that we had such high expectations for, didn't quite meet them in Season 8. Have finally started to figure out their play style, though, Myth. This is an Oni Warriors team that can truly take it to any team in the league. Still have moments of inconsistency, but not nearly as much as we saw in previous years. A much more formidable force towards the top of the standings in the SPL.
Yeah, I think that the Oni Warriors had a similar trajectory that what we were expecting from the Scarabs, not to tie it all back in towards them, but originally a team that was struggling to find consistent performances, would once in a blue moon upset these higher seeds. Now, in the current season, has been seeing a bit more consistent success, has found a couple of win conditions that they can play through, whereas previously it almost felt like, is Nika doing well? If yes, maybe win. If no, we
Right.
lose. Now it's, hey, Cuvo Fred is a win condition. Dardez is popping off. He's got a crazy god pool. Neilma has really found his own pacing. Vote has started to find a couple of solo kills over in the dual lane. So what used to be a team that was only really comprised of one, maybe two threats, now is a five-headed beast and is just incredibly entertaining to watch because the Oni Warriors have got pretty unique god pools at that. I don't think anyone else in the league is really replicating what Dardez brings to mid, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I love seeing this team just play their own style and have it work.
Yeah, that's a great point because Dardez has been playing, yes, the Morgans, the AMCs, also been playing a little bit of Chiron mid. The Hera mid really stands out to me. No one else in the league is playing that, but Dardez has played it and looked pretty good on it. And think back to when this Oni Warriors team, when a lot of them were playing remote, didn't get their entire team in studio. When the Oni Warriors had their like good sets, it's felt like it's been when Dardez has played those more Dardez-y style picks, and so I really like the trajectory that the Oni Warriors as a team are on, diversifying their win conditions and playing a bit more consistently. Now, a team that has a lot of growing to do in that area is the Oni Warriors' opponents today, the Valhalla Valkyries. There are a lot of conversations to be had around this squad. Worth noting today, Aquarius will be playing from home.
Is that Michael Phelps?
Which is a scary, when Phelps had the hoodie on,
That was spooky.
you knew a gold medal was right around the corner. Look, the Valhalla Valkyries is a team, Myth. It's gotten to the point now where towards the end of Phase 2, there's always going to be a tough road for this squad. The conversation from minute 1 of Season 9 to up to now has been like, the little things, the little bits of growth are good for the Valhalla Valkyries. But it has not transferred itself into wins just yet. They're 0-10 so far in this phase, and the lows have not necessarily gotten less low. I mean, we've seen some growth in some areas, but Valkyries haven't been able to put it together consistently.
I mean, I'm going to quote myself from the last time I talked
You
about
love
one of
doing that.
WoW's teams. It was Obey. Only one place to go when you're at the bottom, and it's up. So any improvement that we see from the Valhalla Valkyries is going to be significant, and I think we will likely, if this team can weather the storm and continue hanging out at this SPL level, will eventually hit an inflection point where they start to win a bit more consistently, or at least find a couple of stray wins. I think when you talk about the Valkyries, you have to kind of, I suppose, evaluate their trajectory throughout the SCC during their run there.
Yeah.
Back then, the competition in the SCC wasn't nearly as stiff as it is now, so I would argue that these guys were allowed to coast for a very, very long time, jump up into the SPL, and it's just a completely different environment. So now it's all about adapting. You're no longer the big dog on campus. I like to equate it a bit to being a senior in high school to going to freshman year in college, right? You either dominate the campus, and now all of a sudden you're nobody in the scene. The Valks need to have some tenure. They need to start seeing some victories in there. And then once that happens, once that confidence starts to build, I feel like this team has pieces that can evolve and can compete. We just have not seen it just yet.
Were you taking over the campus freshman year of senior year of high school?
That's right.
You were?
Yeah.
You're the BMOC?
I don't know what that means,
The big
but yeah.
man on campus?
That's right. Look, you're on the football team and you're a senior. I was having fun. I missed like 80 days. They try to take me to court for being a
right.
truant. I didn't even show up to my court date,
Myth,
bro.
you're implicating yourself in something right now, so I'm gonna
Statute of
cut you off.
limitations, surely.
Look, when you're looking at the Valhalla Valkyries, you got to lean on some of that veteranship at the SPL level. One of the players that has been in the SPL, has played at this level, is Wowie. And we sat down with him prior to this matchup to hear his thoughts.
The midseason patch changed the game completely. It made it so instead of like you being able to kind of dominate early, get a lead and kind of snowball into
like
late,
other
it's a
players
lot
have said
more
the mid-season-
nuanced right now. So it's a lot better team play. It's more about like rotations, what your comps can do. It's just all about the 5v5, fighting around objectives and kind of getting to that point safely. So it's a lot different. With 2 weeks left in the phase, our team's pretty much, we've been losing a lot. So it's just kind of figuring out how to be better as a cohesive unit. I think we've kind of ironed out a lot of individual mistakes, but we are very, very lacking in terms of just like as 5 as a core unit. So that's just what we're looking forward to. Just trying to do is just fix what we can like as a whole. So we're playing the Onis next week. I love playing those guys. I think they're very, very good. They're very good at team fighting. So we'll just look to kind of just iron out our team fights and then kind of bring our A game and hopefully out team fight them. So I think the Onis as a whole are pretty solid all around. I would say Kivo has some like kind of weird games. I wouldn't say they're bad, but they're just a little bit, he's not like completely on point. So I think sometimes Kivo can feel a little lackluster, but I don't think it's by like any crazy amount, but yeah.
So I actually think, Miff, there is a decent bit to take out of that interview as we jump right into picks and bans for game number 1. I will say it feels like Wowie has been different from other players we've interviewed in the sense that if I'm remembering some interviews we had yesterday, a couple of the players we talked to didn't feel like the midseason patch changed that much at all. Where Wowie might feel like it's changed the game completely, and so maybe depending on the way that you play the game, you feel like the update has changed things one way or another. And also Wowie thinking that their team fight has really got to be up to par here today to go up against the Oni Warriors, a team that Wowie feels like is one of the best in the league at team fighting.
I will throw Wowie a life preserver. I believe we had taken that interview before we had realized Bobble was removed from the game, and I think that will have greater implications on the meta as a whole.
That's true.
So he could have been right. I'm not willing to say one way or the other, but you know, we'll throw him that line. Yeah. Right. So yes, the meta has changed a little bit, but maybe not as much as Wowie makes out as compared to literally everyone else we've talked to.
Right. But on the flip side, the other point that I really reached at there is feeling like you've got to step up in the team fight against this Oni Warriors team, which I absolutely agree with. Now, if you look at the picks and bans already, Kepri for Nilma, a fantastic start. But then Daji for Cuvo, and Daji has been such a unique style of pick for a couple junglers. I look at Lasbra on the Bolts and Cuvo Fred for the Oni Warriors, where Daji, just expectations dialed up when I see specific players on this pick, and I think Cuvo Fred one of those players.
Yeah, it's just that high damage output, the insane 1v1 potential that Daji brings to the late game. So often we see these Phoenix Sieges devolve into a 4v4 and a 1v1 between the jungles. Daji doesn't lose very many 1v1s, just has such high pressure in those scenarios. And then the ability to burn beats consistently in the team fight from your assassin is so important. So now it's going to be easier for Kepri to land these abducts. It's going to be easier for AMC to find value from these stingers as well. So Daji, a very dynamic pick, and one that I expect to see a lot of these other players, a lot of these other junglers start to look at a bit more often.
AMC will finish off the first 3 for the Oni Warriors. Kirmi has only played Erlang Shen and Nemesis in the last 6 games, 3 of each. So the Erlang Shen banned out by the Oni Warriors. They have to assume at that point that Nem is going to be the first lock-in, followed by Ymir and Robin, where on the flip side, Aquarius has not played any Robin at all in the last 6 games, but in his career, surely very strong on this pick. And then a Ymir over in the duo lane for Gamma. Top 3 for the Valhalla Valkyries myth. One of the big notes from WoWie was team fighting, needing to have a good team fight. Do you think the first 3 at least give you a good opportunity for that?
I think so. You've built a very strong front line. This is the core of the Valkyries dive, already selected in the top 3. Ymir's got some pretty nasty matchups. AMC and Khepri in particular going to really struggle against that wall. Daji, even at times, has the ability to use that Trickster Spirit if an ally is nearby or even an enemy. Or the Pal-Lao to avoid wall, but if you're getting that as Ymir, you're feeling really good. Raven, one of the better picks in an AMC. You go in with a Mystic Rush. Very often the immediate answer from the B is just throw out the Stinger. Overhead kick is a mix-up option. Am I going into it immediately?
Right.
If yes, I just avoided the bulk of your damage. If no, right? You still at least can use it to disengage. But just having that threat is incredibly strong. This is curious, though, from the Oni Warriors. Raven, the god we were already highlighting, is the direct counter matchup into Poseidon. Don't expect to see a Kraken hit Raven just about ever. Or if we do see this Raven build, that mitigation style build, even if they are landing, it's really not doing a whole lot.
So you might then be picking the Poseidon for everyone else but the Raven. I mean, Nem, Ymir are somewhat easy to drop that Kraken on top of, and then Whirlpool can slow down Nem on her way in and out of some of those fights. So the Oni Warriors have drafted both of their carries, their jungler, just looking for what we assume to be a solo laner outside of a weird mix-up here. But Nika's been relatively standard with his picks here as of late. Remember, start of the year was a lot of Bastet, some of those more unique assassin-y style solo laners. Kulkulin, Ardio, Cyrus, Xingqian, Robin, those types have been there for Nika here as of late. So what are the Valhalla Valkyries looking towards? They need some carries on their side. Not going to be the Cupid or the Yu Huang. We've talked a little bit about Cupid and the rise that Cupid has had, something that I'm sure WoWie can play.
It's one of his favorites.
One of his favorites. And on the flip side, the Valks were worried about the magical ADCs for good reason. That's something Vote really enjoys playing. And so both the Oleron and the Freya will end up getting taken away. I do think this could be a non-conversation.
Yikes.
And that might be a Terra mid for
I think it is.
Do you think this could be an AMC mid with a Poseidon over in duo lane?
Likelihood is pretty high. I'd honestly hedge my bets that direction. I was going to wait because we know we've seen Poseidon over in the solo lane as well, so we'll get a bit more of a light shined on the Oni Warriors draft once this last pick comes through. Terra mid, though, for the
let's
Valkyries.
talk about Terra mid. Is it
seen
terrible?
We've seen it twice so far. Both losses for the Valks, but all games for the Valks have been losses just about, so hard to say that you can leave it at the feet of the Terra mid in particular. But what Terra brings is phenomenal team fight. If that's what WoWie was concerned about as in-game leader for the Valkyries, your 5-on-5 is pretty strong with this composition. The concern being, how well are you going to be able to match pressure against the Oni Warriors mid? If it is Poseidon, he's just going to have better clear and better rotation. If it's AMC, the exact same thing. So the Oni Warriors are in a position, I think, where if they so choose, they can elect to play exactly as if they were the Camelot Kings. Just play standard on the map, don't try and force fights early on, and by nature of their composition should be able to outscale just in neutral farm.
Right.
I am curious to see how it pans out. If the Valkyries do get to a 5-on-5 engagement from even with like a 2,000 gold deficit, I think they have got potential with this composition to steamroll once they are grouped up. But it is going to be difficult to get there.
Now, I think it's worth a slight conversation. I don't know if we'll end up seeing it from Benny Q, but when I had the mid laner roundtable, talked about how Faye Blessed Hoops plus Terra can synergize together really well. You just spawn a bunch of the flowers, get your team a bunch of good shielding. You want the damage from Terra, though, so I don't know if that's the route that Benny Q will go. But he is a player that has talked about Terra and that item, so I'm opening up for the opportunity. And then Horus, I think, a unique conversation because that's something that feels like only Haddix has played, and I had the solo laner roundtable, and one of the QA questions was, when is anyone else going to be playing Horus out of solo? None of the other solo laners seemed to jump at it. Now, Nika wasn't sitting there that day, and so something a bit new here for the Oni Warriors. I think there is something to be said if you look at the Valhalla Valkyries for remaining curious with your playstyle, right? Trying to play unique things. I don't know if I'm sold, though, on the Terra mid. Heimdall for WoWie does give you some safety later on. What phase of the game you think the Valhalla Valkyries are playing for here with this style of comp?
Whenever they can group up. If that comes in the mid game, That's what they're playing for. If it's got to wait all the way until 25, 30 minutes, that's what they're playing for. The Valkyries would love to bring team fights to neutral objectives where you can kind of funnel the aggression of the Oni Warriors and control how they're rotating on the map. The Oni Warriors, on the other hand, they've got a roughly standard composition. I think it will likely be the Poseidon over the duo lane, but when you look at the draft top to bottom, I mean, it's just a standard Smite draft with weird placement of the gods.
Terra mid yet again for Benny Q. Will it find victory in game one? We'll go over to J-Mac and Trelly to find out.
Thank you so much, Dave. Game number 1 between the Valks and the Oni Warriors to kick off our Saturday of Smite Esports. And Benny Q going back to the Terra mid. We've seen this before, Trelly.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't do too well the last time that it came around. How do you kind of feel about it in the matchup that we're looking at right now with the Warriors?
Well, I love that you're asking me this because we just discussed it a little bit as we are seeing this pick locked in, and I said, when I think of picks that Terra enjoys going full damage into, I don't think of Poseidon, AMC, or Daji. All of those things are picks, you know, the cripples affecting her dash, she can't go full damage, but I think Benny Q realized that as well. He isn't going for the full damage, going into the tier 1 breastplate, so at least getting a little bit of Fizz D online. He knows he's going to be up against that AMC. Could be, his dash could be stingered every single time if, you know, Dardes is playing it effectively, so you gotta watch out for that physical damage, and I think a pretty smart play given the fact that once those beads go down, Cubo Fred could also have a field day. I think, you know, despite the fact that we haven't seen the Terra mid work to that much success, they gotta be pulling it out for a reason. I just, you know, the healing, the damage is gonna be so great until late. There's definitely some application, but, you know, Benny Q's gonna have to get some defense online first.
Yeah, well, let's see what Benny Q can do with it this time around, because we do remember the previous time that he brought this out, didn't really get too much going in the early game. That led to a less than stellar mid and really a non-existent late game, because by that point, the Valkyries were already too far behind. So we'll see if they can make amends to that against the Warriors today. I think Des may be right to also bring up the fact that we're seeing Horus solo not on Haddix. This is something that you were asking the solo warrior, or the solo laners just this past week.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if anyone was going to be playing it, and it looks like Nika is going to make use out of the Sky's ultimate late game, you know, move the team around. It's got incredible CC, and once you get Golden Blade online, your clear's not going to be the worst either, so should be able to sit just fine in that lane. Given the fact that you're up against the Robin, you know, the Death Toll build takes a bit before you can actually clear the wave effectively, so probably won't lose, you know, too much presence in that lane either. My eyes always went, whenever Kirmi's on the map, my eyes always has to go to him, and respectively Cubo Fred. Whenever these junglers decide to get active, that's really when we're going to see some sparks fly. Both of them, the Daji and the Nemesis, have some applications to try and find some early ganks. My mind goes to the solo lane, but also Neomon, this Khepri's been poked out a few times, we've just been noticing, so maybe some presence over towards that duo lane. If anyone just steps up a little bit too far. The Khepri and Poseidon, they're sitting at the tower line lane. I don't think they're going to get too far out of this lane up until that purple buff spawns in.
Definitely not going to want to step up anytime soon. Cubo Fred lurking around the solo lane. Aquarius is standing right at that tier 1 tower line, but Kirmi is right behind Aquarius, which means that it could be a 2v2 over this blue buff. Nika trying to get in, but it's been rooted. Finds the stun on Aquarius. Blue buff secured by Cubo. And not much further fight from the Valkyries. Now the buff is gone, not much more to fight over. Not seeing too much kill pressure at the least.
Yeah, but it looks like the totem diff will be going the side of the Valhalla Valkyries. Always nice to keep your eye on that. Just a little bit of MP5, especially when you have a Terra mid that's going to be having to use 3+ abilities just to clear a wave and not even get the last hits. I expect to see the Valks fall a little bit behind just because of the nature of not being able to last hit these minions. You know, Benny Q's it's gonna be a bit before he can full clear that wave. Even purchase the Chalice, needing that regen. And I think Dardes is playing this matchup exactly how you should. Just absolutely spam your abilities on Terra, make her life miserable. You know, get as much pressure as you can in that lane. Open yourself up to look for some possible ganks in the meantime. But at the moment, there's no real camps to go for. It's more so just confirm your own red buff. It's gonna take a bit. Look for level 5. That's when we might see some sparks fly.
Yeah, I think level 5 is where everybody's kind of waiting to see where it'll strike. Cubo Fred, the first one to level 5 on the map, so we'll see if he decides to make his presence known in one of these lanes. Now, beads are up for Benny Q, so he should be safe, at least from the first Pal that comes through. The second one, that one will be up in the air. Kirmi maybe could even be a potential target there. But kind of talking back about this, this Robin, you're asking the soul laners about it. They were kind of talking maybe Robin a bit kind of on the downward trend, just because now you can't buy that Lona's mask and the sigil like you used to be able to with that old mitigation style build.
I'm mad about how the solo lane talk went, because I feel like they were trying to hold some strats back. I don't think Robin's as bad as they were saying. But
Goes in, finds Gamma, Kraken not available, but does manage to find a couple of the chains, pulls Gamma right back in, but a good freeze will stop the 1,000 cuts. Is that enough to stop them out? The Rising Dawn and the root from Neil will be enough damage to close it out. First blood goes over to the Warriors, almost one for the Valkyries on the right side of the map, and Nika able to find his way out.
wow, great play from the Warriors there. I like where Kirmi's head was. You recognize your dual lane's getting ganked. Gamma doesn't have the beads and didn't quite get Shards of Ice online. And Dart is actually going to make the rotation over, trying to help out at the blue buff.
Stinger thrown out, but looks like it was just missed by Dardes, so the blue buff still secured, at least for the Valhalla Valkyrie. So not losing out on anything. Only thing that ended up getting used was Nika's ultimate on the right side.
Yeah, so the gank went through. Obviously, Gamma almost made out, but Neilma, he doesn't miss those. He was able to make sure to confirm the kill and get first blood. We're in a meta where getting some kills on your support isn't the best. Back when you were seeing the Fenrirs and the Cirquets and like the Hercules supports, yeah, you want your first blood to be on the support. Sure, they can carry the game away, but Neil, he'll finish that Gauntlet of Thieves a little bit earlier. Now BennyQ could be in some trouble, but stunned out 1,000 cuts should be just fine.
Yeah, Cuvo will at least get a little bit further damage. Put BennyQ a little bit lower, but he'll be fine on the Terra. Tier 2 breastplate gives him enough physical defense to deal with Dardas and Cuvo this early on. But a purple buff invade. The pressure continues for the Oni Warriors. Not only a first blood in that dual lane, but now a purple buff steal will put the Oni Warriors about 700 gold up in the lead. So most of that coming from that first blood bounty. But the experience is where it's really starting to hit at. Nearly 2,000 already for the Warriors.
Oh, that's a fed bug. I can't wait to see Neil build into some damage now and just
if only, man.
Just use that.
Oh, Rising Dawn hits for 16 a tick.
Oh man, it's gonna be absolutely swinging. I actually did pick up the Ward Chalice there, so it looks like Neil recognized that he had a little bit of extra gold in hand and was like, might as well. Now his ward game is gonna be even stronger. Won't have to spend too much money on that. And you can use that extra gold to upgrade your relics. Should be a good option as the game goes on. That upgraded Heavenly Wings is gonna help out so much up against Kirmi. Nemesis essentially slows and auto attacks. Once you sprint out, you're not gonna care too much about that.
Oh, Kraken just off the mark. Bifrost managed to get Wowie out of there just in time. But actually talking about that Ward Chalice, it's something that we don't see very often, Charlie. Do you think this is just because Neil had the extra gold to spend that he buys this, or do you think that Neil maybe bought this anyways?
No, I think you only are purchasing that whenever you get a first blood bounty, because if you got to think about power spikes, you're looking at Gamma, who finished Gauntlet of Thebes about the same time because of that purchase. If you're putting yourself that far behind, your stacks are going to be late, then you're upgrading your relics late, and then your whole team fight is behind. Once again, the blue buff looked at. This time Aquarius is able to take it, but Kirmi's diving this.
Ultimate up. Kirmi doesn't have beads. Near this Gamma. Needs that third chain to hit Cuvo, or we'll just use them to get out instead. Pulls in the one target. And thankfully for him, Nika was standing under the tier 2 tower for an easy teleport out. That's an ult for ult out of the junglers.
Yeah, and it was getting a bit aggressive there, and it looks like possibly wanted to invade that speed buff, but Kirmi wasn't able to find the kill and decided to back off, and Cubo Fred will be able to confirm his own speed buff, so not for lack of trying. And it looks like the Valks are trying to get active as much as possible. We did hear from Wowie in that pregame interview. You want to get active early, you want to try to find a kill. Gamma almost had an opportunity to find the beads on the boat, but Kirmi gets stingered.
Kirmi will make his way out. That Stinger does get a reset for Dardes now, so he'll have that back up in just a few seconds for the next team fight. But the Oracle Harpies do go to the Valkyries. It means they've got vision around the Gold Fury. And this is the portion of the game that we always talk about with the Valkyries. This is where they've been improving, has been this early game. If they can make their way through the early game, then they have that opportunity to really get to that team fight stage later on.
Yeah, it's just going to be about finding some consistent picks. And at the moment, the Valks have not been able to find those consistent picks, not for a lack of trying, though. Kirmi did opt to go for the stone-cutting sword, so going to help out the physical damage dealers a bit, get a little bit of extra DPS online, skip out on that golden blade, and just try to get active as much as possible. 2 levels down in the jungle, though, is Kirmi for trying to get active so much. Like this, for example, looking for Nika.
Nika uses the skies and gets out just in time. Couple more basics out of Kirmi would have spelled doom for the Horus solo. Cuvo Fred rotates over just to grab the Serpent Camp, but ultimate at Kirmi yet again. Cuvo Fred with his ultimate and 3 chasing has a great opportunity to fight back in because of the wall. Forced up into the Powwow, does find two of them with the ultimate. We'll use Pal out to pull them back in. Dart is with a stinger. Kirmi low. And one more shot will take it down. Kirmi teleports in. And Aquarius used his ult to try and disengage. But the sprint has been popped by Neil. But a better wall will hold off a couple. But two members able to get past. Nika and Cubo Fred on top of Gamma to find the double kill for the jungler.
Where do you get team play like this? Vote is here. The Poseidon has made his presence known, and now Cubo is diving Aquarius. He's close to the tier 2 tower, but it's going to take a bit.
No, Aquarius is gone. Triple kill for Cubo Fred off the back of the full team fight out of the Oni Warriors. Everybody showing up on the right side to make sure that they can pull up a lead.
Look, I know Poseidon is fast. I know Doomorb is called Zoomorb, but there's no reason that the Poseidon should be there. I mean, I get it. The Oni Warriors are trying to push this lead as fast as possible. Vote clears the way very quickly and then can go over and help out the fight. And look, he's already back. He just pops his trident and runs. That's an insane rotation just to make sure. And it was a great wall from Gamma. Was not enough to save the rest of the team. 4 kills ahead, 3-0, and the triple kill for Cubo Fred. And Kirmi's not done, though. He's still trying to get aggressive as much as possible, looking for this purple buff. Try and try again. The lead's not that big. Kills the fight. Is diving.
Fred on top of Gamma. Aquarius used his ult. Find two of them with ultimate at Kirmi. Guys, and gets out just in time. Couple more basics out of Kirmi would have spelled doom for the Horus solo. Cubo Fred rotates over just to grab the Serpent Camp, but ultimate at Kirmi yet again. Cubo Fred with his ultimate and 3 chasing has a great opportunity to fight back in because of the wall. Forced up into the Palau, does find two of them with the ultimate. We'll use Palau to pull them back in. Dart is with a stinger. Kirmi low. And one more shot will take it down. Kirmi teleports in. And Aquarius used his ult to try and disengage. But the sprint has been popped by Neil. But a better wall will hold off a couple. But two members able to get past. Nika and Cubo Fred on top of Gamma to find the double kill for the jungler.
Where do you get team play like this? Vote is here. The Poseidon has made his presence known, and now Cubo is diving Aquarius. He's close to the tier 2 tower, but it's going to take a bit.
No, Aquarius is gone. Triple kill for Cubo Fred off the back of the full team fight out of the Oni Warriors. Everybody showing up on the right side to make sure that they can pull up a lead.
Look, I know Poseidon is fast. I know Doomorb is called Zoomorb, but there's no reason that the Poseidon should be there. I mean, I get it. The Oni Warriors are trying to push this lead as fast as possible. Vote clears the way very quickly and then can go over and help out the fight. And look, he's already back. He just pops his trident and runs. That's an insane rotation just to make sure. And it was a great wall from Gamma. Was not enough to save the rest of the team. 4 kills ahead, 3-0, and the triple kill for Cubo Fred. And Kirmi's not done, though. He's still trying to get aggressive as much as possible, looking for this purple buff. Try and try again. The lead's not that big.
No. Now that Vote recognizes that WoW is here, surely he knows that Kirmi is standing around the corner. Blink ult by Kirmi. Vote's got Kraken. We'll use it to force Kirmi away at the very least. Bede's now down by Vote in a rotation from Neil a little bit later on. The Oni Warriors, 4 kills up, about a 1,600 or so gold lead, and add a little bit more as the Trebuchet takes down the tier 1 solo lane tower. Nika not really winning these 1v1 trades against Aquarius as Death's Toll Soul Leader Robin seems to be getting the better end of the Horus.
Yeah, surprisingly, if you stack a bunch of sustain into no anti-heal, the Horus is not going to be able to outtrade you too well as the game goes on. Interestingly enough, an item that we don't see too often, BennyQ, is going into the tier 2 Rod of Asclepius, the Rod of Healing. It's a pretty stacked item. You get a couple stats for it. You don't really have to upgrade it if you don't want to, but it will help out the sustain from the rest of the team. The team fight will be better. You get a little bit of extra damage as well. The survivability of BennyQ seems to be on his mind with those first 2 items, with the breastplate and that Rod of Asclepius. It's going to help out as the game goes on, but you are missing one big factor, and that's the burst damage aspect of your mid lane.
Kilo goes in, finds some horrible burns up against BennyQ, but Benny will be able to dash his way out. Now an ultimate in from Nika towards the mid lane to keep this fight going. BennyQ stunned, BennyQ knocked up, but all that physical defense that he stacked on early up in the game starting to pay dividends for him. Nika not really doing as much damage as he'd hoped.
Yeah, it seemed like the rest of the team didn't really want to dive that, and probably a smart play. Even with Neoma, even with that Scarab's Blessing, just didn't seem like it. Now BennyQ pulled in once again, and now he's gone.
Well, you know, defense is nice until there's 4 people surrounding you, and then it's not so much, especially when you got a stinger in your backside. Dardes able to help pick up that kill for his jungler, Cubo Fred. 4-0 to start this game out, and Charlie, we're only 12 minutes in.
Yeah, the first gank comes through, and he said, I can shake that one off. Even through the beads this time, BennyQ's not going to be able to live that second gank. Just too much damage, and Pyromancer should be following here shortly as well. Didn't even need the full-on rotation from Vote to confirm that one, and now it looks like just even more gold going into the pockets of the Oni Warriors. This has been a completely action-packed game. It wasn't like there was ever a time where it was just sit back and farming. The Valks were getting aggressive as much as they could. The Oni Warriors have been re-engaging quite well and making some good use out of this To The Skies ultimate has been Nika. Not really for the rest of the team, more so just using himself to traverse the map, but you know, when you don't expect a solo laner to be there, then suddenly he's under your tower. It is going to make you play a little bit differently.
We'll see breastplate picked up by Nika. Wow, he gets away from the Kraken and will still stick around. Gamma on the way. Purple buff does get dropped by the Valkyries. A tick of the Gallarhorn, enough to steal that one out. Not the end of the world for Vote. Wow, he's not able to pick that one up. But Kirmi here makes it a 3v2. Ultimate on towards Neil Ma, but a good route will lock Kirmi away. A wall will stop Neil from retreating, but that's just called for the Oni Warriors to maybe go back in. Nika is on the left side of the map. Gold Fury could be in the eye of interest for the Oni Warriors. With all their players on the side of the map, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for a pull here, Trelly.
Yeah, Aquarius has the teleport, but hasn't upgraded it yet and is now channeling his back. He'll try to get here as quickly as possible, but the Kraken's not going to be available for confirm.
Gamma's here. Wowie and Kirmi blinking to the backline by Nika to slow Wowie down. Gamma still tries to get in there to grab this one away. Gold Fury gets coin tossed, but it goes to the Oni Warriors. The Pow Lao will pull Kirmi, and Nika is low, uses the skies to go back in. Kirmi gone, and Nika able to find his way out of the team fight. Cubo Fred gets knocked up as soon as he goes in. It's a 1v1 against Wowie, and he's going to win that one. Cubo Fred finds a kill, finds a double kill, taking down Gamma. Now Aquarius in danger. Cubo Fred should go down here, but there's just not enough damage. He makes it out.
I cannot believe the juke shoes that Cubo just had. I was sort of holding my breath. Dardes is not going to let Benny Q get out for free here, as it looks like maybe Neilma is going to try to gank around side. I don't think too much damage is going to continue because Dardes and Vogue can't really close this gap. But the pull into the Kraken finally comes back up.
And down.
And the stinger to confirm the kill onto Benny Q. 10-0 for the Oni Warriors. At only 14 minutes, by the way. Both objectives, 7,000 gold. And I hate to say it, but I don't think we're going to get to see too much value from the Terra mid once again, because not off to the great start. It just takes too long to get itemized. Itemized. That's the word.
Itemized. Yeah, there you go. There you
There we go.
Well, Charlie, I've also got some bad news, maybe for some Valkyries fans out there. That's a 4-level difference in the jungle. Cubo Fred level 15. Kirmi just ticked over to level 11, so closer to maybe a 5-level lead. Cubo Fred 6-0 on the Dodgy so far this game. And this is why so many times when we see these Oni Warriors teams go up against any other team in the SPL, what's one of the first two gods, usually the one god that gets banned away from them consistently? Dodgy and Morrigan. Morrigan gone, cool, they solved that problem. Good job of Valkyries, but you forgot about the other piece of the puzzle, which was Dodgy on Cubo Fred.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Dardes can play a lot of different picks. Like, it doesn't matter, even if you do ban out the Morgan.
That's a good one for him, too.
Yeah, the AMC's working just fine. The Pride Shred, the Cripples have been helping out. Just getting enough pressure in that lane has just made the life very difficult for the Valhalla Valkyries. You know, looking into this late game portion, your one shining shimmer of hope is that, hey, Aquarius is even. Level 14 to level 14, right? That can't be so bad. Looking at the XP differential, at least he's staying relatively even in that solo lane. Itemization-wise, though, it's going to be a bit before Aquarius is able to match, you know, Nika's build, because the gold, unfortunately, is not going to be as even as it would seem. It's only about 700. That's your smallest differential in the game at the moment, but still, it's going to start to add up.
Yeah, between Gold Fury, all 3 Tier 1 towers now taken away by the Oni Warriors. The Pyromancer earlier set to spawn in just about a minute. Means the Valkyries don't have much time before that gold gets another big spike over to the Warriors, assuming that the Warriors will be on that objective right away. So if you're the Valkyries at this point, where do you kind of play that lead? Do you try and utilize this at least even state that Aquarius is in, or do you just go for the pure farm game? Wowie has the beads to get through his own Bifrost to get back into the tower, but I mean, if you're the Valkyries, I mean, Charlie, where's your point that you come back in? Is it just hunker down and farm?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, Wowie just lost beads and ult, so you're not playing on this side of the map anytime soon. Given the fact that Aqua has some decent XP, I mean, you got to try to get to Dardes or Vote, right? They're both so immobile. If you can force out those beads, there are still some kill opportunities. The unfortunate truth is, Neilma's been on point, man. The Kepri ult is going to be there. Even if you do find a relic, there's a Scarab's Blessing in your way. This is what I'm talking about a steep hill to climb. Even if the Valhalla Valkyries can force out some relics, some ultimates, they have to go through so much in order to try and actually find a pick. They're down 0-10 at the moment, and it looks like the Warriors were sort of just getting some wards down. Votes here. This could be a pick onto Aquarius or a Fire Giant pull. I don't know which.
This is just a death ball march for the Oni Warriors to find Aquarius. They're going to get everything they can from this Raven before maybe going for a commit. Ultimate by Cuvo. Fred will pull back Aquarius, and that's a 7th one on the board for the jungler of the Oni Warriors. Wow, we're going to split push, and that'll help out a bit. Get some more gold over for the rest of the team. The problem is that there's a Fire and a Pyromancer up, and nobody on the Warriors will, or nobody on the Valkyries, I should say, willing to step up to the Oni Warriors. The Fire Giant will go freely to all 5, and add a Pyromancer right after. This is dangerous waters that the Valkyries are going to have to be swimming in now.
Yeah, when you said the 7th one on the board, I thought you were going to say for the Warriors. No,
that's for Cuvo.
That's just for Cuvo, Fred, the Dodge G7-0. The rest of the team has 4 other kills to their name, most of which on Dardes. So it's just been an unfortunate series of events. We know Wowie speeds ults down, not enough damage. The Trickster Spirit is not going to be able to reach that far, so Wowie teleports away, but Dardes is here as well.
Gets met with a Stinger, a Whirlpool, a Tidal Wave. Everything that could be going wrong for Wowie in that situation does. Gets his backstop, gets spotted out right at the Bifrost, and the Oni Warriors will add another kill to their column. 12-0 total for the Oni Warriors. The Valkyries in dangerous territories of being blanked by the Warriors in game number 1. A 7,700 gold difference, and even more once this tier 2 tower goes down. Might take a few seconds without those minions there, but everybody rather healthy on the side of the Warriors for this left side push.
Yeah, Nika does seem to be channeling the back here, so maybe not a Phoenix Siege unless that teleport immediately gets upgraded. But the Trebuchet's on the way, so it looks like he will cancel it back and just continue to siege this Phoenix.
Be a 3 versus 1, stun onto Aquarius, the pull immune by the overhead kick. And now it's 4 versus 5. Wowie just spawning back in, and with that, it seems the Oni Warriors may give up their full 5-man, I say that, but they're kind of backing themselves around back and forth in the jungle, and will now commit to the full team fight on the left side. This might be our best chance at a new full 5v5 matchup. What can the Valkyries do to slow this one down? They've got to get some damage on this Trebuchet, because otherwise the Warriors will just let it keep pelting away at the bird. Gamma goes in with the wall, gets stopped right away, finds a double freeze, gets knocked up. Nika will dash on out. The Kraken finds Gamma. The Pow-Lao from Cuvo will find Kierme and a couple of others, but some ults expended to try and get out. Nobody dragged in by Cuvo.
And it looks like Neil is taking a little bit of damage here. Doesn't have the Scarab's Blessing, and doesn't choose to use it, I should say. And it looks like now, with the Trebuchet still chipping away, that Phoenix is extremely low, and Boat still wants to try and go for this. The health bars aren't looking that bad.
Yeah, the bird is so low. The Trebuchet, though, has disappeared. The last of its health expended to get that Phoenix down to about 20% HP. The Oni Warriors are all healthy. Neil Ma, the only one really low on health. Nika now starting to fall down. He does find a stun up against WoW. He gets the beads from the Hunter. The bird still stands. The Oni Warriors still stand. Nika going back in with the ultimate into the back line. Doesn't find the knock-up on Aquarius, but will find the slow after, and the overhead kick gets Aquarius out for only a moment longer, because now it's a full dive back in. Through the realms goes one. Dardes picks off Wowie, and Cuvo Fred will land back when Cuvo.
And it looks
Dash on out. The Kraken finds Gamma. The Pow-Lao from Cuvo will find Kierme and a couple of others, but some ults expended to try and get out. Nobody dragged in by Cuvo.
And it looks like Neil is taking a little bit of damage here. Doesn't have the Scarab's Blessing, and doesn't choose to use it, I should say. And it looks like now, with the Trebuchet still chipping away, that Phoenix is extremely low, and Boat still wants to try and go for this. The health bars aren't looking that bad.
Yeah, the bird is so low. The Trebuchet, though, has disappeared. The last of its health expended to get that Phoenix down to about 20% HP. The Oni Warriors are all healthy. Neil Ma, the only one really low on health. Nika now starting to fall down. He does find a stun up against WoW. He gets the beads from the Hunter. The bird still stands. The Oni Warriors still stand. Nika going back in with the ultimate into the back line. Doesn't find the knock-up on Aquarius, but will find the slow after, and the overhead kick gets Aquarius out for only a moment longer, because now it's a full dive back in. Through the realms goes one. Dardes picks off Wowie, and Cubo Fred will land back safely with the rest of the team.
14-0, 1 bird down. It looks like the Oni Warriors are going to have to retreat here. Just so early to try and break the base, and it goes flawlessly for them. Still, no one is dead. You use some relics there. Maybe you overcommit a bit, but you got exactly what you came for. Now you're allowed to back up for absolute free. 0 bit of anti-heal on the side of the Valks, and it's starting to show. When Nika, just with Horus and the CAD shield, is able to completely sustain the team for 3 separate pushes onto this Phoenix, it's clearly starting to add up, and maybe you fend off 1, maybe you fend off 2, but that 3rd push is going to make sure to grab that Phoenix, and now the Oni Warriors are allowed to back up. It should be noted that the first Fire Giant, especially when it's before 20 minutes, is usually just for like tier 2 towers. Maybe you look at the Phoenix and you go, hey, maybe we can get it a little low. But the Oni Warriors, they were not scared. They were not able to really drop anything at that point, and the Valks weren't able to pick anything up either. So unfortunately, still 2-2 towers standing. 1 bird down, and the Oni Warriors have a little bit more time here. The Phoenix, or the Fire Giant, will run off in about 4 seconds and probably just get some vision down, go for the objective again, and we're at a point where 1 more FG probably ends this game.
I mean, we're at a 7-0 Cuvo Fred for Dodgy. We're at 5-0 for Dardes on AMC. Everybody else at 1-0, 1-0, and 0-0, at least for Nika, but 11 assists to his name. And how many other players do you think at less than a quarter HP are utilizing Horse Ultimate to go back into the backline of the enemy in their own territory under their own Phoenix? Nika playing like a madman on this Horus today.
Yeah, with the CAD shield, no anti-heal, and just the shields from to the skies. I see no reason why Nika shouldn't be confident going in on this Horus. I mean, there's no real damage threatening you at the moment. You're looking at, maybe Kirmi does a fair bit, and if Wowie can connect, get that kin size online, that would really start to help the DPS of the Valks. But besides that, Benny Q's mostly using that ult defensively. We're seeing a little bit of CC for his team, but that was used at the start of the engage. So after all of the ults get wasted, I don't see anyone who's able to shred through Horus. We saw Neil get extremely low, and I joked about him getting the first blood and possibly building into some damage, and it does look like he's going for a little bit of lifesteal there, possibly a Soul Gem or a Pythags piece, just trying to help out the rest of his team. As Fire Giant has spawned back in the second one of the game in about 23 minutes, and it will go for absolute free to the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, Oni Warriors will grab that one, add an extra Pyromancer, so a nice extra boost of influx and gold to the Oni Warriors. And we've been seeing a couple of meditations pop up in the league, Trelly, but Gamma's going for the offhand one.
Yeah,
the Cloak of the Avatar, getting
yeah.
that little knock-up. And if I'm not mistaken, it got a little bit of a buff this patch, too.
Yeah, trying to just get some extra CC for the team, I suppose. And if you can help your team with Peel, maybe it's going to be a little bit better than the cooldown resets. I imagine that's the mindset there for Gamma. At the very least, something you don't expect. It's one of those things where you're like, okay, I have to worry about the freeze from Ymir, but oh, I'm suddenly in the air. I didn't pre-beat that. I wasn't expecting it. That could be exactly what the Valks need right now to try and get them back in this game. Just try and put the Oni Warriors off their game, throw some wrenches in their plans. At the moment, though, running down mid lane is all of the Warriors, and Cupo seems to be just trying to push up left, still splitting apart the Valks a little bit, as that left side Phoenix is going to be respawning here shortly.
Left side Phoenix coming back, but only Phoenix is left for the Oni Warriors to take. With 4 grouped up in mid, at any point we could see Nika pull one of the genetic strats and teleport some minions to another side. A wall from Gamma will only lock in Neil Maw into the backline as Aquarius, but he's in the middle of the 3 damage dealers. And Aquarius has not got the HP, he's not got the defense to deal with it, and neither is Wowie. Dardes finds a pick, the Kraken will grab Gamma and get the Aegis away, but Gamma's gonna be drug away. Does find a triple knockback with that meditation, but doesn't get anything more than that. 3 down on the Valkyries, and the Oni Warriors with a 17-0. Maybe could bump this up to 19 if they want to try and find Kirmi and Benny before going down. They'll grab Kirmi, erase Kirmi. They'll find Benny and erase Benny. 19-0 in game number 1 for the Oni Warriors and the Valhalla Valkyries. A clean game from the Warriors.
I was hoping maybe 1 kill would come through. I mean, just something, some shimmering ray of hope for the Valks there, but there's not too much positives to go off of. They did try to get active early. It wasn't like they just
back, but only Phoenix is left for the Oni Warriors to take. With 4 grouped up in mid, at any point we could see Nika pull one of the genetic strats and teleport some minions to another side. A wall from Gamma will only lock in Neil Maw. Into the backline is Aquarius, but he's in the middle of the 3 damage dealers. And Aquarius has not got the HP, he's not got the defense to deal with it, and neither is Wowie. Dardes finds a pick, the Kraken will grab Gamma and get the Aegis away, but Gamma's gonna be drug away. Does find a triple knockback with that meditation, but doesn't get anything more than that. 3 down on the Valkyries, and the Oni Warriors with a 17-0. Maybe could bump this up to 19 if they want to try and find Kirmi and Benny before going down. They'll grab Kirmi, erase Kirmi. They'll find Benny and erase Benny. 19-0 in game number 1 for the Oni Warriors and the Valhalla Valkyries. A clean game from the Warriors.
I was hoping maybe one kill would come through. I mean, just something, some shimmering ray of hope for the Valks there, but there's not too much positives to go off of. They did try to get active early. It wasn't like they just let themselves get rolled over. They looked for fights. They just weren't able to confirm a single kill. They weren't able to fight at a single objective. You know, I did like that they sort of drew a line in the sand and said, we're going to fight for this, but they just didn't win any of those fights.
No, I mean, all of the pressure that we saw early on from the Valks was in the solo lane, try and get the blue buff taken down and then try and get the blue buff taken down. And, oh, hey, the blue buff is back up. Let's try and take that. But unfortunately, only panned out for him one time there. We'll see if the Valkyries can bounce back in game 2 or the Oni Warriors going to clean sweep it. We'll find out right after this break.
Warriors in game number one, not only with a 1-0 lead in the set, but with a lot to a 0 lead in the kill department as well. The Oni Warriors come out swinging in game number one. Now, allow me to set the stage for you just really quick. The James Webb Space Telescope just started sending some pictures back from wherever in space it is. And so you zoom all the way in into one tiny corner of the universe, and you can keep zooming in, and eventually you see a little silver spacecraft with a small alien in it. And you keep zooming in, and you're just wondering, what is this alien wearing? You're just looking at it. What in the world is it? And the James Webb Space Telescope sends you back pictures of exactly what this alien is wearing. And now it pivots to your house, and it zooms in on your setup. And there's no Alienware at your setup. How disappointing do you think the world is with you that the James Webb Space Telescope couldn't identify a single piece of Alienware gear at your setup? Now let's fix that. Warriors in game number one, not only with a 1-0 lead in the set, but with a lot to a 0 lead in the kill department as well. The Oni Warriors come out swinging in game number one. Now, allow me to set the stage for you just really quick. The James Webb Space Telescope just started sending some pictures back from wherever in space it is. And so you zoom all the way in into one tiny corner of the universe, and you can keep zooming in, and eventually you see a little silver spacecraft with a small alien in it. And you keep zooming in, and you're just wondering, what is this alien wearing? You're just looking at it. What in the world is it? And the James Webb Space Telescope sends you back pictures of exactly what this alien is wearing. And now it pivots to your house, and it zooms in on your setup. And there's no Alienware at your setup. How disappointing do you think the world is with you that the James Webb Space Telescope couldn't identify a single piece of Alienware gear at your setup? Now let's fix that. Let's make sure the world isn't shaming you on the public stage. Head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09. So whenever the James Webb Space Telescope finds you and finds your setup, you've got the best gear in the world, in the universe, at your desk, and you're playing on the same stuff as our pros and working on the same stuff that we are here as well. So thanks to Alienware for being with us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And given the Space Telescope something to look at, I suppose. Mifflin is with me to help break down game number one. Miff, this is a tale as old as time, where it is such a dominating performance in the first game that it is almost difficult to break down, because from the start of this game until the end. Are you still laughing at the bit? Was the bit that good? It was good, thank you. There was something there, I just didn't really fully flesh it out. The Oni Warriors here in game one, they looked unstoppable. The Valhalla Valkyries didn't have a leg to stand on, completely blanked in the kill feed. Just outclassed. I think simply outclassed in game one. The strategy, the X's and O's, it was all there from the Warriors, and wasn't there from the Valks.
Yeah, look, I have ended or started a couple of death segments in the past with the Valkyries where I just said, hey, this team got outclassed, and
is this another one?
It just might be. It was.
Well, because none of the picks were like specific comp counters, right? You didn't feel like.
I would argue the Valks had the comp counters. I really would. Like, Terra's okay into Poseidon. Robin's really good into Daji, Poseidon, and AMC. Nem's got some pretty decent chase down potential in the early game against some of these less mobile gods, specifically AMC and Poseidon. It just didn't quite work out whatsoever at any point in the game at all for the Valkyries, and everything did for the Oni Warriors. So hard to break down matches like this when it is as one-sided as that. I mean, I don't even have like a single kill for the Valkyries to talk about, where I could say, well, at least they were able to execute on this one time. Maybe they can look to repeat that in the next game. Literally, they got to scrap play on field and draft for that one.
Right. Yeah. Owen, whatever for everyone on the Valhalla Valkyries. Again, and I think that is where the worrying conversation comes in, because where we have seen growth for the Valks has been with, yes, they've lost, but at least A happened in this game. Yes, they lost, but at least B happened in this game, right? The Valks, they have a game like this where you can't say, well, at least this or that happened in this game, which is tough. And so when you're looking at a team trying to find benchmarks for improvement over the course of the year, having a game like that in game number 1, a bit disheartening, I'm sure, for themselves and their fans as well. The Oni Warriors didn't feel super pressed with that. Great composition from them, good team fighting. Didn't really even need a team fight, could just kind of walk at the Valhalla Valkyries. So for game number 2 for the Valks, I think it's about finding that identity, finding something that works. I admire the creativity from Benny Q. I think there were matchups of yore for this squad where something like the Terra mid could have worked. Think needs to be fleshed out a bit more, those styles of picks, before they're going to work here on the SPL stage.
Yeah, I would just like to see the Valkyries pick a lane and play through it, right? If you are struggling as mightily as they have been, pick somewhere on the map one guy where you just say, look, we're going to put you in the limelight, and we're going to make sure that you can at least yourself have the best game possible. And if it goes well enough, you've become our win condition.
Right.
Because right now, it feels like the responsibility is evenly spread across the Valhalla Valkyries. And I think that's okay for some teams that are performing at a very high level in every single individual role. But looking at that composition, looking at that match, it didn't feel like to me the Valkyries wanted to play through mid. It didn't look to me that they wanted to play through solo or the dual lane. It was, okay, our 5-on-5's okay. And when that becomes your entire strategy, especially against these teams like the Oni Warriors, the best players in the world, they'll say, okay, well, if you're aiming for the 5v5 and you're weak literally everywhere on the map, we're going to exploit you on the map.
Yeah, I mean, look at a team like the Kings, where even if game 1 of the set, big man Tings is the win condition, it's because the Kings have chosen BMT to be the win condition. Next game, it could be Twig. The game after that, it could be Netroid. Variety has been strong for that team. So the top teams, they may only have a couple win conditions in the game individually, but then when you look at the entire squad, it's because that's the choice they've made. Anywhere on the map can find success, and so for the Valks, it's about finding that maybe one lane at a time. Didn't quite have that in game number 1. Oni Warriors take game 1 into picks and bans for game 2. Think you got to ban the Daji. Cuvo Fred absolutely steamrolled the Valks in game 1 on the Daji 8-0-9. And now back-to-back wins for Daji for Cuvo Fred. One of them against the Scarabs, 5-1-10 last time you played that god. I think if you're the Oni Warriors, you do have an opportunity to get a bit creative here. Try out a composition, see if that style of play may work. Maybe Dardes wants to play something a bit more unique. I don't know, though. Chuckle's looking like a no-nonsense kind of guy right now, wanting to clean
My
sweep
man's
the
clocking
duo.
in. He's trying to clock out right after this game.
That's right.
Look, Chernobog's still available, so maybe the Valkyries decide to dedicate their ban there. The Oni Warriors could flex it into either mid or ADC. Both have pretty decent pressure, great ability to rotate throughout the late games. So certainly a pick that the Valkyries are likely considering a ban towards right now. Generally just a very good ban in the SPL as a whole. Instead, targeted towards Dardes, AMC taken off the board. The Oni Warriors played through pressure in the previous game. AMC due in large part to the AMC rather. Chernobog won't bring as much pressure, but certainly not lacking, and certainly a much higher pick order pick. Like everybody's going towards this in the first slot just because of the relative value of it. That late game scaling, the middling early game pressure, and just the ability to get involved anywhere on the map is phenomenal.
Morgan, I would say a relatively unique pick for the Valhalla Valkyries. I don't picture, I'm not saying you can't play it, but if I think of the Valks and their styles of comps, something like the Morgan for Benny Q, if it is indeed Benny Q, not the first thing to come to mind. Been a lot of the standard mages or the weird mid-esque picks, the Tsukiyomis, the Terras. So Morgan, not only a bit standard, but a bit out of standard for the types of mages that Benny Q has played in the past. Xing Chen, that's about as standard as it gets as far as the SPL goes. Aquarius hasn't played much of it, but could be a strong pick for Gamma, a bit more safety, especially if he's getting run down. Now, it is hard to glean too much as far as long-term success from the types of picks that we saw in Game 1 for the Oni Warriors because it was just such a steamroll type game. You need to see it more often. Did like the Horus look for Nika. Again, it's just been Haddox here as of late, but if Nika adds that, it is a very dynamic pick, and interested to see if he can do it again if it is indeed a solo lane Horus.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to rotate throughout the entirety of the map. You're relatively safe in lane as well. I think Haddock's pioneered how you want to play the horse in solo, and wouldn't be any surprise that a couple of other teams are saying, hey, we could just teleport to like a random Phoenix at any time and just blow it up. That's a pretty good strategy. I think the Oni Warriors, given the opportunity, will likely try and do the exact same thing. This E set locked in, though, interesting. Could go towards mid. We've seen it in the duo lane a fair bit. If we want to talk about the SEC, you've seen it in the jungle. Only roles we're not really seeing it anymore. Support and solo seem to have fallen off a bit. But what it does bring is a whole lot of confirmation to your objectives. You've already got decent burn from the Chernabog. Likely will be building a little bit of crit towards the middle of that build. So Gold Furies, Pyromancers, all under pretty severe threat. If ESET is going towards mid, and I will think that it is, should allow you to play around either one of these neutral objectives. The Valks have got an unorthodox, non-standard mage from the Morrigan. Doesn't really match the pressure ESET brings, so mid-camp control should belong to the Oni Warriors, junglers notwithstanding. So curious to see how this one pans out. The Warriors have got a draft just with this ESET now, where they can up the pace of what we had seen in Game 1.
It's good to see WoW in the Valks and somewhat high spirits after game number 1. Again, I do think we've talked a lot about growth and finding win conditions, things like that. This team has been realistic with their growth, though. You know, as we've interviewed them before games, they've talked about the small things, the small boosts, working on. Right now, they're losing games by a lot. We want to lose games by a little. That's our next step, and then you progress that way. So, team does seem to have a good head on its shoulders, trying to sift their way through one of the most competitive Pro Smite leagues we've had in years. Second wave of bans roll in. Hun Bat and Robin both taken away. Would think one jungle, one solo lane, but also can see Kirmi on both of those picks. Cabrakan and Nemesis both off the board. Now, Cabrakan we saw mid a bit yesterday. That was Shinto, but don't think the Oni Warriors, to your point, missed. Still looking for a mid laner. And then Ratatosker. Would love to see it out of solo lane. Rat has started to really make its ways through the SPL. Still has that rotation-esque style of play that the horse has, and great initiation. So the Valks could form a team comp around that.
Decent transformation target for the Morrigan as well. A little bit of global presence for just about everywhere on the map wherever this Ratatosker does land. You've got a pretty aggressive, assuming support from the Jing Chen. This is a high kill pressure duo lane, if that is the duo lane for the Valkyries. So this time around, they've got a lane that they can can play through. Pretty aggressive.
It's good to see WoW in the queue.
The board. The only Warriors play ban towards right now, generally just a very good ban in the SPL as a whole. Instead, targeted towards Dardes, AMC taken off the board. The only Warriors played through pressure in the previous game. AMC due in large part to the AMC rather. Chernobog won't bring as much pressure, but certainly not lacking, and certainly a much higher pick order pick. Like everybody's going towards this in the first slot just because of the relative value of it. That late game scaling, the middling early game pressure, and just the ability to get involved anywhere on the map is phenomenal.
Morgan, I would say a relatively unique pick for the Valhalla Valkyries. I don't picture, I'm not saying you can't play it, but if I think of the Valks and their styles of comps, something like the Morgan for Benny Q, if it is indeed Benny Q, not the first thing to come to mind. Been a lot of the standard mages or the weird mid-esque picks, the Tsukiyomis, the Terras. So Morgan, not only a bit standard, but a bit out of standard for the types of mages that Benny Q has played in the past. Sheng Chen, that's about as standard as it gets as far as the SPL goes. Aquarius hasn't played much of it, but could be a strong pick for Gamma, a bit more safety, especially if he's getting run down. Now, it is hard to glean too much as far as long-term success from the types of picks that we saw in Game 1 for the Oni Warriors because it was just such a steamroll type game. You need to see it more often. Did like the Horus look for Nika. Again, it's just been Haddock's here as of late, but if Nika adds that, it is a very dynamic pick, and interested to see if he can do it again if it is indeed a solo lane Horus.
Yeah, I mean, the ability to rotate throughout the entirety of the map. You're relatively safe in lane as well. I think Haddock's pioneered how you want to play the Horus in solo, and wouldn't be any surprise that a couple of other teams are saying, hey, we could just teleport to like a random Phoenix at any time and just blow it up. That's a pretty good strategy. I think the Oni Warriors, given the opportunity, will likely try and do the exact same thing. This E set locked in, though, interesting. Could go towards mid. We've seen it in the duo lane a fair bit. If we want to talk about the SEC, you've seen it in the jungle. Only roles we're not really seeing it anymore. Support and solo seem to have fallen off a bit. But what it does bring is a whole lot of confirmation to your objectives. You've already got decent burn from the Chernobog. Likely will be building a little bit of crit towards the middle of that build. So Gold Furies, Pyromancers, all under pretty severe threat. If E-Set is going towards mid, and I will think that it is, should allow you to play around either one of these neutral objectives. The Valks have got an unorthodox, non-standard mage from the Morrigan. Doesn't really match the pressure E-Set brings, so mid-camp control should belong to the Oni Warriors, junglers notwithstanding. So curious to see how this one pans out. The Warriors have got a draft just with this E-Set now, where they can up the pace of what we had seen in Game 1.
It's good to see WoW in the Valks and somewhat high spirits after game number 1. Again, I do think we've talked a lot about growth and finding win conditions, things like that. This team has been realistic with their growth, though. You know, as we've interviewed them before games, they've talked about the small things, the small boosts, working on. Right now, they're losing games by a lot. We want to lose games by a little. That's our next step, and then you progress that way. So, team does seem to have a good head on its shoulders, trying to sift their way through one of the most competitive Pro Smite leagues we've had in years. Second wave of bans roll in. Hun Bat and Robin both taken away. Would think one jungle, one solo lane, but also can see Kirmi on both of those picks. Cabrakan and Nemesis both off the board. Now, Cabrakan we saw mid a bit yesterday. That was Shinto, but don't think the Oni Warriors, to your point, missed. Still looking for a mid laner. And then Ratatosker. Would love to see it out of solo lane. Rat has started to really make its ways through the SPL. Still has that rotation-esque style of play that the Horus has, and great initiation. So the Valks could form a team comp around that.
Decent transformation target for the Morrigan as well. A little bit of global presence for just about everywhere on the map wherever this Ratatosker does land. You've got a pretty aggressive, assuming support from the Jing Chen. This is a high kill pressure duo lane, if that is the duo lane for the Valkyries. So this time around, they've got a lane that they can play through. Not certain that I'm willing to say that this Ratatosker is headed to solo lane just yet. If it is in the jungle, could help out a good deal with that global presence again, just to close gap on things like the Sylvanas or things like the Chernobog. Even the Achilles to a certain extent, if he's caught out in the jungle, could be a pretty easy target for a Ratatasker if Kirmi's piloting it. I think the Valkyries have got themselves a much better composition this time around. It is a lot more standard, a lot more data on how this draft should play. It's going to be difficult, especially in the mid lane. That tends to be the case when you have a Morrigan on your team. But having side lanes, or at least a side lane that should be able to establish pressure, it could act as just an arc stone for the Valkyries, somewhere they can lean on and just try and play through. Jing, Shen, and Cupid together, maybe you're looking towards some purple buff invade, move in towards those oracles, and really start to leverage something into the mid game.
Well, Mef, seems like you get your wish here. Looks like Ratatosker will be going into the jungle for Kirmi. And this is a bit unique for Kirmi, because as I mentioned going into that game, in the last 7 games we've seen Kirmi. 4 Nemesis, 3 Erlang Shen in the last 7 games. So it has been those 2 picks only. And so the Erlang Shen banned out by the Oni Warriors, but then the Valks take away the Nemesis. So Kirmi electing for something a bit new. And I think that's important. You know, Kirmi has been, I think, a good mental for this team. But, you know, if the picks in the jungle haven't necessarily been the spark that you're looking for, try something new. Try something outside of the Nemesis in the Erlang Shen. Ratatosker, very, very unique compared to those 2 picks. So I will express my support for the Ratatosker and something new for the Valhalla Valkyries. And it looks like a pretty dynamic comp here for the Valk, something that they might be able to catch the Oni Warriors off guard with. That said, between Horus, Iset, Sylvanas, seems to be some good initiation for the Oni Warriors, and come team fight phase, might have a good look here in this game.
And I'm thinking that team fight phase is going to come pretty quickly for the Oni Warriors. Just about whenever this E-set gets Circle Protection and Pyromancer's up, those 2 stars align, and the Oni Warriors can create enough threat on the map to force the Valkyries to rotate through. I like both of these compositions a good deal. Yeah, they bought a disco ball. They're just having a good time back there.
That's got to be horrible for your eyes.
Yeah.
Lights out, and then just tons of
Lights
screens.
out, staring at these screens, plus disco ball and ratio.
That means nothing to me, Mef. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I forgot. You're off Twitter. We get
Well,
it.
that's not
dude.
what I was saying.
We get
even
it,
on
dude. No
Twitter,
social media.
Even on Twitter, I don't know what that means. Just kidding. I do know what that means. Anyway, I wish we had we used to have a disco ball in here, didn't we?
Maybe they took ours?
They took our disco ball. I could have sworn we had one.
I'd like the disco ball back, please.
No, they didn't take it, says production. I guess we never had one back here. I thought we did. All right. Looking forward to game number 2 here, Miff. After a game 1 like we had, it is hard not to favor the Oni Warriors, but I do think picks and ban-wise, as a different part of the game the Valkyries can improve on. The Valks have tried something unique again, but it's been more holistically unique. It's not just been Benny Q on something random out of mid. It's been the whole team trying something a bit different. And I express my support for it going into game 2.
I wish them the best. This is the most biased you're ever going to hear me on the desk. I would like to see the Valks win. Us at a game, regardless, doesn't matter. I just want to see something succeed for this team because I know that they're trying week in and week out.
Yeah.
It's not easy to come in every single week and struggle as much as they have. They still get upset when they lose. When they win games, they look happy. So clearly their mentals are still in it. As long as they're there, they got a fan in me.
See if the Valhalla Valkyries have Miffs back. Game number 2 between the Oni Warriors and the Valkyries starts right now.
Well, let's hope that the Valkyries can find that game win that they've been needing all phase long. Let's see if they can find that set win. But to be able to take the set, they've got to start it right here in game number 2 up against the Oni Warriors. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug hopping in, zooming in to game number 2. And not a whole lot of craziness really coming out of either of these 2 teams here. No picks going in oddball spots or anything like that.
Yeah,
Trelly, everybody kind of sticking to rather normal here. I would say the only thing that's kind of been sticking out to me as of recent, and it's something that we talked with the Solators just a little bit, has kind of been the rise up of this Warriors. Actually, we've seen Nikagon now 2 games in a row.
Yeah, what the heck? Why do they keep going regular comps? I want to see something interesting.
Was this Smite Boring League?
Yeah, what the heck? I wanted to see, possibly the Xing Chen mid, the Morgan support. Either way, that should be, the early pressure scenes with the Valks are going for. Whenever you have the Morgan, double rat can always be a menace for the backline. You don't have too much damage because of this Horus solo, but with the Oni Warriors, they can position themselves so well and make sure their late game is just fine with the mobility of that pick alone. So I don't think it's going to hurt them too much. Another thing that the Valks got to realize here is there's a fair bit of healing on the side of the Oni Warriors. They didn't get anti-heal last time. Definitely came back to bite them a little bit. I imagine it will be prioritized this game for sure.
Wait, hold on, what do you classify as a fair bit? Because I see a Sylvanas, I see an Iset, I consider that a lot.
I mean, yeah, they had just the Horus with CAD Shield last time, and that was too much healing for them to deal with. So, you have multiplied your healing. Someone better get Divine, someone better get Brawlers, at least a Curse Dunk, something along those lines. And if you can see, Gamma already did start the Curse Dunk, so at least Gamma realized, wait, they're healing things.
They've got a lot of healing that's going to be a problem for us late game. So, Gamma trying to alleviate that early on. We'll see how early it takes him to actually fully upgrade that Ankh. I've been noticing when the supports have been going that, they've typically been getting around like that level 8, level 9 once their Thebes is done. Neil Ma will down to about half HP from the Heart Bomb. Gamma able to leap his way out. So pressure kind of even across the board. And that was something that was maybe lacking a little bit from the Valkyries last game, was being able to get pressure in not just one, but really any lanes.
Yeah, and it's going to be the main contention point this game, I think, just trying to get active on this Ratatosker for Kirmi specifically. Obviously, BennyQ could also turn to the Rat as well, as we highlighted, but just trying to find some early pressure wherever you really can, because Ratatosker is really good right now. For example, you can get your Acorn without having to back to base, whereas Cubo Fred has to leave the fight, leave the farm game for a bit to back and finish those items, so you'd think Kirmi would try to get active and look for a possible invade, but not looking for a fight just yet, just trying to confirm that blue buff for Aquarius and just headbound back to his own speed buff. So not getting active. I think realizing Nika incredibly safe on this Horus pick with that dash. You can essentially just zoom wherever you need to. And as long as Cubo Fred's near, you don't have too much kill potential.
For now, dead even game, 2 minutes in. No real chances for a fight so far. It's mostly just been the wave clear. We've seen Wowie try and get aggressive with these Heart Bombs. They've been hitting Neil. Neil's been more often than not dragging them away from the wave to try and put anything up. Trying to, yeah, it's up there trying.
Did you see? You didn't see that minion? The
ragdoll.
Yeah, the Heart Bomb threw the minion, and he got like stuck on the wall. He was zooming there, so I was just gonna keep my eye on it for. But yeah, this doesn't look like a very high pressure duo lane to me. Gamma obviously started the Ankh, means he doesn't have a blink. He doesn't have anywhere to close gap and get aggressive. And, even if you do get aggressive, here we see near, you don't have too much kill potential.
For now, dead even game, 2 minutes in. No real chances for a fight so far. It's mostly just been the wave clear. We've seen Wowie try and get aggressive with these Heart Bombs. They've been hitting Neil. Neil's been more often than not dragging them away from the wave to try and put anything up. Trying to, yeah, it's up there trying.
Did you see? You didn't see that minion? The
ragdoll.
Yeah, the Heart Bomb threw the minion, and he got like stuck on the wall. He was zooming there, so I was just gonna keep my eye on it for. But yeah, this doesn't look like a very high pressure duo lane to me. Gamma obviously started the Ankh, means he doesn't have a blink. He doesn't have anywhere to close gap and get aggressive. And, even if you do get aggressive, it's into a Heart Bomb, which early on is a decent kill opportunity, or a Relic Forcer. But level 5 is more so when I'd expect to get active. BennyQ has ult here, and does make the attempt, and it pays off. BennyQ steals away that right. I was gonna say,
he just walked up casually and toed that.
Yeah, I mean, BennyQ has a lot of presence as a level 5 Mori. I don't think that the Onion Warriors wanted to fight that, so they're like, well, 50-50, and Benny wins though, so that we'll be able to get a little bit aggressive in the red buff and take that one away for himself.
So typically we've been seeing more so of the Ratatosker in the solo lane, going for the thick bark Acorn. With Kirmi going with the Ratatosker in the jungle, what's maybe the Acorn option that he goes for here?
I mean, he's got to go the stun one, but I want to see crit, dart, and we get to see it right now. Yeah, just the Thistle Thorn. It's going to help with a massive stun onto Neilma, and that's going to help this game.
Also with a Heart Bomb on, we could get stunned from that one. So the CC and the damage, a little too much for the tree to handle. The Oni Warriors hand deliver their first death of the set so far to the Valhalla Valkyries to pick up first blood.
J-Mac, I hate to correct you, but Sylvanas is the guy on the tree. Grover's the tree.
True.
So,
Well, he's piloting the tree, and the tree couldn't handle all the damage, so Sylvanas couldn't make it out.
I suppose, but if a Wheelix died, you wouldn't say Suku couldn't handle the damage. You would say,
no, because she's not always on Suku. He's always on Grover.
All right, so I guess we'll call that one a draw. Our mental jousting we just had, I'll call it a draw. Either way, Neilma falls down. Hey, that's the first kill the Valks got this set.
Yeah, it is. It took 29 minutes to get there of gameplay. Took them until game number 2 to get it. Maybe they can find another one on Neilma. But an ultimate in by vote will slow down that aggression. So this time around, the Valkyries will not find that pick on the support.
Yeah, and it looks like just the purple buff invade was the play. So I love this from the Valks. They have the goal lead about 1,000 in their favor off of that first blood, and they are not letting off the gas one bit. They're still trying to get as aggressive as they can. Look where Kirmi is, already back into duo lane, looking for Neil Ma once again.
Will find the stun again. This time sits up for the Fields of Love. Neil Ma able to make it out this time around. The heal from the Wisps as well, giving just enough extra protection to get out of that one. I like where Kirmi's head is at, but now that he's realized that maybe this gank won't work every single time, especially with Neil having his ultimate available now, do you think that Kirmi tries again in duo, or do you think maybe tries to put his pressure elsewhere?
Nah, with the Wrath of Terra up, I don't think the gank opportunity is going to be there. Just
With well.
back into duo.
But an ultimate in by vote will slow down that aggression, so this time around, the Valkyries will not find that pick on the support.
Yeah, and it looks like just the purple buff invade was the play. So I love this from the Valks. They have the goal lead about 1,000 in their favor off of that first blood, and they are not letting off the gas one bit. They're still trying to get as aggressive as they can. Look where Kirmi is, already back into duo lane, looking for Neil Ma once again.
Will find the stun again. This time sits up for the Fields of Love. Neil Ma able to make it out this time around. The heal from the Wisps as well, giving just enough extra protection to get out of that one. I like where Kirmi's head is at, but now that he's realized that maybe this gank won't work every single time, especially with Neil having his ultimate available now, do you think that Kirmi tries again in duo, or do you think maybe tries to put his pressure elsewhere?
Nah, with the Wrath of Terra up, I don't think the gank opportunity is going to be there. Just the sprint being used there was enough for Neil to say, hey, I survived this gank and I should be able to survive next gank. At the very least, Neil needs to watch himself for stepping up and just say, hey, are we going to see any sort of pressure? And you asked me a question last game about Neil Ma's Ward Chalice, and I said, yeah, it's probably just because he got that first blood gold. I've been proven wrong. Neil buys it again, even though he got first blooded. So he's got negative gold compared to last game, and he still is trying to put some pressure with that vision. Maybe just because of the fact that he's been ganked twice. Neil's like, you know what, I'm gonna need some wards this game. I'm gonna make sure that we've got that vision as well. So getting his money's worth and playing a little bit safer for it.
You know what I didn't check at the end on the post-game stats? I didn't see if Neil had most wards plays. Because if you buy a Chalice, you gotta guarantee that you're getting yourself top wards in the game. So
I don't know. Benny's got 3 at the moment. So Neil just jumped over to 4. That's massive.
That's value, baby.
We gotta keep our eyes onto this screen as much as possible because Gamma also picked up the Chalice.
Yeah, who cares about player damage, net worth, gold? We don't need that. Just keep the ward game up there. That's the most important thing. You know what they say? Wards win wars.
Yeah, I have heard that. As we get to see Kirmi actually going for the invade, they're just trying to confirm his own buff. Actually, it looked like the Warriors were trying to invade there, but they decided to back off. They were going a little bit further. Gamma gets a beautiful pull and doesn't really get much for it. I was gonna say Gamma gets pulled. Man, my words today. Neil gets the pull. Gamma didn't really care. They sort of just switch spots as Neil tries to confirm his own purple buff here for vote. But Wowie and Gamma, they're not giving this up for free.
No, but Kirmi is on the way. Could be a pincer by the Valkyries. Kirmi finds the stun, but ultimate by Neil will slow things down. Heart bomb, and then an ultimate from Gamma, using a lot to try and expend to kill Neil Ma. Now the Fields of Love. Sprint will get popped. Neil Ma will be fine, but the double dunk Ratatosker is just too much. But it's a trade out, a 1-for-1, making now 2. The only Warriors are fighting back in. Dart is just off the mark with the Spirit Ball. Vote doesn't find the first auto, but now that Benny Q has been revealed, he will be dropped down. A double kill for Vote, and give one over to Cuvo Fred, who finds the execute on a Gamma for a 4-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I really thought that was going well for the Valks. They just are putting so much damage into Sylvanas, and I think that's the big issue here. If you are just using one ult, you know, 2 ults maybe to pick Neil Ma, that's all well and good, but you're forgetting about the global pressions from Vote. He can join the fight whenever he needs to. Dardes makes a rotation over as well. And Cubo, late to the party, but is still there to clean up that kill and get the execute onto Gamma. So the aggression from the Valks certainly punished, but gold lead, not so much in favor for the Warriors. It's close, but not as massive as you would think for kills in the lead. Yeah, about 2 gold differential at the moment, so it's actually climbed back ahead for the Valks. So massive answer back from the Warriors, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that's going to make the Valks step off the gas any bit. They should still feel just as confident as ever.
Maybe not expend as much on Neil Ma. I mean,
don't.
What was that? 4 ultimates used to get the kill on him, because they used, what did they use? They used Kirmi's ultimate, they used Benny transformed and used the Rat ultimate on him. They used Wowies, and they used Gamma. All of that to get a single kill. Meanwhile, the Warriors used all of their ults to get 4 kills. A little worrisome at the very least for the Valkyries, but I think you're right to highlight that they're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. The gold is right there, dead even at this point, 9 minutes in. Now it's just up to maybe the mental, at least, of the Valkyries to not let this one get to them.
Yeah, I would say so. And it looks like they are putting even more presence on that anti-heal as we highlighted early on. Kiermi finishing the Brawler's beat stick. So still should be able to do a ton of damage to Neilma if that's the plan, but again, we have to look for other highlights. BennyQ's getting the beats and he's so weak already.
Does manage to transform, get into the tree. BennyQ's still sticking around. I don't think he wants to stay in this fight. He'll use the rest of that through the Cosmos to get out. Neilma just off the mark with that pull. Was aiming for what I imagine was probably going to be whoever was there was Gamma, Kiermi, but doesn't find it. Gamma gets a knock up on Dardes, but it's all just to kind of keep people back. No deaths in the mid lane. A couple of ultimates used on both sides of that fight.
Yeah, it was a decent brawl there. You're forcing out BennyQ's ultimate and the bead, so gonna have to play a little bit safer for the next 2 minutes or so as Gamma also getting poked out. So the aggression has been mostly on the side of the Oni Warriors, posturing for this red buff invade. His vote is also looking for a purple buff invaded by himself, just trying to get as aggressive as possible. BennyQ steps up, doesn't have the beads, but Neil doesn't have the vision and doesn't have the pull just yet.
Red buff does get invaded. Gamma's got ultimate, but a silence, a spirit ball, a pull, all of that used, and finally will be enough to drop Gamma down. Cuvo Fred leading the charge. Blink stun onto Kiermi. Gets the beads from Wowie, but the execute just off the mark. Because of that, Kiermi will make it out, but Wowie will not.
Yeah, Vote breaks the rotation over. Make sure to confirm that one. I wouldn't be surprised. The DPS would be slow. Circle protection's almost backing up. That doesn't look like they're grouping around this goal. If you're just trying to stop the Trebuchet from pushing, you don't want to get any more damage onto your tier 1 tower at this point. So it looks like the Oni Warriors are just happy with their 2 picks there. They're not going to go for that Gold Fury. It would be risky play given the fact that they have so much aggression, but Aquarius is level 12. He could always run over it very quickly. You just used a ton of ultimates there, so it would really just be circle protection as your DPS, but still getting aggressive onto this Greater Scorpion and fighting around this Pyromancer are the Oni Warriors.
Gamma no ult for a little while. Neilma and Dardes both have theirs. Nika has joined the fray as well. A pull on a BennyQ. Spirit Ball, circle protection, and pop goes BennyQ. Gamma dashing away as fast as he can with his leaps, but Nika there to cut off the path and bring Neilma with them. A double stun on top of Gamma makes for a double kill for Dardes.
Yeah, we saw that same style of play last game where Nika went for the ult underneath the tier 1 tower. This time it works out. It wasn't the gank re-gank. It was just the single gank. That's all it really took. And finally now, maybe some presence over towards that Gold Fury, because Nika is not going to be going over to his lane. He's going to be helping out for a bit. Actually teleports away, so doesn't want to rotate over to this Gold Fury. Doesn't think he needs that presence over here. And Wowie, he's too far away unless he dashed in at this point. He's not making it that Gold Fury.
Hear me. Ults away. BennyQ ults in. A dunk by Cuvo, or a dunk onto Cuvo. Could turn around for a kill for the Valkyries because Cuvo used the ult to go back in. Stun is good. BennyQ trying to close the gap. Does find the stun and quickly beats away from the silent. Spirit Ball connects. BennyQ does use the beats to get away there and will be fine for now. One more pick to the Valkyries, and a good one at that, picking up Cuvo Fred.
Yeah, I can't blame Cubo for that play, honestly. He used the Fatal Strike to immune the knockup, and then he was like, wait, wasn't Kiermi in Threshold? So 180s and tries to go for the kill opportunity. Doesn't land. It was more of a greed play, but it would have been one of those highlight plays if it landed.
Would have been sick.
Yeah, it would have been sick, but unfortunately Cubo gets shut down. The 2-0 gold goes away, and okay, I was going to say, wow, it's nothing. I didn't even see Bo in the wall.
I was wondering. I thought I heard the noise. Wowie should go down here. There are 3 people here, and the Chernobog will fall. Wowie picks himself up a kill this game, and the Valkyries now with 4 to their name. But the gold lead for the Warriors has just been climbing up. Valkyries able to bring it back down just a little bit. Only 1,200 gold, and less than that in XP ahead for the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, 2 shutdowns are going to go a long way. The vote was 3-0 there, and of course Cubo was 2-0. So a little bit of extra gold in the pockets of the Valks. You're getting some kills onto your carries. Obviously BennyQ and Wowie now have 1 to their name, so that's going to start to add up here. You're looking at power spikes. Spear of Desolation finish for BennyQ is going to mean this Morgan is absolutely swinging, as Nika is just going to zoom away from Aquarius. Bologna, level 14, so has been getting some serious farm. If the Valks can group around Aqua and just say, hey, get your second relic, upgrade that teleport, and start brawling with us, I think the fight could look pretty good for them.
Oh, Neilma under fire. Kiermi is tanking up the tower, and that is not the person that you want holding tower aggro when Vote shows up to the party. It's a tier 1 tower for 1. The Oni Warriors able to find a pick, but also able to find a Pyromancer because 3 people from the Valks were over on that left lane.
Yeah, just trying to dive that tower once again for a possible kill onto the support. I mean, just diving so
It's
hard
just
for
a tree,
Neilma.
man.
He's got Gauntlet of Thieves, he's got Sovereignty, Lotus Crown is on the way. This is a tanky tree. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to try and find any more kills on Anil. And I think expending that much, tanking up tower, trying to go that far, has been, biting the Valks time and time again. But, you highlighted it, the gold lead not so far out of favor. The Oni Warriors are farming the map incredibly well, but you still have a level lead for Aqua. This Bologna still is a force to be reckoned with. Just hasn't been able to get active. Really just been boxing Horus all game. So once we do see Aquarius rotate in, maybe you could look to see some deaths onto, Dardes, who's 3-0, for example. A kill on the East would be absolutely massive here.
We'll have to see when Aquarius starts getting active. Neil maybe going for some revenge up against Wowie, walking up behind him, but not going to start a fight. Cuvo. Fred is the one in danger. The stun does connect onto the Achilles. Up in the tree goes Benny Q. Ultimate from Cuvo. Gets himself out, but he gets dunked on. Shell holds him out for a little while longer. But Kirmi still picks up the kill. Neilmaw now surrounded by 4. Kirmi goes into the backline, finds some damage up against Vote. Vote doesn't have beads or Aegis and will want to use this time to get out. Aquarius teleports into the ward. Nika teleports to the tower, and then right back to the rest of the team. A dunk in, a circle of protection. Aquarius still in the backline, gets the Aegis from Dardes.
And it looks like Vote is going to fly back in here. We're seeing an absolute brawl in the back
Neilmaw finds 4 with the ultimate. Dardes gets a silence on Benny Q, and Benny Q goes down to the damage from Nika. Gamma, half HP, but Dardes is the one who goes down next. Another kill for Kirmi in the midst of this fight.
Yeah, but Oni Warriors have so much healing. The sustain is starting to add up. Vote is still pumping away auto attacks as the Valks are forced to retreat here.
Kirmi, Wowie, both low. Aquarius at half HP as well. And he'll use the time to back. Nika finds the blink, finds the stun, finds the combo. And Vote puts down his enemy hunter. The Valkyries started so well in that fight, but that rotation from Nika was perfect to get back in.
Yeah, the Valks were just a little bit too deep there, and the amount of sustain was just starting to take its toll. I mean, you're looking at so much just from Neilmaw low, and then Nika makes the rotation in, and he's got plenty of healing as well. The Oni Fury hasn't even spawned in yet. That was just a brawl before the objective comes through. It looks like the Oni Warriors might be able to chop down this tier 2 tower even without minions. The minions had just died there with the backdoor protections were still allowed, so plenty of damage to get that one. So a massive swing of gold in favor for the Oni Warriors, and now should be able to grab these Oracles as well to get some extra vision on the Oni Fury. Neil's still gonna sit here and steal these away.
Look at how much health that Neil has lost, taking just the obelisk away. I mean, that was 70% of his HP that he gave up to make sure that his team could grab every bit of obelisk farm. I'm pretty sure he got nearly a full obelisk worth just from the Valhalla Valkyrie side of the map. That gets a trebuchet over towards the solo lane. Kirmi goes in, finds a stun, some damage against Vote, but Vote not really deterred. Maybe now with Benny Q standing around, might at least slow them down. For the Valkyries, now with some pressure, some opportunity, maybe Nika finds 3 to bring inside with him. Circle protection drop, Dardes thrown back to the Oni Fury, and maybe back to the wolves of the Valhalla Valkyries. The double dunk in is too much damage for the mid laner, and now maybe too much CC for Nika as he gets popped in the fight.
Yeah, the Valkyries are still gonna fight this. They don't care about the Oni Fury. Kubo Fred's the next target, and Kirmi's dashing in.
It is 5 versus 3. It's still an opportunity for the Valkyries to take this Oni Fury, especially with Cuvo Fred going back. Neilmaw has an opportunity to steal, but he's not going to take that. He's going to go into the mid lane instead. And the Valkyries find a nice team fight and an objective. That's going to shore up the gold lead, 2,000 now.
That was beautifully played by Kirmi. We saw him get super aggressive the tier 2 tower. That was just because the Valks knew the Oni Fury spawning in. I'm going to try and stop Neil's back as long as possible. Then Nika was like, hey, they might be on the Fury. I'm going to ult all of us in. Unfortunately for Dardes, just did not have the beat, so was immediately picked up there by Gamma. The circle of protection was not enough to keep him alive because he was thrown out of the circle of protection. Should have called it a circle of lack of protection, because then Dardes goes down. Double dunk from the Valks. And, once you dash in as a Horus, you don't have beads, you're in Fields of Love, you're probably going to be eating the full brunt of that damage and the rest of the DPS from the Valks. Just beautifully played. Now we're going to see a little bit of gold go back into their pockets.
Valkyrie's able to close up a little bit of that disparity that they were in with some nice picks against the Warriors and some decent objective play. Pyromancer about to respawn, And that could be another opportunity for the Valkyries to try and punch back and close up some more of that gold. But unfortunately for Aquarius, he is getting pincered right now. Vote and Cuvo are here. An ultimate in by Kirmi and an ultimate in by Aquarius will find some good damage onto Vote. He'll go into the wall for now, but Gamma is here and so is BennyQ. The dunks are just too much for the Oni Warriors to handle. The Fields of Love will take out Nika. The ultimate from Gamma will get the beads out of whoever can still even have some at this point. The Valkyries, this double Ratatosker is just way too much for the Warriors to handle.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors cannot keep their carries alive at this point. Whenever you think one Rattle is down, BennyQ comes in with the second, and vice versa. The Valhalla Valkyrie should be able to climb ahead with this Pyromancer, given that tier 1 tower dropping as well, unless Neil goes for the Miracle Steal here. He is on a ward, so I don't think that's going to be an option. We'll just Sentry Ward and back up. So I think, you know, evening up the game, definitely a strong suit here for the Valks. They're going to grab that tier 1 tower again. So now, even in the lead at this point, the XP in some avenues is looking rough. We just saw that Wowie ticked over to level 17, whereas Vote was already 17. BennyQ a level behind as well. But Aquarius, 2 levels up on the Bellona, has been out farming Nika pretty much all game, as he should. A Bellona should be able to just out-pressure the horse for some time. And Kirmi, 2 levels up in the jungle. This Ratatosk, remember last game, the Daji? We thought that Cuvo was just this mountain that Kirmi could never attempt to climb. At this point, Kirmi's looking like the mountain.
I mean, a nice lead across the board for the Valhalla Valkyries. They've even got the gold back to their favor now. So with this is the momentum that the Valkyries need. This is what Wowie was talking about in that pregame interview of we need to work on our team fights. We need to make sure our team fights are the things that are stepping up. I'd say they're getting that team fight. Vote goes up into the sky, but who can he even go to at this point? There's no good target. Neilma and Nika are here. A slow descent down, but as soon as he lands, he's got to use the H. Just doesn't have the beads. Gets thrown back, but the team is all around and rallying around Vote, but he doesn't make it through. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Nika tries to get out, but Neil will be able to limp back to the tower. And the Valkyries make a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, that's going to be a decent trade, but what are the Valks going to do after the fact? It looks like the Emperor's armor from Gamma is taking, and that's enough to make the Oni Warriors back off and let that tier 2 tower drop. Aquarius is here, but so tanky on that Bellona with the Spirit Robe passive. Not too much kill opportunity there, as Cuvo Fred hasn't even made the rotation. He's just pushing down right lane, trying to get as much farm as possible. So the Valks have been looking extremely revitalized and been getting totally aggressive here. Maybe a little bit too much there for Kirmi, wanting a cleaner kill, and with this Chernobog comes a lot of stall opportunity. You go up into the sky, you don't have to come down right away, you can hide in the wall. The one issue there, as you highlighted, there was no beads for Vote, so he wasn't able to get away from the Fields of Love or the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Easy kill potential there for the Valks.
He stayed up as long as he could. Unfortunately, teleport takes a little too long. Neil doesn't have actual mobility, aside from if he used a sprint to try and get there faster. So Vote still had to wait out all the damage that followed up immediately afterward. For now, the Valkyries have the lead. They've gotten only 2 towers left to have to take away from the Oni Warriors side of the map. And now stepping around for a Fire Giant. They've got decent pressure for this one. If they can find a pick onto somebody, maybe Dardes would be their best option. Because for now, Dardes, the one with the best secure on the map. Though there is BennyQ on the Morrigan, that means that they've also got an E-set if they want to go for this Fire Giant. Just like they are now. Half HP on the objective. BennyQ walks through the fire. Neilma finds a pull onto BennyQ and gets the beads from the Morrigan. Nika stuck in the Fields of Love and will get a little bit of a shield to try and make it out just enough distance for BennyQ to close back in and find the dunk on the solo laner. BennyQ will de-transform, but not much to follow up as Dardes is being bullied by the frontliners of the Valkyries. Kirmi finds Cuvo Fred. Silence from Dardes keeps him alive a little while longer, but only long enough for Wowie to take him out.
Yeah, Kirmi winning that 1v1 against Cuvo on the backline was so massive. BennyQ also has that transformation whenever he needs to make sure to confirm those kills. So now 3 dead are the Warriors. The Valks should feel pretty confident here going for this, and I don't think anyone is going to be able to form any sort of defense here. Neil's just trying to farm left lane. Vote is on the way, but it looks like he's just trying to clear that right wave as Gamma plays zone duty. So for the first time in this set, the Valhalla Valkyries are going to grab themselves a Fire Giant back up, and they're going to start figuring out what they want to do with their offense. The Primal Fury has spawned in. That you got some time on Pyromancer as well, so there's a ton of gold for the Valks to claim. They already got the tier 2 in left, so I don't imagine they need to really care about that lane for quite some time. We're seeing all these power spikes on the right side of your map you purchased. Aquarius gets the Death's Embrace. The Pendulum gets upgraded for Benny Q. So much damage being unlocked. And I imagine Kirmi's pretty close as well to getting access to that Bumba's Hammer if he so chooses.
And this has just been clean team fighting from the Valkyrie. A stumble earlier on. You know, we can't discredit the fact that the Warriors have had some fights early on that have gone their way, but these last 3 team fights from the Valkyries have been much more calculated and mostly just been great capitalizing off of the Warriors. So now for the Warriors, Charlie, as they're staring down, you know, only 2 towers left to defend, so Phoenix is probably on the mind for the Valkyries at the very least. Where's the Warriors' avenue back in to try and slow this one down?
It's very difficult to try and keep their carries alive, but underneath the Phoenix, the Rattle loses some value. It's not like you're getting chased down through the jungle. You're pretty much just planted right underneath that Phoenix. So I think Neilma needs to itemize into an Emperor's Armor as quickly as possible because Gamma already has it. Try and speed up that Phoenix if you can, and just stay bunkered up as one. Use your healing. Once that Curse Taunt gets popped, you're probably backing off, right? I don't think you're spamming the Wisps and trying to help out your team. Once that Curse Taunt comes through, you're trying to bait that out as best as possible. It doesn't look like Neil's going to save up any gold for Ramp Armor. Just goes for the Sentinel's Embrace. Also a strong play. You get the aura protections from Gauntlet of Thieves, from the Lotus Crown with your Wisps, as well as upgrading to Haste and Wings. So it looks like Neil is on complete peel duty here for the Sylvanas, as he should be. Just trying to keep Dardes and Vote alive. They've been having some good damage, but 2 Ratatoskers as well as Aquarius in the backline has been a nightmare for them to deal with.
I mean, all these dunks, whether it be from the Cosmos out of the Ratatosker, from Benny Q transforming to the Ratatosker, or these Eagles rallies from Aquarius, it's just been too much CC for the Oni Warriors to handle. There's only 3 people that have any sets of beads. That's Cuvo, Dardes, and Vote. All of them now back online for this next fight. The Valkyries have been doing a good job of spacing out this CC. Bait out 1 relic. Okay, here comes the second Ratatosker. Here comes the Bologna. The Valkyries are playing this one very slow. They take the last 2 towers standing with the wave pushed so far up in the left side of the map. And a minute and a half left on Fire Giant. Do you think the Valkyries try and push for this Phoenix one time, or do you think they just kind of give up their push here?
Well, they're certainly grouped up for it. I will say, given the fact that it's very rare that the Valks have a lead at this point in the game, that they might not be too confident just going in for a Phoenix until they have, you know, some sort of massive lead. If Kirmi's able to push through mid, he already 1v1 has been a nightmare for them to deal with.
I mean, all these dunks, whether it be from the Cosmos out of the Ratatosker, from Benny Q transforming to the Ratatosker, or these Eagles rallies from Aquarius, it's just been too much CC for the Oni Warriors to handle. There's only 3 people that have any sets of beads. That's Cuvo, Dardes, and Vote. All of them now back online for this next fight. The Valkyries have been doing a good job of spacing out this CC. Bait out 1 relic. Okay, here comes the second Ratatosker. Here comes the Bologna. The Valkyries are playing this one very slow. They take the last 2 towers standing with the wave pushed so far up in the left side of the map. And a minute and a half left on Fire Giant. Do you think the Valkyries try and push for this Phoenix one time, or do you think they just kind of give up their push here?
Well, they're certainly grouped up for it. I will say, given the fact that it's very rare that the Valks have a lead at this point in the game, that they might not be too confident just going in for a Phoenix until they have, you know, some sort of massive lead. If Kirmi's able to push through mid, he already 1v1 Cuvo once in that last team fight, so shouldn't be too afraid to try and chase down the Achilles once again. Split up the Oni Warriors as great as you can. A minute left on that Fire Giant buff. Just try and spread them thin as quickly as possible. You have 2 rattles. You can traverse to any one of these Phoenixes in the snap of a finger.
5 and 3 for Kirmi. Gamma in the back line. Finds 2 with the ultimate. Drops them both into the Fields of Love. But it was both of the frontliners. Nika not taking a whole lot of damage, about a quarter of his HP. Cuvo in a 2v1. He was already losing the 1v1 to Kirmi, but Kirmi's not interested in the fight with Cuvo. He's interested in the fight on the left side of the map. Will not dunk in aggressively under the Phoenix. Instead, we'll go back to regroup with the team on the outside of the tower.
Yeah, that is a massive win, though. The Ratatosker ult is down. It does look like Cuvo held on to the blink, but had to use the beads in that regard. So that's Fatal Strike, though. The execute is always a possibility.
Kirmi and Benny in a 2v2 now up against Cuvo and Nika. This one's going better for the Warriors. Benny Q transforms in and heads to the fight on the left side of the map. A dunk in by Nika, and a circle of protection will full heal Dardes. Benny Q used the Aegis, but as soon as it's worn off, he's been taken out. The left side Phoenix does fall, but Cubo Fred goes in Doesn't find the execute, but finds just enough damage against Wowie for Nika to pick up the kill.
Yeah, it looks like that triple heart bomb stun will be enough to make sure the rest of the Valks get out unless someone's caught lazy backing. The Valhalla Valkyries do get that left side Phoenix, but BennyQ dunking in, trying to get out of that circle of protection, just takes way too much damage in the process. The Aegis is a little bit late, and you can't really use a relic when you're transforming back into the Morgan from the Rat. So, you know, you use a lot, but you did get your one win. That left side bird is down. Now the Valks are in a position where they can look to try and get the next FG and use that presence to look for something, but they might have stayed a little bit too long here as the Fire Giant's going to be spawning in shortly. The Oni Warriors, they're not cowering in fear. They're running to this objective as quickly as they can.
Kirmi did walk over to the left lane to launch that Trebuchet, so it'll be Fire Minions plus a Trebuchet now pushing up the left side of the map. So that's the timer now for the Oni Warriors.
Benny can ult in,
They've got quite a bit to work with. The minions push so far up. BennyQ has respawned in, ultimate down for still a few seconds. Wowie just now landing. But it's the Oni Warriors who are already on the Fire Giant. Kirmi blinks to the backline, finds a stun, up against Vogue, gets knocked up, but a double Eagles rally is good. Circle protection dropped through and a Curse Knock as well. Not much value from the heal. And Nika will go into the backline, but it will not save Vote. He gets popped down. Dardes will go down as well. Kirmi still fighting through. Cubo Fred barely has enough HP to live back through this. Will get a nice little shell for himself, but Kirmi has found the double kill against Neil Ma. Vote gets knocked up and gets knocked down. Nika, the only one left for the Warriors to defend against 5.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for BennyQ spawning back in there. It looks like Nika's in a 1v1 versus Kirmi, but the Bumba's hammer is gonna start to play here. I don't think that Nika's gonna be able to get this kill in time. I don't even think he can get the kill. Looks like Kirmi's winning this. The Valks, they're going for that Titan.
The Oni Warriors, a dominant game number 1. It was a 19-0 slugfest. Now a 19-14 kill for the Valhalla Valkyries in a game number 2 going their way to take us now to game number 3 for the Valks.
Yeah, Gamma played that so well as well. There was not too many beads that he had to go through. He was able to just pull the tanks into the fields of love while he was doing enough damage to threaten the front line as much as possible. And then, I mean, we highlighted it time and time again. The double Rad Tosker getting to the carries. Despite that one fumble underneath the Phoenix where it seemed like BennyQ jumped onto the full health circle of protection, they got the bird. They were able to use the Chernbog ult to get back from base of the Fire Giant fight and just clean that one up.
I mean, just clean team fighting around the board, at least for the Valhalla Valkyries. That nets them game number 2, and also gets them a friend in Myth and a fan of Myth at the very least here. We'll take it over to game number 3 right after this break.
The Valhalla Valkyries, in 8 straight sets prior to this, have been 2-0'd by their opponents. It has been 8 sets since the Valks have gotten a singular game win in one of their sets.
16 games.
And they've broken that streak now. They send us to a game 3 up against the Oni Warriors. And honestly, come team fight time, it was a convincing performance. I thought the Oni Warriors had their footing in this game. If there was the big effective trade by the Warriors around the Warriors red buff, I thought that was going to be enough. But the way the Valkyries drafted gave them the ability to get active, to team fight, and set up the necessary players on that team to find a win.
Yeah, I really like how they allocated the pressure of their composition, the Valhalla Valkyries, that is. I'd call for, hey, just find a lane that you want to play through. The Valkyries chose duo lane. They got a very high kill pressure duo between Cupid and Jing Shen, and they put Kirmi on a god that could get active from about anywhere on the map. The global presence from Kirmi, I think, made him look much different, was able to get over towards that duo, affects first blood, rotates back through a couple of times, make sure even when the Morgan was struggling in lane, if she was receiving pressure, Kirmi was there and ready to get up into the air and peel out for his teammate. I think the Valkyries did a very, very good job with their composition this time around, and I want to see exactly that again. Play through these side lanes. Put Aqua on something that could just hold his own and AFK in the lane and soak up that farm, and then have you play through your veteran duo with Wowie. Have Kirmi get something that he could just participate in consistently. because the Valkyries legitimately just do look different. It was an all-in style of composition. Very often it was a global transformation from Benny, usually into the Ratatasker, dives the back line. If it worked out for Benny, phenomenal. If it didn't, Kirmi was there, and he made it work
look at
himself.
This. Double dive.
Just clean stuff. And it's similar to what we had seen from the Scarabs up against the Camelot Kings. If you're not able to win out on neutral farm, you win out by dragging the enemy team into your own pace of game.
Right.
And in a mud battle, the Valkyries have more experience than the Oni Warriors.
Absolutely. And you know, it's been far from Kirmi's fault that the Valks have had their struggles. But I'm echoing a thought that I had during picks and bans for game 2, where it's been only Nem and Erlang Shen. It's been only those 2 picks. Giving Kirmi something through the ultimate that just makes diving unavoidable, right? I think was a good look. Inevitable, right? Arrives all the same. And Kirmi just really impressed me here this game. Wowie did as well, because Wowie has not been immune to criticism from us and the dual lane in general for the Valhalla Valkyries. Has had a tough time getting the pace set for this team. And the Cupid looked fantastic. Again, yes, a lot of help from Kirmi getting that lane going, but when the ball is served to you and you're able to hit it, get your team a run, that's exactly what Wowie's able to do here. And so I love the way the Valkyries have played now. Now to me, we have to be realistic on 2 fronts, because for the Valks, what we've been preaching is small wins, little things here and there. Getting a win up against the Oni Warriors, that's a victory for this team, and I think they'll see it as such as well. But on the flip side, what I would hate to see now is a regression back to game 1, where the Oni Warriors staggered a bit, they recenter themselves, and just blow out the Valks here in game 3. If the Valks lose here in game 3, I at least want it to be a competitive loss. You know, I don't want to see a regression.
They can't get blanks again.
Right, I don't want to see a blanking like we saw in game 1. Play off of what you just did in game 2.
Just build upon it. There are other solutions. If the Oni Warriors so choose, could ban the Ratatasker, and they do. I think they're right to do it. That was the keystone of the Valk's composition. Kirmi top damage, getting involved everywhere on the map. Make sure that every bit of aggression was rooted through him. But there are other ways for Kirmi to do that exact same thing. Global presence is not exclusive to Ratatasker, and I think that's what made it work for him, was the ability to get global. Thor is an answer. Thanatos is an answer.
Right.
The ability to just rotate throughout the map and have your presence be something the Oni Warriors need to concern themselves with at every single turn. Is Thor worse than Rat right now? Yes. Is Thanatos harder to perform on than Rat is? Absolutely. But I think just finding that key that worked for you is still replicatable, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Valks look towards something like that. That's not to say that he can't go back towards his standards like Erlang Shen and Nemesis, but I don't think I want to see that.
It made unlocking the potential of that comp just easier for Kirmi, right? Easier to execute when you can just dunk into the back line, and that's it. Your gank is using your ult and getting in there. Kirmi absolutely capable on the Erlang Shens, the Nemesis, but taking away something that worked in game 2, maybe moving it to game 3 is what the Valkyries are mindful of here. Oni Warriors are as well. The Morgan was the first overall pick for Benny Q, matching, one Ratatasker is annoying enough. The double dunk from the damage Ratatasker, just too much for the Oni Warrior, so the Morgan at least will get taken away. And that does make the Valks have to think now, what are we willing to pick for ourselves? Yes. But also give the Oni Warriors come team fight time.
You know, I'm glad the Morgan is still a topic of conversation. For Dardes, of course, one that he is very capable of playing. I did want to point out that Benny goes for a strange build. Not often we see the Morgan missing 2 core items. Magi seems to just be blanket statement needed on the Morgan to close that gap, and Polynomicon to shore up that burst damage. He elects to go for neither. Instead, I feel like the majority of Benny's contribution in game 2 was just in that transform. I expect to see a bit more from the Oni Warriors Morgan in base stance. Of course, you could still get active, transform into Osiris and be that menace in the back line, or transform into a Nemesis or a Chernobog and get active on the map. Right. But as far as playing the Morgan herself, I expect more from Dardes than I did from Benny in the previous match. Osiris and Chernobog for the Valkyries as their top 2 selection. Osiris likely headed for the jungle. Mannequin Scepter can get involved early on. Will be a little bit more difficult for him to get involved in that duo lane in particular. Just that global presence makes everything so much easier, especially on that side of the map. But still can go towards Blink, has a decent matchup into the Morgan. Tether chases down the stealth. Mannequin Scepter makes sure that she can
Only Warriors are. You can
Finding that was with
Thor
was make sure
things here and there. Getting a win up against the Oni Warriors, that's a victory for this team, and I think they'll see it as such as well. But on the flip side, what I would hate to see now is a regression back to game one, where the Oni Warriors staggered a bit, they recenter themselves, and just blow out the Valks here in game three. If the Valks lose here in game three, I at least want it to be a competitive loss. You know, I don't want to see a regression.
they can't get blanks again.
Right, I don't want to see a blanking like we saw in game one. Play off of what you just did in game two.
Just build upon it. There are other solutions. If the Oni Warriors so choose, could ban the Ratatasker, and they do. I think they're right to do it. That was the keystone of the Valk's composition. Kirmi top damage, getting involved everywhere on the map. Make sure that every bit of aggression was rooted through him. But there are other ways for Kirmi to do that exact same thing. Global presence is not exclusive to Ratatasker, and I think that's what made it work for him, was the ability to get global. Thor is an answer. Thanatos is an answer.
Right.
The ability to just rotate throughout the map and have your presence be something the Oni Warriors need to concern themselves with at every single turn. Is Thor worse than Rat right now? Yes. Is Thanatos harder to perform on than Rat is? Absolutely. But I think just finding that key that worked for you is still replicatable, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Valks look towards something like that. That's not to say that he can't go back towards his standards like Erlong Shen and Nemesis, but I don't think I want to see that.
It made unlocking the potential of that comp just easier for Kirmi, right? Easier to execute when you can just dunk into the back line and that's it. Your gank is using your ult and getting in there. Kirmi absolutely capable on the Erlong Shens, the Nemesis, but taking away something that worked in game two, maybe moving it to game three is what the Valkyries are mindful of here. Oni Warriors are as well. The Morgan was the first overall pick for Benny Q, matching, one Ratatasker is annoying enough. The double dunk from the damage Ratatasker, just too much for the Oni Warrior, so the Morgan at least will get taken away. And that does make the Valks have to think now, what are we willing to pick for ourselves? Yes, but also give the Oni Warriors come team fight time.
You know, I'm glad the Morgan is still a topic of conversation. For Dardes, of course, one that he is very capable of playing. I did want to point out that Benny goes for a strange build. Not often we see the Morgan missing two core items. Magi seems to just be blanket statement needed on the Morgan to close that gap, and Polynomicon to shore up that burst damage. He elects to go for neither. Instead, I feel like the majority of Benny's contribution in game two was just in that transform. I expect to see a bit more from the Oni Warriors Morgan in base stance. Of course, you could still get active, transform into Osiris and be that menace in the back line, or transform into a Nemesis or a Chernobog and get active on the map. Right. But as far as playing the Morgan herself, I expect more from Dardes than I did from Benny in the previous match. Osiris and Chernobog for the Valkyries as their top two selection. Osiris likely headed for the jungle. Mannequin Scepter can get involved early on. Will be a little bit more difficult for him to get involved in that duo lane in particular. Just that global presence makes everything so much easier, especially on that side of the map. But still can go towards Blink, has a decent matchup into the Morgan. Tether chases down the stealth. Mannequin Scepter makes sure that she can never really stealth. That dot damage will knock her out of it pretty quickly as well. But the downside being, now Osiris more telegraphed in his initiation. Blinks in, he's going to hit the first guy he sees regardless. Doesn't have much dive outside of that. I mean, you could use the ultimate to go in further, but that's also your primary escape tool. And when your damage is single target, makes it pretty easy for the Capri to figure out who he's going to revive.
Yep, like the Valks though, going back to this Cupid, but again, it's facilitating it now, but still unique in their composition. The Osiris, the Chernobog, and the Cupid. So one of those will go mid, one of those will go duo. Could also see Chern solo. That's something teams across the league have played a bit here as well. And so options abound for the Valhalla Valkyries moving in to game number 3 here. Whereas it looks like the Oni Warriors a bit more standard in their drafting. Gonna take away the Ganesh and the Ardio. Ardio stuck around, so that's the Oni Warriors maybe feeling like Kirmi would be on this Osiris. And then Kabrakan for the Valkyries. Looks like aggression might be the name of the game here for the Valksmith. Don't have that same, outside of Chernobog, of course, that same, jungle semi-global presence. Chernobog will be able to rotate into fights, but do have a lot of in-your-face, blink in, stun you down, wall you down type of play.
Surprised the Valks don't ban out Cthulhu. I just feel like Soul Laner still available to the Oni Warriors. Double Cthulhu composition, just incredibly hard to deal with in general, but with a double Hunter draft, you've got decent answers. Kin size from the Osiris, from the Chernobog, and the Cupid might make it a little bit more difficult for Cthulhu to separate some of these team fights, even into the Kabrakan. The ability to just kind of like wall them out, lock them down might make it difficult. So the Valks, I suppose, saying, hey, look, our draft is okay into double Cthulhu, maybe good enough that the Oni Warriors won't even consider it for themselves. It is strange, though, seeing the double Hunter composition from the Valkyries. I think anytime a Cupid is locked in for this team, you could just pretty accurately assume that it's going to go over towards Wowie, one of his favorites, one that he had been playing before Cupid was being picked by anybody else in the league. Now that he's good, expect to see Wowie playing it a lot more often. Chernobog, though, could be going solo, could be going mid. That would leave Osiris in the jungle, Kabrakan over in that support. I would like to see Kabrakan in support regardless. High kill pressure lane for the Valkyries with this Cupid was one of the win conditions in Game 2, so being able to reprise that style of play in Game 3, I think integral to the Valkyries win con. But lacking a standard mage can hurt you a whole lot in some of these team fights, and lacking an AoE damage against a
Are you
Khepri
that
can make it pretty
impatient for
difficult
your
as well.
death?
If you could see Chernobog, solo, Osiris, jungle, Cupid ADC, Kabrakan mid, could be an option for Benny Q.
You think Benny's got that Shinto in him?
He might. He played Terra mid earlier on in this set.
And it was good.
Yeah. Yeah, and we have seen Benny Q on the Kabrakan in the past, so I'm not throwing that out. I think there are a variety of options here for the Valhalla Valkyries. Now, more unique styles of picks for the Oni Warriors. Rom has not seen a lot of play. Kleedna had seen a lot of play in the past, but has not as of late. Looks like Kleedna will end up being the solo lane pick for Nika, the nemesis over in the jungle. And so you got a lot of high target damage here if you're the Oni Warriors. And the Chang'e lock in. So let's take this draft on a whole myth, because you're clearly confused by where everything's going here, and I am as well.
It's got to be Chang'e mid.
Got to be Chang'e mid.
Kabrakan support.
Kabrakan support with Cupid, Osiris jungle, Chernobog solo.
I mean, Chang'e's been in the solo in the past. Divios in particular is one that really liked that god. I suppose it comes down to matchup. Do you prefer to have your Chernobog up against Kleedna, or would you prefer to have your Chang'e there?
Yeah.
I don't think that either one of them has got a particularly strong matchup there. It's more survivable, likely going to be that Chang'e. So if you're worried about just getting absolutely dominating the lane, maybe you see her over there. Chernobog, certainly no stranger to finding some pressure in mid. I think either one of these two, Chang'e or Chernobog, would find pressure against the Morgan. Not many gods going to lose out to her in just that mid 1v1. So I think the Valkyries don't have to concern themselves too much in that regard, but it's high execution.
Right, high execution, and back to just total unique god picks, right? Where it felt like in Game 2, the Valks changed their play style a bit. They play around the semi-global presence of Kiermi. They have the transformations from Benny Q, but all of the gods they picked in Game 2 were standard meta-style gods, just gave themselves an easier execution style of comp. Are you at all worried that the Valks have now reverted their mindset to what happened in Game 1, where you're throwing out something totally unique as far as pick and potentially roll that Chang'e we never see? Are you worried that the Valks could be under threat of what happened in Game 1 again?
Feels like a half step back. They're not all the way wild. You know, this is a draft that I could see working out and makes sense to me. Like the Terra mid is just a complete question mark.
Yeah, right.
Not exactly sure how that's going to work out in those team fights, and it didn't. But with this composition, I mean, the team fight should just be fine. You've got decent healing, anti-heal to deal with, some of this lifesteal from the Kleedna, from the Rom as well. I think the Valkyries have got themselves a draft that can work, but when I say that about the Valkyries, it's not as if I'm saying that when the Leviathans are doing something a little bit different, or when the Bolts are doing something different. The Valkyries do not have my benefit of the doubt. I want to see them playing standard. I want to see them playing something that execution isn't a massive question mark on it. When you go for unorthodox compositions, execution is the most important thing that you could have. And they are not consistent in that regard. So my concern is with the Valkyries. Can they perform on this style of draft? How are they going to transition in the mid-game? What does your objective team fight look like? How are you securing them? What's the burn going to be? How are you going to get to the point where you can actually be the ones pulling these objectives? Those are all questions I have for the Valkyries that they are going to have to answer with a draft like this. Whereas the Oni Warriors, the favorite in this matchup, I don't have questions for their draft.
Right.
It is largely standard across the board. Maybe some slight question marks, but certainly things that we've seen in the past. the Valkyries are going to have to prove themselves here.
Game 3 between the Oni Warriors and the Valkyries. Can the Valkyries find their first set win of the phase? High importance Game 3 kicking off right now.
And it's going to be an important Game 3, and luckily you got Trelly and myself, two dads on vacation, casting a Game 3 of the Valhalla Valkyries versus the Oni Warriors. Can they find that first set win of phase number 2? An important question that they are going to have to answer for us today. And we're talking about weird kind of picks that the Valkyries like going for, doing things a little bit more unorthodox. Well, it's been not like we haven't seen Chernobog mid before. We haven't seen very much Chang'e in general, and Aquarius is going to be the one piling that one, Trelly.
Yeah, given the mid-season patch, I thought we might see an influx of Chang'e. I thought the itemization fit her decently well. The question is always, you know, how much are you going to get camped? Are you going to have any sort of pressure in that lane? You know, Chang'e is one of those characters that falls behind quite easily. You really rely on your blue buff. You can, of course, use the bunny to get you some mana pots if you're getting invaded, things like that, but you really want to keep all of your farm to yourself, and you don't farm very quickly. If you're going to itemize into hybrid build, you don't really do that much damage. If you go full damage, you don't really survive too much, but I think this patch might be decent for her. I was thinking more so in the mid lane. We'll have to see how Aquarius decides to build. Could be a Warlock stash start, but given the Conduit gem, maybe a sort of hybrid build could be the case. But given the fact that we're seeing Chang'e, it's also odd that I even have to highlight this. Nika on the Kleena, a pick that has fallen by the wayside. She got nerfed a fair bit, and no one's really been touching her since then. But Nika's always had a great performance on this Kleena when she was in favor, so I imagine has still been testing her and thinks she still has some value.
Maybe so, and again, something we probably don't ever really get to highlight or discuss is kind of that solo lane matchup between these two. I mean, the Assassin Kleena going for a little bit more sustain in the route, Chang'e having the natural sustain to her kid. I mean, how does that solo lane matchup kind of pan out, Trelly?
I mean, I imagine Aqua wants the Divine, because at that point, if you ever hit Nika with the heal, you just have literally Nika's not healing. Like, it's just not going to happen. He's going to get no sort of value. The issue is, though, you have to close that gap and get within, like, melee range of a Kleena as Chang'e. So unless we see Kirmi in the distance or some excellent ward coverage or Cubo Fred on, like, the opposite side of the map, I don't think Aqua's going to have that benefit of just being able to sit up right next to Nika throughout this lane. However, in the early game, with that Conduit gem, Aquarius is out-pressuring this Kleena, as he probably should as the time goes on.
And not really the best wave clear options for a Kleena until around that level 5 mark when you get those charges of the ultimate up there. And then you can kind of freely clear out. So for now, maybe we can expect to continue to see Aquarius keeping that pressure up. Just like we've been seeing pressure in the dual lane. Gamma, Wowie both go in. Heart Bomb hits Neil Ma. Vote is stuck inside the Tremors. Will roll out.
Wow.
The wave clear will still at least go over to the Valkyries just because they've been able to keep the Oni Warriors out pressure in duo. And this is something that that Myth was talking about on the desk, was wanting to see that Kabrakan and duo to get that pressure. And it will be a blue buff invade successful to the Valhalla Valkyries.
Yeah, it just seemed like, you know, Gamma hits the double stun. Wow, he was on board with I'm going to Heart Bomb Neil, and it seemed like Gamma really wanted to use those stuns on the Vote, so split up their DPS a bit there. I don't think a kill would have came through, but it's possible that Vote would have had to beads and dash out, or at least take a little bit more damage as that lane went on. But not going to be the case, and will just be a purple buff confirmed for both sides. So really the only aggression that we've seen thus far is that invade onto the blue buff that the Valkyries were able to confirm. So that's why we're seeing a little bit of gold in favor for the Valkyries. They were able to take away that buff from Kleena. Nika obviously doesn't have the teleport, so he's going to be sitting in lane for quite some time and not going to be able to finish that Soul Eater. And it's going to start to add up. You want to make sure you're confirming those Totem of Kus, which the Valks were able to do as well. So holding on to his abilities, whenever you're getting out pressure like this in Soul Lane, your mana is everything. So Nika's not going to be using those abilities for poke. It's only going to be for last-hitting minions and trying to get as much farm as possible.
Man, it might be hard with how much pressure Aquarius has put through the early stage of the game on this Chang'e. And now at that level 5, that's an immense immediate threat thrown towards any one of these team fights. But as you can see, Nika just does not have the damage
Oh man,
to
even
even
the
clear
wave.
out, to not even deal the damage to the wave. And as you highlight there, with Aquarius healing the wave, adding insult to injury.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Chang'e never has to back, right? Aquarius can just consistently sustain as long as he's getting Totem of Coup control, has his own blue buff. He can just send the bunny back for Warlock Sash. Nika's gonna have to leave eventually, and when he does, he's missing a full wave, like guaranteed. As long as Aquarius is doing what he has been doing and just getting so much pressure in this lane. See, out of mana right now. And now Aqua can ult him, keep him around as long as he wants, make sure that this next blue buff gets invaded as well. Looking at where Kirmi is, though, don't think that's going to be an option. Kirmi's more so looking at the duo lane gank, and he's going to leave that blue buff alone for Cuvo to go look at.
And this is where Kirmi put his pressure in game number 2 and was able to at least net the Valkyries some sort of a lead there. But Aquarius, as a solo Chang'e, not having his teammate there means that that blue buff will get to go over to Nika this time, so he won't have to suffer at least for the next couple of minutes on that mana sustain.
Yeah, I think that would have been... You could guarantee that Nika misses a full wave if Kirmi makes it to that blue buff. Now he's going to be able to get that buff and stay back, and Aqua has to run to his blue buff to get that XP. So I think a bit of a misplay there by the Valks. However, I understand where Kirmi's head's at. Level 4, you know, Neilma doesn't have the ultimate yet. We could possibly look for a kill in duo. Unfortunately for Kirmi, the Warriors maybe weren't onto the gank. Maybe they weren't aware of that gank presence, but they had to know at least, hey, we can't push up anyways. We're level 4. There's no kill potential. No reason for us to step out of this tower line. So Kirmi wastes a little bit of that early pressure and just kind of sits around. It's not going to be the biggest deal in the world because the Valks still have a fair gold lead here throughout the map. I think that's just by nature of the Warriors' composition, right? Rama doesn't come online for quite some time. Neil is not going to get aggressive, so that duo lane is just sitting under tower. Dardes, he's going to be staying relatively even, but that's pretty much what mid laners do. And Osiris just wants to get active in the mid, and we've seen that Nika has not been able to clear like any of these waves until he finally got those veils unlocked.
Doug, can we get a look at the net worth chart just to kind of see what it's looking like in the soul lane? 41 to 33. 800 of that gold that the Valkyries have in the lead is just through that solo lane alone. The amount of waves that Nika has had
And your tower throughout the map. I think that's just by nature of the Warriors' composition, right? Rama doesn't come online for quite some time. Neil is not going to get aggressive, so that duo lane is just sitting under tower. Dardes, he's going to be staying relatively even, but that's pretty much what mid laners do. And Osiris just wants to get active in the mid, and we've seen that Nika has not been able to clear like any of these waves until he finally got those veils unlocked.
Doug, can we get a look at the net worth chart just to kind of see what it's looking like in the soul lane? 41 to 33. 800 of that gold that the Valkyries have in the lead is just through that solo lane alone. The amount of waves that Nika has had pushed under his tower.
And that was one blue buff invade.
Yeah, that was off of the one invade, but even just that early pressure that Chang'e has been having, it seems that Nika has just not been having the most successful time being able to get some of that extra farm. Now that he does have that soul leader online stacking up, might be a little bit easier for him to keep alive in that lane.
Yeah, and once you get your ultimate as well, you don't really have to use your abilities on the wave anymore. You essentially just throw a veil out, wait, maybe you throw your one if you really need to clean up the rest of the stacks. It's going to be not that much of an issue. But I think the whole plan for the Valks was to get Aqua this early lead and then sort of let him be on an island, because we haven't seen Kirmi over here except to confirm that blue buff. And then he heads right back over to duo lane time and time again. That's where Kirmi's sitting at the moment. But now he looks like he's more so interested in these oracles. Gamma's here as well, just looking to see if he could possibly wall off Vote. It looks like he might have a chance. Nope, he just watched him.
Nope.
he just sort of watched him go.
that was a and it's gone kind of a moment there. It's like, all right, he's got an opportunity to wall him, and it's gone. No more wall. No chance to grab him this time around. Maybe a chance to pick up Aquarius, though. Still holding on to that immunity. We'll use it as Cubo Fred dives under the tower. And Ulton from Dardes will actually get away from the waxing moon. Aquarius walks out of the tower, walks back in, and will heal himself up. Cubo Fred gets hit by the tower, but it's Nika who will find first blood. A dunk in from Kirmi to try and return it. Good stun out of Dardes, but the tether will lock down Nika. Return kill for the Valkyries. And a beads out of Dardes, thinking Kirmi was going to go further.
I'm surprised that Kirmi didn't go further. You have the Mana Conceptor tick. You're guaranteed to make sure that Dardes doesn't get that invis off. So I think the chase could have been there. I think Dardes was smart to beats that one. Cuvo, unfortunately for the Valks, is going to steal that blue buff away. So Kirmi's not going to get the XP, and Aqua's not going to get to pick that one up. That was one of those ganks that just took forever. And I was looking up, and I was like, where's the rest of the Valks? You know, when's Benny Q going to show up? Anyone else going to join this fight? And it just didn't happen. Obviously, Kirmi gets in for the re-gank, but if anyone rotated there a little bit earlier, that could have been a wipe. It just took so long to try and find that kill onto Aquarius. Cuvo blinks through the tower and then runs out the back through blue buff. So just a lot of presence over on that side of the map, and it didn't seem like the Valks could get there in time.
Yeah, Aquarius able to buy quite a bit of time. I think got 2 heals off during the midst of that fight. The ultimate was just off the mark from hitting Dardas as soon as he had landed down from that Morgan transformation. They just bought as much as he could, enough to where Kimi was able to come over and at least make it a 1-for-1 trade out, but the first blood bounty going over to the Warriors. Snipes decent from Vote, but not enough damage to kill. Wow, he's just getting some poke over on the Cupid. And looking at the gold lead, the Valkyries, even despite dropping the first blood, they're still sitting up 2,500 over the Warriors. Ultimate good on the Cubo Fred to lock out one path, but with Neil Ma here, no further push in from the Valkyries.
Yeah, it seems like the plan there was to just ult for ult, wowie for Vote, get that ult down, and then Kirmi runs it down duo lane, but Vote's onto that and was able to get out. Then Gamma said, hey, I've got an opportunity to try and kill Cubo here, but unfortunately Neil Ma's here, Scarab's Blessing, we don't want to go for that, so the ult immediately just gets called off. So some ults are being used, some punches are being thrown, but nothing landing at the moment, just really just damage checking. But the gold lead, always in favor of the Valks as of recent. They've just been able to find so much farm as this game has continued. I love the positioning from Gamma, sitting around mid lane. Dardes obviously had the beads in that last fight, so any time that he's caught up just a little bit too far, you get to force that transformation out or look for a kill opportunity.
Something that's caught my eye, Trelly, is Vote didn't go for a stacking item first. Didn't pick up Transcendence like we've seen from the Hunters. Didn't go Devourers, Gauntlets, or even skipping to Blood Force like we've seen with some gods like Jing Wei. What's up with this Kinsai's first item out of Vote?
I have to imagine this is going to be full pen attack speed. Just Death's, not even Death's Embrace. He could go Death's Temper really easily with the attack speed from Rama. Throw an Odio in there could be a good time. I'm imagining Vote doesn't want to fight. That's what that build tells me. He's going to sit at that tower line, as we've seen, trade ult for ult every time for Wowie. Hopefully Neil Ma's there to help out if Kirmi ever sniffs out a gank and sit underneath that tower and hard carry the game away. That seems to be the plan here. When you're picking a character like Rama in a meta like this, you're not building Transcendence. You're building to fully shred these tanks late game, and I like the mindset. It just does take a bit before you can start getting aggressive with a build like that.
Man, the Valkyries just keep slowly uptrending on their gold. I mean, sitting 2,700 now up, and I gotta imagine a lot of this is just coming from this solo lane more than anything. 7 Totem Akus have gone the way of Aquarius, and maybe a kill their way as well. Nika makes it into the wall, but where will he try and find his escape? There's only Gamma there. Gamma has the ultimate, but gets stopped by Neil Ma. Great pull, and now to turn on to Aquarius. Cubo Fred doesn't go any further than that. Benny Q spots out Nika, but gets silenced out from being able to close out the root combo. Great play from Neil to stop that one in its tracks, though.
Yeah, that was so sick by Neil, making sure that those walls were not able to block off Nika. The blue buff goes down as well, so some aggression from the Valks, rightfully so. They're trying to find that kill potential. And it looks like Cubo is going to make it out as well, so Gamma's not getting to drop these walls. He really would love to. He keeps trying to find it, and it looks like the portal, or the Pyromancer rather, is getting started up as Neil, the whole squad is here. They're just going for this.
I mean, this is a 4v4 around the Pyromancer. The Oni Warriors will pick it back up. Gamma can try and go for the wall this time, but instead will turn around, drop the Tremors, gets the stun on towards Dardes, drops the walls on Dardes. That's half HP on the Morrigan, and a little bit more with the 2 immediately after. But the Valkyries will give up the chase on one, maybe start the chase on Neil Ma instead. Dash gets him away from the tether. Nika has shown up and gets the Invis proc on towards Kirmi. But the Valkyries, they gave up the Pyro instead, now just had to elect towards an even smaller consolation prize of Mid-Harpies.
Yeah, I don't envy the position that Cubo Fred is in at the moment. There is just so much CC to try and catch this Nemesis out as the Valks start up the Pyromancer once again. This time only Nika will be able to make it in time, and not even so. He's just too slow at this point. The Pyromancer goes down, and the Valks climb ahead. Even more gold. I think definitely smart. The Oni Warriors, I don't think their fight at the moment is that great. Again, I was just talking about Cubo, the Nemesis into a matchup like this where Kirmi's probably always outboxing you. You know, Benny Q can just hide in the wall anytime you want to get aggressive. And, of course, Gamma is always going to be there. Just have CC. At level 12, of course, it gets a little bit better. You get some beads online. You get some CC immunity. The only time we saw some aggression from Cubo was onto Aquarius. But looking at a level 13 Chang'e who just got a shell, you're eating a waxing moon and the gank is essentially over. So I think it's smart to just say, hey, let's dial it back a bit. If they're on Gold Fury, we fight. Anything else, we're giving that Pyromancer up. Like maybe Nika's able to throw something and try and go for the steal. Even slow to that at that point. So let the Valks run away with the early, but eventually at this Gold Fury, that's when they're going to have to fight. And the Valks are probably happy to force that.
Yeah, Wowie level 13. Should be getting close to hitting level 14. Just about everybody. Yeah, it's just down to 14 now. So just about everybody on the Valkyries, aside from Aquarius, is either at least a half to one level ahead of their opposition. And that's why we don't see the experience, at least as far as the grab's concerned, that's too out of control. Neilma finds the grab on Kiermi. Kiermi waiting for the stun from the tether. Another stun from Gamma. The Tremor's in a heart bomb. Neilma has nowhere to go. We'll have to use the Scarab's Blessing on himself. The Tremors still lock him in, and Benny Q comes in just to add insult to injury. Another kill for the Valhalla Valkyries, this time on their mid laner.
I mean, that was even sick by Kiermi. I figured, he's going to blink in, force out the jump, but because he was, invisible at that point and can traverse through Neilma, goes in front and actually catches the dash, make sure that he's not able to escape. No reason to even use the rest of your relics. The sprint gets held on to because Neilma was definitely dead there, even after the Scarab's Blessing. It was just not enough. The question is, will the Valks feel confident enough to go for this Gold Fury? It looks like not. They're just going to go back to farming and continue pushing this lead ahead. Only the second kill of the game for the Valks, but that gold lead, or looking at that gold lead, you wouldn't be able to tell. 4 kills, just phenomenal objective play, looking at their invades exactly when they need to, and pushing their aggression exactly where they know they can.
I mean, they were sitting up, what was it, 1,500 before First Blood even went down. The Valkyries have just been finding more farm across the map. 9 Totem of Coups to 1 means a pretty nice little gold spike just from that neutral objective alone. The Valkyries have just been farming better. Even in this dual lane, we're sitting about 1,000 gold up over his opponent here. I mean, not a whole lot really comes over of the dual lane. Just Wowie, I guess, forcing minions under the tower, maybe getting a couple extra camps here and there?
Yeah, Wowie's been starving a bit. I think whenever they trade ults, Wowie just sits there and says, step up. And, we've seen Kiermi hovering around that jungle a fair bit, so I think Vote is very aware of this and is saying, you know what, I've got the better late game, or at least, assumes he's got the better late game and is going to play better as the build gets online, which, that's not even a hot take. Rama does have a great late game, so just not too worried about it, not going to step up to get some farm. The build is coming along, has the kin size and the executioner, so that's going to help the rest of the DPS of the Oni Warriors when they do start to group up. But yeah, Wowie's just been able to find tons of pressure in that lane because of that fact.
We do see Nika going for a glass cannon style of clean up build. And if I'm not mistaken, that's something that the solo laners this past week were saying, is that Kleena doesn't do as much damage when you go for that bruiser style anymore, so it feels like you've got to commit maybe a bit more towards damage to get that same level of power spike that we had before on that god. It seems that at least that sentiment is echoed by Nika, at least the way his build is going.
Yeah, something along the lines of you can't go Genji's Guard Breastplate Heartseeker and just 1v1 carries anymore, but with this style of build, you certainly can. You just have to watch out for the amount of CC that can come your way and, avoid that in the walls as you can. Looking at the late game fight, an ult from Aquarius could spell disaster. You got to watch out for Benny Q being able to dive the backline, as he sort of was last game. He was Ratatosker, or he was the Morgan, but as a Ratatosker was able to get to the backline. Chernobog from ahead can do the same thing, can play as a pseudo-assassin, just fly to the backline as quickly as possible and just try and find those kills. Benny Q did go for the Rage and has a stack on it currently, but hasn't been able to find too much value out of this item since then. Really just building for that late game, going into the Wind Demon after the fact, try and get some crit online. And it looks like the Valks are going to group in mid on this Trebuchet.
5-man mid for a Trebuchet tier 1 push for the Warriors, and Vote on the way. But it's just going to be a slow poke. I mean, not much that the Warriors can really do to stop this one. They can't step up to the Trebuchet. They definitely don't want to try and step into the Valkyries. Double root is good from Neil, but this Trebuchet is going to get max value. Be able to push out a tier 1 tower for free. 2 more shots ought to do it. Nika will try and slow it down. He's doing everything he can with that veil, but one more hit from the Trebuchet will take down the tier 1 tower. It will crumble to the might of the neutral objective the Valkyries have been able to get consistently so far. I mean, almost every single time that we've looked at the Valkyries in this set, they've been the ones getting these Trebuchets.
Yeah, they have been able to get
and
that.
Pyro.
Yeah, and they got Pyromancer as well, so that's going to help them out. I love that you can make that play, though. 5-man group around the Trebuchet and say, hey, step up, kill it. And the Warriors were like, well, we're scared. And it's like, all right, well, then we're going to get your tower. We're going to continue to a 5K gold lead. Notably, the Valks have a 5K gold lead, and they have not stepped foot near the Gold Fury. I mean, not even really towards duo lane. They looked at that kill on Neilma, which is more so towards the green buff. It was very far in to the Oni Warriors jungle. But besides that, the Valks have not been, really forcing anything on the left side of the map. They've been playing their lead as well as they can. Benny Q's level 18, by the way. This Chernobog has been just power farming, trying to get as online as you can and press that lead. But still, also without looking at that gold fury. I mean, it has not even been pulled at this point.
No, not teased at all. Barely even. The only thing the closest we've gotten to seeing the gold fury has been oracles going down, and maybe for the next couple of minutes it might remain that same way. Actually trying to starve vote out of a wave are the Valkyries. Not gonna be able to do too much there. That passive gamma coming through to help out, but
it's a pull.
Gold Fury started up now by the Valkyries. Everybody but Aquarius here to try and start this one up, and Neilma not gonna find the steal this time around. A little late on that Solar Flare to steal it away. Valhalla Valkyries get a Gold Fury and push that lead again. 7,000 gold, 19 minutes in, and with only 3 kills, BennyQ ults into the mid lane, gets stuck from his dash. BennyQ now in danger, but Cubo Fred cannot stick around for much longer. Benny goes down to the might of Dardes. Nika standing at the front line, but now Kirmi has shown back up. The Aegis will not buy enough time for Nika, but the ultimate from Neil will get him out. Cubo Fred got caught on the wrong side of the field to love the shell, and his shield keeps him alive, but only for a moment longer. Wowie and Gamma close the gap and take down the jungler.
Yeah, Vote has ult, but wants to turn and fight this one. Doesn't have the beads, and he might have waited a little bit too long.
Nika's doing a lot of damage with that Veil. Up in the sky is Vote getting those snipes. Dardes goes down to Kirmi all the while on the right side of the map. And Wowie will not be able to close in to find Vote. Aquarius, not quite enough damage. 2 of them of the Oni Warriors go down for only 1 of the Valks.
Yeah, I mean, BennyQ tries to dash into the wall. A great stun there to make sure that he doesn't get into the wall. Double relics, he's not able to survive. And honestly, I think the Valks could have fought immediately after that Gold Fury if Kirmi wasn't the one tanking up that Gold Fury. Because he was so weak, they decide, you know what, we're not going to go for this. And then they fight after the fact, just losing the relics on BennyQ, and then so much extra gold in pocket. I mean, that's just a massive win there for the Valks. We saw some signs of life. We saw the build sort of start to take form here for Vote, and he is building kind of what I expected with the Silver Branch bow and the Odie bow. If he does go for the Death's Temper over the Death's Embrace, that'll just seal it. He's going for as max attack speed as you can, shredding through. But it's taking so long to get online. It's almost to the point where, you know, you sort of sat by the wayside for so long. You were really praying for that late game. Will you even get to the late game? You're down close to 8k gold at this point. The Valks haven't been looking at that Fire Giant, though, and actually we're seeing a grouping of the Oni Warriors towards that FG, just trying to get some vision down. And Aquarius might be in some trouble.
That's a lot of damage to the Chang'e. Not enough, though. Stun on the Cubo Fred. 2 Veils have to be used by Nika. The tower, not quite enough damage. Deal the killing blow. The Warriors find a pick up against the solo laner of the Valkyries, who's been one of the only ones going down so far in this game. Now we see a turn and burn. Kirmi used the ultimate onto Dardes. Transformation instantly. Nika coming back to the fight. Vote finds a kill up against Kirmi, but Cubo Fred is low. Ult from Neilma will at least make sure that he can get out. But a heart bomb lands onto Dardes, a D-transform, and then a sprint for Neilma to try and get him out. Vote goes up in the air for some snipes, but not going to find any ideal targets to find the landing. Instead, he lands right into the damage of BennyQ. Wowie dashes in aggressively. Heart bomb is on Vote, and Vote will go down, but Nika finds a trade around kill on towards Wowie. Now Nika the one in danger as BennyQ dashes into the wall and dashes into Nika.
Yeah, it looks like BennyQ is not going to be able to chase down Neil. Finally getting some value from this Chernobog pick, getting some stacks onto that Rage. He hit level 20. I was wondering, when's he going to get active? We saw Aquarius. The whole fight starts with Aquarius getting picked. BennyQ went up into the ultimate, but wasn't able to chase through. And then the Oni Warriors finally answer back and find a lot of picks there as well, but the Valks aren't going to roll over so easily. They still do have this massive boon in gold, and their fight is still going to be so solid as well. Taking a look at everything, just 7k in favor for the Valks, and it doesn't look like the Oni Warriors are going to use this time to pull any value from the
deal targets to find the landing. Instead, he lands right into the damage of BennyQ. Wowie dashes in aggressively. Heart bomb is on Vote, and Vote will go down, but Nika finds a trade around kill on towards Wowie. Now Nika the one in danger as BennyQ dashes into the wall and dashes into Nika.
Yeah, it looks like BennyQ is not going to be able to chase down Neil. Finally getting some value from this Chernobog pick, getting some stacks onto that Rage. He hit level 20. I was wondering, when's he going to get active? We saw Aquarius. The whole fight starts with Aquarius getting picked. BennyQ went up into the ultimate, but wasn't able to chase through. And then the Oni Warriors finally answer back and find a lot of picks there as well, but the Valks aren't going to roll over so easily. They still do have this massive boon in gold, and their fight is still going to be so solid as well. Taking a look at everything, just 7K in favor for the Valks, and it doesn't look like the Oni Warriors are going to use this time to pull anything because they're still down a man. And it looks like the Valks are heading towards that Fire Giant. So even though Wowie is dead for a couple more seconds, it looks like we're getting a pull attempt here because they got 2 ADCs.
Yeah, they do have that second Hunter with Benny. It started up, but immediately stopped, as they may have recognized that they're not putting out quite the damage number that they thought that they would. Instead, they'll trade for the Pyromancer. Neilmaw throws out the Rising Dawn, throws out the Root, and the Valkyries will secure the Pyro. The fact that I have to hold my breath.
Hey, that Rising Dawn will get you.
The fact I've got to hold my breath because we've seen 2 Rising Dawn steal objective steals, 1 Gold Fury, 1 Fire Giant, just goes to show that you never know what can happen in Smite. Neilmaw unsuccessful in stealing that one away, so Pyro did go over to the Valkyries. And look at that third item by Gamma, going for a little bit of damage into it. We've been seeing a lot of the Chronos Pendant from some of these supports, but Gamma going for an Ethereal Staff this time around.
Yeah, you gotta love seeing some damage Kabrakan, right? Because you're not gonna bring a Scarab's Blessing to the table. You know, you're not gonna have a res, but what you will have is a ton of CC. If you get to the carries, you're gonna be chunking, and Cubo Fred doesn't have the defense built just yet to want to eat the stuns from Gamma. So once that cloak comes through, it could be an option. But it looks like Fire Giant's getting absolutely shredded.
Under half HP, it's got to be a commit for the Valkyries. They do get the fire, but can they get the fight after? BennyQ has dashed away, feels a love drop on toward Neilmaw, and that's enough damage to take them down. Aquarius finds a pick against Nika, but Dardas transforms in to a Cupid of his own and is losing the crit matchup against BennyQ. Kirby finds another one, 4 down, and make it 5. All of the Warriors have been eliminated. It's the Valkyries with a fire and a deicide.
That looked like such a bad fight for the Valks, and then a Fields of Love into a Waxing Moon from Aquarius turn the kills. BennyQ hitting massive crits. This is the benefit of that fully stacked Rage. You have so much crit chance and so much DPS. The Valhalla Valkyries off the back of this deicide. Only Neilmaw's here, and this could be their first win of the whole game.
24 seconds till Cuvo is back up. Phoenix at a quarter HP. Kirby,
this is it.
Kirby's got to join the party. Neilmaw is here. He's got to hold out for 15 more seconds until Cuvo and Nika are back up. But the Valhalla Valkyries, after getting absolutely trounced in game number 1, have turned around at game number 2, have dominated a game number 3, and will find their first set win of the phase against the Oni Warriors.
Look at those player cams, man. I am feeling the same amount of happiness that Gamma is. He's absolutely popping off there in the player cams. What a greatly played game. I mean, we've been highlighting what the Valks had to do to turn their season around, right? Their early game was always solid, but the late game team fight, their ability to farm was always in question. This game, it was 2-1, and they had a 5K goalie. They were farming the map exactly how they needed to. They were pressuring the lanes where they knew they could find gold, starving out vote lane to lane, and then they played off those leads perfectly. This was a completely different Valks team in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, I'm not going to say it's what we've been seeing a lot of from the Valks, but that is maybe a little bit more up the scuff from what we've been seeing, at least from the Oni Warriors. Game number 2, completely different look out of the Valkyries. They go with a much more traditional style of team comp, a much more traditional play, and they play with the leads that they had built in some of those lanes out there, really farming up the duo. And then you get into game number 3, and as you say, and as you highlight it perfectly, farm game on point by the Valhalla Valkyries. I mean, 7,000 gold up with a 2-1 lead at like 16 minutes. Just feels unheard of for a team like this.
Yeah, there was a few fumbles there where it looked like the Oni Warriors were able to find some kills, but that last Fire Giant fight was all I needed to see, right? You get the objective, win the fight handedly after the fact. The DSI just, it spelled victory for them.
Well, the Valhalla Valkyries find their first set win of the phase, and a big one against the Oni Warriors. That's from us here on the cast. I'm gonna throw it to the desk before I mess this up anymore.
Appreciate it, J-Mac. The Valhalla Valkyries find themselves their first win of the phase, and it's convincing in both game 2 and game number 3. After game 1 goes the way it did, all bets are off, but the Valkyries bring it together. They try a couple different styles of compositions and beat the Oni Warriors in 3 games to improve themselves to a win there in the win column here in phase number 2, Myth. Look, we were unsure, right, with that style of comp. Are you doing too much? Is the execution threshold too high? Answer was no. They built up a gold lead somewhat passively, the Valkyries did. Were able to capitalize, find themselves a win.
Neutral play wins this game for the Valhalla Valkyries. Just being able to transition into the first actual team fight of the match with a massive gold lead was huge for these guys. Individual players step up in this one as well. I think when their backs were against the wall, 3-game set, we got to get our set win. Gamma comes up huge for this squad. That Bracken play, absolutely phenomenal. Kirmi on the Osiris getting active everywhere on the map as if he had global presence. Without it, just super big as well. Got to give as much shout-outs as I can to that duo lane. I think this is twice now in this set where they decide to play through the duo and just dominate there. Vote was not allowed to farm. Wowie was getting active on the map, dashing forward with the Cupid. When I talk about Wowie in the past and in their losses, I say, man, this is probably one of the most passive players I've ever seen. Not the case today. He was active.
It was a very competitive game, though, here in Game 3. Game 1, lopsided. Game 2 got to that point. Game 3, you know, again, it was sort of passive. We're 20 minutes in with like 4 kills, but if you take note of the gold lead all throughout this time, 2,000 gold for the Valks. Now, 3,500 gold for the Valks, like 4 minutes later with no more kills on board. Benny Q making use of those rotations. And I agree, the dual lane for the Valks really stepped up today. I think Kirmi in Game 2 had a fantastic Ratatosker performance, but a surge forward from a duo lane that has struggled in some of their past matchups, I think was an absolute strong point today. The Cupid looked great in Games 2 and 3 for Wowie. Ends up at 3-1 and 6. And I was unsure of the Chang'e solo, and Aquarius made it work.
He did. He survived a really long time for a lot of dives coming his way, which I gotta think is exactly what Aquarius had picked the Chang'e for, the Moonlit Waltz. Just so good in those scenarios. Bought time for Kirmi to rotate through. I'm thinking about a 3-man dive from the Oni Warriors that took upwards of a minute. Finally, Kirmi makes his way over, was able to turn around that fight. This time around, you can't say, hey, Benny Q carried the team. You can't say, man, Kirmi just had a phenomenal performance. This, perhaps for the first time, was a Valks win. The 5-man squad earned that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And so it's the small building blocks that the team has always talked about. We're working on small things. We're working on little things. The game wins will come. The set wins will come. Just in time for this Valhalla Valkyries team. A 3-game set comes up Valks over the Oni Warriors. And standing by with me for the post-game interview, Gamma, support of the team.
Thank you, Dolson.
Oh, Gamma, look, the player cams after that set said it all. You guys amped up, hyped up, grabbing yourselves a win. Is that just a feeling of payoff? You grab the set win and the emotions come out?
Oh boy, it felt good. I mean, if you can imagine after an 11-loss streak or something like that, boy, that was a weight off our shoulders for sure.
Well, look, Game 1, that's handedly for the Oni Warriors, but then 2 and 3, obviously, you guys win. What team adjustments did you guys make to kind of stabilize after Game 1 and get the heads right for Game 2?
A lot of it was in the draft, I think. Benny really advocated for some good ideas there.
Right.
And then I think when it came to in-game, we all just kind of, we calmed down, stopped overreacting to every little thing they did, and focused more on what we could do, and then it all kind of just came together there.
Look, I think one of the largest spearheads that you guys had today was your play, Wowie's play as well. The duo lane looked fantastic. Do you feel like today was a big step forward for the duo lane, one of the best performances you guys put in this phase?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely been some inconsistency, but you know, when the Whoopid comes into meta, you got to start looking out, right?
Is that patented? We're sticking
with it? That's the patented
Whoopid,
Whoopid,
We're sticking with the Whoopid. Gamma, so happy to see you guys back in the win column. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to more of it.
Thanks again.
Valhalla Valkyries in the win column here in Phase 2, and it's over the Oni Warriors, Myth. And I don't think it can be understated how good of a win this is for the Valkyries, because think back to the Scarab starting their couple of set win streak. That's over the Camelot Kings. Big win there. Valkyries, they now get a win over one of the top 3 teams here in this league, and it's convincing in a couple of games and in a couple of different avenues. Game 2, the semi-global presence of Kirmi helps springboard this team forward. Game 3, it's passive. Gold lead builds up, and then the team fighting just looks better. The Valhalla Valkyries, they improve themselves in the standings, and not the last that we're going to see of a couple of these teams here this weekend. The Valhalla Valkyries and the Oni Warriors will be playing a couple more sets here, or not a couple more, another set here later on in the weekend, and that will be tomorrow. The Tartarus Titans and the Valhalla Valkyries will be battling it out in our first set of the day on Sunday, and then the Oni Warriors Talk about a bounce-back game they have to have, Miff. They're going up against the Olympus Bolts to close out our week.
Yeah, not an easy week for the Oni Warriors and not off to a great start, but a veteran team that I expect to be able to bounce back and bring a great performance up against the Olympus Bolts. Valhalla Valkyries get to try and continue their trek up the standings, able to improve themselves by one. I'm impressed. Standing's not correct here. All right, we're going to put some respect on them. Put a 1 in. I know we're not used to seeing it, but put a 1 in that win column because the Valkyries earned it against the Warriors.
That's right. Valkyries improved themselves. Get a 1 over in the win column. And I think Gamma really says it all there. You know, feels like payoff for this team. It's about doing that a bit more consistently, right? I mean, you got to ride the high of this win. Take away the good, though. Realize what you did well in Game 2. Realize what you did well in Game 3. Ride that, hopefully, into more set wins, more Game 3s in the future. Because, again, a big difference was that the Valks weren't even making it to Game 3s, right? It was a lot of 2-0s. It was 10 or 11 games, not just sets, but games in a row that they had lost. So getting to Game 3, I think, was a big enough win for this team. But not enough for them. They grabbed themselves a set win over in Game 3. Put a little bit of pressure on the rest of the league. The Valhalla Valkyries are here to play. So congrats to them. You love to see it. Finally getting some payoff from all of that hard work. And now, Miff, I think we have to turn our eyes towards our next set. I want to get some brief thoughts from you on it. The Solar Scarabs up against the Tartarus Titans. Scarabs, a team that had some momentum. Lost their jungler this week. They're playing with Oath. Expectations for this squad going up against the Titans?
Cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
I think the Scarabs, of course, concerned with losing one of the linchpins of their team, one of the in-game leaders in Scream, but are replacing him this week with Oath, who has been a very mechanical player in the SEC, one that has continually impressed me. Do I think the Scarabs are expected to win here? Absolutely not, but we can't take away from the momentum that they are carrying into this week. I expect a good game from the Solar Scarabs, so optimism, but cautiously.
Big takeaway from the first set of the day. The Valhalla Valkyries with their first set win of the phase. In our next set, our first look at the Solar Scarabs minus Scream. Solar Scarabs versus Tartarus Titans coming up next.
So, I was outside, now I'm no longer outside, but for those of you who have been keeping up with the SPL, you've seen the tiny mics. I've been told that the size of my mic was a choking hazard, so they gave me a much bigger one. Anyway, Scary D, what's the D stand for?
I can't tell you.
Understood. I shouldn't have asked him. God, Slaney, how's things? What are the expectations playing with Oath today?
I mean, realistically, we have to go in with like a pretty realistic expectations of not expecting to win too hard, or, you know, obviously we are good enough players where we can win, but we're playing with a guy that we've had one day of scrims with. That's obviously going to affect the draft. Like, Scream was really important with how we played and drafted and did things. So, I don't know, we're feeling like optimistic and good, but still realistic.
Okay, optimistic, good, realistic. Expects to win, but not too hard from Slaney. Bobby, recently we had hung out, you know. You ate a couple L's in Smash Bros. You ate a couple L's in Mario Strikers. You ate a couple L's in Pickleball. Are you expecting to eat some more L's today?
Unless I'm wait, that wouldn't work. Unless you're playing me, then I wouldn't expect any L's being handed out to him.
Bobby, ever quick on his feet. Just a nice rebuttal from him. Baronic. So, mid lane from console to mid lane to the SPL. Now, still carrying Bobby to this day. How's it feel, man? Have you gotten used to that weight, or is it still like equally as heavy? Has he gotten heavier?
I would say it's plateaued a little bit, but you know, we're still doing our thing. So,
still doing their thing. The Solar Scarabs cautiously optimistic about their matchup today. I think they're going to need your support. Stick with them.
welcome back to the Smite Pro League, brought to us by our good friends over at Prime Gaming. Now, I know that we don't have a great trailer out there for all of you guys right now, so you can see all of the games that you can get for free right now by having a Prime Gaming membership. But I've got a little list available to you. So, just for now, for free with Prime Gaming, you can get Manic Mansion, Suzerain, Fishing North Atlantic, and Fell Seal Arbiter's Peak. Or if you're also using Luna, you can get Overcooked 2, Mega Man 11, Castlevania Anniversary Collection. That's a good deal right there. And Skatebird as well. Or if you're playing Smite, and if you're playing Paladins, which you should be playing Smite because you're here for Smite, obviously, you can get a great Erlong Shenskill, the Regal Warrior skin. So you can and welcome back to the Smite Pro League, brought to us by our good friends over at Prime Gaming. Now, I know that we don't have a great trailer out there for all of you guys right now, so you can see all of the games that you can get for free right now by having a Prime Gaming membership. But I've got a little list available to you. So, just for now, for free with Prime Gaming, you can get Manic Mansion, Suzerain, Fishing North Atlantic, and Fell Seal Arbiter's Peak. Or if you're also using Luna, you can get Overcooked 2, Mega Man 11, Castlevania Anniversary Collection. That's a good deal right there. And then Skatebird as well. Or if you're playing Smite, and if you're playing Paladins, which you should be playing Smite because you're here for Smite, obviously, you can get a great Erlong Shenskill, the Regal Warrior skin available right now with Prime Gaming. And if you're playing Paladins, you get Brimstone Grok, which is another really good skin for a really fun champion back when I used to play that. So make sure that you're getting most of the Prime Gaming membership by doing that. And then with your Amazon Prime membership, you can get free 2-day shipping, music, movies, and more by doing that. So thanks so much for Prime Gaming for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. I'm Dad1, Jake. I got Dad2, Charlie with me. We're back from vacation casting our Smite. Now we're going to be on the desk at least, talking about the Tartarus Titans and the Solar Scarabs. A matchup that, coming into this week, a lot of high expectations. But now it might be a little bit more skewed, Charlie, because as if you're just now tuning in and haven't caught up on all the drama that's been going through, Scream is no longer on the roster for the Solar Scarabs. They're going to be playing with a sub this week, Oath, stepping into the jungle now.
Yeah, I mean, the Scarabs were looking good. They had a lot of momentum built. And, similar story for the Titans as well, where it was just like, they took a bit for the Titans to really get their groove going, but they've also been looking good as well. So could be a little bit of a different dynamic going into the jungle moving on, but I'm sure both of these teams are feeling decently confident.
And we'll take a look at the schedule and the standings at the very least to see what you may have missed coming into now the second half of the weekend. But if you're just now tuning in, you missed a banger of a set that just finished out. The Valhalla Valkyries found their first set win of the phase after 8 straight sets going down. They find a victory, a 2-1 over the Oni Warriors. So make sure that you do go back and watch that after this set is done. You got the Scarabs and the Titans, and then coming back tomorrow will be the Titans and the Valkyries, and then the Warriors and Bolts to round out our week. And as you can see there, I'll mention it again just in case you guys missed out on the waiting room and any discussion. The third set of our Sunday that was supposed to go through, which is going to be between the Dragons and the Scarabs, that got postponed a little bit later on. And now, looking back at the standings, you can see the Valhalla Valkyries do have that first set win, so no longer a 0 in that column for the Valhalla Valkyries, now able to get themselves a win out there, 1-11. Still doesn't change up the standings any for them. Does put a little bit of a blemish on the Oni Warriors, and now opens up a path maybe for the Leviathans later on, maybe a path now for the Tartarus Titans if they can find a win here over against the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, definitely something that the Titans would love to do, right? And again, I think at the beginning of this set, given their play, I mean, when we drafted our fantasy teams, I was like, I want some Titans players. They were looking nuts after Masters, sort of fell by the wayside a little bit, but I think they got their footing underneath them, and they're figuring out the play style they want to go for. It certainly seems like they figured out the meta that they're trying to play. They just seem a lot more confident out there. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the Tartarus Titans were definitely taking a little bit of time to kind of figure out exactly what they want to do. They were going with some of these kind of weird oddball picks out there. They were doing these really strange drafts and everything like that, and took them a little bit of time, and they were able to get that momentum going. And another team that's gotten some momentum has been the Solar Scarabs, who they're playing up against. Though, again, we do have to highlight that there might be a little bit of a change up here. And now with Scream not on the roster for this team, he's going to be moving over to play with the Dragons later on. Instead, it's going to be Oath stepping in towards the jungle. But Oath is a team that at least has had some experience against the Solar Scarabs. The last time that we got to see Oath kind of play up against some of these SPL teams was in Masters, where his team on the Outer Towns did hand a loss over to the Scarabs, But I think that Oath is kind of a great plug-and-play jungler for some of these teams.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, he plays a lot of ranked. He's used to playing with a ton of different styles of players, you know what I'm saying? So I think there's no stranger to a difficult sort of scene like this where you're up against the Tartarus Titans. I don't think Oath's the type of player who would get nervous about that, you know? Like, I think he's got the confidence to just perform as he knows how. The issue, I think, is with the team dynamic, and I think Slaney touched on it during the Miffler view, the Mifter view, whatever you want to call it, is that we've only got 1 day of practice with this jungler. So I think that could start to take its toll. The team dynamic, the team chemistry could be at whole. But I think Oath knows what he's here to do, and I've got confidence in it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Oath is very diverse when it comes to jungle. He can play just about any pick that's needed, whether it be the hyper carry assassins, the warriors, the more auto attack centric assassins. He's got just about everything up his wheelhouse. But I think you and Slaney and really everybody's right to highlight that this could be maybe a bit of a sluggish game one out of the Scarabs, just depending on how things go. Or, you never know, maybe they can come out of the gates full firing it with all cylinders going at max capacity.
Maximum overdrive. That's what I want to see from the Scarabs. I want to see a first blood before minions even spawn. Just be like, we're not gonna let the team shakeup slow us down in the slightest. We're coming off some wins. We're feeling good, and that's not going to slow the style. So that's the expectation, I should say, that I'm looking for, and hopefully they deliver.
Yeah, hopefully so. And you may have noticed that there was one player missing in that booth besides Scream, and that's Stuart. That's because Stuart's over here next to me, standing by for our pregame interview. Not just standing here, but as the MVP, the most valuable primer from last week of it. You guys found a win over the Camelot Kings. How's it feel being the MVP?
You know, it's really nice, you know, but there's like a curse thing where like, you know, everyone like loses after they get it. You know, I kind of lost the players, you know maybe not, you know, the best.
Maybe not so, yeah. I believe it's a 7-set loss streak so far when it comes to the people who do have the crown. There have been some wins, though. That's a little bit earlier on. Your matchup against the Titans, we've been seeing kind of a lot of back and forth with this team. They've been going for some of the more oddball comps, and they kind of have gone back to traditional. Does that kind of change up or make maybe things harder in the draft phase going against a team like this?
I think it's always difficult with them because they're like, I would say they're like a pretty like difficult matchup for us, kind of. But I think that it won't matter that much. Kind of, they just try their stuff, you know. But at the end of the day, they're still like just a not decent, but good team.
Yeah. And how does that matchup with Cyclone kind of go? You know, whether he wants to play the Warriors, the Assassins, the Hunters. I mean, how's that kind of changed up for you? I mean, we noticed you stick to a lot of the traditional stuff against them anyways.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like hard to play against in the early game, but you know, it's kind of all the same. I don't think like any like ADC players like too much better than me, so I don't really think it matters.
All right, well, hopefully that MVP curse doesn't stick around with you guys. Hopefully you guys can find some wins here against the Tartarus Titans. Best of luck in your game. I'll let you back with the team.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So humble.
Thank you so much.
So humble.
Humble. He said there's not many ADCs out there better than him.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. If it's me, I'm the best, and that's just it. But Stuart's saying, like, there's not too many that are better than me. You know, I'm feeling good. You know,
do you think he's referring to the other ADCs in the league, or do you think he's referring to some of the ADCs in rank that he plays against?
No, if I'm playing Smite like Stuart, I'm saying I'm the GOAT, like, period. Like, I'm the best. Everyone else is fighting for second. He's the MVP. He should ride that high. But that's what I'm saying. He's very humble, and he's saying, despite the fact that I'm just having a phenomenal couple of games here, you know, I'm gonna keep it safe.
Well, going up against the Solar Scares will be the Tartarus Titans, and kind of talking about a team that has really kind of changed up their dynamic a little bit, and then now gone back to the more uniform style of play that we're more consistent of seeing out of the Tartarus Titans, and even with Layers, who is a player that hasn't really changed it. But I think that's something that, you know, I've talked with Myth before, and it's mostly because the jungle doesn't really get the option to kind of go for these whacker things. You know, you get these Kabrakan mids that were coming out of like Shinto, and then the warriors over in the dual lane compared to the hunters. You don't get to see a whole lot of that in the jungle. And so if you do need to stick to the standard, Layer's probably one of the best junglers you can have to do so.
Yeah, unfortunate. There was a time when we saw like the Apollo jungle, and that was like the most shakeups we've seen since then.
That was just Johnny.
No, some people played Apollo jungle, man. They like trying it out. Either way, we are seeing Layers just stick to what's good, and the top pick, you know, these warrior assassins, things of that nature. He always does have those pocket picks in the back, the Awelixes, for example, if the comp does allow for it. But I think you're right to highlight Layers is just. He's just all reliable. You know, you go into your garage, you find the I don't know, the hammer that always is going to get the nail just right, and you say, that's Layers. You know, he's always going to do his job as we need him to. You're never going to put him on one of these high execute gods that you could like blink in and whiff all your abilities. It just doesn't happen on characters, you know, like the Erlong Shen, for example. You're just able to make sure. And this was that real early first blood up against Cubo. 37 seconds into the game. Those are the kind of plays that you can expect from a team like this.
Yeah, I mean, Tartarus Titans when they want to step on the gas pedal, I mean, they slam it down, they tie the lead brick to it, and it's just no going back from that point on. But like I said, we've been seeing some of the weirder stuff from them. The Poseidon and Uller solos were consistently coming back for SOT. Cyclone Spin was playing the Bologna, the Amaterasus. So you never know which version of the Tartarus Titans we're going to be getting
That's
here.
a fair
But
point.
when you're going up against a team with a sub, it always kind of begs that question. Do you then target the quote-unquote weak link? You know, the sub who has only had one day of play with this team. Is that where the Titans put their focus? We'll see in the picks and bans. Game number 1 between the Tartarus Titans and the Solar Scarabs. And if we're looking at jungle bans specifically, there are quite a few that you can take away from Oath. Daji, probably one of the more notable ones, but there's always things in the back of your mind like Set, Bakasura, Kali. All these kinds of auto attack centric warriors are ones that Oath specifically really thrives on with the Scarabs.
I would love to see Oath just on a hard carry, like his first game, like subbing in for the SPL, he just slap blocks the Kali and just like pops off in the early. That's the kind of playstyle that we expect from. But I think you're right. The Titans do seem to I think it's just a good solid ban throughout. You know, not just focusing on the sub aspect of it. Daji is one of those picks that a lot of junglers in the league at the moment are holding on to because they just don't want to face it, or it just brings up too much damage. You have to change around your playstyle and force into beats. That sort of thing is something that no one wants to deal with. But it does leave open both of those warrior jungles that have been so prominent. The Erlang Shen and the Osiris notably are available. The Nemesis is still pretty highly prioritized at the moment, and that is still open as well. So the Titans are just going to take away that Bologna. So Cyclone Spin's not playing the Bologna ADC because they themselves have taken that one off the table. Now the Scarabs get to say, are you going to, focus out that Khepri, for example, one of those Guardians that's just so annoying to deal with. The Nemesis, as we highlighted, there's a lot of jungle options open for both of these teams.
Yeah, a lot to pick from between the Titans and the Scarabs, and the Scarabs have one final option to make. It will be the E set banned away from the Tartarus Titans. So Daji, Xingqian, Bologna, the bans for the Tartarus Titans. The Scarabs take away Chernobog, Yamoja, and E set. And that's something that's been working so well for Paul specifically in that mid lane. But as you highlight, that does leave open the option of Khepri. 44 games played. That's a lot of gameplay in this phase for the Bug, and sitting right smack dab at a 50% win rate on that god. But I think you're also right to mention the fact that Erlang Shen is open, and that has been one of the most successful gods for Oath, sitting at an 84% win rate just for him on that god alone.
Yeah, you were talking about, do you focus out the jungle? And, the Titans didn't really throw that many bans towards Oath. But the Scarabs, and, unfortunately my point already gets made for me as it looks like the Osiris and the Nemesis are going to be snap locked. I was going to say you do want to focus the jungle picks because you don't want your sub playing on something that he's uncomfortable on. Oath feeling very confident on either one of those picks. I'm assuming the Nemesis going over to Oath and just Osiris in that solo lane. But that does notably leave open the Erlang Shen, which also has a decent matchup, and the Nemesis used to be a lot better back when the turtle form had a knockup. That matchup was pretty atrocious in the early. Now that you're really having to use 9 turns Blessing to make sure you're breaking that shield, it gets a little bit better. However, the Uller still gets through, which is one of those picks that you can throw into 4 different lanes at the moment and still find some levels of success.
Yeah, the amount of flexibility that this Uller has is just absolutely insane. And the Tartarus Titans, and the mid laner specifically, Paul talks about how he does love to try and get back this Uller if he's given the opportunity to do so, but it's been going over to SOT so many times, it's gone over to Cyclone so many times, and we haven't got to see Paul back on his signature pooler. We'll see if that happens in this game. Cupid, the final pick for the Solar Scarabs, going over to Stewart in the duo lane, something for him to try and get some carry on. And as the bans go through right away, Amaterasu and Robin banned away by the Scarabs. Yama, kind of a double ban there, obviously against SOT, but also against Cyclone Spin. So maybe the Scarabs are just trying to force the Titans to actually play a normal style of composition. Last 2 bans, Ymir and Sylvanas.
I mean, the Titans have been looking good and winning when Cyclone Spin is on those traditional ADCs, and the Scarabs are still like, hey, we're banning out like these tanks that you could possibly play just in case. We don't want to deal with that, and if we do, you want Stewart to be as comfortable in that lane as possible. Getting the Cupid for themselves, of the Scarabs, Cupid has been absolutely phenomenal. Do you see that win rate? 92% out of like 11 or 12 games. The Yu Huang, not going to have the same sort of win rate, but definitely still the damage numbers are always there. And I think that's what you're picking the Yu Huang for, the safety and just burst potential of this pick as the game goes on. So definitely a ton of DPS as well as just annoyance for the Scarabs thus far. We'll have to see how this draft does peter out. I'm assuming they've saved inbounds pick for last, so just going to go very deep into the God pool there. But wow, the hell! Not something you expect to come out in this day and age, but given the changes in the mid-season patch, I did assume that we might see some more healers. We have been seeing a little bit of a rise in healers as well as the Heimdall, so it looks like it will be SOT on the Uller in that solo lane.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, does that then put the Uller over there? But it seems that might just answer the question. Unless, for some reason, SOT maybe takes this hell into the solo lane, though we haven't seen that in quite some time. There you go, the MVP crown.
Look at that crown.
On Stewart. A pop-off week for him last week and a big set win up against the Camelot Kings for the Solar Scarabs. A much-deserved MV primer for the Solar Scarabs. Now one final pick to the Solar Scarabs. Inbound's been holding on to his God for quite some time, but Yamoja, Kepri, Ymir, and Sylvanas all gone. Fafnir notably still open. We've been seeing a lot of Fafnir kind of pop up as of recent. Do you think that's a pick Inbound might go towards?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of Guardians being taken away at the moment. Notably, Terra is still open, but it looks like the Kabrakan just trying to set up some of that CC, possibly force Aurora into that Phantom Shell, because a few of these picks, the Kepri, the Erlong Shen, and the Hell, do not appreciate those walls. And of course, the Heimdall's going to have to use that Bifrost if he gets caught in the walls as well. So I think a smart pick to hold on to, just in case the Titans sort of, pick themselves into a wall, so to speak. I guess it's more of a half circle wall.
Back themselves into it.
Yeah, back themselves into the tectonic plates that Kabrakan puts down. That's the metaphor that took us so long, me specifically, to arrive at. But it seems like holding on to that pick ended up working out, because it does force you into that. But given the draft, probably was going to pick up a Shell anyways, right? You're up against plenty of auto attackers in the form of the Nemesis and the Cupid, and I think that trying to protect this Hell, Shell is one of your best relics anyways.
Maybe then now for the Solar Scarabs, having some answers to try and deal with the Hell specifically. A lot of healing coming the way of this God, and Paul no exception or no stranger at all to this kind of a pick. We've seen the amount of damage that he can output with this, the amount of healing he can go. So for the Solar Scarabs, anti-heal will probably have to be the name of the game to get that out there. But it is just a Hell. I mean, Erlong Shen's going to have some healing into his kit. How much priority do you think the Solar Scarabs need to put on getting some anti-heal early on?
It's going to be difficult. I imagine Baronic probably grabs the Divine, and maybe you throw a Toxic Blade or a Brawler's, even a Shadow Steel Shuriken if Oath is going to build towards that on the Nem. And then you just make sure that Scary D's on point, right? I mean, as long as Lord of the Afterlife's hitting, you're not even have to worry about the rest. It really just, depends on how much anti-heal you're able to. You know what? I just thought about it. Inbound's probably going to get Divine too, right? He loves building some damage on these supports. Second or third item, maybe throws a Divine in there as well, just trying to, put out as much damage as well as anti-heal as possible. So I don't think it's going to be that difficult to apply. The issue is still, even if you get all that anti-heal, Hell can be very slippery. She's got that cleanse for your CC with a Phantom Shell, and like a sprint pop could just zoom on out of there. It's not just anti-heal that makes Hell's life difficult. You also have to be able to, really stick to her, and I think Osiris does that quite well.
And one thing that we've been seeing, at least in the rising trend of the junglers, especially even with these warrior junglers, has been a more damage-focused style of play. Erlong Shens and Osirises, they're still building primarily damage. So when I look over at the Tartarus Titans draft, that leaves their only real frontline as Kepri. So when it comes down to these team fights with this Osiris, this Kabrakan that are going to be that frontline for the Solar Scarabs, I mean, how does the team fight kind of break out for these two teams?
Well, I would say the Titans probably want to sit back for a bit until you've itemized both of these hunters, right? Because once you've got a double hunter, the tanks on the Solar Scarabs, they don't look so tanky anymore. You're able to shred through them because there's a few of them, right? You got the Kabrakan and the Osiris, and Nemesis can steal some of those prots as well. So playing for the late game, and I imagine the Scarabs are going to get after pretty early.
Could be a bit of a scrappy game between these two teams. Can the sub of the Solar Scarabs help them find a win in game number one? We'll throw it over to Dave and Gore to find out.
Drama at an all-time high between these two teams here this week. Not because of anything that the Titans have done, but the Solar Scarabs, a different look at their composition here this game. Tartarus Titans versus Solar Scarabs. Game number one, and Gore, it's going to be our first look at the Solar Scarabs minus Scream, who has been the spearhead for this team all year long. And now we get a look at Oath, who is one of the most storied junglers in the SEC, considered the next guy up. So I think an opportunity for the Scarabs to prove that they can do it with a different jungler, and an opportunity for Oath to prove he can do it at this level.
That's actually the thing I think I'm most excited to see. You listen to the Mift review kind of coming into this, and there's like realistic expectations for the Scarabs, right? They're coming into this saying, you know what, especially as a team that has played with Layers and with Sot in the past, they know what they're going up against. And they know that jungle, impactful role, losing Scream, you know, something that we've kind of memed about. Myth, you know, was saying the 80% because of the kill participation there for Scream, but really, really high impact player kind of gone for the weekend. It changes things. So what Oath is going to be able to do, not just in terms of team play, but also in terms of level of play, like we've mentioned with the Valks a lot this year, jumping into the SPL, it's not the easiest thing to do. So this is going to be a fun one to see. Just out of the jungle, what's going to happen?
Scary D gets stunned by Sot, who's playing Ullr solo. Which, Gore, if this was like a month ago, I'd be baffled at the fact that we're seeing Sot on Ullr solo, but, well, this likely doesn't result in a kill. The implications now of Sot in solo lane is a lot of this, a lot of poke damage, a lot of abilities hitting, controlling this side of the map, and getting one of your two ADCs pretty comfortably ahead, and Scary D is going to have a tough time. But Sot on Ullr solo has become more of a mainstay strategy for this Titans
I mean, to the point where it became one of the most like banned gods over the last 3 weeks against this guy because of how much he was able to do. It's just impressive, again, what this guy and kind of god combination can do. And so Sot, I think, has a lot of not only pressure, I mean, that part's kind of obvious just from what you're seeing on the screen, but I think late game potential and carry potential on this pick is just through the roof. And the other thing that I'm really interested in is how this matchup ends up working for Scary D, because I feel like when Scream has been taken out of the equation, conversation has fallen on to Scary D having a really good game, Stuart having a good game, maybe Veronic having a good game. Like every single one of the players, I think, on the Scarabs has showcased they are capable of winning the game for their team or doing something that elevates everybody else to that potential status. But will they be able to do it? You know, can Scary D pick this up, pace up, with the Ullr kind of dominating? I think late game they have very different styles of play that they're going to be reaching. I mean, Sot's just going to be in Ullr. Nothing special is going on. It's just that Sot will be playing Ullr as opposed to any of the warriors. Whereas Scary D is still going to be able to jump in, you know, tether people, apply the anti-heal, which I think is incredibly important here, chase people down with the slows. And it might not work too easily on someone like Sot, who has a leap, Layers who can dash, maybe the rest of the squad because Paul has a cleanse. But I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities that Scary's still going to be able to disrupt and box in the late game.
Yeah, I would think. Wonder, though, how the Titans' tankiness starts to look as the game goes on, because Lair is pretty aggressive with his starting build. Mannequins into what could be stone cutting, could be golden blade, something like that. Don't expect Sot to build tanky. Layers, I suppose, could go somewhat hybrid, but haven't seen that super often under Longshen. Of course, Cyclone Spin's going to be full damage. Paul, start Warlock Staff. What I'm getting at is there's, Gore, maybe a potential world where Aurora is just the tanky team member for the Tartarus Titans here this game. Maybe makes the Divine Judgment target for Oath somewhat easy. It dropped that on Aurora, and now there's nobody tanky on the Titans. Initiation from inbound can stick. Yeah. So it's kind of what could be a battle of raw damage. Can we win the fight quickly versus can the Solar Scarabs simply out-tank what the Titans have?
And that's, I think, where the Khepri pick itself gets to shine a little bit, right? Because it's like hey, we're going to heal you up. You know, Layers is going to be able to self-heal. Sot, depending on build, might have some lifesteal. Same thing for Cyclone. But, you know, Layers is going to be able to heal off the ult. Paul's going to keep him surviving. And then you've got the Scarab's blessing on top of it, right? So it's like Nemesis, choose a guy, kill the dude. Your single target, if Aurora's in the neighborhood, that guy gets away with it. Theoretically. We've seen several times playing around it, and I think that the Scarabs should have some knowledge about it. This isn't going to be like a foreign matchup for anybody in this lobby, even though it's just how well you can execute that, I think is going to be the big change maker here for the Scarabs as time goes on. Because really, you know, like you said, a lot of the question is going to be farm, going to be presence in the map. Oath is a little behind in experience right now. But with no first blood on the board, no real like jungle ganks that have created a ton of pressure for any individual lane. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened for him. And honestly, I mean, it's coasting along. The only difference, the main difference this has between a normal Scarabs game is that typically at this point, Scream's gotten first blood because he leads the league in first bloods this phase, and I'm pretty sure this year.
Could Oath maybe help out with first blood. Sot, half HP, but still has to jump away. Gore, all this to say, you know, it doesn't really matter because the Solar Scarabs, they've got the MV Primer on their team this week. And the MVP is what, on an 8-set loss streak? 7 or 8 sets in a row. The MVP is lost after being that week's MVP. I love the humor from Stuart though in the pregame interview. He's like, look, before our sets even gotten played, the curse is struck. We lost a team member this week, like, whether we win or lose. Yeah, we're playing without Scream, playing with Oath though, who again I think next guy up into the SPL has always been that conversation. Now, depending on how this looks, depending on how the landscape of the SPL looks, Oath could have some options. Layers thinks his options towards inbound here. Good initiation. Unfortunately for inbound, there are a whole lot of Tartarus Titans awaiting when he crashes down to earth, and Paul snags first blood. And Gore, that's seemingly out of nowhere. Look at the mini-map. No Solar Scarabs on this side of the map. No one on that side of the jungle. Inbound looking for some wards.
He was some wards and realistically just trying to get the offering, right? Like he was walking forward, he was going to get it and try to get his team ahead.
Will Sot drop? Yes, he will. So at least the Solar Scarabs with Oath and Scary D have answered back with one. Some needed breathing room for Scary D, though, as Sot had put a lot of pressure on that lane. That delays the Transcendent stacking. Good answer back from Oath. Seems to be on the same page with Scary D, but Scary D's reading the wrong book. The Tartarus Titans have now dropped down the Osiris. Slayers have pin, doesn't have taunt. So Oath will be just fine, but the Tartarus Titans lose one on right and then gain one right back.
Yeah, and that's honestly, that's a great kill to get. The guy who just got the kill on right is now dead. You get one back. Admittedly, maybe not where you would have liked it. I think Paul getting it is going to feel fine. Getting Hell online sooner doesn't hurt, but being able to throw that into the jungle, get a lead over Oath, or ideally if Solo or Troll had been able to respawn and get back in time, that would have been maybe the most ideal to try and level that lane back out. But I don't think he's going to lose a lot of pressure from it. I think his clear is still just going to be cleaner at this point, stacking the Transcendent, so it's going to take a while before we maybe see the massive power spike we could.
Aurora's got Scarab's Blessing, and he'll use it. Will get Procto. Can Cyclone Spin do anything here? Connected with some autos on a Stewart who dashes through Heart Bomb. Not enough for the damage. Unbelievable. The Titans turning around the 2v2. And Stewart is the one who drops. They will come up empty-handed. The Scarabs initiate onto Aurora, but Scarab's Blessing plus Cyclone Spin turns it around.
And that one feels great because of timing, right? It's Aurora not only waiting to proc the ult, making sure the res comes through, but
Scarab's unbelievable Blessing, and he'll use it. Will get Procto. Can Cyclone Spin do anything here? Connected with some autos on a Stewart who dashes through Heart Bomb. Not enough for the damage. Unbelievable. The Titans turning around the 2v2. Can Cyclone Spin do anything here? Connected with some autos on a Stewart who dashes through Heart Bomb. Not enough for the damage. Unbelievable. The Titans turning around the 2v2. And Stewart is the one who drops. They will come up empty-handed. The Scarabs initiate onto Aurora, but Scarab's Blessing plus Cyclone Spin turns it around.
And that one feels great because of timing, right? It's Aurora not only waiting to proc the ult, making sure the res comes through, but the time it takes to fully respawn lets Cyclone barrel through the Cabrakan walls. Once those are down, walks in, gets a knock up to buy Aurora even more time. And it's just, you know, limited DPS. At that point, Stewart can get the Heart Bomb and can get the dash to try and get out of there, but Cyclone Spin is just slugging. He's gone for the Ichaival start. This is meant to box. This is someone who wants to fight anyway, and that just lined him up perfectly. Your Transcendence just started stacking if you're Stewart, so that power was going to be leaning towards Cyclone Spin no matter what happened. I admire trying to get out of there, but Cyclone Spin was just playing the kid a little bit stronger.
Sure did. Now the Heimdall off to a good start, 101, one level lead over Stewart. That's actually the case across most of the map right now for the Titans. Only solo lane, even on XP. Everywhere else on the map, a one level lead for the Titans. And a decent little gold lead is built up, about 2,000 or so. And again, you know, Gore, it's tough because what you can't do is put a lot of this at the feet of Oath, right? But you do get the feeling that in a standard Scarabs match.
Yeah.
Scream's got a kill or two, probably a death or two, sure, but like, you know, loves being aggressive and starting off the early game on the right foot. Oath did assist Scary D on an earlier kill, so the Nemesis doing fine, right? It's, again, nothing Oath has done wrong. But I am sensing a slight pace change from the Solar Scarabs. They're starting to lose out on the left side of the map. Aurora's going to get slowed up by Oath, but Scarab's blessing and some assistance from the rest of the team means Aurora will be fine.
Well, it all starts out with that one placement, I guess, of inbound, right, where he's walking deep, and then like the movie moment of he walked down an alley, saw a dude, and then turned around, and there were three more waiting for him, blocking his exit. I mean, that's exactly what that kind of play was, and that, I mean, was the go button, and it's kind of been happening over here. Sot just barely mistiming that to not quite get the stun, but little things like that, yeah, if that locks him down, not a mana, just use the disengage, probably kills off Scary D. But it opened up so much pressure for him. I mean, look at this, a Pyromancer.
Inbound. Will he make the miracle play? No. Ultimate might not have connected anyway. Titans get pressure on the right side of the map, knock down the Pyromancer, and extend up their gold lead. Ooh. Now, not a worrying pace just yet for the Scarabs. You don't want to be 3,000 down in both gold and experience, but Yu Huang later in the game, gonna find some good damage. Haven't seen the big team fight from the Cupid just yet. Fields of Love's been so disruptive. Then a Nemesis shredding down what is otherwise a relatively squishy team from the Titans. These are still things that we feel like the Solar Scarabs may be able to capitalize on. Don't love the 2-level lead in jungle and the 2-level lead in ADC and the 2-level lead in support though. Seems to be if the Tartarus Titans group up, say, around the Gold Fury Gore, could be a big springboard point here in game one.
With all this experience, I'm wondering who's been getting the gold. Like, they've got 6 wards, the Scarabs do, on the right-hand side of the map. I think one just despawned. Like, so much pressure from them in order to get that amount of vision, things like that. And it is, you know, that question, like, you're putting a lot of focus on this. You get to the Pyromancer there a little too late. It hasn't really been affording a lot of ganks. It has, I guess, given safety to Scary D. Left side is definitely a lot more important with the Gold Fury.
Root abduct, all of it on inbound. Double stun, catches Layers and Aurora. Cleanse from Paul, drops the stun, and the purple buff confirmed by the Titans. So a couple ultimates used, namely one from inbound. But the Titans will get the purple buff nonetheless. Yeah, pressured. You double back for the Gold Fury. Titans seem to think so. You've got Shred, you've got Sustain, and the Scarabs. They've got an idea this is happening, but don't have the willingness to rotate in and fight it. Now just shy of a 5,000 gold lead in the last minute or two. 1,000 golden experience for the Titans.
I think the real go button was the immediate invade, and not even invade, right? It was a roar just doing support things.
Oath blinks forward. Aegis used by Sot. He'll jump away. Luckily, Paul around the corner. Now chases on. Layers has 9 turns. Blessing has blink. Once he gets out of combat, might not need it though because Scary D has been stunned within auto attack range. There's the taunt from Layers. And the blink forward from inbound, but immediately stunned out by Sot. And the timing is perfect from the Tartarus Titans. They've already found 1 kill. Looking for a second on a Piranha. Kuita stun again, and Sot is simply dynamic on this Uller. Jumps forward as a threat, and why not when you're playing the pick as well as Sot is. All the axes connecting. It'll take more tower shots worth of damage than the Scarabs were able to deal in that last fight.
Yeah, and that last one was just to stop Scary D from backing. Now, with Oath feeling like they could maybe resurge, kind of bully Sot for going so deep. Just not able to catch him. Yeah, he's gone for the fail knot. Look, Sot, and I said this the other week because he was missing a couple axes and it felt out of character because I swear he puts magnets in the other people's pockets. I don't know what it is, but he finds some of the best shots in the middle of these team fights. There will be 4 people stacked up and he'll hit exactly the person who he wants. Or maybe it's just that he's super lucky and when he misses the guy he wants, he hits someone else who's super high value and is going to die off anyway. And so I think a really, really good pickup there. And again, it showcases why this Uller has been banned. It's not even just the Uller, but that is giving so much utility over to the Titans.
Is it happening again? Inbound walks forward into Cyclone Spin. Gets ulted, dropped in place, but Layers is here this time. The 2 versus 3, but Layers the one losing in the damage department. Oh no, looks like the 9 turns blessing heal actually kept the Scarab's blessing on his head. And Baronic able to answer back a kill. Cyclone spin stunned in the Bifrost, and Baronic with the poke damage from range turns it into a double for the Solar Scarabs. Inbound drops, but the Scarabs more effective in their trade.
Yeah, I really like that play from the Scarabs. I think good damage from Baronic, period.
Needed.
But a lot of that is Layers goes for the ult, has the ult, and right as he would have procced the res from Aurora and gotten way more healing, Hunter's blessing comes through.
Right.
And all of a sudden his health bar is a little too high, and now the res is gone. Scarab's blessing is gone. And unfortunately, he's left in a position where he's too low to try and get away, too close to the fight. Yeah, not able to get anything done. Cyclone, I think, just kind of riding the high that was Layers, feeling like he could get a lot done. And unfortunately for them, they bite off more than they can chew in a fight that just slightly goes wrong.
Man, Sot, look at tower health. Now look at Sot's health is now the issue. Stun onto Oath, yes. Beads used off of both targets. Divine Judgment not available for Oath. Scary D teleports back to solo lane. Sot had to use the beads, but able to get out alive. Oath trying to help out Scary D a bit. And I will give props to Scary D. The amount of pressure that Sot's had. Just look at tower health. Really across the map outside of tier 1 on left that Stewart was able to get on one push. Mid and right have both been feeling the pressure from the Titans.
And honestly, I think, like you said, being able to maintain, being able to keep pace, you know, 14 to 15, about a level and a half, maybe 3/4 of a level down from where Sot is right now. And like you said, kind of hard to exude the same amount of presence. When you're going up against an Uller with a trans, a fail not, he's going to be feeling
the pressure. Sot's health. Scary D teleports back. Sot's health is now the issue. Stun onto Oath, yeah. Beads used off of both targets. Divine Judgment not available for Oath. Scary D teleports back to solo lane. Sot had to use the beads, but able to get out alive. Oath trying to help out Scary D a bit. And I will give props to Scary D. The amount of pressure that Sot's had. Just look at tower health. Really across the map outside of tier 1 on left that Stewart was able to get on one push. Mid and right have both been feeling the pressure from the Titans.
And honestly, I think, like you said, being able to maintain, being able to keep pace, you know, 14 to 15, about a level and a half, maybe 3/4 of a level down from where Sot is right now. And like you said, kind of hard to exude the same amount of presence. When you're going up against an Uller with a trans, a fail not, he's going to be feeling really good when he's hitting that damage, especially with the amount of axes that we've seen connect versus Scary D, who has a sovereignty. The shield's going to be nice, but it's not the same amount of damage, same amount of control that you're going to be getting just early on in lane. So feels pretty good, I think, for Scary D to be able to maintain as much as they have. I also have to give shoutouts to Solo or Troll because I cannot imagine someone else who would be at 1/4 HP with 1/8 of their mana bar and still turn around to throw an axe and a couple abilities out just to see if you can hit it. Just absolutely insane over there. And it's been fun to watch. I mean, they're giving a lot of entertaining style of plays, and it's for good reason, right? Pyromancers respawn. You're around 17 minutes. Either you get a Pyro with a good fight, maybe force a fight afterward, or you can find a Fire Giant if you're able to make something big happen on this side of the map.
Yeah, Titans haven't had the consistent phase that maybe they have been hoping for, but a team that always shows up come tournament time. I don't know if the team has ever really been worried. I think trying out a lot of strategy, some working, some haven't. Scarabs pull the Pyro, but the Titans steal it away. And now the first big team fight of the game looming on the right side of the map. Double push in from Baronic. It's a great initiation. And then the wall's up from inbound. A double taunt from Layers helps the Erlang Shen re-engage on a Scary D who's gobbled up by Layers. And the Heart Bomb forces Aurora back. A double kill from the Erlang Shen. And Gord is right next to the Fire Giant. If the Scarabs are not careful, don't put up some pressure, could be a free FG and a Pyromancer steal for the Titans.
Yeah, you've got 2 carries into Hell, plus Sot, who has really long-range abilities. He's going to be able to get the targeter over the wall here.
Wow, they'll get it.
So he'll spot Baronic if he even steps forward. And that's just, again, good plays, good heads-up awareness, I think, from the Titans. I have to give a shout-out to Baronic, because I think Baronic's playing incredibly well on this Yu Huang.
Yep.
It's just unfortunate because he is not getting matched by the presence around him. And it's not even the fault of the Scarabs, it's the Titans, specifically Layers, with some really good taunts, really good damage, and the CC control that they have, specifically in knockups, pulls, or in the taunt there.
Oh, no.
It just feels good.
Gotta be a kill here for Sod. He's got the beads. No, because Oath is in range, and so is Baronic. The 1v1 that would have gone to Sot ends up being a 3v1. That does take off an FG buff from the Titans, so a small win for the Scarabs, though they've lost their tier 2 on right in the meantime. Find just a bit of breathing room. You'll have to wait 30 or so seconds before the full 5-on-5 push. And you get the beads off of the solo lane Uller. In an otherwise tumultuous situation, Scarab's able to find a small silver lining.
And honestly, that actually ends up being worth a lot more than it normally would be. Like, if you kill regular solo lane, let's say Scary D had a Fire Giant, he dies. That doesn't really affect your team that badly. Yeah, you lose some sustain, maybe you lose some of your punch power. You're Osiris, so it feels a little better than some of the other warriors, but it's not that bad. You lose it on an Uller, as well as the beads. I mean, you're losing tower push potential, you're losing a lot of carry potential in fights, survivability for Sod as well.
Primal Fury stolen by the Scarabs. It's a game of steals right now. And the Scarabs, the more reason to do it, but you're gonna lose inbound in the meantime. Fields of Love catches out Aurora, who does have Scarab's Blessing, will use it. The move speed, not enough to get away, but Scarab's Blessing gets procced, and Aurora dashes back in, avoids stunning the rest of his team, and now Paul has Baronic in his sights, and it's Cyclone Spin who deals the killing blow. Layers could taunt the Scarabs back in here as well. Double taunt, it's perfect. Double pin, Layers doing it all. And the Tartarus Titans continuing to find team fight and continuing to find pressure with their Fire Giant.
And Sot with the rotation. Look, he's using this range so beautifully. The axe over the wall, the jump in as well.
Dominating.
Look, a double kill for a solo laner who has been he's been wanting to fight since the first second he loaded into the game. And now he's hit those power spikes with the Hydra.
Yeah.
And you can see him continuing
Inbound, this is not gonna go the way you think it's going to go. There's too much damage, healing, sustain, and lockdown between these three members of the Titans, Aurora, Paul, and Sot. The Titans have just ignited this game.
Yeah.
A couple of kills around FG, a Pyromancer steal, and an increase in about 3,000 gold. Now, I do think the slower portion of the game can't be ignored. The Titans, with just a few kills, some rotations, built up a massive gold lead that they then capitalized on around the FG. Seems like one by one, Gore, the Scarabs are just going to walk in and get taken down.
What's that gold lead right now? Because it's large.
It's large, and it's getting worse. As the left side Phoenix going to get sieged up, and the Scarabs trying to fight out into the Tartarus Titans. But you've got a Trebuchet that's dealing the damage. You've got Baronic who's got to leave. Should be a left side confirmed Phoenix from the Titans. And Layer's going to get out in mid. This is just completely turned into a domination performance from the Titans. All centered around the damage, the burst, and the lockdown.
I thought you were in like domination the game mode when it comes around on Match of the Day.
Yeah, it does
Unfortunately, the Scarabs are not controlling the points.
Wow. The Titans have just not stopped. It has been an absolute onslaught. When you've got sustain and you've got lockdown, why not? And the biggest stun of the game from a heart bomb goes searching for any type of follow-up.
They have a second Trebuchet on the right side of the map. They've been pushing the right side without even needing to be over there. And now that one Trebuchet on left, once those minions are gone, it's going to start going into the Titan. They've got all the pressure in the world to work with.
This is just absolutely non-stop. I don't think the Scarabs have had all 5 members on the map at the same time in like 2 minutes. I think from the start of the Fire Giant buff, the Scarabs have just been juggling who's been alive and trying to defend essentially the entire time. The game will go on. Is a very polite way of putting it because the Titans have just blown the doors off this thing. Can regroup, spend up that gold. Take a look at the left side of your screen. 3,000 for Layers, 4.2 for Aurora, who is 5 levels up on Inbound, by the way. Inbound just got his second relic at 0-7. Titans, 99.9% gonna take game number 1 here.
That's this is normally in most games where we discuss ways to fight back in. I will be honest, I can still see a world, Scarabs, you try to take a fight here, Inbound can't be your initiator because he's just going to get burned. Like, there's no way with that build, he cannot step forward without just getting killed. He's got Thebes is his prots. That's all you're getting right now out of Inbound. So if Inbound is the one leading the fight, that 7's becoming an 8, it's going to be very easy for the Titans. But I do think there's a world, I mean, with the damage from Stewart, damage from Baronic, Fields of Love, they can at least try to show face around here, and honestly, they have to.
Well, it is brutal. Fire Giant's going to go to the Titans here because the lockdown from Aurora onto the steal attempt from Scary D was good enough. Fields of Love used by Stewart. Doesn't matter. Titans get FG. And likely the last bit of pressure they need to close things out here. The problem is for inbound, you want to play, you know, say you're like 0-7 on a Kepri. At least you still have Scarab's Blessing, right?
Yeah.
What does
do you
inbound
do?
have if you can't play aggressive, right? If I can't walk into a fight as a Cabrakan, what am I doing to help my team?
Exactly this. I love that.
delaying
Where
players.
he is just making it so that someone isn't there.
Well, Gore, the game is going to end nonetheless, whether inbound is here or not. Inbound just trying to keep that 7 a 7 in the death column. And the Titans will end this game so quickly. I think, no, I'm wrong. It'll turn into an 8, and the Solar Scarabs dominated from minute 10 to minute 24. This is brutal, and the Titans will take game 1.
Kind of expected. I get. Like, I'm trying to formulate where we were. Look,
Well,
they come in. They've got a sub for a jungler. They scrimmed with once. That's
Right.
a Titan. Like the Titans have been playing well when they put Cyclone on carries. You put both of those storms together. That's the kind of game you're gonna get.
I don't know. This is hard. I mean, we need one more game of data to get our feelers on
And
this
you know
iteration
what?
of the
I have a
Scarab
feeling, depending on how the Scarabs adjust to this, we might only
Yeah.
get the one more game of data.
Right. because now this is the discussion of like, does Scream alone prevent that game from getting that out of hand? You know what I mean? I do think you're missing a bit of a spark if you're the Scarabs. But by the time that game got out of control, I don't think Scream on Nemesis suddenly is saving that game for the Scarabs. I think it's just very well played by the Titans.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is a Titans game that got really far ahead really quickly, where they just got the pressure where they needed it.
Yep.
And then from pretty much go watch, like after anything after the 12-minute mark, the Titans just had a massive lead, and they were in control of the game no matter what.
Game number 1 to the Tartarus Titans. Scarabs versus Titans game 2 coming up next.
What did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay,
that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good. Pretty good, pretty good.
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to be maybe the best ever. And to help us get there, we're partnering with Alienware to provide us, our players, the production team, with state-of-the-art gear to make this year one of the best yet. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the pros have to say.
As a professional player, it's super important to make sure that you just have the absolute highest quality gear and peripherals that you can ever get. And having an Alienware PC has completely upped our game here at the SPL.
It's really nice being able to play from the same PC from home into the studio, and I highly, highly recommend it. It feels great to play on.
So I really enjoyed using Alienware computers because, one, I'm a streamer, content is my job, and the power of the Alienware PCs is like amazing. It's perfect for everything that we need to do.
I stream 1080p, no problem. I have no issues with FPS, no frame lag or anything like that.
64 gigabytes of RAM is just something that you can only dream of, and like it helps so much with processing like anything that you need to perform, like multitasking, whether it's streaming, recording, gaming, like everything all at once, and it's been a very smooth experience.
As someone who doesn't enjoy building my own PC, the Alienware's kind of got everything in one machine. It was super easy.
I really like the pre-built Alienware as well because it's really hard to get a graphics card on the market currently.
A 3090 is like impossible to obtain, so being able to play on it has been honestly a very lucky experience.
Back in the day, I used to game and do all my content on a really pathetic laptop, and once I actually was able to get an Alienware PC, there's just no turning back.
For a lot of players that were used to just their home setups and maybe didn't have top quality products, going to such a huge upgrade with our Alienware PCs has just absolutely increased the quality of our practice.
I'm just a big fan of Alienware. I think they're the top of the line PCs literally for a reason.
It's definitely the best PC I've ever had by a long way.
Shoutouts to Alienware, great company, love them a lot.
And I have nothing but praise for the product.
That's high praise from some of the best gamers in the world. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us this year in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And remember, if you want to get your hands on some of the gear that our pro players play on, make sure to check out Alienware on all of their socials and at their website as well.
I think if I didn't have my Alienware, I would go out and purchase one right now.
You don't have an Alienware, then just like Neil, you can go and purchase one. If you go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09, you can see the great offers that Alienware has already given over to us in the studio, given over to our pros to play on, not just in the studio, but also at home. So make sure that you're checking out the great gear that they're getting to play on. As I said, 64 gigs of RAM, the 3090 graphics card, one of the most difficult to obtain things on the market right now. So if you want a chance to play on some of the top of the line gear, make sure that you are checking out Alienware. Thank you so much to Alienware for being a sponsor in Season 9 of the SPL, coming back to us in the Smite Pro League, empowering all of us here in the studio and all of our players back at home. Game number 1 of the Tartarus Titans and the Solar Scarabs concluded, and for about the first 10 or so minutes, Charlie, was a rather even game. You know, nothing really going too far back, but once kind of that 10-minute mark started to tip over, SOT starts finding a couple kills in one lane, we see Cyclone start getting some kills and layers. It started to spiral out of control pretty quickly.
I mean, Mifflin was calling the Bolts the bad guys for playing, like, you know, the Noxes and all those different style of picks, but the Tartarus Titans are playing Hell and Uller, and it's looking gross, man. It's looking very difficult to try and deal with. Paul just double stacking Hell, doing so much damage, really wasn't under too much presence throughout this game. SOT going just Uller solo, and you're right, it was a slow start, it wasn't too much, but once he started rotating into these fights with this crit style build, was making his presence known as well. It was very difficult to try and deal with the amount of abilities just flying at you. Of course, the Solar Scarabs, you know, Oath doing what he could. I think he had a decent performance. It just seemed like Inbound was never really tanky enough to survive throughout the fight. As a Kabrakan, you want to have some damage to you. You want to be able to pack a bit of a punch with your CC, and it was never really able to live through these fights to get that off.
How does he do this, man? I feel like every time I watch SOT, I can just feel my wrists and my hands hurting with how many buttons he's spamming. But not just that, also how accurate he is on these, because he's not just throwing abilities to throw them. He's landing these abilities 9 times out of 10, and it's just being an absolute menace on this guy. And I think it's right to bring up the fact that there's a reason that Uller has been banned away from the Titans so many times. It's not just because Uller's a good god. It's not just because that 3 players on the team can play that god pretty well. It's because when SOT is the one playing this god, you get plays like this time and time again.
He switched it up. He said, let's switch it up. You know, you heard that like 10 times in that clip. Because you're just constantly just going back and forth. And I think, you know, this is one of those situations where you got to take that first game 1 loss and just throw that out the door. Like literally nothing from that game should be in your head except for number 1. Maybe you don't want to deal with A, the Uller, B, you know, the Hell. I think you're looking for early pressure and just all-out aggression if you are the Solar Scarabs. The Osiris found some success in lane, but it just wasn't able to really translate. You can see by the damage numbers, they really weren't able to survive through these fights to do what they needed to do. And I think putting SOT off this Uller would be a great start trying to open up some of the map, just let these team fights go a little bit smoother. You know, you can live through these fights a lot longer and try and CC and peel for your team when you're not getting crit for like 900 as we saw.
Yeah. Some silver linings, though, for the Scares. Bronic able to keep even at a 3-3. Oath, the sub for the team, at least in this set, coming in at a 1-2 slash line on there. So at least able to stand up to some of the SPL players, though we get to see that out of him and his team of the Eldritch Hounds back in the SEC when they fought against the Scarabs prior in that Phase 1 Masters Tournament. But we were ready to jump into the picks and bans for game number 2 to see what adjustments do get made. Does this Uller make it through again over to the Tartarus Titans? Will the Scarabs allow that pick to go through with its triple flexibility? Or do the Solar Scarabs maybe try and take that one away earlier in the draft if they can maybe pick that before the Tartarus Titans? We'll have to find out as they start going through. But the first bans that do pop in. Dodgy Chernobog, so no changeups as of yet. If I'm not mistaken, Tartarus Titans banned away the Xing Chen in this slot last time around, and seems they'll continue that same trend in Game 2.
Yeah, and I think another thing, Aurora on the Khepri was also super annoying, so I do think the Scarabs should be looking to take that one away as they do. It was just, you know, the Scarabs were getting active. It wasn't like they were just sitting there getting rolled over. They were trying to find picks. It was just Scarab's blessing. Like Aurora was on point as well. Not only tons of damage being spewed out, but that's just one of those things where the Khepri was always there. So now they left open the Umoja this time around. The Titans could have that option to grab. They could also just first pick one of the many other things they got last game and had no problem with. But it looks like trading out the Khepri for Umoja, I mean, it's certainly a trade, but is it a good one?
Yeah, that's...
We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm about to say, is giving up Khepri, is taking away Khepri to give Aurora Umoja really that good of a call for you, Trelly?
This is one of the, I mean, it depends about what the Scarabs are about to draft, right?
Okay.
Are you drafting something that is going to get overly aggressive and be able to capitalize on the fact that, you know, the Rivers of Puke is going to be down for a while? That god can walk through walls, so he doesn't care too much if the Osiris gets locked in. Do you still have an answer for the Uller? Are you going to grab it for yourself here? Because if not, if Uller's not locked in, I have to imagine that's what to follow. I mean, SOT, not only does he like having this pick to get some pressure, it's just he has to for yourself here because that, you know, the Rivers. I mean, it's
Khepri,
like trading out the Khepri for Umoja. I mean, it's certainly a trade, but is it a good one?
Yeah, that's...
We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm about to say, is giving up Khepri, is taking away Khepri to give Aurora Umoja really that good of a call for you, Trelly?
This is one of the, I mean, it depends about what the Scarabs are about to draft, right?
Okay.
Are you drafting something that is going to get overly aggressive and be able to capitalize on the fact that, you know, the Rivers of Puke is going to be down for a while? That god can walk through walls, so he doesn't care too much if the Osiris gets locked in. Do you still have an answer for the Uller? Are you going to grab it for yourself here? Because if not, if Uller's not locked in, I have to imagine that's what to follow. I mean, SOT, not only does he like having this pick to get some pressure, it's just he has fun on this character. You're in a 1-0 situation. I don't see why he wouldn't run it back. Ymir is going to be a bit of a switch up, though. Different from the Kabrakan, and I think the wall would be able to help out the squad, you know, in a situation like that where you could block the Uller axe at the wall or try to cut off, try to get more aggressive. So I do see what the Solar Scarabs went for here. There is a possibility that Oath could take that Osiris, or it could just go back to the solo lane for Scary D as well.
Potentially so. We'll have to see as the rest of the draft pans out for the Scarabs where this Osiris ends up landing on that team. But Erlong Shen, the immediate snap pick right after for the Tartarus Titans. No surprise seeing Layers go back to that one after a performance he had in Game 1. I believe a 4-0 for himself there. And now the Tartarus Titans with one final pick before they have to wait until the second wave of bans goes through.
Wow.
And they'll actually take a pick away from Stuart. Cupid going to be going over to the Titans this time around.
Yeah, they didn't put too much stock in that Uller pick. They're just like, you know what? SOT had his fun. Let's just, you know, if it doesn't get banned here, sure, we'll grab it again. But Cupid, insanely high win rate in the league at the moment, even though Stewart did just have a loss on it, still created some problems. You know, the Field of Love is always going to be one of those abilities that is super annoying to deal with. So it actually does look like Oath will be taking that Osiris into the jungle, and then Scary D will take that Kakolin into the solo lane respectively, and Uller gets banned away. So I like the little pivot here by the Solar Scarabs. They have a very tanky front line, 3 tanks right out of the rip, holding on to Stewart and Bronic's pick until later in the draft. And they just have themselves a very linear engage, where you're blinking with Kakolin, hitting a massive knock-up, transforming. There's a lot of CC here as well for the Scarab. So I think that's the reason that they let open this Umoja. They really wanted that Osiris, and they thought, you know what, Inbound can always play the Ymir instead. It's still going to be able to bring a ton of CC, and, you know, pretty good with the wall placement as well.
It will be the Uller and the Ola run ban out of Tartarus Titans. And now without a mid laner and without a hunter, it kind of makes it a little bit easier for the Titans to kind of prioritize their bans. I wonder if Kakulkin is on the mind for banning away from the Scarabs, because that is a combo with Kakulin that has worked really well for the Solar Scarabs in the past, and Baronic and Scary D can get on the same picture with those two gods. Usually ends up being pretty devastating for the teams that they're going up against. It will be a hell ban by the Solar Scarabs. One
Love
more
that
for the Tartarus Titans. Solar Scarabs not wanting to deal with the double stacking hell that Paul ran last time. The damage output, the healing, the amount of sustain that he had just needs to be a bit too much. But instead it will be a Heimdall ban. bit of a curious one there for me, Charlie. Not really thinking that Heimdall is really that high up there in the priority for bans.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty deep into the draft. Chernobog and Uller are already been taken away. The Oleron's gone as well. So it seems like just banning safety, I think, in that lane is the smart pick. You're trying to get Cyclone Spin, a favorable matchup where you can just drop Fields of Love and get value. So taking away some of that safety with the Heimdall, I think probably a smart option there. Now we get to see what the Scarabs are going to be holding on to here. You know, the Yu Huang is still open for Baronic if he does want to try and play that. Did just get off a game, and you know, I imagine, you know, he's still a good stat line. It wasn't like Baronic wasn't hitting. He was doing a ton of damage. It was just not enough to really stop the snowball. Looks like Shivalanka here first, and they're going to save that mage for last, but even more team fight presence. You know, Darkest of Nights, not an easy ult to fight into.
No, definitely makes it a little bit trickier when you literally can't see you more than like 15 feet in front of you. So we'll see how the Solar Scarabs can capitalize at that. So leaving Baronic's pick for last, waiting to see what the rest of the board has to offer for the Tartarus Titans. Erlong Shen, most likely over towards the jungle there for layers. Haven't really seen any flex out of that one. Yumoja Cupid as a dual lane. So Hell banned away from Paul after he played in game number 1. Where will he go to? Plenty of options still left for the mid lane. The Yu Huang is available if he wants to take that from Baronic. Act as a kind of pseudo 6th ban maybe. And then a pick for SOT. Since the Uller is gone, do you think that SOT just goes to something more normalized, maybe something a little bit more warrior-centric?
Yeah, of course, the Kabrakan. That's what I was gonna say.
Unless that's going mid. We saw Shito run in mid. We've seen. Okay, never mind. Hera locked in. So.
Yeah, no, I assume, you know, the King Arthur notably is something that could be an option here, but you are just trying to get more CC online for your team. You already have a fair bit of physical damage with the Erlong Shen and the Cupid. And this is just going to help with some extra lockdown. Of course, Osiris isn't going to care too much about that lockdown, but Kakolin, once he transforms, he's not going to appreciate the walls. Shibalanke is going to be forced into like just beadsing and getting out of those tremors immediately, and Ymir also is not going to love being walled in. So I think a smart pick here, just some more CC for your carries, try to set up as much as possible, but you're also going to be building a bit hybrid in that soul lane, so you'll have a fair bit of damage built as well.
So then does that kind of essentially really kind of force both teams into maybe getting a Phantom Shell? I mean, you got Yumoja Kabrakan on one side, Yumoja usually alone enough to warrant a relic like that, and then you've got Ymir for the Solar Scarabs with nobody who can actually get past the Ymir wall. So do you think that Phantom Shell might be the pickup for both these supports?
It certainly could be an option. For me, I think inbound always loves like the early aggression, so a blink could always be on the table, but you are also holding on to the possibility of a Curse Stomp could be really useful. You got the Cupid Hearts, you got 9 turns Blessing, and that's also a Yumoja on the opposition. So I would think Curse Stomp on the mind for at least one of these tanks, and then you could also force the blink if you're trying to be aggressive on the Shamir. So then who's getting the Phantom Shell? I think Oath could have a decent time getting it, but you're also looking at Fields of Love in the opposite side. So someone wants a sprint as well. There's a lot of team fight relics that you want to have your finger just write a hotkey on here, looking at the draft. So Phantom Shell for the Yumoja and the Kabrakan, sprint for the Cupid. You know, Argus also you would love to just be able to sprint away from as well. So it's difficult, but I do think probably on the mind for both of these teams.
So how do you kind of feel about the team fight then for the Scarabs? I mean, you have a Shibalanke, turn the lights out in the middle of a fight, always going to cause any kind of clutters in the comms. And you have a Merlin for the mid lane out of Baronic, who's got a lot of that long-range kind of damage, depending on which stance he's in. If he's in that fire, maybe a little bit more closer. And so, I mean, how does team fight for the Solar Scarabs look up against what the Titans have drafted?
It's going to be difficult because, you know, every time I see Merlin, I have the same, you know, analysis. It takes a while for him to be able to do crazy damage numbers, but once he does get online, that's when he starts swinging, right? We've seen some massive damage Merlin games, but they're usually like 40-plus minutes. So early on, probably let Baronic just sort of sit on an island in mid lane and say, we're not really going to fight around here too much. Obviously, there's a Hera, rather, in the opposition, so you could try and get aggressive, try to throw some poke her way. Hera's clear isn't the best, so she has to step up to the wave to get that damage off. If you get her low, then of course Oath can look to find a gank, but up until like 3 items or so, I don't think that Baronic's want to get too active in that lane.
So if that's the case, then for Oath, you know, maybe not wanting to put as much attention in the mid lane, kind of leave Baronic by himself, does Oath then kind of pivot himself over towards the solo lane to try and get some pressure for Scary D on this Kakolin, or do you maybe then move over to the duo lane instead and try and get some help over there for Stewart and inbound? Baronic
up until you
have a Shibalanke, turn the...
I guess also you would love to just be able to sprint away from as well, so it's difficult, but I do think probably on the mind for both of these teams.
So how do you kind of feel about the team fight then for the Scarabs? I mean, you have a Shibalanke, turn the lights out in the middle of a fight, always going to cause any kind of clutters in the comms. And you have a Merlin for the mid lane out of Baronic, who's got a lot of that long-range kind of damage, depending on which stance he's in. If he's in that fire, maybe a little bit more closer. And so, I mean, how does team fight for the Solar Scarabs look up against what the Titans have drafted?
It's going to be difficult because, you know, every time I see Merlin, I have the same, you know, analysis. It takes a while for him to be able to do crazy damage numbers, but once he does get online, that's when he starts swinging, right? We've seen some massive damage Merlin games, but they're usually like 40-plus minutes. So early on, probably let Baronic just sort of sit on an island in mid lane and say, we're not really going to fight around here too much. Obviously, there's a Hera, rather, in the opposition, so you could try and get aggressive, try to throw some poke her way. Hera's clear isn't the best, so she has to step up to the wave to get that damage off. If you get her low, then of course Oath can look to find a gank, but up until like 3 items or so, I don't think that Baronic's want to get too active in that lane.
So if that's the case, then for Oath, you know, maybe not wanting to put as much attention in the mid lane, kind of leave Baronic by himself, does Oath then kind of pivot himself over towards the solo lane to try and get some pressure for Scary D on this Kakolin, or do you maybe then move over to the duo lane instead and try and get some help over there for Stewart and inbound?
I mean, when I see Cabrakan solo, that always seems like a free gank to me, right? You're either going into teleport, you're losing some extra farm, or you're getting the beads for the gank, and then you just have to force that out and find some opportunity there. I mean, Cabrakan, if you can interrupt his clear, he's not going to have too much pressure in that lane as is. So I think Oath should probably sit over there as much as he can and try and get Scary D ahead. Because if Scary D's ahead, your dive, your tank, your actual front line is ahead, your carries just it's so much easier to play the game.
Scarabs have found some success on this Kakolin pick. Can Scary D and the rest of the Scarabs rally around and bring us to game 3? Or are the Titans going to take it away in 2? We'll throw it over to the casters one more time to get us kicked off.
Yeah, I don't know, Desk. The Tartarus Titans looked near unstoppable at the end of game number 1. The Scarabs need a complete mental retooling, a complete team comp retooling to get back into things here in game number 2 and send us to our second game 3 of the day. A day where we've already had some drama, Gore. The Valhalla Valkyries with their first win of the phase in our first set. And now the Scarabs fighting an uphill battle up against the Tartarus Titans. These two teams have some roster drama history between the two of them. Yeah. Now, only the Solar Scarabs playing with the roster drama in this matchup, but Titans able to capitalize there in game 1. I do want to start with Paul here in mid, Gore, because Paul playing the Hera, something that really Dardas has only been playing as of late.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good look for Paul. Paul has been playing the facilitator, utility-style mids for a little bit. I think now you get some of that with Argus, of course, but damage, burst damage,
yeah,
and some utility-style mid. High expectations for Paul.
It's been interesting. I mean, we were talking about it with fantasy scores, right? Where we were looking at Paul, and it's like, you know, Paul's like last year's slash lines for Pauls and this year's slash lines for Pauls are just different. It's just different styles of play that the Titans are bringing in. I think, admittedly, maybe those few weeks where Cyclone was playing a warrior, you didn't really have like a true carry on the team. Yeah. Didn't lend any favors over to the Titans, especially for fantasy scores. But it was fun to watch.
We're fighting level 2 and level 1 over on the right side of the map.
No.
Sot trembling Scary D. Yeah, he's still going. My man is swinging. And first blood to the Tartarus Titans. Paul can get aggressive here in mid. Likely doesn't have the cooldowns for a kill onto Veronic, but does get pressure in mid. And how about it? Ends up being a fighter, or a mass start rather, for Sot into a little bit of damage. And first blood to the Titans on right.
And I mean, I love that. Like, look, Sot, the Tremble works out really well. Does end up being the thing that gets the kill. Veronic's in trouble.
One more auto, and Layers has got it on. It started off terribly for the Solar Scarabs. Sot has gotten a kill on right. At least one gets pulled back for Oath. But it's just happening. The player cam for Scary D says a lot there. Eyes closed, kind of pursed lips. 2-0 start for Sot, 2-0 start for Layers. Baronic, Oath, each with a death. Scary D with 2. Titans find themselves just shy of 1,000 gold in the lead in 2 minutes.
Roar. Well, I don't think he's that worried about anything. All right, quick, fast version recap. Stumble, body block, gets a kill, Sot picks up number 1. Comes in, Baronic's low, gets killed number 2. You lose Paul there, but the damage numbers at that point for Oath, diving that deep. Well, Paul's able to get a lot back, so his Layers, boom, they get the next one. I have no idea what happened in solo lane other than Sot just went crazy and killed off Scary. And I think look, it's a lot of this, right? He's going to be able to control where your movement is. You're going to take a lot more damage than you expect while you're trying to clear the wave. And if you stick around in that, Sot cancels it, goes ahead, stuns you, slams his walls up, against you. And at that point, you're down to, like, what, a third health? And we don't have ults yet. But given that's coming up soon here for Sot, you have to imagine some lockdown on Scary D is going to be coming along with it. So I think a lot of pressure that's going to continue to mount because it's just this style of play. And that's going to be rough to handle.
Well, Sot getting close to level 5. If he can keep Scary D in lane. Scary D only has the 1 charge left on that Chalice. If Scary D stays in lane, walks out of tower range, could be kill opportunity for SOT. Blue buff still halfway back to respawning. So no invade opportunity for the Titans just yet. But it's been a couple, now this game not over, but it's been a couple good games so far from Layers. Sot at 5, won't drop the walls around Scary D.
Yet.
Wants to, won't. I wonder if he's trying to calculate how much damage he really has here. Now that Scary D is level 5, unlikely.
Not just 5, but like right around that halfway health bar mark where it's like, can I take enough tower shots? How much do I have versus what he has? Can I kill him faster than that thing kills me?
Ultimately decided that the lead he's got is sufficient enough and won't risk it on a tower dive. Layers has been hanging out. They're just waiting for this blue buff to come back up, desperately hoping to invade. Oath and Baronic will make their way right, but have a little waiting to do. Not much more Baronic can be doing over in mid right now. The wave's just now reaching those towers. So blue buff will finally spawn. As Layers and Sot, who are relatively strong at this point in the game, will fight against 3 of the Solar Scarabs. 9 turns Blessing out. It looks like just the numbers advantage still strong enough for the Scarabs to keep their blue on their side of the map.
Yeah, you got 3 dudes at level 5 on the other side. You're not wanting to fight into it too much. Especially like Baronic, there's a lot of burn that's going to come down from the Merlin, even though it's just tier 2 Doom War, but still feels really solid in terms of the damage that it's going to be able to get out there. Oath, especially with the stun. Tether comes out. It just doesn't feel like you really want to deal with it. He's taking less damage. Cullen has a knock-up. I don't want to mess with it. They don't want to mess with it. Have your blue buff, and we'll fall back because it's still, 3-kill advantage. Admittedly, hasn't skewed out as far. And this is always that conversation, I think, about some early game pressure and kills, where they go, what you get with it. That always needs to matter because, for the last couple of minutes, it's felt almost like a plateau, although little steals like this, along with mid-camp control, things like that, it's definitely giving an advantage over to the Titans.
To give credit to the Titans, hard to push your lead much better than what the Titans have done. Yeah. Scary D has transformed, and that's one way to do it. This has just been tough for the Cullen, which is extra
capital
brutal.
T, capital U, and capital double F.
Capital double F, that's right. And that's how you got to spell it in a moment like this. And what's worrying is this is how the Desk kind of set it up, was can the Cullen from Scary D be that win factor? And right now it's the lose factor. It's 0-3, and Sot and Layers have just feasted on the right side of the map. Layers finds his way to 3-1-1 in the KDA department. I think has decent gold in the back pocket as well. And sitting on the Golden Blade mannequins, for a little while. 1,500 gold they'll be able to go back and spend up. A little bit further behind is the Osiris, just 600 gold. So decent chunk of this gold lead over in the jungle, and then of course Sot. And a nice start there. Bancroft's talent to start off. Fighter's Mask start for Sot. Unique style of build, but it's working out so far.
Yeah, honestly, I think that it's very similar to what we saw, mid yesterday, and it gives a lot of power, gives a lot of punch potential. I think that Scary D, unfortunately, has found out, and might find out again if he's not careful. The ult being up there for Sot can change a lot. Just throwing up those walls, locking someone in, plus being able to have Layers here just helps out.
And taunt, yes please. Wall means a kill. That's happening on cooldown on right. Can the Solar Scarabs push their numbers over here on left? Aurora should die, and he will, and at least Baronic notches 1 for the Solar Scarabs. This is a 4 versus 2, but suddenly Cyclone Spin, nice stun, but a better wall from inbound. Keeps the follow-up minimal. Paul rotating out of mid, but Oath and inbound scurrying away at red HP. Looks like they'll be able to survive. Solar Scarabs find a clean pick over on left, but nearly lost a couple of team members in trade.
And I love, look at him, Paul, because Layers is coming over here. They're going to catch someone out.
Baronic flickers away, polymorph pin, all of it's there. And Baronic, oh my goodness, the second 9 turns blessing of the last couple of minutes. And Layers is on an absolute warpath here in game 2. 6-1-1. 7 affected kills out of 8 in 8 minutes of game time. Titans show no signs of slowing down. When you talk about early on Shen, this is what you're talking about. Affecting 7 kills in the first 8 minutes of the game. Near perfect play from Layers. Sod has been there on the assistance as well, and the Titans picking up right where they left off in game 1.
And look, if it weren't for the fact that he's out of mana, the Oath would be dead too. He would continue that chase. Even at that health bar, I mean, you've got a Roar nearby. Yeah, you'd probably have just enough healing to be able to eke that one out. Maybe you'd end up dying. And Dave, I'm going to do something that's going to seem weird. I'm going to give props. And I know what you're thinking. Props, theoretically, at this point, should go to Layers or Sot, because they've been doing damn near everything in this game that has happened. I'm going to give it over to Inbound, because this Ymir, that is 2 walls, that has slowed some things down.
Right.
And like, at the minimum, it saved 1 kill for the team. The second one, it at least delayed it. Unfortunately, you know, that taunt from Layers was just phenomenal, so there was no real true escape. But these walls have been pretty good otherwise.
And Beads will keep Stewart alive. Sot just gets a solo kill onto Oath. Layers doesn't have 9 turns blessing. Likely has it soon. CC immunity used. Just now gets 9 turns blessing up.
Who doesn't dive tier 2s at 9 minutes? Come on, Titans.
Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. Man,
so literally unwatchable.
I don't know. Sot's at near unkillable status here. He's 3-0-2, level ahead. 3 levels ahead of Oath is really the worrying trend here. As Oath is at level 7, that's equal to a Roar. Anywhere the Tartarus Titans go seems to be a kill that's dropping. Except for here, where the Solar Scarabs will be able to put out some pressure. Blink forward from Oath. Guess you do have the support from Scary D rotating out of solo lane, but Aurora will rip Tide away. Lord of the Afterlife up and over from Oath. Layers gets a kill onto Baronic on the backside. Paul does the same to Oath on the front side. Wall up and canceled by Inbound, and Layers will survive as well.
Now, so you see Layers' low health bar, and if you were watching that fight, if you were paying attention to the mainstay, you did not see Layers peel off. Or maybe you saw him disappear, but you saw prior to him leaving the fight that he had a full health bar. He just chased down Baronic in the mid-tier 1 without a care in the world.
Sot is way behind Scary D here. Scary D getting tanky enough, yeah. I think even a 2-level lead and a 303 KDA for Sot won't be able to just solo burn through this health bar in one go. But, you know, to Scary D's credit, how in the world are you supposed to play a lane like you walk in the lane and Sot just trembles the wave, doesn't care, says, yeah, you can auto attack me, but you're gonna be taking damage and you're gonna get trembled the entire time you do it. I'm gonna out clear you, and I'm gonna get pressure from my jungle. I don't, look, Scary D desperately trying to do something. Now, anything, you know, gotta be a 2v1 at least, but I don't know who's rotating over here.
Yeah.
Sot's got mana and damage and the whole 9 yards.
That one just feels good in the draft, right? With Kabrakan coming into the meta, they picked him up after the
That'll
Kukulkan.
be a kill. That'll be a kill.
That'll be
a kill. We'll take another one. We are officially out of hand. We have officially reached out of hand status. Scary D, does he not have Salmon Leaps? Is this gonna, oh, Layers steals it away for the double kill. I don't know who's got Layers on their fantasy team, but.
Now I should double check that. I feel like this is the time to double check that.
Yeah.
I want to say it's Trelly, which no, Trelly had Scream.
Yeah.
No, he had Sam. No one had Scream.
No one had Scream.
But that's going to be a quick pickup.
That seems like malpractice on our part.
I had him in phase 1, and he did not treat me very well in phase number 1. Phase 2 Scream and phase 1 Scream are different people.
Yeah. Well, Gore, we can do a quick roundup here because the Titans are absolutely running away with this game. They are close to 7,000 gold ahead. Will be 7,000 gold ahead unless the Scarabs steal this away, which they will. And so a small win from the Solar Scarabs. Instead of it being 7,000 gold in the lead, it is only 6.3k at 12 minutes. So a small win for the Solar Scarabs. And they can get back to lane faster when Sot inevitably pokes them out a bit. That Pyromancer passive will help the Scarabs get back into lane. But we can do a quick roundup, Gore. I think the scoreboard tells you about what you need to know about how the first 12 minutes of the game have gone. Layers has been everywhere. Most of the pressure has been put on the right side of the map. 0-5 for Scaredy, and a 1-3 from Oath means 8 of the 13 kills have all been happening on right, and that has just built up an insurmountable lead here. And a 3 versus 1, and it's just not going any better. Before we get close to 7,000 gold ahead. Will be 7,000 gold ahead unless the Scarabs steal this away, which they will. And so a small win from the Solar Scarabs. Instead of it being 7,000 gold in the lead, it is only 6.3k at 12 minutes. So a small win for the Solar Scarabs. And they can get back to lane faster when Sod inevitably pokes them out a bit. That Pyromancer passive will help the Scarabs get back into lane. But we can do a quick roundup, Gore. I think the scoreboard tells you about what you need to know about how the first 12 minutes of the game have gone. Layers has been everywhere. Most of the pressure has been put on the right side of the map. 0-5 for Scaredy, and a 1-3 from Oath means 8 of the 13 kills have all been happening on right, and that has just built up an insurmountable lead here. And a 3 versus 1, and it's just not going any better. Paul has got Staff of Mirrodin, so watch out for this. When Argus drops down, you need to be running if you're the Solar Scarabs because the damage will follow. And the lead is massive enough, Mirrodin or not. This is the thing that's going to happen to the Scarabs on cooldown. Layers is divine. And I think at this point, Scarabs hoping that they can just quickly and cleanly get to their matches next week with potentially a full-time jungler, but I don't think Game 2 Gore is going to be turning around for them.
This is just a good predicament for the Titans is what I'll call it. I'm going to focus only on them right now because really...
I'm intrigued as how you're going to explain this predicament the Titans are in right now.
Yeah, well, the predicament is they need to figure out how to beat the Titan while there's still 4 towers standing. They need to figure out where their focus is going to go. I mean, look, you're getting Layers not burning beads when he's getting frozen despite the fact that he's taking some damage in return. Yeah. You get you mentioned it, the 3v1 there up against Cyclone Spin that he's able to just walk away from, and it's because the 2 of the 3 that are chasing him down were 4 levels below him. Now 1 of them is 5. It's just such a massive experience lead. You know, even just ignoring gold, which is difficult to do this early on, but even if you just ignore it, it's just the experience alone. 5 levels in the jungle, 2 levels in mid and solo, 1 level, admittedly only down there for Cyclone over Stewart. But it's in a grouped up team fight.
Yep.
There's just more from the Titans that they can offer in every single one of them than anyone on the Scarabs is going to have.
You know, I think that as far as trying new things goes, I think the Titans, because now in back-to-back games, they have gone quad damage dealers. Scaredy is going to die again here. It'll be the SOT who's on a rampage. So now it's back-to-back games with quad damage dealers for the Titans, where Aurora's been left as the only tank. This game going a bit hybrid, I guess, with the Chronos Pendant. I wondered if, like, the 1 tank status would hurt the Titans in Game 1. Didn't. And I guess when you're building up the type of lead that the Titans are, specifically over on the right side of the map, you're not really going to suffer the, like, 1 tank lifestyle because you're probably, just based on levels far enough ahead, that you're tanky enough anyway. And so it's a unique style of composition that's now worked out in a couple of games for the Titans. That is a 15-minute Fire Giant, by the way, for the Titans. I don't even say the word Fire Giant until like 20 minutes most of the time. We're not only saying it, but talking about how it's been confirmed at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
From the Titans. This game is all out of sorts. Aurora is nearly ahead in experience over half of the Solar Scarabs. And we're Phoenix sieging 15 minutes in the game with no real defense from the Scarabs.
But here's
at this point, we're just trying to close it out and get the Scarabs home safely.
What I'm wondering, and here's the challenge I present to the Titans, is how high can Layers get his kill streak, A, and B, why is it that is somehow not the fastest Fire Giant this year? I go to check my notes. This year, we had an 11-minute Fire Giant earlier this year. That's what I wish I had written that down because I don't remember.
Who would have done an 11-minute FG? That had to have been like the other team is doing Gold Fury.
And we're
going to clear wards and just spam the Fire Giant as fast as we can. That's got to be exactly what that is. As the Vuvuzelas ring out from Stewart and his ultimate. And the Tartarus Titans on the verge of ending this game in sub 20 minutes. And beyond that, the verge of ending the game in sub 17 minutes. Not sure they're tanky enough to fully siege down the Titan just yet. But the Titans will win game 2 here eventually, barring one of the most catastrophic meltdowns I've ever seen.
All right, let me give you the timer we're looking for here. 19-19.
So that's
the fastest so far this year.
Titans are racing against the clock at this point, and they've got
that's
2 minutes and 20 seconds
issue
to do
challenge for them is to try and beat 19-19.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it because I think they've got to go back and reset.
They lose Fire Giant right around that time.
Yeah. I think they're just going to be over 20 minutes. Let me ask you a question, Gord.
Okay.
And just because
that's your job, so yeah.
Yeah, it is. Well, what's my job is to ask you questions about the game.
Oh, this is not about
I'm asking you a question about something in the game, and I asked Mifflin this. So you know right over there on the far left side of the map where the dual lane Harpy spawns?
Yeah.
There's a nice green bowl of like potion that spawns over there. Would you drink out of Mifflin said yes immediately. Oh, in this little goblet, you're about to see crest over the wall here.
I know what you're talking
right
about.
There.
Yeah,
you
right
see
there.
that? Would you drink that? It's clearly a potion of some sort.
So it is, in this standard, it is a random public fountain filled with a green liquid.
Right.
And Mifflin, not even my answer, Mifflin said yes that he would drink it.
Yes. I think as Oath gets
I'm worried about his health. What is he doing?
I think he thought it was like some nice, like a witch's brew or something.
No, I would assume that that's the kind of thing an evil person looks into, and it shows them like the future that's going on.
Right.
Like Wicked Witch of the West.
Right?
It's like, yeah, like that's like you're watching in the cauldron. Someone is going to die. It might just straight up be an acid that melts your face.
The souls of those who fall on the left side of the map go into that cauldron. So you've added 4 from Inbound and Stewart here this game. Luckily, it hasn't been on the right side of the map because it'd be nice and full of 7 Scary D deaths. Maybe 8 if Bluestone has something to say about it. Baronic will live through the dive. And in 29 seconds, the Tartarus Titans could beat the fastest game of the year so far. It's a battle against the clock. You got 18 seconds to end this game, Titans, but it's looking like you're trying to pad your stats. The Tartarus Titans have bowled over the Solar Scarabs in one of the most brutal games of Smite I've watched this year. And unfortunately, Gore, I don't think we're setting a new fastest game pace.
I've got good news for you.
Just yet. Tell me. Oh, you got a kill. That's good news. That's good news for the Scarabs, but Layers is immortal. That's bad news for the Scarabs. Layers and Paul and the rest of the gang might add another. Paul is on a killing spree. And this has been an absolute fantasy point wonderland for anyone who owns any of the Tartarus Titans. But I don't think the game ends just yet. You got Layers for some damage.
Oh, come on.
I'm not sure the Titans can get it done. They were looking for kills.
Well,
I want to see the dive. And in 29 seconds, the Tartarus Titans could beat the fastest game of the year so far. It's a battle against the clock. You got 18 seconds to end this game, Titans, but it's looking like you're trying to pad your stats. The Tartarus Titans have bowled over the Solar Scarabs in one of the most brutal games of Smite I've watched this year. And unfortunately, Gore, I don't think we're setting a new fastest game pace.
I've got good news for you.
Just yet. Tell me. Oh, you got a kill. That's good news. That's good news for the Scarabs, but Layers is immortal. That's bad news for the Scarabs. Layers and Paul and the rest of the gang might add another. Paul is on a killing spree. And this has been an absolute fantasy point wonderland for anyone who owns any of the Tartarus Titans. But I don't think the game ends just yet. You got Layers for some damage.
Oh, come on.
I'm not sure the Titans can get it done. They were looking for kills.
Well,
I want to see the gold spike.
You remember that, good news I was going to tell you?
An 11 kill shutdown.
They were
all right.
so close. So close.
Wasn't that
to
bad.
Beating the Phase 2 fastest game, because that's 1949. That slipped through their hands. Hey, they've got fire minions in all 3 lanes. Right lane should clear up pretty soon.
An 11 kill shutdown for Baronic.
An 11 kill shutdown on Baronic. You burn Layers beads as well. Fire Giants coming back up. This is actually, no joke, this is a good spot for the Scarabs if they could leave their base any further than about 20 feet. I think if you can clear maybe a couple waves over there and left,
I mean,
and if you were able to rush it like right now, if you were at Fire Giant this very second, I think you'd be able to get the FG, and might not really change the trajectory of the game that much, but it would take it away from the Titans, and I'd count that as a win.
it is a good spot for the Scarabs in the sense that the Titans cannot actively end the game right now in this second. But a 12, 13,000 gold lead, far from a good spot for the Solar Scarabs. You know, I think we gave the Scarabs a bit of leeway coming into this matchup. They lose one of their most impactful players a couple days ago.
I would argue it's like the equivalent of losing your all-star quarterback like the day before a game.
Right, absolutely.
Because that's what happened.
Right, absolutely. I mean, Scream can't understate his impact on the Scarab squad. They lose him. Oath, a fantastic player. Always going to be hard to step into a team and go up against the Titans. The Scarabs were battling against a whole lot outside of just the Titans going into this matchup, so I tend to give them a bit of leeway and expect and hope that they're able to get back to some of their winning ways. Really, the timing of it all is just kind of brutal for the Scarabs.
Yeah.
You know, they had beaten the Kings.
Right after a huge win
Right
there.
after a big win. They beat the Kings on a couple set win streak. Honestly starting to challenge the bottom of some of the middle 5 teams in the league. And unfortunately, that has all come crashing down here as the Titans will extend us into the mid-20s of minutes. We'll grab the next Fire Giant. But looks like we're just over the horizon of one more fight. And the Tartarus Titans will give us one of the most convincing wins we've seen so far this phase. 12-2-4 on Layers. And the 0-8 of Scary D is where a lot of that started. Just a matter of time when the Titans choose to engage.
Yeah, it's the countdown timer to the fight. Good news is the Titan does a decent amount of damage. You don't have any fire minions. It's not like this is an EFG, so just walking into the Titan room is going to be a little more difficult. Hell, you only have one guy who's level 20 in the game. Like, you don't have the damage yet.
A little more difficult, but still in a very strong spot are the Tartarus Titans. You will get the pin onto Scary D, who is hoping to avoid ending this game at 0-9. But you need Drickel Cullen up front to give Baronic and Stewart the space to operate, and that means you're face planting into a mountain of damage. The Titans will walk towards the Titan. Zindan throws up the wall and drops down the ultimate. Paul does the same as well. And such a slow play here from the Titans, a bit spread out as far as damage goes. Titan finally hit on by Cyclone Spin, but not completed. And now Layers is going to go low, but he won't die. And again, the Titans are not going to end the game. And it looks like we'll actually lose a couple team members in the meantime. Whether the Solar Scarabs have done enough, or the Titans haven't done enough. There you go, triple stun. Here come the kills from the Tartarus Titans. Now we can dash forward.
Fire minions on left, fire minions in mid.
Or they'll back away. Surprisingly slow from the Titans, given the pace of the first 8 minutes of this game. They're giving us some suspense here, Gore, and that's it.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not feeling the suspense, but I like the kills. I like the fight back from the
Aurora's
Scarabs.
gonna die. Scary D will as well. Stewart is very low. Look, the Solar...
There's still 5 towers up on the other side of the map.
Of course, the Scarabs aren't gonna win this game, but let's auto-attack the Titan a bit here, fellas. We're dealing damage for damage sake.
This is the weirdest limbo of at the end of a Smite game that I've ever seen.
Yeah, how am I supposed to make an end call on this when they're not going to attack the Titan? We're building up some kills. And we're not damaging the Titan.
Oh, it's a half health though, Dave. Oh, well, not
no,
anymore.
I just jumped back up.
It's a 3-4 health bar, Dave.
Yeah, let me wrap got this really quick. Layers frozen by inbound. God bless production. They are bringing in and out the Titans player cams, hoping for this game to end at some point. There we go. The rest of the Titans will put their damage into the Titan. And after about a 6-minute Titan siege.
Look at that joy.
Now I don't, yeah, we're round of applause for the Titans. I don't want that wacky end to take away from how dominating that was from the Titans. Padding the stats, padding the kills just a bit there towards the end. Having some, now we can dash forward.
Fire minions on left.
Scary D will as well. Stewart is very Pretty low. Look,
Hey,
the Solars.
There's still 5 towers up on the other side of the map.
Of course, the Scarabs aren't going to win this game, but let's auto-attack the Titan a bit here, fellas. We're dealing damage for damage sake.
This is the weirdest limbo of at the end of a Smite game that I've ever seen.
Yeah, how am I supposed to make an end call on this when they're not going to attack the Titan? We're building up some kills. And we're not damaging the Titan.
Oh, it's a half health though, Dave. Oh, well, not
no,
anymore.
I just jumped back up.
It's a 3/4 health bar, Dave.
Yeah, let me rap God this really quick. Layers frozen by inbound. God bless production. They are bringing in and out the Titans player cams, hoping for this game to end at some point. There we go. The rest of the Titans will put their damage into the Titan. And after about a 6-minute Titan siege.
Look at that joy.
Now I don't. Yeah, we're round of applause for the Titans. I don't want that wacky end to take away from how dominating that was from the Titans. Padding the stats, padding the kills just a bit there towards the end. Having some fun. I suppose you've given yourself that opportunity when the game is as
There's
dominating.
not a single smile in their player booth, dude.
Yeah, maybe expected. I don't know. Does that look
Why is no one happy?
My man Layers just went like 12, 2, and 4. Maybe it's expected. There you go, a little smile out of Layers. Look, when you afford yourself the opportunity to play around a bit at the end of a game when you got a 15-minute Fire Giant, a 20-minute Fire Giant, and you're up like 15,000 gold. So it took a minute to end the game.
8 minutes.
But the Tartarus Titans, I don't think that should take away from how dominating this game is.
Yeah, that was they started the ramp incredibly fast. They got up to their plateau. They not even plateau. They just kept climbing, and then finally stalled it for like 3 minutes at the very end for whatever reason other than to, like you said, maybe get some extra damage out there.
You don't get to do that often, any team in this league. So
that was like the
advantage
limit breaker, right? Testing, like what's it like when we're up 13,000 gold, 24 minutes in, and at the Titan with none of our towers dead except for the one in left.
This one, brutal for the Solar Scarabs. The Tartarus Titans able to close out the set 2-0. That's it for Gormizer and I. Good luck to the desk breaking this one down.
I don't know. I think they broke it down pretty well there. Just a brutal game across the board, at least for the Solar Scarabs. Tartarus Titans, they make it look easy in this one. I mean, 8 minutes in, Layers is a part of 7 kills already, and that's just the ones that he was a part of at that time, not including anything else that may have been happening across the rest of the map. I think like a 12-1 or a 13-1 slash line to end the game for Layers. So good for any Layers players in their fantasy league. Certainly not my jungler this time around, so I'm not going to be getting all the benefits of those fantasy points, but maybe some of the other players out there. But Charlie, this is a tough one. I mean, the Solar Scarabs, they come in with a sub. Didn't expect craziness, out there, but I wasn't really expecting a beatdown like this.
No, and I think all off the back of, the way that SOT chose to build goes one of two ways. You either get absolutely farmed or you absolutely farm, and SOT got very active at level 1, and that was pretty much it, right? Like Scary D never ticked over to level 2. It was expecting to get that dash in his rage form. He didn't get the dash, and then he died, and then it was just SOT able to farm just so effectively in this lane because of that start. You go to Bancroft's full power build. Oath was probably looking over at that lane and was like, I would love to gank and help you, but I feel like we both don't want to fight that. Then Layers was able to use the XP he got from there and throughout the rest of the map to have the performance that you saw, whereas everyone that was getting close to this Erlong Shen was just getting absolutely shredded through because he just had so many golden items and levels. I mean, that's everything you want from your jungler.
I'm trying to think who does have Layers on our fantasy team. It's got to be Dave, I would imagine.
It was me in phase 1.
Well, Gore has Captain Twig. I don't. I have Cuvo Fred. You had Sam.
Yep.
Mifflin had Scream? No, Mifflin had. Who did Mifflin? It may have been Mifflin. It was either Mifflin or Dave who has it. Okay, so Dolson just messaged in the chat. He said he has last. So it had to have been Mifflin then, because then Hindu Man's got Panatom. So I guess that at least for Mifflin, gonna be getting some nice fantasy points. A 14-2 and 6 slash line for Layers. Definitely gonna be a nice little boost there. Tartarus Titans as a whole getting some nice damage numbers. Well, they were padding some stats at the very end of the game there. It took a little while. It's kind of in that, but I think Dave kind of highlighted, it's not often that we're going 20 minutes into the game with a 13 to 14,000 gold lead already knocking at the door of the Titan.
Yeah, they were close, as Gore highlighted. They almost beat the record there. 19 minutes. They were able to close it out a couple minutes prior. They had to back up, unfortunately, so they're not going to get the quickest set this year. But still, a very dominant performance. And again, You know, I gotta highlight the build from SOT. It's one of those things that could easily go south if you don't get off to that great start. But when you know when you can fight, when you know when you can take those engagements and you get that lead, it's one of those things that can really snowball a game.
Yeah, and this lead unfortunately snowballed out of control, at least for favor of the Tartarus Titans. And we've got the one who got that snowball rolling, Layers, the jungler for the Tartarus Titans, standing by. First off, congrats on the 2-0 set out there. Felt maybe kind of like a business usual for you guys. You know, you're going against a sub for a team. You know, they just lost their jungler in the Solar Scares. I mean, what was kind of the thoughts coming into this set for your team?
Just to show up and play clean. Regardless if they have a sub, it doesn't really matter like to us, but it definitely.
They just the jungler lead with a 30 damage number. I guess that at least for Mifflin, going to be getting some nice vantage points. A 14-2 and 6 slash line for Layers. Definitely going to be a nice little boost there. Tartarus Titans as a whole getting some nice damage numbers. Well, they were padding some stats at the very end of the game there. It took a little while. It's kind of in that, but I think they've kind of highlighted, you know, it's not often that we're going 20 minutes into the game with a 13 to 14,000 gold lead already knocking at the door of the Titan.
Yeah, they were close, as Gore highlighted. They almost beat the record there. 19 minutes. You know, they were able to close it out a couple minutes prior. They had to back up, unfortunately, so they're not going to get the quickest set this year. But still, a very dominant performance. And again, you know, I gotta highlight the build from SOT. It's one of those things that could easily go south if you don't get off to that great start. But when you know when you can fight, when you know when you can take those engagements and you get that lead, it's one of those things that can really snowball a game.
Yeah, and this lead unfortunately snowballed out of control, at least for favor of the Tartarus Titans. And we've got the one who got that snowball rolling, Layers, the jungler for the Tartarus Titans, standing by. First off, congrats on the 2-0 set out there. Felt maybe kind of like a business usual for you guys. You know, you're going against a sub for a team. You know, they just lost their jungler in the Solar Scares. I mean, what was kind of the thoughts coming into this set for your team?
Just to show up and play clean. Regardless if they have a sub, it doesn't really matter like to us, but it definitely does suck because they lost. I think, in my opinion, he was like their best player, and he did a lot for them. So losing a player like that and then only having like a day of practice with a different jungler definitely hurts, and it showed. So.
Talk to me a little bit about that 2v2 in the Soul Lane. You know, very start of the game, you guys are going for a Totem coup fight more than anything. You know, what kind of goes through your mind as a jungler when you're going up in those early 2v2 matchups that lane?
You just look at like who's stronger. You look at composition. I think we were stronger because we were Quebec and we have Tremors. And Tremors is like OP ability early game level 2. So our 2v2 is just better and we took the fight and it worked out for us. So.
Yeah, it seemed to do real well for you guys. Now, your next set is going to be up against the Valhalla Valkyries. They just found a big win today over against the Oni Warriors. I mean, how do you kind of feel about the Valks now that they've got that first big set win for the FaZe under their wings?
I was like congratulating them before we, because we see them in the booth right before we come in because they play first. But I was like, yo, let's go, boys. Like, that's just like, it's like a momentum thing because they were like, what, 0-11 prior and now they're 1-11. But it's just like a feel-good thing at the end of the day because there's like, oh yeah, like we deserve to be here, like we won. Like we can do it, you know? It just like ups the spirits, so it's definitely good for them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you guys look good in your set today. Congrats on the 2-0. I'll let you get back with the team, though. You can celebrate. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So jungler for the Tartarus Titans, feeling good about their being able to get that win. Now they're going to have to go against the Valhalla Valkyries in their next matchup. That one's going to be taking place tomorrow. We'll get a chance to look at the schedule and the standings and see how everything kind of pans out after this set has broken itself down. But a convincing win out of the Tartarus Titans, I believe two sub-25-ish minute games coming out of both of them, and these ones up against the Solar Scarabs. A rough loss for the Scarabs, but one that I'm sure that they're not going to be too distraught over, you know, coming in with a substitute. Not necessarily that you don't expect to win, but you don't expect to put up the same level of fight that you would have had if you had your full team, especially the fact that they were coming in with only one man, or with only one game played with their new one. And as of it for today, that is all. Valhalla Valkyries found their 2-1 over the Oni Warriors. A big upset this week for that team. Tartarus Titans with only Schmidt
Deserve to be here, like we won, like we can do it, you know? It just like ups the spirits, so it's definitely good for them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you guys look good in your set today. Congrats on the 2-0. I'll let you get back with the team, though. You can celebrate. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So jungler for the Tartarus Titans, feeling good about their being able to get that win. Now they're going to have to go against the Valhalla Valkyries in their next matchup. That one's going to be taking place tomorrow. We'll get a chance to look at the schedule and the standings and see how everything kind of pans out after this set has broken itself down. But a convincing win out of Tartarus Titans, I believe two sub-25-ish minute games coming out of both of them, and these ones up against the Solar Scarabs. A rough loss for the Scarabs, but one that I'm sure that they're not going to be too distraught over, you know, coming in with a substitute. Not necessarily that you don't expect to win, but you don't expect to put up the same level of fight that you would have had if you had your full team, especially the fact that they were coming in with only one man or with only one game played with their new one. And as of it for today, that is all. Valhalla Valkyries found their 2-1 over the Oni Warriors. A big upset this week for that team. Tartarus Titans found their 2-0 over the Scarabs. And then tomorrow, the Titans will be back to start the day out against the Valkyries and the Oni Warriors up against the Olympus Bolts. It's only going to be 2 games, so make sure that you're tuning in at 1 p.m. We're not going to be starting at our usual 11 a.m. EST, so make sure that you're waiting until the 1 p.m. when we start off. We'll only have those 2 sets. Just got to make sure the folks home don't wake up too early for the SPL. Or, you know what, wake up early and celebrate a little bit earlier. Why not?
Wake up early, get yourself some coffee, whatever you need, and then just get ready for your regularly scheduled Smite action. But look at the standings. Feels good to see that dub in the Valhalla Valkyries column. We are seeing a bit of a shakeup here. The Titans climbing up to 3 after the Oni Warriors take that L as well. That's a massive jump for them.
Yeah, for sure. They were sitting down at 5th seed, and now they jump up tied for 3rd with the Oni Warriors. So a little bit of a battle at the top end of the bracket there. Camelot Kings still sitting at the top. Olympus Bolts right below them. The Titans and Oni Warriors tied in that 3rd place slot. So big things, big implications on the line for some of the sets tomorrow out there. If Tartarus Titans can find their win up against the Valkyries, push themselves to maybe get closer to guarantee that 3rd place spot. Olympus Bolts definitely want to make sure that they can find a nice little fight as well. But man, we kind of came into this set, maybe into this day, expecting maybe some quicker games, especially in that first set. You don't really know what to expect with the Valkyries. Really being able to surprise us, though, and take it to that full 3 games, I think that might be at least the highlight of the weekend. But the weekend is not over. Make sure that you are tuning in tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, for the kickoff of our 3rd day of the SPL. On behalf of myself, Charlie Casters Production, everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the Daily Puzzle. Today we're working on a study composed by Ernst Holm. As we assess the position with white to move, we can notice we've inherited quite a difficult position. We're down a bit of material, and our knight on b6 is hanging. But this is definitely not the entire story. We do have an advance past pawn on d6, ready to advance on the next turn. I assure you we're going to spend plenty of time looking at that option, but it's worth noting that we should briefly consider the most forcing moves first. We can attack the enemy king with knight c4, or knight d5, which would actually hang the knight in that case. But even knight c4 just feels like a spite check, as black can centralize the king with king d4, attacking our knight, when it isn't clear what we accomplished by attacking the king. In general, we try to avoid a one-move threat if there's an easy one-move reply. Okay, our knight is hanging, but it does an excellent job defending the d7 square. This means that especially after considering our alternatives, or lack thereof, we can march toward our puzzle solution by advancing the d-pawn forward. Our knight is currently immune from capture as we've created a stronger threat, promoting our pawn into a queen. So black sensibly defends the promotion square with rook b8. The name of this game is promoting our advanced d-pawn, so blocking the rook is essential, continuing with knight c8. Now that the rook no longer protects the d8 square, it looks like black's resources are coming to an end. However, the pawn on e6 turns out to be well placed. As surprising as that may appear, it prepares a resilient resource after rook takes b5. Well, it is true that we can promote our pawn into a queen, but now our newly promoted queen is aligned with our king on the d-file, allowing the nasty fork rook d5, attacking the king and newly promoted queen. Since the e6 pawn is annoyingly placed to support rook d5, we need to figure out how to prevent the rook from accessing this critical square. Well, the two candidate moves that come to mind are knight b6, which appears to hang our knight, as well as the more reasonable looking knight e7. Well, let's first take a look at the more reasonable looking knight e7. This does defend the d5 square, and we're ready to promote our pawn on the next turn. Unfortunately, this does encourage black to simply return to the back rank. It appears that knight c6 is a good move, attacking the rook while preparing to support the pawn's promotion. In this case, the rook can simply wait with a move such as rook a8, defending the promotion square on d8, ready to sacrifice itself as needed when the game fizzles out into a draw. And if we try to repeat moves with knight c8, instead of repeating the position with rook b5, hoping that white doesn't find the winning solution, now that the b-file is completely open, black can play a move such as rook b3. And if we decide to promote our pawn, once again we fall for that annoying fork trick with rook d3. Well, the sensible-looking knight e7 became less sensible once we realized rook b8 was an excellent defense for black. This means we have to seriously consider the move that remains, the creative knight b6. You know, at first glance we may avoid looking at this move as it appears to hang our knight, but is it actually hanging? If black captures our knight, then we can simply promote our pawn into a queen, and there's no annoying fork trick from the d6 square, as we would simply capture the rook. This incredibly brave knight does an excellent job blocking access to the back rank, as well as the d-file. But we're not exactly out of the woods just yet, as black has another trick, moving the rook to b4. And whether the rook moves to b4, as is the case in the puzzle, or rook b3, we actually have the same solution. With either move, black is preparing to attack the enemy king on the d-file, gaining a critical tempo while defending the promotion square. Only a move ago, the knight offered itself on b6, blocking access to the back rank at the same time. Well, we have to ask this knight for an additional sacrifice by playing knight d5, forking the king and rook, but more importantly blocking the rook's ability to defend the promotion square. This means that after black accepts the offer that simply cannot be refused, the hanging knight on d5, the d-pawn blocks its own rook from defending the critical promotion square, allowing us to promote our pawn into a queen, solving today's daily puzzle. Thanks for exploring the details hidden beneath the surface in today's daily puzzle. This is National Master Dane Matson, and as always I look forward to seeing you next time, right here on chess.com.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
I'm back again like flu season. I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving. Don't give a I don't care. Did the by my lonesome. No wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run. All I really want is my share. Get on my God, on my told him it's nothing. In the discussion, all the feelings I throw all my pain on percussion. It's disgusting. I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty talk about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now. I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'm a spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the skies the proof. You can just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been ducked off, getting in my new merch, color duck sauce on the new couch with my Chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat, get the out of my face.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence.
Happy Saturday, Smite fans, and welcome back to the SPL. We are in week 7 of phase 2, so we're really getting down the stretch here. Smite Summer Masters just around the corner. I want to list a few things for you, though, to start off our day. Optimus, Liberty, Rib, Smite Pro League, all things that are prime. And you at home can be prime as well, because here in the SPL, we're powered by Prime, and so are our deliveries, our in-game content, our free games every single month, all thanks to Prime. And so thanks to Prime for being with us here, and hopefully being with you in your home as well, and powering us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is Dolson. Mifflin with me to start off this day. And Miff, I didn't totally steal the bit from you. The rib part I did take from you, but the rest was my own doing. Do you know what Liberty Prime is from?
That's Fallout.
Yeah, Fallout 3. I'm playing through it right now.
Wasn't that also on like Amazon Prime recently? I'm pretty sure.
Fallout 3, probably.
Yeah, I
I
believe
have
so.
no idea. Anyway, Miff, we had a day of games yesterday that I figured might go the distance. I thought both of those sets were slated for 3 games. Both of them end up being 2-0s. And so it's a fast start to the week so far.
Has been, but I'm not sure I'm going to expect that to continue, right? We've got some pretty heavy slated matchups. Maybe not this one coming up immediately, but we're going to have some closer matches. So if you guys at home are hankering for a 3-game set, I don't think we're going to have to wait too much longer.
No, I don't think so either. Let's see what the matchups we've got for you, though, today. Remember, some roster drama across the league. Won't see that in our first set. The Oni Warriors up against the Valhalla.
It's not working. There we go. I just had to kick it. We're good. Oh, okay. Pulling up chat. I should queue, actually. That's what I should be doing. Who do I want to play today? That's a good question. I have no idea. What do you think, Natasha? What do you think?
Happy Sunday, Smite fans, and welcome back to another day of the Smite Pro League. Week number 7, day number 3, and we've only got 2 sets for you guys today in the Smite Pro League. Before we get to that, though, I want to give a shout out to our good friends over at Prime Gaming for being the title sponsor of Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. If you don't already have a Prime membership, make sure to pick that up so that way you can get free shipping, music, movies, and more. All the great things that you were probably already going to be buying, that you can get that conveniently sent right to your doorstep. And then, if you link your Prime membership over to your Twitch account, you can get some Prime Gaming stuff, getting free games every single month with a new catalog of games, formulating itself out every single month, and free content for games that you are probably already playing. Thank you so much to Prime Gaming for being the sponsor of Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. I'm J-Mac. I got Charlie joining me on the desk, and man, Charlie, it's already 1 o'clock. What happened? Oh, that's right. We've only got 2 sets to play today. I'm sorry if you guys got here a little bit early for the Smite Pro League. But don't worry, we're here now. We got 2 great sets to kind of close out your weekend with.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably better that they got here early because that means you're not going to miss anything because there's going to be some crazy action to be had. And if you know what, if you missed yesterday at this point, you might be thinking this could be, one of those sets that, you could have missed, the Valks versus Titans, but the Valks are heating up. The Valks are heating up as we get to check it out.
Yeah, looking at the schedule, if you missed yesterday, the Valkyries found their first set win of the phase up against the Oni Warriors. Is a 2-1 battle between them. And now today, the Valkyries and the Tartarus Titans will be our first set of the day. And then we'll close it out with the Oni Warriors and the Olympus Bolt. And yeah, crazy sets yesterday, to be said at the very least. The Valkyries really were able to find their step up, really begin to find their groove in game number 2 up against the Warriors, had a very clean game number 3 to be able to find that win. And now they finally have that 0 out of their win column. Now they've finally been able to stamp a 1 down there. Sure, it doesn't affect their standings any. They're still going to be down at 8 just because everybody else has more wins than them naturally, but being able to get that little bit of momentum could help them in their matchup against the now tied for 3rd seed Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, you got to ride that momentum. I mean, whenever you have a win-loss like that, it's always a short memory situation where if you are going to go up against a loss, you just forget about that, focus on the next game, focus on your play style, and I think that's exactly what the Valks did. And given the fact that the Titans had such an easy set yesterday, I imagine their mindset's going to be a little bit different, right? Because, we did get to talk to them after the set. We talked to Layer specifically, and he was saying, it's not easy to play with a sub. We didn't, we didn't feel good, but we were like, we're winning. You know what I mean? Like, it was one of those situations where we don't feel good about the situation the Scarabs are in, but we came to win, and that's sort of the mindset they were having.
Yeah, and that was exactly what the Tartarus Titans did yesterday, was found that win. And game number 1 of that win, you can kind of attest a little bit of that over to SOT, the solo laner for the Tartarus Titans, and kind of why this team is really so difficult to pick and ban against is because there are so many things that so many of their players are utilizing right now. You think, okay, well, we're going to ban away Bologna. That's going to take away something from SOT. Psych, that's also something that Cyclone Spin plays in the duo lane. Oh, we're going to ban away, or, maybe we'll just let Uller through. Probably not the best idea because 3 players on this team, including SOT, has been consistently picking up and performing well on Uller. And it really just makes this such a tough team to go into any kind of drafting phase against Trelly.
Yeah, in game number 1, SOT has the pop-off game on Uller and then immediately goes into like a full damage Kabrakan, which is just a completely different look, and it really didn't matter. Everyone's banning out Paul's E-set, but that also means that he's got a Hell in the back, which has been popping off as well. It's such a difficult team going into the picks and bans phase to try and figure out what your plan is, right? You have to be in that mindset. Before the game even starts, the mental gymnastics you're going up against a team like the Tartarus Titans it can't be easy. I don't envy the position that the Valks are in, but as we've already highlighted, I think they had a fantastic set yesterday, so I imagine they're going to be trying to ride that momentum as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, and we talk a lot about SOT, the wildness of his picks over in the solo lane, the wildness in general of the Tartarus Titans. I was mentioning just a moment ago how Cyclone Spin was playing Warriors over in the duo lane as far as his picks are concerned. So it really does make it not just in the drafting phase against this team difficult, but also to play on field, because you just never know where these guys are going to go. You never know, is Layers going to put all of his pressure in mid to make sure that Paul gets a lead? Is he going to get that 1 kill for SOT and then let the solo lane run rampant? Or is he going to make his rotation over towards duo lane and let Cyclone and Aurora kind of go crazy? Or is Layers himself just going to be the pop? I mean, he had a 14-2 game yesterday.
Yep.
That alone is enough to kind of ride that high of being able to be just the carry for the team no matter what.
Yeah, notably, the Titans were in a little bit of a weird spot. You talked about, how the fact that it was like SOT and Cyclone Spin sort of switched roles in a sense where they were sitting in their lanes, but, Cyclone Spin was trying out the Warriors. it wasn't working too much. Like, they found some game wins, but the set wins, I think, they really started rolling in once they figured out, back to their new style of draft, which, brings us up against the Valks, who, once again, you cannot stray away from the fact that they should be riding that momentum from yesterday. Game number 1 was a little bit rough, but after they bounced back, that shows so much resilience in their mental, and you got to highlight the gameplay from just everyone. It wasn't just one player that won that set. The whole team came together, and they looked so good.
Yeah, I mean, it started over in that solo lane. There was a lot of pressure thrown into Aquarius's lane to kind of get things going. But, I mean, it's hard not to talk about the dual lane, the jungle, the mid. Everybody on the Valkyries in yesterday's set specifically really stepped up to the plate and were really able to kind of bring the pain over to the Oni Warriors. Because, I mean, the Oni Warriors, like you mentioned, game number 1 was a stop. It was 19-0 to end the game out in like sub 25 minutes. Almost unheard of at this stage of play, seeing a game just be that absolutely dominant. And then turnaround game. I mean, you get this Ratatosker Morgan combo that comes from Benny and Kirmi. That absolutely explodes throughout the early and mid game. So by the time late game came through, the Valkyries had too big of a lead. And then game number 3 was just probably the best farming that we have seen from the Valkyries this entire season. I mean, they were up like 7K by like the 10-minute mark with 3 kills on the board at that point. Absolutely wild performance out of the Valkyries yesterday. We're going to talk to yet another member of the Valkyries, Benny Q, the mid laner, standing by for our pregame interview. Thanks for coming by, Benny Q. Yesterday, you guys got y'all first win of the day. We talked about Gamma. You guys are real excited about that. Is that kind of the same echoed sentiment for you? Kind of really feeling good after getting that first big win?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so long, and our mentals were pretty bad, I would say, leading into almost nearly every week. And it's just nice knowing that we like are growing and like kind of catching up from that set. But I just want to keep it consistent. I want to make sure that we can do it against every other team as well and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And going up against a team like the Tartarus Titans, we were talking about a little bit on the pre-death segment with it, which is this team feels like it's one of the harder teams in the league to kind of draft against, just because you never really know exactly what these guys are going to be picking and banning for which player. Is that kind of the same thoughts for you guys against this team?
I feel like there's certain gods they like to play, and it's more of just where they go. So it's not as difficult, but it does make it interesting.
And what's it kind of going like against Paul in that mid lane specifically? Because sometimes you'll get the Paul that likes to run it down, but more often than not, we kind of see the more passive kind of laning face little Paul. So what's it like going up against a player like him?
I'm indifferent, whatever.
Indifferent too.
Yeah.
Just another day out in the mid lane for Benny Q and the Valkyries. Well, good luck in your set, Benny. Thanks for coming by for the pregame interview. Indifferent to say the least. And I mean, that's how it is sometimes. Solo lane, when we talk with those guys, sometimes it's the, what was the variety called? The handshake lane, just because nothing's probably going to happen for the first 10 or so minutes. You kind of just let the farm come as it goes. You maybe see a gank or two. But mid lane, we do see typically a lot more action through. That's where the junglers are always making their rotation paths, whether they want to go to solo, whether they want to go to duo lane. The Valkyries, I think an important statement there from Benny Q was, it's just been tough for these guys. I mean, it's hard coming into a league. It's hard coming back week after week, seeing set loss after set loss, and finally finding that first one, and a big one at that, against what is it, the number 4 seed now, Oni Warriors. That's not something that's easy for teams to do. I mean, we saw it with the Scarabs being able to take down the Camelot Kings, who were the number 1 seed, the Scarabs being the 7th seed. So even with all the losses that come through, finding that one big set win is so important for so many of these teams, especially when you're on the lower half of the seeding.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the mental victory has to be massive here, and I like the mindset from Benny. Like, we are happy about that win, but the idea is to keep moving forward and keep learning, keep trying to improve their gameplay, and I imagine that's what all of the Valks are trying to do at this point. Like, you want to still get active in the early, as they always have done, but that farming that we saw, the farming that you just highlighted, 3 kills, 7K gold lead, that's got to be the goal for essentially every game they play.
Well, we'll see if the Valkyries can bring back that momentum from yesterday into today's set. Game number 1 between the Titans and the Valkyries starts off with the picks and bans. The first one that's going to be taken away is the Dodgy. This has now become a much more consistent ban kind of across the board, Charlie. I mean, Dodgy was something that we were really only seeing with a few players in the league, and then it started going to, okay, maybe just the top end of play. Now we're kind of seeing this god trickle to being at all stages of play, at every single one of the teams in the SPL, seem to have maybe kind of a fear mentality of what this Daji is capable of.
Yeah, no doubt. The Daji Xing Chen combo can certainly be lethal. A lot of beads burning, so it looks like the Tartarus Titans are just going to remove that from play. And focusing out Paul, as E said, definitely a smart strategy given the way that the Titans like to play through Paul on this pick. You're essentially forfeiting all objective aggression because circle protection is just a catch-all of, you know, there's no way you guys can even step up. You can try to fight, but you're not getting the objective. Like, there's no way. So I think that's definitely a smart look as well. And taking away SOT's Uller in the process. Now the question is, because again, we already highlighted how difficult it is to pick and ban against this team. You know, Paul's God Pool runs so deep at this point. He was double stacking hell and looking fantastic doing it. I was going to say, are you going to let through, you know, Aurora, who we haven't even highlighted that much at this point, the Kepris, the Yamojas, and it does look like the Yamoja will be taken away, but that does leave open this Chernobog, who has fallen off a little bit in the picks and bans, but still extremely highly contested, still catches a fair bit of bans, and when the Titans can grab it, they're going to take that Chernobog.
I mean, sitting at 33 games and a nearly 70% win rate also boasts just to the strength of this god.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the Tartarus Titans will pick that one up first. So Yamoja, Iset, Uller, Daji, Bologna, and Xing Chen banned away by the Tartarus Titans. So now it goes over to the Valkyries. I'm curious as to what kind of playstyle we'll see from the Valks, because yesterday they brought out this kind of stranger, at least mid-lane pick for the Valkyries. BennyQ went back onto the Terra. Didn't work out so well. Game number 2, though, we saw Morrigan Ratatoskr come out from the Valkyries, and that looked phenomenal. That was one of the best combos that we have seen from this team as of late. And so I'm wondering, are we going to see that same kind of Valkyries play? Are we going to see Kirmi and BennyQ kind of tag team up with those same kinds of drafts, or do we see something a little bit different? For now, a little bit different, but we've been seeing a lot of Cabrakan at least going over to the way of Gamma, but with that new Fighters Mask start that we have been seeing, Trelly, this could maybe be a shakeup again.
Yeah, I actually really like what the Valks have done here. They didn't get baited into the Kepri grab. I don't think that's a style that Gamma likes to play. He likes to get active. He's not one to sit back and farm with the team. I mean, he can, and every support does have that play style, but trying to get aggressive seems to be what the Valks want. So they're just going to forego that pick, let Aurora take that one into the duo lane if he so chooses, and they will grab it right away, and just get all-out early aggression. That's what Cabrakan brings. That's what Osiris brings, and you also let open the Whoopid. That's an 86% win rate for a reason. Cupid is extremely strong at the moment, has a great matchup into Chernobog, has a great matchup into Erlang Shen, and oh yeah, he also has a great matchup into Kepri.
It's not going to be easy for those 3 gods on the Tartarus Titans into this pick specifically. Yu Huang going to be the next ban for the Valkyries. That's something that BennyQ has been defaulting to a lot for the Valkyries in their sets of play, so seeing that one banned away tells me that maybe BennyQ could be taking this Cabrakan, could be holding on to his pick for last. That's something very common, at least with the Valks in times of past. And they're not believing that this Cabrakan could be going over to BennyQ, that at least being the Titan. So they'll ban away Poseidon and the Morrigan, and then Raven, the final ban from the Valkyries. And it kind of feels like Raven's maybe not as impactful as he once was, Charlie. We haven't seen that same level of oomph from this god that we were seeing in weeks past.
Yeah, I think the Raven build has fallen off a ton. Now that you can't get Sigil and Lono's Mask, there's just no reason to really build him that way. There are still different avenues to build this Raven. We've seen the Death's Toll start, the Death's Embrace. It has been some prominent building late game, but I'm curious about what the Valks are going to here. It seems like they pre-picked those Osiris just in case the Paul Hell goes through. Well, you know, we know that Paul doesn't really care about playing Hell into the Osiris, but if he does, you know, the 100% anti-heal is going to hurt. Erlang Shen's not going to appreciate it as well, so just a smart pick there, going to get you some early pressure. Now we get to see how this draft really does sort of peter down to, because I'm seeing a lot of aggression in the early for sure, but Cupid is just going to be sitting in lane, and it looks like even more early protection shred with that Stinger, just trying to win out in the early. I mean, I expect to see the Valks come out swinging. That's what they're showing their hand, but it's a darn good draft.
I mean, AMC and Cupid, 2 good hunters, a lot of zone control from Cupid, a lot of single target damage from the Amuzin Cobb, and still some ambiguity between the Osiris and the Cabrakan. Not sure entirely yet if this is going to be Kirmi on Osiris or Aquarius. Is this going to be Aquarius on the Cabrakan, or is it going to be Gamma on the Cabrakan now? I don't imagine this AMC is going anywhere but mid. We have seen it solo in the past. I guess technically he could go into the Hunter role and throw Cupid over in the mid, but
that's the
very
man.
very unlikely considering how well Wowie has been playing this Cupid, and as I think you're right to highlight the Whoopid as it's been coined by Gamma specifically. So now for the Tartarus Titans, it will be Hell. So you're right, no fear from Paul. to play hell into a 100% anti-heal god like the Osiris, and then an Atlas.
I won't lie to you. I just faced SOT's Atlas solo last night, and he farmed my whole team. So I don't know if he was
including you.
I don't know if he was preparing for this moment or he was just like farming us all. But we're about to see a hybrid Atlas run through, and it's not gonna be fun, man. I got hit by the ult from solo lane. I was in mid, and he just sent it over, and I was like, I am getting bullied from across the map. So it does look like a similar style of draft in the sense of very tanky Erlang Shen, Khepri Atlas, triple tank squad. You've got some prod shred with that Gamma Ray Burst and the Khepri as well. But we finally get to see the Chang'e come through, which did have a decent matchup in the solo lane. So it could be, man, this draft, the team fight presence alone is what I'm looking at. Just look at all the CC. You're getting hit by the Stinger. You've got Fields of Love, Waxing Moon on top of all of the Kabrakan damage. This is going to be an intense 5v5 that we get to witness.
Yeah, I mean, the Chang'e is something that Aquarius brought out yesterday over in the solo lane. While it didn't have the most impressive slash line of 1-2-6, what it did give them was a ton of early game pressure. I mean, for like the entire first 7 or so minutes of the game, Aquarius had Nika pushed under that tier 1 tower. The Kleeno wasn't able to do too much up against it. But now as we kind of get a look at these drafts, we kind of get to see, you know, how maybe some of the team fighting goes through. Do you kind of have, you know, one side or the other that you favor a little bit more when it comes to the late game, like 25, 30-minute team fight stage, Trelly?
Yeah, I think looking at the Titans draft, it's going to be very difficult to fight into that. I mean, there is so much dive as well as CC that you have to worry about. I know I already highlighted the fact that the Valks have a ton of CC, but it just seems like the Titans have all-out dive on top of a Khepri. Scarab's Blessing is always going to be an issue, but we know that the Valks have no problem playing this Cupid into the Khepri. You can sort of forego the Fields of Love until that res comes through, and then you get a free double ult onto the Khepri, or you can use it to force out and just chase down if you really need to. So, I mean, looking at both these drafts, it looks like they both got some decent early pressure. I mean, look at the junglers, and then as well as that early pressure, they've covered their late game bases as well. So it's going to be an all-out brawl for sure.
So Atlas solo for SOT. I mean, we've seen what Atlas can do over in the dual lane, get some pressure for your Hunter, you know, get some early kind of wave out there, but Atlas not really known for his wave clear when it comes to kind of by himself. I mean, how does the build path kind of go? Do you think that it's going to be Fighter's Mask into a Rangda style of Atlas? Or do you think it's going to still be a little bit more bruiser heavy, like Conduit Gem, things like that early?
Yeah, I'm expecting the Conduit Gem. You can max the dash and just run through the wave just fine if you want to. Atlas is a brawler, like really. He does a ton of damage if you can get online, if you can get ahead. He does have some difficult gank paths, but he's got the slow immunity, so whenever Osiris comes, he'll just zoom away. It's not an easy lane opposition for sure.
Gonna be a fun solo lane matchup between the Atlas and the Chang'e. It's gonna be a fun matchup between the Tartarus Titans and the Valhalla Valkyries. We'll throw it over to game 1 with Gormizer and Mifflin.
And I'm excited for this one, Mifflin, because yesterday we got to see what felt like a monumental occasion, right? First off, the rarity of the Valkyries win screen. It hadn't shown up since like week 2, so it had been a long time since we got to see that. And then, of course, finally a full set win for this team, which hadn't happened. I mean, technically it Masters against some of the SCC teams, but against another SPL teams since Phase 1 week 4. And so they've been looking pretty good. Feels like they figured out what they want for their style. And a lot of that to me, like you look at this, is like Cupid, Kabrakan kind of coming into the meta, but also Aquarius, like Chang'e, nobody else is touching them, unless it's Zeros and EU. Nobody else is playing Chang'e. And it feels like they've kind of figured out their identity.
Let's talk about the Valkyries' trajectory throughout the entirety of this year. They had started as the team that would just get leads early, and then it would start to peter off. That was the identity of the Valhalla Valkyries. Yeah. Since then, they try and rectify that by going for more standard style of compositions. That didn't work out very well. They kind of lost the ability to find that early lead, and we're still getting outscaled come late game. Seems like the Valhalla Valkyries, back to their old ways, have just drafted pressure all the way across the map, and are going to try and look to play throughout that early game to transition themselves into that mid to late. And it worked out for them yesterday, so I'm not going to argue against it today. I'm sure with all the experience that they've had in the SPL so far this year, those issues we had seen in weeks 1 through 4 of Phase 1, where they couldn't quite get transition those leads into an objective. I'm pretty sure they're getting a lead. They're getting an objective.
We'll see. I don't think anything is going to crazy happen to hear me here. Ends up going Totem of Ku there, if it matters to you. The Valkyries pick that one up. 80% of the Titans roster have played the gods that they're on, and it's not anything surprising. The only other one is this Atlas solo, which we're already seeing pull back Aquarius. There's going to be the pin from the Erlang. Not quite enough damage to kill off the Chang'e. But that's going to be something that you have to deal with. And admittedly, eventually Aquarius is just going to be able to kind of two-step his way literally out of that. But for now, and throughout this game, this Atlas feels like it could be pretty impactful.
Yeah, the Atlas has deceptive damage. I had been begging for Atlas solo since his release. I had given up on my crusade to see him over in the solo lane because nobody was picking it, but the damage output is just incredibly high. Expect to see him max out that dash. It's going to be the bulk of his wave clear. Has really good rotation presence. Trelly brings up that semi-global ultimate, just the ability to get involved all the way across the map. And it's a massive ultimate. It's not exactly difficult to land if you're just aiming towards that mid lane. So I'm expecting big things from SOT. Scaling the name of the game. You're going towards Warlock Staff. Going to be a little while until he's able to match the pressure that Chang'e is going to put out.
Yeah.
Levels 1 through 3, you're feeling just fine. Probably going to hit an inflection point around level 5 through 9 where Aquarius is going to have a pretty distinct advantage, but should turn around with the help of a jungle.
Well, he wants to get, well, never mind. He looked like he wanted to get aggressive, and they fall back. It's going to be the blue buff secure for the Valkyries, and then just a coup pick up for the Titans. So not being super aggressive, then again, not maybe that uncommon for Guardians over here. And it's like you said, even though you can clear decently well, as we just saw, it might not be the most, well, not the easiest thing to try and fight into with the Chang'e on the other side. It gets really interesting because I think both junglers have a trajectory, follow a very similar arc in the early game, can get hands-on, but I can't also count the amount of times that, you know, we've seen an Osiris Erlong wait until level 9, 10, 11 before they really start truly getting involved. So we'll have to keep our eyes there. It's the mid lane matchup, and not just the matchup, but just in general those gods. The protection shred that you get from the Amus and Cobb versus the healing that you're going to get on the other side. It's going to make things interesting. Solar Troll is leveling that first ability, which admittedly is a little different, because that's the thing. When Atlas came out, the whole point was like, hey, yeah, this is not a Guardian meant to go over in soloing. Like, that was the whole thing with his scaling.
Yeah, I suppose leveling the first ability into Chang'e makes sense. Your 3 so telegraphed, pretty easy for her to avoid the bulk of your damage. The 1 a bit easier, and if you're, I suppose, allowing it to be a handshake lane, that's going to be your superior clear. Excited to see how SOT goes with the rest of this level priority.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he goes like 3 points into the 1, then switches up to the 3rd ability. It's just really about when he wants to get involved in those fights and when he needs that burst damage available to him. I'm keeping my eyes on Kirmi, who's set up a much better pace than what we've seen from Layers so far. Has been sitting comfortably at level 5 for a moment now. Layers just ticking over. These two, very explosive gods, very volatile picks. Both have been considered feast or famine. I think one or the other is going to break that dam pretty soon. But as you said, some of these guys like to wait it out a little bit longer, neither one having finished up that first tier item, and neither one having a true dedicated lane that just looks easy to gank might slow down their play.
Well, and that makes things interesting because the further this scales in, the more I want to look at like the hell, right? Because all of a sudden you've got better healing, more survivability, more mana to work with. Like Paul right now, kind of a slow god that can deal a good amount of damage, but you're going to see their health bar disappear to do it. Whereas a late game hell, especially with the Warlock Staff, you're going to have a mana bar, a health bar that really contributes to longevity in the fights. And that's where, you know, the desk had mentioned the Osiris with the anti-heal on his ult, but specifically I think Chang'e comes into the equation. Some anti-heal on her dances, on her 3 there. So she's going to be able to heal up the team, keep that hell from healing everybody a little bit. It feels like that matchup, you know, used to be huge in the solo lane, used to be like the, hey, I'm going to pick hell, okay, cool, I'm picking Chang'e, I'm the counter matchup. We haven't seen that pretty much at all over the last couple of years. Like, Chang'e just hasn't been able to hold their own, but like late game fights, especially with what we saw Aquarius do yesterday, do you think it's going to be able to like at least keep up?
It should be able to apply the anti-heal. I can promise you that 100%. The consistent damage output is high, but the burst potential of Chang'e is what's really made her fall off a bit. Doesn't really match some of that mage damage that we see from the rest of the class.
Jeremy gets aggressive, pulled in thanks to Sot, and tossed right back to Layers, but there's the rotation. Gamma throws up the walls, gets the kill. Now Kirmi has to stay alive, jumps onto a roar, and with a little bit of assistance, they're going to be able to turn this into a 2-for-1, but it's not over yet. Gamma has to get away. The pull back from Sot's going to be good. That's going to be another kill picked up for the Titans. 2 for 2, jungle and support on both.
Yeah, the little role exchange there between both these teams, but it's the Valhalla Valkyries who come out ahead pretty handily on the tail end of it. Would have liked to see the Valkyries keep up their presence, don't allow Paul and Cyclone to clear out that Scorpion. Could have been a pretty decent fight for you there, but instead reset themselves back to neutral and say, hey, a win's a win, and we're not going to leave it up to any sort of chance. And the entire time that Cyclone's getting involved in that team fight on the right-hand side, well, wow, he's just farming up. So even with a couple of assists going to the Chernobog, it's actually Cupid with the lead.
And that's frightening to think of. I mean, Cupid, like the last couple of days, Cupid has been popping off. And to some people, you know, Gamma in the interview seemed very happy. Then again, they just won, so of course he was going to be happy. Netroid the other day had tweeted, and it was like, man, I can't believe I had to play Cupid, things like that. So mixed opinions on whether or not they're happy about it, but he's here, and he seems to be doing well. Gamma, a little aggressive, but a little late on the walls there to lock down Aurora. Can they get the stinger? Aurora's trying to body block it. Is not going to be able to successfully do so. Kiermi, though, jumps in. One more auto is all they need. They get the support. The slows are there, but Layers is going to get on out of this one. It's a good kill, despite the fact that it didn't feel like it was going to happen.
Yeah, I couldn't come up with a single reason why Aurora would step back up there. I mean, not a whole lot of kill potential. Paul's completely so you're not really looking for the fight. Just a strange decision from the support of the Tartarus Titans to try and re-engage on that left side of the map. I mean, Scarab's Blessing was pretty close to coming off cooldown, so I think maybe he was just not too concerned, but clearly should have been.
Gamma finds Layers in the jungle. Kiermi has the tether. Tether gets the stun. Unfortunately, there's just one turtle form, and that's all it takes to get Layers out of there. Little heal from Paul, and they get to erase that. But it goes to showcase, I mean, you mentioned this. The Valks were strong at getting early game leads, and now they're picking drafts that are strong at getting early game leads and in companion with their playstyle, and they're just looking for that. I mean, you said pressure, like they're looking for kills, they're going for invades. They've got themselves 2,000 gold already in the pocket. Feels like a really good start for the first 8.5.
It is. The Valkyries have decided to draft to their strengths, and, well, when you are compounding your strengths like that, it does tend to work out for you. 2,000 experience and gold to the Valhalla Valkyries, and we're only about a minute away from the Pyromancer respawning. Aqua has been holding his own in lane very, very well, actually mirroring the build of SOT. I would imagine we see the Valhalla Valkyries group up pretty significantly around the Pyro. You're forcing a fight on the side of the map that is opposite Chernobog, which is less than ideal. Of course, Cyclone Spin has the ability to join that engagement at a moment's notice, but as long as the Valhalla Valkyries are playing safely there and they're willing to slow play it, they've got similar levels of sustain to the Tartarus Titans and have got the ability to just wait it out and have Wowie farm up if the fight starts to look sour.
I think a lot of the big question marks, again, we've seen the Titans play a majority of this draft, and I think it cannot be understated how irritating a 9 turns Blessing plus the rest of this comp can work together as they're chasing down Gamma now. Layers throughout the ult, there's the taunt onto Gamma. They pulled him and surrounded him, walls thrown up, but that's not going to get you out of there. Nice 3-man stun, but it's a small consolation prize. Costs Gamma their life, and the Titans are able to get aggressive. Ultimately, though, mid-camps are the only thing they can go for. There's not even been a Pyromancer spawn yet, so they aren't able to pull a big neutral objective yet.
I mean, it's about 5 seconds away from spawning, as is Gamma, so could stick around
Layers is hanging
for the Pyromancer if you so choose. I wonder what's going through Gamma's head there. Like, there are 5 guys in my back camp at 9 minutes in, and it just worked for the Tartarus Titans. Cyclone Spin again showing the strength of that global presence. Titans do attempt to pull out the Pyromancer, but the Valhalla Valkyries maintain presence on this side of the map, just enough to dissuade the veteran squad from actually looking towards the objective. So it's a pick and a back camp to the Tartarus Titans, but again, the entire time, Wowie's just farming up, finished up his Atalantis bow, could even start the rotation over the right side if he so chooses. Wouldn't even fall too far behind. I don't know, this Cupid's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I'm excited to see when Cupid can join the fight. Like you mentioned, Chernobog's jumped in here a couple of times. Obviously, Kiermi has. It looked like they wanted to get a little bit more done here. The Trebuchet gets a couple of shots off on the tower for the Valkyries, but not quite enough to make it feel fully threatened here. A lot of this presence so far in this game has been, cool, can Gamma or Kiermi choose a fight? If yes, the team has backup. Otherwise, there hasn't been too much going for them. With Wowie joining in, especially if you're looking towards Gold Furies, anything like that in the future, Fields of Love feels like it's going to be very impactful, even though it might not have the same global rotation power that a Chernobog brings.
But the Tartarus Titans have got answers to Fields of Love. I mean, Trelly brings up the really good point of you just wait out Scarab's Blessing and all of a sudden you get the 2-for-1 ultimate wherever Capri's standing. Or Paul's got a pretty easy time lining up a cleanse in those scenarios as well. So I'm thinking the Tartarus Titans sure will struggle individual picks, but as far as the team fight, have got good answers. Speaking of, the Valhalla Valkyries find an answer. Just pull the Gold Fury. You don't want to fight on the opposite side of the map where Chernobog can get involved. Go ahead, take the larger of the 2 neutral objectives. In trade for Pyromancer, a trade the Valkyries would love to take.
I was wondering if Aquarius was going to get there in time. Just looking for the ult, right? Long range, you're not using it too heavily anywhere else. Maybe. Could have been a lot. Cyclone Spin goes in on BennyQ in the mid lane. Scarab's Blessing is there, and that is going to be just enough in terms of shielding, just enough health there for Cyclone Spin to get out of there. Almost killed off and left. Almost killed off in mid. Stays alive, but loses his tower.
Yeah, the instant stinger from Benny there was just perfectly timed. Cyclone was just going to try and dash his way out of the tower. Fortunately, Aurora in range with that safety net, able to make sure his ADC makes it out alive. We had thought it was Gold Fury for Pyromancer. Turns out it was Gold Fury plus Tier 1 tower for Pyromancer, so an even larger win for the Valhalla Valkyries. And this team, speak of riding the momentum, man. They are looking real good right now, in a very good position to maintain this lead. Not much to do on the map for a little while. It's a bit early to look towards the Fire Giant, but I don't know, group up, force some fights around mid, maybe pressure this Tier 1 tower here, or just rest on your laurels for a moment. I think the Valhalla Valkyries have essentially got free play of the field as of now.
Yeah, it's just trying to figure out where do you want to put the next set of pressure. Maybe in the jungle over here. At least that's the choice for the Titans. Gamma not going to get pulled in. Walls get dropped, though, so an ult for nothing on the other side feels pretty solid. The Titans are able to get a little aggressive. And that's the clapbacks that we've been able to see. A little bit of aggression on the right-hand side, usually around this Scorpion where they've been setting up, whether it's to invade some bat camps and look for a kill, or to find something a little more. Pin's going to grab Aquarius. That's going to be immune, but the beads still have to be used. Locked down, chased under the Tier 1. Aquarius is taking a ton of damage. The ult from Sot is going to be good enough to get the kill. They invest, but they get the payoff.
Yeah, Aqua had disengaged properly there. Lands the ultimate on 2, multi-man stun, was able to walk himself out of there, 6 around to apply that damage. By the time Aurora's root had connected, that was the end of Aqua's life.
Cyclone is going to eat the heart bomb no matter what. Half his health taken while Wowie is just fine. Tier 2 on the other side is getting pressured out. Tier 2 in mid is getting pressured out. Tier 2s across the board are threatened. Hear me, the only one defending over on right. 3-man tether, but it's not going to find the stun. Instead, pulled in, leaped over the wall. Pin just a little short of being able to find Kierme. He's going to get out of there. Tier 2 in mid going to go down. The Titans lose some of their pressure there, but they get the Tier 2 in right on the Valk side and at least keep the gold balanced in a little bit.
Well, as far as map state, that's a Valk's win again. The towers in mid just much more valuable. Chernobog actually ulting forward. He's alone for a while.
And he's going for BennyQ? BennyQ's got Gamma. Gamma doesn't seem to want to take this fight. There's Layers. Wall a little too late. Blink was good. Layers is moving forward. BennyQ has some protection. Stinger, though, is going to be on the ground. Kierme left alone. No leap to get out this time. And the Titans swarm him as 5 and get the kill.
I understand that Benny's concerned about the rotation, right? He's thinking to himself, why would Cyclone be solo ulting me here? He knows that I've got my support nearby, must have some enemies on his heels, but you're level 15 to the level at the time 13 Chernobog. Stinger was available. You gotta think there was some turnaround potential. Just
like
immediately, just like blow him up. It doesn't take a whole lot of time for AMC to deal that damage. Instead, trepidatious play from the Valhalla Valkyries mid laner may have cost them a bit on the map. Greater Scorpion taken by the Tartarus Titans, but Fury, Pyro still both down. It's about as much as the Titans could hope for.
Farm has been going great for the Valkyries, though. You know, kills have been back and forth, but 4,300 experience, 3,500, pushing 3,600 gold. Feels pretty solid for 15 minutes in. But we've mentioned this in the past. You know, about 5 minutes, 6 minutes from now, the 3,000 doesn't feel as great, right? It's still better than you know, what we've seen. 2,000 at 20 minutes doesn't really mean as much. But you got to be able to do something with it while you have this lead. And it seems like the Titans are starting to respond in kind to where the aggression from the Valkyries have been. We have a Fury spawning up in just a few seconds, 30 to be exact. And then we've got the Pyromancer that's going to be shortly after that. Valkyries are going for some vision, or at least trying to. But it doesn't seem like anybody's looking for the fight just yet. Aurora, even though he's alone, don't want to try and pull him. Meanwhile, we've got second relics across the board. Supports just hit level 12. They've all picked that up. You know, you've got a Bracer. If you're looking at a Roar on the other side, you've got the Cursed Ankh, the Blink now for Gamma that feels really good as a combo. But whether or not we'll get to see it truly react the way that they want. I mean, the Titans have just been swarming individual players.
Yeah, I want to see the 5-on-5 engagement for the Valhalla Valkyries. Group up on the Fury, force the fight, and if the Tartarus Titans want to retreat, best case scenario retreat for them is towards that tier 2 on left.
Ooh, good lockdown. Gets 2 people in the ult for Gamma. Roar gets out of there. No one uses their ult. Cleanse from Paul's going to be on cooldown for a little bit, but it doesn't seem like the aggression is there. You wanted the 5-on-5, and it seems like they're trying to find it. Layers is the one that goes in. 2-man taunt, but immediately burned down. Scarab's Blessing gets him out of there alive. Kiermi chasing him down, gets the leap, has the anti-heal, and Wowie gets the kill. The Valkyries looking to step forward against the Titans. Stun good on a Roar. There's the Heart Bomb as well. The damage should be enough to get them out of there. Oni Fury pulled. Atlas is still hanging around. No ult for Solar Troll here. It's going to be just the damage. Valkyries get the Fury, and they're looking for a little bit more. Sot pulls in Gamma. Gamma thrown to the Sharks, and Sot's going to be able to find the kill. Stinger pulled away from the Valks, but they're going to cut their losses and get out.
You know, I wonder if the Valkyries could have kept up their chase after finding the pick onto Layers. Allowing the Tartarus Titans to reset and heal could cost them.
Oh, it's going to cost him a lot so far. Kiermi's 1 hit away. Cyclone dashes in, but isn't able to find the auto. Aquarius and Benny have enough damage to thwart that. So close to finding even more in their favor, I think, for the Titans. Sot's not stopping. He comes in and just strips BennyQ of his beads. The rest of the Titans looking to push up mid. They're rotating over towards the right. Pyromancer available, mid camps, everything on this side. An advantageous position for them with the backs that had to just come through from the Valks.
Valkyries still hovering nearby. Could start the rotation in, but with no vision around that entrance to the jungle. Not really willing to step forward. Has to send in Aquarius first, so Wowie and Benny just spend their time waiting it out in mid. Pyromancer will go to the Tartarus Titans to close up a bit of that gold gap that establishes yet again, but with the pacing of the game as it's been, every single trade has favored the Valkyries. Every single time it's been a neutral objective one way or the other. The Valkyries pull ahead, and now pull the Fire Giant. Layers spots it out.
Yeah, they're pulling it, and they keep it going. Layers
it's going
falls
quick.
Back as Gamma's looking for the stun, finds the stun, and it's getting burned down. Sot's here. Titans take the Fire Giant away from him, and now they're moving forward, chasing down Aquarius, chasing down BennyQ, and forcing the Valkyries to rethink their aggression. There's no tier 2 here. The Titans made sure of that, and Layers gets a 2-man taunt. Fields of Love is good to peel. Scarab's Blessing keeps Layers alive for now, but there is the turnaround. Kills for Wowie starting to roll through. Only get the 1. Layers able to get out a little bit earlier, but the rush forward, the siege from the Valkyries, they want a little bit more to make up for their trouble. That's 2 in this fight, and still looking for more.
That's a blink forward from Kiermi, applies a slow to Paul. Paul's got enough damage to return, doesn't land any of his abilities. Kiermi can no longer keep up the chase. All that movement speed that Hell's got should be enough to peel her out. The Tartarus Titans steal the Fire Giant on a risky 50-50 coin toss from the Valhalla Valkyries and decide, you know what, we want your lunch money and we also want to eat your lunch, so we're going to chase you to your own Phoenix. Gotta think the Titans could have just, I don't know, walked away, back to base, grouped up, started pushing down these towers instead.
Fire Giant.
Now they've only got Fire Giant on 3. I'm not sure that their siege is so strong. We'll expect to see them go for it at least, though.
Ooh, BennyQ and Cyclone Spin, they're going back and forth. BennyQ's a little bit lower health. The crit's ringing true, but not enough. Cyclone gets the 1v1, kills him off. Maybe puts him in his place. The Aegis not enough to keep Benny around for this one, and little moments like that are changing everything. I'm more impressed. I mean, not only getting that kill, Layers getting out alive in that last fight, even though he's getting blown up at the beginning of each of these. It's small things the Titans have been able to do, but you know, we mentioned it about 5 minutes ago. It was what, 3,600 gold, still hovering around that area. It's going to start skewing towards the Titans here as they start to siege some of these towers.
Tier 1, Tier 2 should be pretty easy to pick up. Benny's still 20 seconds on the respawn, and even when he does respawn, no Aegis available. Expect to see the Tartarus Titans clear out this Tier 2, then start to work their way over towards that left-hand side of the map. Sure, they're closing up the gold, but you got to spend it to really see it reflected in the power. Valhalla Valkyries, though, 3-stack on the Tier 2 and mid, enough to keep away the Tartarus Titans. With Cyclone Spin on split push duty, I suppose not having your ADC means that you can't really fully commit, but you got to create space for him, and the only way to do it is to generate threat on the map. So the Tartarus Titans will reassume the position in mid.
Gamma blinks forward, finds nothing with that one. Kiermi Also trying to peel. Cyclone, meanwhile, is having a time of his life over in the left lane. Gets a tier 1. And is at least going to get a minion wave under the tier 2 tower. Kirmi separates from the rest of the team. And this is where it gets a little more awkward, right? If you had all 5 members with Fire Giant, you might be able to siege this a little easier, having that sustain. Still, you got a Hell. And that seems to be doing pretty well in keeping the Titans topped off despite the damage from the tier 2. Chernobog's still pushing on left. Kirmi's rejoined the 5v4 in mid. There's a pickup on the Gamma. The walls stop him from getting thrown behind.
That
Fields
cleanse.
of Love is just good to get him out of there. Stinger connects onto Layers, but it's not enough damage, not enough follow-up to get anything done. Meanwhile, Cyclone gets the tier 2, and it's starting to threaten the Phoenix.
Yeah, nobody making the rotation for the Valhalla Valkyries will start to slowly work their way over, but I'm not sure either one of the ADCs on the Valks really loves their odds in a 1v1 up against Cyclone Spin as of now. The cleanse from Paul there. Gotta give some shout outs. SOT waits it out perfectly, gets the full dash through Fields of Love. There were those answers we were talking about a little bit earlier. And there's that gold swing you were talking about a little bit earlier as well. Every single tower removed from the Valhalla Valkyries, and a gold Fury to finally push the game in favor of the Tartarus Titans for potentially the first time this match. 23 minutes in. I mean, that's pretty good for the Valkyries just in general, notwithstanding the boons we've seen from them in the last couple of sets.
Honestly, to the point, I mean, that Fire Giant, if it goes their way with the way this game had been going up to that point.
I don't think they needed to coin toss it, though. Like,
No.
they were ahead.
Yeah,
like, you don't need to make those risky plays.
At that point, drop it. Just kill whoever it was. I think Layers and Sot was running in.
Take the fight.
Just
don't pull it
murder
in the
them.
first place.
And then, yeah, like, then you can get it for free because you're in a 3v5 or something like that. Unfortunately for them, they lose that. And that, I mean, that was just the great equalizer. 40 seconds till the next Fire Giant, but no longer a gold lead, no longer an experience lead for a majority of it. I mean, you've got an experience lead now for Sot. Technically still a level behind there for Paul, but I don't know that he's truly feeling it.
You seen Gamma's build? I know we were talking about how aggressive compositions are what the Valhalla Valkyries need, but I think a support might be something they need as well. Just really the Gauntlet of Thieves, Pridwin, then Pythag's piece. It's a whole lot of damage output. If you're landing those ultimates, that shield burst, going to do a whole lot for Pridwin as well. The Valkyries' strategy is incredibly clear. Whoever's standing in front of you needs to die, and Gamma is pretty undiscerning with his ultimate so far. It doesn't matter if it's Sot or if it's Aurora or if it's Layers. He's always looking to isolate just whoever it is that he meets up with first. With this style of build and this style of draft from the Valkyries, it's a strategy that can work, but if that initial engagement doesn't go well for him, if it's a cage from Gamma into a Stinger and that guy doesn't die, that's your whole team fight.
Fire Giant pulled, getting burned incredibly fast by the Valkyries, and they're going to get it this time, but can they get out? Layers comes into the back line, getting bursted down. Cyclone Spin ults in, but Layers is bursted off of the ground. Wowie has been finding a ton of kills, 3-0-1. There's a good heart bomb and a great leap in from Kirmi. They're finding the chase. Aurora is low. Aurora has the ult procced, and instead it's Gamma that goes down. The two supports almost traded out, but now the Valkyries crumbling under the pressure. The turnaround from the Titans is enough. It's been 4. They're going to make it the full-on deicide as they take down the Valkyries and should end this game.
What is with these guys and getting Fire Giant and just running it down immediately? Reset. Just get back. Heal up a little bit. Wait for your cooldowns to come back. The fight doesn't look great because you used everything to secure the objective. The Valhalla Valkyries on the precipice of taking the game from the Tartarus Titans just could not quite close it out. 10 seconds left on Gamma. I'm not sure that Gamma's really a factor right now.
Yeah, even if he's able to get back in time, and that's a big if. What can you do for it? Now, the Titans, they're going to start damaging this. Aurora's looking for the pull, at least to keep Gamma away. And they're going to turn this game around in the matter of a few minutes. That first Fire Giant really is the one that fell apart. And, you know, you look at it, you can watch it back, and, like, it's very clear discerning. Like, there's a decision that's made for the Valks, and that's the one where it all falls apart from there. I think if they get that FG, though, that game skews the other way and a lot harder towards the Valkyries.
Both times. The second Fire Giant where they do actually get it could have just backed up there as well. I don't know, man. It just curious decision-making from the Valkyries in that position, I suppose. Realizing that their composition based off the builds they elected to go for was going to start to fall off eventually. Gamma shows that he's not really a tank anymore. We saw in that last team fight. He goes in and loses 80% of his HP immediately. So maybe that's the concern for the Valkyries. You have to up the pace. because you're concerned about how the draft's going to look.
Well, the good news is they at least put on a good show. Look, if Valks a couple weeks ago against the Titans that looked like that, it would have just been a 21-minute beatdown like we saw yesterday when the Titans took on the Scarabs. So at least showcasing a lot more after their win yesterday. I don't know, I have a lot of hope for what the Valks are going to provide for us here in this set. They look okay in game number 1, but the Titans still take the dub. We'll find out if the Valks can bite back in game number 2 right after this.
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to be maybe the best ever. And to help us get there, we're partnering with Alienware to provide us, our players, the production team, with state-of-the-art gear to make this year one of the best yet. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the pros have to say.
As a professional player, it's super important to make sure that you just have the absolute highest quality gear and peripherals that you can ever get. And having an Alienware PC has completely upped our game here at the SPL.
It's really nice being able to play from the same PC from home into the studio, and I highly, highly recommend it. It feels great to play on.
So I really enjoyed using Alienware computers because, one, I'm a streamer, content is my job, and the power of the Alienware PCs is like amazing. It's perfect for everything that we need to do.
I stream 1080p, no problem. I have no issues with FPS, no frame lag or anything like that.
64 gigabytes of RAM is just something that you can only dream of, and like it helps so much with processing like anything that you need to perform, like multitasking, whether it's streaming, recording, gaming, like everything all at once, and it's been a very smooth experience.
As someone who doesn't enjoy building my own PC, the Alienware's kind of got everything in one machine. It was super easy.
I really like the pre-built Alienware as well because it's really hard to get a graphics card on the market currently.
A 3090 is like impossible to obtain, so being able to play on it has been honestly a very lucky experience.
Back in the day, I used to game and do all my content on a really pathetic laptop, and once I actually was able to get an Alienware PC, there's just no turning back.
For a lot of players that were used to just their home setups and maybe didn't have top quality products, going to such a huge upgrade with our Alienware PCs has just absolutely increased the quality of our practice.
I'm just a big fan of Alienware. I think they're the top of the line PCs literally for a reason.
It's definitely the best PC I've ever had by a long way.
Shoutouts to Alienware, great company, love them a lot.
And I have nothing but praise for the product.
That's high praise from some of the best gamers in the world. So thanks again to Alienware for powering us this year in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. And remember, if you want to get your hands on some of the gear that our pro players play on, make sure to check out Alienware on all of their socials and at their website as well.
I think if I didn't have my Alienware, I would go out and purchase one right now.
Yeah, that's right. Don't just take our word for it. If you heard anything that the pros had to say about those Alienware PCs, you'll probably want to pick one up for yourself. You can do that by going to smitegame.com/Alienware using code AWSmite09. Get yourself some discounts and codes on that top-of-the-line Alienware gear. I mean, 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM. What was it, a 3090 graphics card in there, the top-of-the-line processor. All those sound pretty good. If you want to get your hands on it, make sure to go to the website provided to you guys. Also, check out whatever else Alienware has to offer between all the giveaways they do on their website on AlienwareArena.com, or go to their social medias at Alienware on both Twitter and Instagram to see what else Alienware has for you, the fans. Thank you so much to Alienware for coming back in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League, empowering not just us here on the desk with these nice laptops, but the pros at home and in the studio and our production team with those Aurora Ryzen desktops. Thank you so much once again, Alienware. It's J-Mac and Trelly back. Game number 1, very close, honestly. I mean, all the way up until that very last team fight, Trelly. Essentially even game for the Valkyries. They get a Fire Giant stolen away. That never feels good. They're able to bounce back, get a Fire Giant of their own. And then the game just ended after they took the Fire Giant because they just W-keyed to death.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where, it's no secret that the Valks haven't been in winning situations that often, right? They get some early leads, but it starts to falter. So when you're a team like that and you do get a massive lead like this, you don't get to play with Fire Giants all that often in the SPL. You don't get to play with those leads. So when you get a free Fire Giant at the end of the game, instead of backing up and resetting like Mifflin highlighted, they sort of just W-keyed. They used a lot of abilities to confirm that, and then the fight unfortunately did turn. I think if they were able to confirm that first Fire Giant, the one that SOT stole away with that Atlas ult that I think that we're about to witness here shortly, it would have been a lot better. But unfortunately, it was just not the case. And even though they did win the fight after the fact, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. They chased it down too hard.
Yeah, I mean, right there, they get the kill on Layers. Aurora gets hit by the double root there at Akirmi as two of them get tugged by that. And right here is the moment where you're thinking, okay, Valkyrie should probably just back up. They now have lost Gamma.
Wowie
but
dashes
instead,
in.
Wowie dashes in. That calls for SOT to turn back around and go right back into the fight. And then it's a wipe, 30-plus seconds until the next person is up. And considering that the Titans had just wiped everything right beforehand, that just opened up for a free push in there. And again, I mean, you're looking at the top of the board, 7-7 on kills, barely even 2,000 gold separating. That's an even game 24 minutes in, but the Valkyries make one overstep, go just a little bit too far, and that's what ends up costing the game.
Yeah, at the very least, it's very clear. I imagine all of the Valkyries know exactly what they did wrong in that game, but looking at the things that the Titans did right, Paul sits at 3-0, Cyclone spins 4-0, SOT on this Atlas was doing a ton of damage, sits at 5-1, so they were able to shut down Layers and Aurora in the early, get that gold lead, but there still were some looming threats in the distance. You know, I wouldn't say just fixing that Fire Giant fight would have ironed this game out. It certainly would have been better, right? I mean, after you get FG back up reset, we could be looking at a completely different stat line here. Either way, I imagine the Valkyries know exactly what they need to, fix up for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, again, even throughout the entirety stages, they had a 2,000 gold lead or so about 10 minutes in for the Valks. The Titans are able to bring that back after stealing a Fire Giant with a, what was it, like 208 damage, I think, from the Atlas ult, kind of just firing through. So one little misstep here and there, nothing that the Valkyries can't clean up. And when we saw what they were able to do against the Warriors yesterday in game number 2 when they swapped their draft around.
Oh, yeah.
Don't necessarily think that there needs to be a draft swap out of the Valkyries. Maybe just some slightly better decision-making when it comes down to this play around the objective.
Yeah, exactly. Get that same lead that you were, attempting to get, and you did actually get, and then just play with it a little bit better. The objective fight was still clean up until it got to the Fire Giant. So that's really the only adaptation that I imagine needs to be made. If you are the Tartarus Titans, however, you're probably not happy how that game played out either. There were some great performances, but Layers was largely mitigated, only doing about 7k damage by the end of the game. So possibly a switch up in the jungle. There was a lot of cripple fields, like the Fields of Love, the Stinger, that made Erlang Shen's life pretty miserable.
Yeah, we'll see if the Tartarus Titans take anything away now in picks and bans for game number 2 between the Titans and the Valkyries. Wowie on the Cupid, the god itself has been on the rise, but particularly for the Valkyries, that's a pick that Wowie has loved to go back to whenever it is or isn't meta. Now that it is meta, it's something that Wowie has really been able to bring back to the forefront for his god pool. We'll see if the Valkyries get that one back. But as far as the picks and bans are concerned, at least for now, as far as the bans are concerned, it's just going to be the same kind of run back from game number 1. Dodgy, Xingqian.
There it is.
But a Cupid to now change things up for the Titans. So that one, as you highlight, going to make Layers' life a little bit easier in the jungle. And it's still going to be the Ullr, Eset, and the Emoja banned by the Valhalla Valkyries.
Yeah, so notably that does leave open the Bellona that the Titans were a little bit more concerned about in the previous picks and bans. Osiris is still highly contested, and it looks like the Chernobog will still be the first pick that the Titans are after, and they'll grab that one right away. So not too much has changed in that regard. We'll see if the Valks even throw any pressure towards that Bellona pick that was let through, right? I mean, I imagine Aquarius was liking the Chang'e yesterday. He was liking it this set as well, so I'm not even that convinced that the Bellona needs to be snap locked. It was just something that I guess the Titans really didn't want to deal with. It went with so many auto attackers, Bellona's going to get some crazy value with the Scourge and just a lane bully in her own regard. So probably smart to take that away, but it does look like the Valkyries are just going to grab that Kabrakan once again and take that Osiris pretty early as well.
So it's going to be just a run back of the drafts, at least for now. The only thing that's going to have to change will be at least whatever Wowie picks up in that 3rd slot. Chernobog, Erlang Shen. Khepri was the pick last time for Aurora. We'll see if he goes with that one once again. Kabrakan and Osiris the other side for the Valkyries. And I don't imagine that the Titans need to change much up in their draft, so they will go with the same top 3. Now is the only time we're going to see the immediate difference out of the Valkyries with that Cupid ban. What does that leave open for Wowie? Or maybe we don't even worry about Wowie now. A Muzenkob will be the pickup for the Valks.
Yeah, in my head, Wowie's really hoping that the Artemis doesn't get banned here. That seems to be the secondary choice. Still has a great matchup into the Erlang Shen, the Khepri, and the Chernobog. Anytime he dashes into the wall, you can sort of just leave a trap there and say, like, go ahead, dash out. But it also means you could get camped pretty hard, so if Wowie is a little bit worried about his lane safety, maybe won't snap block that right away. The Heimdall is taken away, which, just some extra safety in that lane, that sort of thing. Did notably leave open, the Morgan, but since AMC was already picked, it doesn't really matter. Benny Q had a great performance on the AMC anyways. You're going to get clear in mid. It does look like, because of those bans, the Artemis does get through.
Not the best win rate on Artemis, however, though. Only 20% win rate on the 10 games played, so a 2-8 win-loss for that god. We'll have to see if the Valkyries can make that 3-8, at least in this game. So double hunter once again by the Valks means we're going to be left with potentially Aquarius' pick once again. Last game it was the Chang'e for a 5th pick for the Valkyries. Now the Tartarus Titans have free reign of whatever they want to do here. They can just go with the Hell Atlas again because both of those have been left open. So the Titans can just make a complete run back of their own. And at least for the Valkyries, the only thing that would be forced to change would be Wowie's pick. So we could have a near salty run back, but we're not going to have that. Instead, it's Thor for the Tartarus Titans. And so now I open the question to you, Trelly.
Yeah.
As we've talked to the solo laners about the potential of Erlong Shen solo.
Yeah.
Most of them didn't seem too thrilled about it. But how do you feel about Thor solo comparatively?
Well, I already told you during Picks and Bans in Game 1 that I faced SOT's Atlas solo.
Oh, did you also face the Thor?
I also faced the Thor solo.
He literally just gave you what he was playing today.
Yeah. I will say it didn't dominate the map as the Atlas did, but it does have some use. You have to play off of Anvil of Dawn. You have a fair bit of global presence here with the Chernobog as well. And because I guess Aquarius wasn't really feeling the Chang'e, it looks like we're going to see a Hades hover. That would be a great beads burner for the Artemis. You're going to have a great matchup into Thor because he's got a hammer to clear the wave. You could always go in and get that Pillar of Agony off, try and force the beads. And it looks like the Hades will actually be locked in here. If SOT doesn't pick Thor, I don't imagine Hades gets locked in there. But because the Thor, you're always going to get pressure. I mean, Hades has such a great time in lane against anyone that can't like apply anti-heal and anyone that uses their escape to clear the wave. It's going to be a good time. I imagine SOT is probably going to have to max the 3 and just never hammer. And if he does hammer, he's going to want to stay as far away from Aqua as possible. That's going to be an annoying lane to deal with because beads burning got to be on the forefront of your mind.
So you're definitely locking in that this Thor is going to be going it over to SOT in the solo lane to match up against this Hades. So we will be seeing the Kabrakan go back over towards Gamma once again with the Artemis in that dual lane. So maybe similar levels of kind of kill pressure in that duel. I mean, you Kabrakan Cupid, you stun one into a heart bomb, maybe throw out the wall out there, but stun one, drop into a Artemis trap, kind of feels like you could have that same level of kill pressure in duo.
Yeah, I thought you were saying there was the same level of kill pressure like for the Titans, and I was like, you think Kepri Chernobog? No, I get what you're saying. From game number 1.
Yeah, for game 1 for the
2.
Valkyries into the Titans.
Yeah, definitely a lot of aggression. Level 5 specifically, if you can get a nice wall and just trap I mean, you're probably going to Kepri because Chernobog's going to be able to dash into the wall. Cyclone Spin should be able to play pretty safe, but Aurora's going to have to hold on to those beads because once Tusky comes through, you're in a trap. You're either hitting level 5 first and getting aggressive and or just baiting out, hoping Kirmi can come over after the fact and look for the gank regank situation. Both are definitely a possibility. We know the Valks are trying to get an early lead. They did it last game. They were able to get that early gold lead. They were able to translate that into some early gold furies. I imagine the same sort of style of plan is going to be put into practice here. Penetration definitely at the forefront of your mind when you have a double Fizz comp with an Osiris. So it's going to be a lot on Aquarius to get some beads, do damage, but also survive. That's sort of the issue with Hades is you can't go full damage because you're going to be just sitting there. But if you build too tanky, are you really even doing that much damage? It's a little bit of a tightrope you have to walk. I imagine, you know, the Valks are going to be getting active and beads burning still on the forefront of the conversation.
So I wonder how the Hades build kind of changed up because Bumbus Hammer receiving some slight adjustments and whatnot, and that was kind of the go-to build for the Hades, especially when we were looking at it during the Masters LAN, you know, with the SCC teams that were going out there, specifically over in the EU region. We saw a ton of the Bumbus Hammer. It was what, like Warlock Staff, Ethereal, build a bunch of tanky items and a Bumbus Hammer out there. Do you think that's the same kind of build path that Hades goes in this game?
Oh, man. You know what? Trying to theory craft a Hades build off the top of my head is something I did not think I would have to do. I imagine Bancroft still has to be in the conversation because it's just such a strong item. The Bancroft's Claw also could be pretty useful as the game goes on, but the Conduit Gem into Warlock start, as you highlighted, still could give you that tank start. It really just depends on how much anti-heal the Titans are going for and how much healing that Aquarius wants to commit to, right? Because if you're just going full lifesteal and then you're getting anti-healed, it's not a fun time.
We'll have to see what this Hades ends up going. We'll have to see how the Valkyries can pan out in game number 2 up against the Tartarus Titans. We'll once again throw it over to Gormizer and Mifflin to bring the action.
Excited to see what the Valkyries are going to have for us in this game, Mifflin. Yesterday, game 1 against the Warriors was not a very good showing for them, but games 2 and 3 where they really stepped it up. And it feels like since then, even game 1 here, they stepped it up. A couple of calls that maybe could have been clearer or cleaner that would have gotten them maybe a concise victory versus the unfortunate turmoil that the Titans caused for them. But still something that's going to be very fun. A Tier 2 Warlock staff we're carrying on the conversation there from the desk is Aquarius' start right now. Other than that, everything's pretty much back to standard. Solar Troll playing the Thor, not something we've seen in a while, but not something that's super uncommon either.
You know, if I know the Thor was picked for SOT originally, but once I saw that Hades matchup, if I'm SOT, I'm just begging, like, yo, Layers, you wanna try the Thor jungle this time around? Let me get that Erlong Shen. Because this matchup, is multifold. Trelly already brings up the fact that you kind of use your hammer to clear wave, which is less than ideal. Hades can close that gap very easily and apply damage and just out-sustain you in the lane. But also, if you're just trying to hammer to escape, Fear is always an answer. Leap into the ultimate's always an answer. SOT probably going to struggle a bit more so than he would have liked in the laning phase. So you've got a Ripcord as a Thor. I'll just leave. I'll just go, I don't know, Anvil of Dawn mid. Good luck keeping up.
Now, I do have a question for you. It's been a while since I've seen Thor in solo lane. Ku barely confirmed there by the Titans. I wondered if there was going to maybe be something more explosive on this side as well. But he went for Berserker's Barrage first, which, like, in the jungle kind of makes sense, right? You're going for clear, things like that. Is that the same thing that you feel for at least level 1 here in solo lane? Now he has both, so maybe the clear doesn't matter and the discussion is moot. But it feels like an interesting start considering how in the wave he had to be.
Yeah, I mean, Hammer's probably your best clear with some of the changes to it now, not really doing reduced damage to the minion wave / minions, but Berserker's Barrage a bit safer. The concern of using that hammer to clear wave always there. I'm not really concerned with what you get at level 1. You know, it's not going to be a massive difference.
It's not like you spent a lot of time there anyway.
Yeah, level 1 was all of 3 minions, but levels 3 through 5 through 9, I don't think there's any point of this matchup where you're going to look at SOT like, oh yeah, he's hitting an inflection point. He's going to start winning the 1v1. Aqua got himself a very favorable lane.
We'll see maybe how rotations, ults, things like that later on impact this one. Right now, it's been a lot of this where Sot walks up, tries to hit Aquarius for some decent damage, takes about a third of his health bar and has to back off layers. So over here as the blue buff gets invaded, it's going to get secured and dropped. Aquarius picks that one up and stolen away from Sot. So a lane that was already going to be difficult ends up getting even more difficult. Ku goes towards the Valks as well, so they get both blue buffs. The farm has gone in their favor. It feels like, at least on this side of the map, maybe things aren't done, but Aquarius has a nice cushy matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to heal up every bit of damage. I wonder, you know, Charlie had said that you're likely maxing Berserker Barrage. I was wrong last time around when we saw the Unorthodox Atlas, but I do think you are maxing the hammer here. Just your highest poke potential. You really want to be able to apply that damage from a range. When I watch SOT play Thor solo, it's a whole lot of that. Forget the wave, I'm coming to you. Unfortunately for SOT, Aqua's just going to like do that again and again and again, and eventually he's just going to out-sustain. I'm surprised we don't see a Chalice of Healing pickup for Solar Troll. Would be able to match up at least a little bit of the self-sustain that Aquarius has in the lane, but instead just standard potions. If you're able to get pressure like that on Thor, your ability to like rotate through the jungle and clear the enemy jungle is very good. Probably because Thor's a jungler.
As it turns out, he's really good in that their jungle role. It's really interesting because based on what you've said, what we're seeing, what Trelly played against yesterday is what he was saying. I'm starting to think I should have been paying a lot more attention. I had Solar Troll's stream open on the other monitor, but all I remember from it is them having a discussion about the Machine Gun Kelly and Eminem diss tracks against each other.
Dude.
As to which one was better. That's all I got out of it.
What did they say?
Almost everyone in the chat unanimously was like, oh yeah, Eminem absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah, I mean, like, he gave... my man switched genres. MGK is now an emo head. He makes, like punk rock now. He got bullied out of rap. All right? There's not a debate.
Wait, hold on. If, like, Eminem made a diss track against me, yeah, I'd leave whatever it was. Like, I'd quit. I'd be gone forever.
I don't understand how
I'd
someone
disappear.
steps to the GOAT. It just doesn't make sense.
And so that's what I got out of Sot's stream last night. It turns out I should pay maybe a little more attention to what he's playing and what he's building. I feel like there's not a lot of solo laners that when you watch them, like you'll watch them lock in the Thor solo and you'll be like, this is a fun ranked pick. This is a fun pick that they're like, maybe their build will be interesting, but like, it's ranked. So of course this is going to be something they want to do. They'll play around and do whatever. And then seeing it here makes it a little more interesting. Again, it's maybe not too far-fetched in terms of the Thor. And so that's something that we've seen a little more consistently over the last couple of years. Whether or not the ults are impactful, I'm just excited to see how it can really scale into the rest of this game. Hades on the other side is already stacking up the Warlock staff. You've got the same for the Hell for Paul here. The taunt coming out from the Erlong. Seems like they want to lock down Gamma. Damage does not really seem to be there for him, though. First Blood seems to be evasive. Titans Look for a little more blink from Gamma. Gets that one out of there. I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah, ultimate from SOT, seeing if maybe the Valhalla Valkyries would path towards his lane. Not the case, so dunks on the wave. Aqua had already started to make his rotation as well. I like just the presence from Aurora. Didn't seem like he was actually threatening Abduct, but just by standing nearby, Gamma forced to use that blink defensively. Never a great move for your bracket support, especially the styles of build that we know that Gamma likes to go towards. High aggression seems to be the MO of this composition from the Valkyries. Regardless, with 0 action on the board, 6 minutes in, the Valkyries showing that they know how to pressure the map nowadays. They really are figuring out that farm. Just by rote, establishing a 1,000 gold lead up against the Tartarus Titans. That's a significant accomplishment.
You remember when, 6 minutes in, if you were watching Phase 1, like Week 1, it was always this interesting conversation. Even, in some of the games in Phase 2 where it'd be like, oh yeah, the Valks are up 3 kills or 4 kills, and it's like they're down 2,000 gold though, so what does it matter? It's impressive. Again, that's always the conversation when it comes to things like the Summer Masters coming up when the SEC teams are going to be playing around, or when you get a new team like the Valkyries who joined earlier this year. Some of the hard stuff on in the SPL is not, can you find, positioning sometimes will be a problem, but a lot of it is like gold. How do you farm? How do you get this stuff? How do you make it work for you? And luckily they've got that under their belt. Not as much of a lead, I think, at this point last game. But it does feel good for them. I think a lot of that had to do with First Blood and some of these neutral objectives. The Titans definitely being a lot more proactive alongside them, so being aggressive just as much as the Valkyries are.
Yeah, I wonder what the Tartarus Titans late game team fight starts to look like. I'm thinking SOT is just going to go full damage, especially this Bluestone Transcendence start. So the Tartarus Titans are going to be lacking a front line once the team fight phase starts up proper. Whereas the Valhalla Valkyries don't really have that concern. They've got a very tanky front line with Aqua and a good deal of initiation from Gamma. So it's not the same conversation as Game 1. The Valhalla Valkyries need to push their lead because they're worried about what that team fight is going to look like from an even state. This time around, I'm not so certain that that's the case. I think the Valhalla Valkyries even might have a slight advantage in the lead.
Layers, lockdown walls, good from Gamma. There's going to be the Tremor's taunt from Layers, keeps Kirmi going, but the rest of the Titans show up. And that's enough bodyguards to make sure the jungler gets out of there alive. Feels like a good engage there for the Valkyries, though. You can tell what they're going for. Now that Scarab's Blessing is down, a moment like that, with the taunt down, feels like they should be able to find maybe a little more pressure in the jungle over the next couple of minutes. And that's, the other part of this. We got to see Layers on the Erlong. We got to see Kirmi on the Osiris last game. Not much is changing in regards of that matchup. But the duo lane has changed a lot. And there wasn't a lot of pressure over there to begin with. I mean, it was an island from the get-go. Essentially, Gamma left, Aurora left, and then we didn't see Wowie or Cyclone unless Cyclone ulted in. Wowie just didn't exist for a while. Now he gets a good boar. Not able to find the follow-up, gets the beads, Aquarius in a little bit of trouble on the other side of the map. Will Sot be able to find the damage? Doesn't even seem like they need it. The hammer's good, but Layers gets that last auto in right before the double tap can connect, and First Blood goes over to the Titans.
Yeah, Aqua been using that leap pretty aggressively in the lane to deal with that hammer up against SOT, so an easy rotation for Layers to make it once Aqua had already expended that escape ability. Even with the rotation of Aurora, you're really just confirming the kill there. Aqua will at least be able to back to base, pick up that Breastplate of Valor, so the lane matchup going to be a little bit easier, and the cooldown on that leap going to be a little bit shorter, so those opportunities much more narrow for the Tartarus Titans. That said, SOT being able to close up a bit of that gold gap, and now probably heading back to base pretty shortly to finish up that next item. Could start to get rotating towards mid. I want to see SOT involved specifically around Benny Q. As Thor up against AMC, it's just a good matchup. You don't even need to bring up the fact that it's an immobile mid laner, so Anvil of Dawn is pretty consistent against him. The wall itself is pretty valuable. Yeah. Just land next to him, put a wall behind him, and let the rest of your team do the rest of the work.
I mean, that was something we were seeing a little bit when the Kings played it. And admittedly, it didn't work out the way they had wanted to. But the walls, if you have like a Ymir, you get a Thor, all of a sudden you get to just control the dynamic of the jungle. Good leap from Kirmi to get out of that Anvil of Dawn. Kirmi, though, walled off. And that passive plays a role, lets him walk through, but it's not fast enough. Aurora gets the kill on the right lane. And the Titans fall back, feeling a little successful.
Yeah, SOT still has not gone back to base. 1,500 gold in hand. Don't need to head back to base, I guess, if you're able to put out that kind of damage. Kirmi just caught rotating back towards his own side of the map. Pyromancer, target of aggression for the Tartarus Titans, and the Valhalla Valkyrie is not going to stick around for this one, so a clean neutral objective and a clean 2-0 start for the Order side team. Close up the entirety of that lead that the Valkyries have had for themselves and instead put it in their own pockets.
Well, this is the interesting portion of this, and I think it's great how you highlighted it, because this lane is still not going well for Sot. Like, lane-wise, it sucks.
Yeah,
Everything else-wise, he's been doing
much.
great. And it's just the minute he passes that threshold into the jungler, or into the jungle, it feels like he gets to really get hands-on. And I think that's the interesting thing. You know, Aqua playing Chang'e, doing well on that, playing the Hades, and doing pretty well so far on that. I think it's interesting to see some of these junglers branching out, or not some junglers, the solo laners branching out away from the Warriors, away from the Guardians that we've kind of seen dominating the lane for not just this year, but like the last couple of years. And we're seeing these assassins, Sot's playing hunters, even though that kind of fell off after the beginning of Phase 1, Phase 2.
Could have fooled me from that Scarab set. Good lord.
Dude, his Uller, I don't know what
it looked like a COD montage
video.
It's
so wild. Someone should do that. Go put the air horns, the MLG effects that used to happen.
If I could see some hit markers on some Ull shots.
It does like the shaky screen.
Yeah, and get that one meme video of the girls like, the aliens aren't contacting us, the animals are leaving, it's just you and me, and then, you know,
boom, boom, boom,
and
like him hitting the first axe.
Oh man.
Look, someone out there, if you're watching, we just made the montage for you. You just have to go get some clips from yesterday.
We want some credit for it too, though. Like, put us like a writer's
tag me
mention.
on Twitter afterward, something. That'd be fun to watch. Now I'm thinking about enjoying that. I'm enjoying this game as well. Slower pace, not as many kills, although I think last time it was, 5? There were a couple of brawls that went back and forth. Gold, though, definitely a talking point. Valkyries, 15 minutes into the last game, 3,600 gold in their favor. 12.5 minutes into this game, and they're starting to fall behind by an uncomfortable chunk. 1,300's not terrible, but it's definitely something they'll start feeling. Looks like some pressure on the solo lane. Layers is over here. Pin's going to be good, but not good enough for the follow-up. Nice double tap. Get some damage out there from Sot. Not able to find the kill. Kiermy's looking for something in mid. They're trying to find the pull back, the kills that they so desperately need to help equalize things. But unfortunately for them, they're just not coming through.
Yeah, good luck killing a Khepri into hell. You got CC immunity and death immunity from both of them, as well as healing and additional movement speed. So the chase down potential is there, but difficult. Well, Roar messed up his abduct. He's stuck.
Yeah, there's the walls as well. Clins can only do so much. Scarab's Blessing's going to help a little bit. Walls open, but you're not getting out of that one. The Stinger as well. Really just to make sure that the deal is sealed. Now Aquarius stunned under the tower. Taunt going to be good. Layers looking for a kill. And the Titans are going to find a little bit more. 1 for 1. And you know it hurts a little more to lose your solo laner. But they get the Gold Fury. And so the Valkyries with a great pull.
Yeah, just Aurora again stepping a little too far forward there. Abduct off the mark. Just gets him locked in place. The wall from Gamma enough to secure that kill with the help of that DQ Stinger. So the Tartarus Titans, with Layers on the right side of the map, have to do something, realizing that they are not favored in the engagement around the Gold Fury. Dedicate their time to diving Aquarius. Are able to take him out, but not going to find too much more afterward. That said, SOT, a little bit of magic defense, should be able to move back in towards power with this next item slot if he so chooses, and a pretty massive level lead. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see SOT left to his own devices on the right side of the map and have Layers rotate elsewhere.
And I recognize I might have missed this happening in game 1. Benny getting aggressive in mid lane, and is the person I want to talk about. Rage is his second item. Transcendence directly into Rage is not something I think I expected to see it. Again, if he did it in game 1, and maybe it's something I should have expected a little bit more. But, you know, getting some crit, I mean, it's not a lot of power as you get the stacks. If you get the stacks, it starts to scale up pretty well into the late game. But that is an interesting choice this early on.
Yeah, I suppose you don't really need the power if you've got all that penetration built into your kit with Stinger. Would like to see some more kills. Cyclone's been forced up to the air defensively. Has used the beads and shell as well. It's not a great landing spot.
Yeah, finds Gamma. Gamma finds Cyclone. But that is going to be a great Phantom Shell from Aurora. Gets them through those walls like it's nothing. But now Aurora maybe steps in a little too far. Scarab's Blessing will get procced, keep him alive. Tusky standing guard underneath, stuns him, and makes sure that the tank goes down. Now Layers trying to save his support. Bites off more than he can chew, and it's a kill for the Valkyries. Aquarius rotating in for that one.
Really good timing for the Valkyries to find some kills as well. Pyromancer spawning up very shortly, could just rotate over and take the objective for themselves, pushing the lead back in their favor. Aurora's been getting caught out a couple too many times this game, and offset for the support of the Tartarus Titans. And now the Valhalla Valkyries looking to optimize on it quickly. SOT nearby, it's not guaranteed. Hammer not quite on the mark, so the Valkyries take it for themselves and the lead in one fell swoop.
Now, just being able to find a little bit more gold after the Fury, plus the Pyro, net neutral, right? Yeah, overall in the game. At 15 minutes, 16 minutes in, it's maybe not the best position for you, but after the start that they had, feels good to equalize for the Valkyries. I even got to see, Kirmi comes out into the break room getting some water after game number 1, and he goes, we might have lost that one. I just feel great that we're playing better now, and this is a good example of that. Great walls from Gamma. They lock Cyclone Spin down, and what a clean kill for the Valkyries in the duo lane.
Another off-kilter pick for the Valhalla Valkyries. Can they keep up their pressure here? Aurora, he's survivable, and he's got Scarab's Blessing coming up shortly, so shouldn't be too concerned for his own life. But wow, he's got Atalanta's, Transcendence, has a good deal of damage. Should be able to knock down this tower, just given a little bit of time. Even the CC chain between these two, a stun from Gamma into a trap from Wowie, might be enough to threaten Aurora into using that Scarab's Blessing. So a disengage from him, a pick on the Cyclone, a tower to boot. Valhalla Valkyries are playing very well.
Being able to get aggressive. Again, clean play. Valkyries, hell, even last week to this week, it feels like they powered up whatever it was that they needed to have happen. Maybe it was just the inspiration of knowing that the other teams were having some struggles with their rosters. Who knows what it is. Either way, they've been feeling pretty solid. It's fun to watch.
It was the 0-19, I think.
The 0-19. Yeah, that is a big eye-opener. You know what? Get blanked once, shame on me. Get blanked twice. No, get blanked once, shame on you. Get blanked twice, shame on me. And they didn't want to get blanked twice. They didn't want to admit
get blanked at all, and it's just shame.
Yeah, good point. It just doesn't feel great. Well, so far, though, they've actually managed to do a lot in the last couple of minutes that have made things more comfortable for them. I mean, tower over there on left is a good opening. Setting up for the Oni Fury that's going to respawn in about 30 seconds. Pyromancer, as you had mentioned a little earlier, get taken down, but they swerved this gold lead right back in their favor. Again, not a massive amount, 18 minutes in, maybe 1,400 isn't a ton, but 1,400 still better than nothing, and I like that they've been giving themselves the building blocks to move forward.
Yeah, I am really excited to see what the Valhalla Valkyries are capable of doing with this gold that they've already built up for themselves. A fight around the Oni Fury as it spawns could look good for the Valhalla Valkyries, who've already taken out that left side tier 1 tower, meaning that the Tartarus Titans don't really have the best escape paths if the fight starts to go south. Crit already starting to stack up for Wowie. Benny got 3 stacks on that Rage. Heavy Executioner for Kirby means that the damage output of the Valkyries is very high, and they're looking to leverage it now around the Fury.
Yeah, at least pulled up, getting burned down really fast as well. And this is just something that it doesn't seem like anybody's going to have anything to say about on the Titans. A clean Oni Fury, more gold in the pocket for the Valkyries. And a Trebuchet in mid to help pressure down this tier 1. Feels like the map state is slowly changing in their favor. Grouping 5 on 3. There's going to be the teleport in from Sot. So they have now a 5 on 4. Handful of Dawn ready whenever they need it. Sot gets an audio cue, unfortunately, and Aquarius spots him out. They're letting the Trebuchet do its work. And it's getting a lot of damage out on that tower without a lot of damage being returned. This should be the last hit. That's going to be some gold. And Gamma goes in, gets the walls on the Paul. There's the Phantom Shell. They turn around on the layers. There's Sot, crashes down, gets Aquarius, and has a good wall. Wow, he takes a lot of damage, but Sot takes more in return. Scarab's Blessing gets him out of there, and now Cyclone Spin has joined the battle. The damage, will it be there? He doesn't seem to be finding the targets he wants. Kirmi jumps in and has to leap away to stay alive, but he's just not going to be able to escape. Good pin, finds 2 from layers. Damage follow-up isn't quite there, but now the surge forward for the Titans, whether it's the tier 1 or the kills, they want the kills. Gamma slowed by Hell and killed off by Cyclone.
The Tartarus Titans play that fight so well. Cyclone's been really holding on to that ultimate until the very last second. Once the Valhalla Valkyries had gone through their first ability rotation, Cyclone Spin joins the engagement. SOT forces so much, realizing that the safety net of Scarab's Blessing is there, just fully dedicates himself to damage, and does enough that the Valhalla Valkyries have to start the retreat, even if they are able to drop him down. Luckily, Aurora there to make sure he doesn't actually have to head back to base in a body bag. And now it's the Tartarus Titans with Fire Giant on 5, and potentially some more if Aquarius sticks around too long. won't be doing that, so Aquarius can still walk out alive. Not sure if we'll be able to say the same thing about his tower, though. That should go pretty easily to the Titans.
Well, we got to get through the tier 1 first, at least. So that's going to be an easy
That's the
thing.
one I was
Oh,
talking
that's the
about.
one you were talking about.
Yeah, it's a tower.
Yeah. And you know what? It is. I knew that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody else was aware.
I appreciate
We're not talking
you.
about those tier 2s. Now we are, though. That tier 1's gone. Tier 1 and left. That's a that's like a nudge away from getting toppled. So that one is only really worth the gold that it's going to be taken when it gets stripped down. With the Fire Giant burned quickly. Pyromancer, guess what? Burned. Maybe not quite as quick, but still fast enough. Titans get that one. It was looking like a good gold lead for the Valkyries. Equalized quickly by the Tartarus Titans. And now it's just where they want to put that map pressure. And you were mentioning this in game 1, that it was really weird. We kept seeing Fire Giants into immediate, like, let's dive real deep for no discernible good reason, because they had already taken a lot of the towers at that point. And then teams would just die. This time around, you're getting the Fire Giant, you're getting the full reset, you're getting back in for the grouping. Just waiting to see where the team decides to put their pressure. Left is usually the go-to. And again, that tower means virtually nothing in the grand scheme of things. Throw a stray auto over there if your Cyclone is gone. There's no Fury for him, so it's just the patience of the group up. But time's burning, right? They have the power play only for so long.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Titans are actually pushing up on the left-hand side themselves. Usually when Cyclone spins on Chernobog, it's, hey, leave him to his own devices, let him do his own thing on the opposite side of the map. Let's 4-stack mid and force the Valkyries to respect that instead. Significant grouping from the Tartarus Titans. I suppose they just really like their team fight. SOT has the deep flank. All the Valkyries in the tier 2 tower. A wall here could be very disruptive.
The wall does get spotted. There's a couple of wards there. See him out, Kiermi? He's hanging out over here. Doesn't even have to just be the wall. Anvil of Dawn could be good. Aquarius goes in. Gamma finds the walls onto Aurora. Up into the sky goes Sot. Where's it going to go? The team, both of them have fallen back.
I'm so surprised.
And yeah,
SOT's dunking those 9 times out of 10.
Someone was pulling the reins real hard to make sure
Aurora
he
is
didn't go
screaming
in.
at the top of his lungs, don't you dare.
He falls back there. Now, well, it's the question of whether or not they can get aggressive. Layers splits off to go split push in mid. They've got the 4v5 over here. A couple of ults down. Gamma moves forward. Stuns not going to connect. There's the pull. Gamma's taking a lot of damage. Cyclone's not being looked at, and he's ringing true with his shots. Gets one and is looking to find another. Wow, he's so low, and he's going to find that one as well. Paul might go down. Kiermi chasing as deep as he can, but how far
Layers
away
got
can you
it.
get? Good jump from Kiermi, and right into the waiting arms of Layers, as you pointed out. Mid-tier 1 getting pushed by minions. And the Titans feel great about that fight.
Yeah, not sure Layers needed to blink there, but you know, a kill's a kill, and Kiermi is dead.
That was a surprise
for the next
factor.
40 seconds. It's like, yo, surprise, you're dead sooner. Tartarus Titans start to approach that left side. Phoenix, just Benny and Aquarius for the defense. Make that just Aquarius. Benny takes the scenic route around his own tower. Now Phoenix falls down, and the Tartarus Titans, like bandits in the night, will make it away. Still 4 strong with the Fire Giant for 30 seconds. You said it about the left side tower. A stiff breeze would have knocked it over. Mid tower in the exact same position. So why waste your time going for that? You can pick up a Primal Fury.
Yeah, pick that up. It's weird because at this point you've got the Phoenix. There's still 3 towers available, right? So it's like if you are able to win a fight, making it in, the Titan's going to have that extra health. Until that tier 1 goes down, as long as it exists, you're missing out on gold and you're missing out on the Titan losing some of his HP. Otherwise, that's all it's pretty much doing right now. It's not a huge threat 24 minutes in. But it is something to be a little concerned about. Like you said, though, with the Fire Giant falling off, 55 seconds now until it respawns. I anticipate the Titans aren't thinking too much about the Titan room right now. They're thinking, cool, what do we do for the next fight? Wards, vision, things like that. As well as relics. I mean, beads are down for Paul for another minute. So that's going to be something the Valkyries might be able to leverage if they can catch the hell out pretty much right as the FG respawns, or maybe a little sooner. Same for that Scarab's Blessing. It's going to be coming back soon. Sot goes up. Yeah, good blink from Aqua. Gets him away from the Anvil of Dawn. Cyclone comes in. Layers is here as well. They want this kill onto the Hades, but now Kiermi leaps in. Slow is good onto Cyclone with the wall. Stuns him out a little bit better. Beads get used so he can stay aggressive. He wants the kill, but it's getting turned around onto him. Layers gets the last hit and takes down the jungler.
Aurora acting as goaltender in the jungle keeps Gamma from rotating in, even forces the Kabrakan's ultimate. Paul should be able to resustain just about everybody if Cyclone Spin doesn't have himself covered, and he does, probably headed back to base. The Tartarus Titans, good grouping on that right-hand side. Aqua tries his best to hold on to that leap as long as possible, but by the time he had used it, SOT had the answer, the wall to lock him down, and everybody else from the Titans hot on pursuit.
Fire Giant started up. Slow burn is how I would describe this one from the Titans. It is getting taken. Now Cyclone's there. It should go a little bit quicker. They're going to get the FG. Binny had to fall back and defend Fire Minions on the left side lane. That made their way into the Titan room. This should be the easiest. Layers goes back to mid to clear and push up. Easiest tier 1 of his life that he's going to get right here. Tier 2 on the other side, very simply knocked down. A minion wave on right. Feels like the Titans are in a good spot to start sieging.
Yeah, they've got strong siege potential, but it's an elongated siege from the Tartarus Titans. Hey, we'll poke and prod at the Phoenix, back up, heal, resustain, and just wait for a couple of these key resources for the Valhalla Valkyries to go down. Caledonian Boar and Pillars of Agony. That's Hades ult and Artemis ult. That the Valhalla Valkyries really need to play around. If both of those are down and nobody's dead from the Tartarus Titans, I don't see how the Valkyries going to take this fight.
And it's really difficult even to try and engage on the Titans under your Phoenix line, although they're playing it cautiously. Minions keep getting shredded. Fire Minions on left trying to do their work. Jeremy having to create a little extra distance. Layers looks like he's headed over that way as well. Although he's running around through the jungle on the left-hand side. The rest of the Titans back off. They decide, you know what?
Really?
We're not going to continue pushing on right. Instead, they're going for the Pyromancer. At this point, I can only assume, yeah, with gold in hand, that they're going to back and get some power spikes that they feel is more worthwhile than trying to siege.
Yeah, like 3,000 gold for Layers, so pretty easy to finish up that maze. And also all of his relics, a couple of Phantom Shells for the Tartarus Titans as well. Previously, it was just Aurora who had the Phantom Shell for himself, so now some more answers to those Cabrakan walls could help out a good deal. It's not as if you're really pressed for time as the Tartarus Titans. I mean, left side Phoenix spawning up shortly, but the wave's pushed up pretty significantly, so it can just head on over and try and knock it down on spawn. The Valhalla Valkyries, on the other hand, they're choked out from farm. I mean, the entirety of the right side jungle taken away, left side jungle down as well. Really, the only place they can find any farm safely is Wowie, and he's taking it for himself on this left side wave. Tartarus Titans in a very good position. They bide their time. All their relics are back up, barring the Bracer. Ultimate's available. I'm thinking this siege is going to look pretty good.
Sots up in the air, comes crashing down onto Binny Q. You mentioned this exact matchup earlier. There's the wall, there's the hammer. Not enough to get the kill, but forces the relics out of the mid laner and locks him back into the base. Aquarius used his ult and does not get out with his life. Caledonian Boar, it's down as well. The defense for the Valkyries crumbling under the Titans now as they start to siege up this left-hand side one more time. They get that. Paul gets himself a double kill, and they're walking into the Titan room. 2v5 for the Valkyries here, and it doesn't look too great. The Titans come in, and they find this set 2-0 with a couple of kills to boot at the very end, and a triple kill for Paul.
Give him the quad, Gamma. Oh my god, is he actually going to get the quad? Cyclone ruins the stat line. It's all right. Nobody's upset as long as it's a win at the end of the day. That's the Valhalla Valkyries, I think, just losing a little bit of focus on that defense, just not realizing how much danger they're in, regardless of map state, when there's that much global pressure. An ultimate from SOT followed up by Cyclone Spin, just enough to catch them out. With the base defense, not exactly the point of the game that the Valkyries draft is at its best, but still certainly than what we just got to see. Just didn't really get a chance to look at that 5-on-5 under Phoenix.
That's the second set this week that I've seen the Titans win, and like, no smiles in their booth. For them, either it is like, okay, yeah, it was just work, we came in, we won, whatever. But either way, they get themselves the dub here. They look pretty good doing it as well. I think in that game, you know, there's a lot of talk about the Valkyries, I think, looking phenomenal in comparison to what we've seen out of weeks past, keeping things closer, making sure it's competitive. But even towards the end there, and I didn't get to mention it when I wanted to, like 10,000, 12,000 gold start separating the two. And all of a sudden, you're starting to feel the skew being in favor of the Titans there. They get themselves the 2-0, though, and they look good doing it. We're going to throw it back over to the desk, and they can break it down.
Yeah, thank you so much. Tartarus Titans with a clean 2-0 over the Valhalla Valkyries to end off their weekend, keep themselves a little bit higher up in the standings. And this game, too, was not a great one necessarily. I mean, a similar kind of vibes of game number one, Charlie, where it's just this 5-man death ball style of comp that the Titans are drafting, this time now with 2 globals on their kit, or at least a global and a semi-global with the Thor and the Chernobog out there. And the Tartarus Titans are able to make good work of it. maybe a couple of oversteps by the Valkyries during some of the team fights. I mean, Kirmi, I remember back in the mid lane diving really deep towards a tier 1 tower, gets into picked off, and just kind of this one-by-one conveyor belt style of play the Valkyries tried to do against the Titans. This ended up panning out for them.
Yeah, I don't think I blame Kirmi for overextending, trying to get those picks on a Cyclone spin. We saw it time and time again where the Osiris was at the back line, just boxing Chernobog, get like 1 HP, but could never really finish those kills. If you do get those kills, could be pretty massive, but unfortunately it wasn't the case, and it really did seem like the global pressure from the Titans was a little bit too much to handle. You know, SOT on this Thor was constantly getting rezzed by, you know, Aurora even when he was diving to the backline, and then Cyclones would just fly in out of nowhere, as we get to see pretty perfectly right here. It's just, you think you've got a man advantage, you think you're safe, you're far away, and then they can close that gap just so quickly.
I also don't think Kiryu was expecting that amount of damage to come from Paul. Like, we always talk about the amount of healing that Hell can do. There's a good example that not only is Hell a good healer, but also just good at dealing damage to squishier people. Gamma getting pulled right back in. I mean, the CC chains, the long-range initiation, the long-range CC that the Titans had, just a little too much for the Valkyries during these fights. And as you highlight perfectly, Aurora with these reses constantly making sure that his team is able to stay alive, to stay healthy during these fights, and be able to have that kind of pseudo 6th man come back into these battles.
Yeah, Paul was just doing so much burst damage, and I think you're right to highlight that as well. Just unexpected damage. You know Hell's going to provide the cleanses, you know she's going to speed up your team, but when you just get chunked by those abilities, it really starts to add up. And I think that they just highlighted this composition as well as you can, right? Splitting up the opposition, making sure the team fight is the exact way that you want to do it. The Titans, I mean, they had a game plan from the draft, from the get-go, and they executed it perfectly.
Yeah, Tartarus Titans able to come through. Paul ends the game on a nice little triple kill with this Hell. Good lord, did that just see 800 damage that one hit him for?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I think I've already forgotten how hard that Hell can hit, and now seeing that is a really clear indication out there. But a 0-0-14 slash line for SOT, so didn't find any kills, didn't die.
Is he playing Ganesha?
But maybe he was in this case, but 14 assists at the least, a part of so much of the action for his team. Actually a part of every single kill, I believe, if I added my math up correctly on there. 4, 4, 4, and 2, 12, 14, yeah. 100%, as a solo laner, 100% kill participation is probably the most impressive stat line out there.
Yeah, and he had top damage, so like, you know, we can.
Okay, that's solo lane though. That's fake damage. Like
well,
10K of that was.
This is Thor. This isn't Bologna.
10,000 of that was hitting a Hades.
You gotta hit abilities though. I mean, you gotta hit double tap.
Oh no, I stood next to Hades and spun at him.
Oh my goodness, that gets silenced out. Okay, your Berserker's Barrage never gets the big. Never mind. We don't have to argue. He had a good game, and the stats maybe didn't show as much as he was able to accomplish on the pick. You know, I know I said in the draft previously, you know, Thor solo is one of those that you have to be landing the ults. If you're not hitting those ults, you're not getting the full value out of the pick. But the walls, again, cutting off the space, it's like a pseudo Ymir wall. It's just, you know, you can't walk through here. That's also super annoying to deal with.
Sets up nicely for his team, helps lead his team to victory, and gets to stand by and talk for his team. The post-game interview with SOT, the soul laner for the Tartarus Titans. All right, so when we came into both of these games, Trelly mentioned that you had gone up against him previously last night in ranked on both of these picks, and also kind of whooped up on two of his teams. Is that true out there, SOT?
I think so. I played like a lot of games. I played like 10 hours of Smite, so I don't remember.
Wow.
But I remember Trelly in the queues, that's for sure.
So sniping, maybe not sniping out there, but definitely taking down Trelly in those queues. Talk about this 3v3 comp, man. This is like, I think, the third game out of 4 that you have run this Erlong Shen, Khepri, and Hell combo. What's up with that, man? That's just cringe.
No, it is very cringe. I do agree. I don't want to go too much into why we pick it, but it's just gods we like and gods we think are pretty good. So
yeah. Gods you're winning on too. Guess you can't complain about that. So you got 1 week left before we start kind of jumping into Masters. What are your kind of team's thoughts around things to maybe work on or improve as you go into kind of that final week of the SPL?
Yeah, I mean, I think our biggest thing was to iron out like picks. Like, we've been playing a lot of different types of picks. We haven't really, in my opinion, found like the sort of like draft monopoly type of thing like we had at Masters. Like at Masters, we had like a bunch of OP gods that were really good in our hands, and we couldn't get out drafted. So they couldn't ban away. We had too many gods they couldn't ban. And I think if we try and find that again, I think we kind of have. So I think that's what really allows the team to win.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it works out for you guys in week number 8. Congratulations on your 2-0 win over the Valks. I'll let you get back to celebrate. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Dang, he queued 10 hours of Smite yesterday. Man, that's pretty impressive. I don't know if I could hit that level of dedication he did. I definitely hit some pretty insane hours yesterday, but most of mine were just some like hardcore casual, I definitely don't know if I could slam 10 hours of
If
ranked.
I'm winning for 10 hours.
I mean, yeah, if you're winning for 10 hours, more power to you. But SOT, the solo laner for the Tartarus Titans, their 2-0 win. An impressive performance by him and the rest of the team today to find their victory over the Valhalla Valkyries. But that was just our first set of the day. We still got one more, so let's take a look at the schedule and the standings to see what else is left for you guys today. With the 2-0 for the Titans, that now leaves our final set, the Oni Warriors and the Olympus Bolts. The Bolts falling to the Leviathans earlier in the week on Friday to an 0-2, and the Oni Warriors with their loss to the Valkyries on a 1-2. So both these teams coming off of a loss, opposite of what we saw from the Titans and the Valkyries, where they were both coming hot off of a win. Now, fighting for their first win of the weekend at the very least, but maybe a little bit more important for the Oni Warriors to try and keep themselves up there, because I believe with this win now, the Tartarus Titans, we can take a look at the standings. This should bump the Titans up to that definitive third spot. But the Oni Warriors, I believe, depending on what win they get out here, I think if they can get themselves a 2-0, will put themselves right back there and tied to stay in that top 4.
Yeah, there was only one set this week that went 2-1. The rest have all been 2-0, so some quick games, some definitive games, no doubt. But this should definitely be an interesting one. Standings ever the more important as the end of the phase comes near. So to see if the Oni Warriors are able to come back after a loss like that. And the Bolts, as you mentioned, would love to do the same. Definitely two different styles of teams. You know, they've been hot and they've been cold, and we're gonna get to see I assume the best of them pretty soon here.
Hopefully so. I mean, Olympus Bolts, even if the Bolts do end up losing this one to the Warriors, they should still remain at least in that second seed. So not as important for the Bolts necessarily to win, but still important to make sure that you can get a win, keep yourselves higher up in that standings, especially giving yourself a better chance, because next week the Bolts have to play the Titans, and then they've also got to play against the Kings. So not going to be the easiest kind of round out to the Olympus Bolts season at the least. So making sure to get a win over the Oni Warriors is going to be very important for them. Oni Warriors want to get themselves a bounce back after a loss to the Valkyries just prior on. So it's going to be, I think, a pretty sparks-flying match here, Trelly.
The sparks are going to be flying.
Sparks are going to be flying.
Yeah, I mean,
metal hitting metal.
Yeah, like clashing, understandable. Yeah, I mean, they're
Clash of the Titans.
You hope that they're both coming out. No, we just watched the Titans.
Oh, true.
No, there's going to be clash of the Bolts and the Warriors. But you hope that they come out swinging, right? I mean, it's not one of those sets where you imagine, because they're both coming off a loss, right? If you're coming off win, it's okay to play it slow in the early. When you're coming off a loss, you expect high action early, looking for those early ganks, and I think both of these junglers play that same sort of style.
And actually, even looking over at the Oni Warriors schedule for their last two, it's Jade Dragons and the Camelot Kings as well. So Kings are going to be facing off against both these teams next week. So very important for these teams to be able to find themselves a win today, and that way they can put themselves that much closer to kind of securing their seeds as the remainder of these weeks go on, making sure that they can keep themselves at the top of the standings, because Masters is right around the corner, Charlie. That's a 2-week event that's going to take place between the SPL teams and the top of the SCC teams as well. So who's going to get that last win of the weekend? Will it be the Warriors? Will it be the Bolts? We'll find out right after this break.
From just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me. But that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
Welcome to Smitle. Here's how to play. You're trying to guess the god. I'm going to give you 6 hints to do so. With each hint, you get 1 guess. These hints can be card art, item builds from the Pro League, or even the god's release date. If you guess correct, you win. It's that simple. If you're wrong, however, you move on to the next hint until you're out of hints. Seems easy enough. Then let's play.
Space skins, my least favorite motif in all of media. Space is the most boring frontier right behind the desert. Dune was an awful movie.
Hunbat says a space skin. Vulcan's got a space skin. Is this Vulcan?
Sylvanas.
Moonskin, is that Hunbat? Well, keep going. We'll see. I feel like it's Hunbat, but maybe not. Keep going.
The Man on Moon. Okay, so this is definitely a skin card, I would think. I'm gonna take a skip on this one.
Those little astronauts on the moon? Surely that's Oleron then.
Oleron.
On her again.
We have so many space skins. How do I not know what this is? I'm just gonna say Outwash so we can get more hints here.
Who would be creeping on Ardio?
Cullen?
Who's an Ardio creeper in space? Man, I hate space. Cupid.
Is that the character we're talking about, or is it Artio in a different thing? I'm just gonna guess Artio.
Artio?
Terra.
January 16, 2014. Ooh, that was just after Worlds.
Oh god, I'm drawing a massive blank. I'm gonna say Cerberus.
Why do I think it's a hunter so bad? Why am I thinking hunter? I've already forgotten the first prompt. In space, and we guessed Dr. Vanas. Nuwa.
Sylvanas?
Pass. I need another clue.
2014. Oh my god. I don't remember that far back. That's launch, right? Yeah. Freya.
Oh jeez. This doesn't help me at all. This is just what every support is building at this point.
Okay, so we didn't support Territorium. Artio, Sylvanas is the two ones. Terra?
Why not? I'll throw Xing Chen in there.
And there's a space, and they I don't, what pantheon is Ardio, bro? And they're in space. God, I hate space. Does Kepri have a space skin? Kepri.
Kepri?
What? Wait, is it? No. I don't know. I'm usually so good at remembering like the first and last god of a season, but for some reason I'm just drawing an absolute blank. Kumbhakarn? Okay, like jokes aside, that's a really cool skin. There's no shot it actually is Geb though, right? Is it Geb? I didn't think Geb was that late.
Geb? It's his moon skin, right?
Is it Geb? That looks like Artio, but it's gotta be, is that Geb? Because that's like Artio on Geb, right? Yep, I knew it.
That is Artio looking at something. She is looking at Geb.
Oh, this is Geb.
Geb.
Oh, I've got it from here. You've made a severe mistake in showing me this so clear Geb image.
Huh? Artio, Terra, Sylvanas. This is not Geb. Is this Geb?
Oh, Geb.
Oh, that's good. It reminds a little bit of the robot Geb skin too. I love that one. That's clean.
Oh, wait, is that gonna be a new skin? That looks so sick.
to our final set of the week here in Season 9, week number 7, phase number 2. It should be phase 2 and then week 7 and then day 3 of the Smite Pro League. We got a great one for you to end the week. Oni Warriors up against the Olympus Bolts. And I am constantly feeling reeled in by these SPL matchups and pulled into the action in the same way that I'm reeling in the fish in Fishing North Atlantic, one of the free games this month with Amazon Prime. If you've ever wanted to experience life on a North Atlantic fishing boat, now's your time. You get to load in for free this month with Prime, as well as a whole lot of in-game content for free. Some free Smite stuff this month, some free Paladin stuff as well as free delivery, free subscriptions on Twitch, and so much more. So thanks to Prime for being with us here in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League and allowing me to experience what it's like to be a fisherman in one of the roughest seas in the world. My name is Dolson. Gormizer is with me to talk our final matchup of the week, Gore. And what an exciting week of the SPL we've gotten. We've gotten some roster swaps, some 2-0s that should have been 3-game sets, some 3-game sets that maybe should have been 2-0s. A little bit of everything this week.
A lot of spice as well. I mean, teams that coming in, like you said, expecting maybe certain results. Specifically, I'm looking at actually the Bolts last set was one that I did not expect to go so heavily in favor of the Leviathans. I think it's just been a very interesting week, and it makes it even more so because week 8 is going to be even more like double packed by the time that we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, only one game left here in this week. Remember, we normally have a triple header here on Sunday, but the Solar Scarabs and the Jade Dragons both making some roster swaps. We wanted to be able to see those two teams face off against one another, fully strengthed up next week. So next week we'll get 3-game sets on or 3 sets rather on Saturday and Sunday. This
full
week,
jungled up on a Saturday morning.
Full jungled up on a Saturday morning, Goran. We are full Oni Warriored and bolted up here to end the day on Sunday after a 2-0 start to the week. Just the 1 3-game set so far, though, if you look at these two teams between Warriors and Bolts, top of the standings type of matchup. And so if we're betting on another matchup that could go 3, I think the Oni Warriors versus the Bolts has a good chance of that.
And you know what's one that's very interesting? And I didn't believe it, and I wanted to double check it. The Warriors have never beat the Bolts. Ever. Not in any set. They've gotten, earlier this year, pushed them to 3 games, I believe.
Just this year,
ever. It's 8-0 in favor of the Bolts. The entire time that they have at least been under these names, they have not been able to, the Warriors have not been able to beat the Bolts. And so, you go back like in phase 1, I believe it was like a 2-1 win for the Bolts.
Yeah.
Then at Masters, it was a 3-0 for them. Like they continue to find these wins. And so it's an interesting dynamic for them because it's a matchup that is challenging, right?
Right.
And I think that the Warriors have done nothing but get stronger as time has gone on. So it's something that is going to be increasingly difficult to keep that 0 in the other column. But I think it's a matchup that they've so far been able to keep in their side.
And they've got Coach Barra on the headset today, walking behind the team, making sure picks and bans looking good. Their jungler's been looking good. Lasbra has had a great season so far here in Season 9. And really, we've talked about how that's changed up the ban priority for opposing teams. Yes, you've seen the Achilles, Camazotz, Naja, so some more unique picks out of the last 3 for Lasbra. But think about how, the Oni Warriors, I'm expecting a Daji ban somewhere in the first 3 unless they want to grab it for Cuvo Fred. That's also an opportunity. But such a dynamic player, not only on the map, but causes disruptions in picks and ban strategy.
It's really interesting how much, like, in most matchups, I don't think Daji, probably needs to be banned or at least thought about. But this is one where it's like, if it gets through, someone's made a mistake, and the other team is going to do really well. It's one of the top 3 gods, as you mentioned, banned up against the Bolts here. Yep. And it's something that they've been able to perform really well with. But the thing that's been really fun to watch is that, we just watched a bunch of Camazotz highlights. Like, who else is playing Camazotz? I guess the Leviathans did a couple of weeks ago, but they were throwing it into solo lane. Like, there's a lot of picks, I think, that we've gotten to see out of the Bolts, things that they're willing to try and have worked for them. That makes things really interesting, and a lot of that comes from the jungle.
Yeah, agreed. Lasbra's spearheading for this team, getting a lot of the pace set. Love the Daji look. I always expect to win when we see that locked in. Will the Oni Warriors let it happen? Who knows? But Lasbra is standing by with me for the pregame interview. Lasbra, Gormizer just shouts out, in the history of these two teams, the Oni Warriors have never beaten you guys. Why do you think that might be?
I don't know. I mean, me and Fred, the matchup, I'm just the stronger jungler.
Is that what it is, the jungle diff?
Not really, but I like to believe so.
Sure, fair enough. Look, you guys have both been playing some really good Smite. So you guys have actually had, between you and the Oni Warriors, maybe somewhat similar weeks. You guys started off your week with a rough loss to the Leviathans. What were some of the takeaways from that matchup as a team?
we haven't had a lot of scrims the last week and the week before that, so I think we've been a little bit down on that. And then we weren't really like that prepared. They came in with some new stuff, which kind of shook us a little bit. And then we had pretty bad early games in those games, which is kind of punishing right now in this phase or meta, whatever you want to call it, with like bad early games, and kind of like just spells out and they get like a lead going, and we couldn't really do much.
Well, look, talk about having a bit of a shaky week. The Valhalla Valkyries only one win so far this phase, just happened against the Oni Warriors. Did you have anything to take away from that matchup that you feel like the Oni Warriors either fell short on or the Valkyries were able to exploit against your opponent here today?
I mean, I don't want to go too much in detail.
Sure.
I watched the first game and I thought it was going to be a 2-0 after that.
Yeah.
I was
Looked
surprised
like it, right?
that Valks came back and actually ended up winning that set. That was well played by them too. And yeah, I don't want to go into details. So
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah.
Look, we'll watch for it on the map today and see if the Bolts can continue their win streak against the Oni Warriors. Thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thank you.
Olympus Bolt score looking to extend their win streak up against this Oni Warrior squad. I mean, it's infinity right now, so anything a loss, I guess, cuts it off. Probably what, like 7-8 sets in a row at this point over the course of maybe even more?
It's 8 over 2 years.
8 over 2
or
years.
A year and a half.
Oh, okay, so I was spot on. What a good guess by me. 8
Good on
over a
you.
couple of years. Oni Warriors hoping to break that win streak from the Olympus Bolts here. And it is bounce back time for this Oni Warrior squad because we have talked about the Valkyries. And the Valkyries, even in a 2-0 loss just now, looked improved, had gold leads in both of those games.
Yeah.
Those are the small stepping stones we've wanted to see from that team. But they did us one better just the other day, just yesterday, with a 2-1 win over the Oni Warriors. And in game 1, the Oni Warriors completely blanked them, looked like a 2-0, looked like a 2-0 for the Oni Warriors. Lost their footing a bit throughout the rest of that set. And so I think looking towards their jungler, Kivo Fred can be a great cornerstone for this team to kind of get back to their winning ways here against the Bolts.
Well, and I feel like there's a similar theme. You know, Lasber didn't want to get into it because I think for them it's revealing what their knowledge base is, things like that. I'll get into it. The losses for both of these teams, it feels like, was felt a lot in the jungle. If you go back to watch the Bolts on Friday versus the Leviathans just like went religiously out of their way to make it so that Lasbra could not feel impactful. And I think that that's a success point that the Valkyries were able to have in some of those moments, was being able to get in there, find a kill or some pressure that made Cuvo feel a little more flat. I think they were able to expand it beyond that, but it was definitely a lot of pressure I think that this team gains and loses for both sides of the fold here based on their jungler's performance. I think if Cuvo or Lasbro comes in and pops off, then that team's going to just do better in whichever game that is, if it's a 1, a 2, or a 3. If that team comes in and they deliberately focus down that other jungler, then that team is going to suffer because their jungler is not being able to impact as much. Or if we get a game where they're both kind of neutral, maybe not getting involved as much, who knows? It's a kind of a coin toss, but I think that that's a huge deal.
There actually is a lot of crossover between Cuvo and Lasbra. Not only play on field, but pick and ban-wise. Both play the Achilles every once in a while. Daji has been such an important pick for both Cuvo and Lasbro. Lasbro's had a 7-0-4 Daji game in the last handful. Cuvo Fred has had an 8-0-9 Daji game in the last handful. And so
those are pretty good.
Continuing the jungle talk, I think there could be some overlap here in this set and similar expectations between these two squads. Cuvo obviously feeling good about things. Dardes is as well. Good to see smiles on the faces of the Oni Warriors. I think you can't focus too heavily on one loss if you're the Oni Warriors. You got to look at the whole phase, the whole year, and they've put together a fantastic
They're one
year
of
for
the
themselves
few
so far.
teams, I feel like, that they could have a devastating loss. Like, if they had gotten 2-0'd by the Valks, you could still, like, maybe at that point, maybe give them, like, 5 minutes, but, like, they bounce back pretty well to the point where they've had losses and, like, we'll walk out there and they're playing ping pong again and laughing and having fun. Like, they recognize, like, you know what, sometimes, like, that's a big deal and it is something that will punish them, but, like, they don't lose their morale because of it. It's not, oh my God, we're the worst team in the league now. It's like, okay, cool, we know what we need to work on, we figured things out, and we know how to bounce back from it.
You know, ultimately it's about realizing that it's a regular season game. You're still in a very good spot. You're going to get a high seeding for Masters. You gotta take away what went wrong, right? You gotta address that moving forward. But there's no point in sitting on it and letting it drag you down for too much longer. So even in a loss today, I think the Oni Warriors will bounce back and look like their old selves. The Olympus Bolts find themselves in the second pick slot, Gore, so that Daji going to get taken away. I imagine we'll see second pick banning out the Daji.
So here's where things get interesting. So, and I feel like it's going to be banned this entire set, so I might as well talk about it now because I don't think we're going to get to see it. Maybe if there's a game 3 and somebody forgets about it. But the Bolts, they have a 100% win rate on Daji this phase. Like, they've played 6 games, won all 6 with her. So, like, Lasbra on Daji is a formidable pick. That being said, it's not necessarily unformidable for the Warriors. They've got a 70% win rate on it. So, like, it's been taken down. But the one time so far this phase that they first picked it, they lost that game. And so I was kind of wondering, like, part of me wants, like, test the stat, part of me wants to test, like, the numbers in general. If the Warriors first picked it, is it something that then, when you know it's coming, that you can play well against it and maybe counter? It does limit, like, a lot of, like, your god pool and then, like, what you're going to try to pick. So it's, like, this really weird pick and ban strategy of, like, we're going to let you limit us, but then we can do nothing but pick gods that are going to be great against you. It limits you almost too much, puts you into a little box. So I don't mind the Bolts banning it, but it was something I wanted to personally find out.
Yeah, counter.
I wanted to test it.
Yeah, of course. Counter pickable to a point, picking Daji that early. But both of these junglers have overcome counter picks on the Daji plenty of times. AMC, that'll be first pick for the Olympus Bolts, and AMC has been just a mainstay here as of late. Some in the solo lane this year, some in mid. A little bit in duo, but usually lands itself over in the mid lane. Ven has played AMC a couple of times in the last 6 games. 1 win against the Jade Dragons, 1 win against the Valks. Admittedly, the Ganesh does surprise me a bit, because I'm sure Awesome Jake can play it. Wow, I actually can't believe that. It's been 3 games out of the last 6 on Ganesh for Jake. That's sneaky. That surprises me. You know, I feel like Xing Chen has been there a lot. Nox a bit. I didn't expect it to be half of the last 6 games he's played have been on Ganesh, but maybe I should be less surprised.
At least the ones I got to go back and just to make sure that they didn't play. Yeah, so they didn't play it against the Leviathans, but all 3 of those that they played were all wins for them. So like a lot of success out of this pick. And you know, if you think about it, this is going to be maybe one of the wildest comparisons I've ever made. But some of the essences of Nox and Ganesh are similar. In that Nox has a nice big silence. Ganesh, guess what? Nice big silence, good for controlling the fight. Nox admittedly has like some damage reduction, whereas Ganesh has some, the capability of saving his teammates a little bit more often. Both have some form of root. One, for a Nox is nice long range, versus Ganesh, who has to go in there, dash, kind of picks you up for a little bit. And then I think Dharmic Pillars, as an ultimate boxing people in, but slowing them, removing their prots, sort of comparable to the Nox ult of taking damage down, right? And it's one of those things that, like, I think the style of play that Jake is going to be going for on this pick feels similar to the success they've had on that other one. So I like it. I think it's one that's fit them well, and I think it's going to be pretty solid against. I mean, chasing down an Osiris, getting rid of the tether, being able to just straight up stop Khepri from using the abduct if he goes in. Things like that are going to be very helpful.
Yeah, you got to look at the Ola run, though, now for the Oni Warriors, is they're big. I mean, obviously the Scarab's Blessing changes team fights so heavily, but so does that Sanctified Field from Ola run. Got to bait it out or try to play around it if you're the Bolts, because it feels like, Gore, the Bolts have this really good objective shred style of composition built out. You drop Dharmic Pillars, you have Soul, you have AMC later in the game, and they'll be able to burn through objectives pretty quickly. On the flip side, Oleron alone always gives you a certain level of good team fight, right? Regardless of where that goes, mid ADC, you're expecting Sanctified Field to make an impact.
Bright side for the Bolts, and maybe not great considering they just lost with it up against the Leviathans, but Lasbra played Camazotz before, right? And if I'm thinking of, hey, I want a jungler who can get through Sanctified Fields, chase down this Oleron, Camazotz is going to be pretty high on that list just because of his capabilities. I think Ratatoskr honestly could be solo as well, but even if it's in the jungle, no matter who is scooping this one up, I think it's a good one to essentially get around Sanctified Fields, right? You're not going through it, you're not trying to dash, you're not trying to find control, you're just going up, over, down onto the Oleron and trying to find him.
Ratatoskr, I have loved the resurgence of Ratatoskr because obviously you get good damage, you get good gank potential, but the ease of execution it sometimes feels like for teams to just slot this into their composition, you dive the backline a bit more effectively. just a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
So if it ends up being, could be solo or jungle, I suppose, for this Ratatosker, could be a great pick for the Olympus Bolts. Junglers banned out on the flip side, though, between the Fenrir and the Hunbats. Those are a couple things that Masters played in the past. So maybe Ratatosker ends up being the pick.
This is like a weird pull. Were you in Scouts as a kid?
Oh yeah.
Did you have to do the oh hey, you come up to a river, like can't go around it, can't go under it, gotta go through it, things like that?
No.
No. Well, that's what I think of when I see Ratatoskers. Like you see Sanctified Fields, like can't go around it, it's too big.
Right.
Can't go through it, that's just a terrible decision. Gonna go over it.
Over it.
And that's where he's at.
It's the Boy Scout mentality.
Yeah.
Whatever the one
it
is.
might not. That's a weird pull for me, dude.
Whatever the
I'm gonna
one
be
you
honest.
get.
I come up with a lot of weird pulls. That might be the weirdest one in 5 years of working here.
Yeah.
That might be the weirdest thing I've
Could be, Gore. I don't know. We got a lot to dig up there. Whatever the 5th grade rank is, elementary school. That was me. King Arthur ends up being the pick for Haddock, so it will be a jungle Ratatosker. And then King Arthur. I love the aggression from Haddock's. And it's such a unique composition here from the Olympus Bolts because you've got this shred for objectives between AMC, Soul, Ganesh with the Dharmic Pillars. But then you've also bought yourself what feels like pretty good team fight with Rat and King Arthur and their ability to control front line and dive back line.
I think initiation is going to be really solid for him. Ratatosker is maybe one of my favorite initiators just because of how much, like, all of a sudden you're worried about it. He can choose anywhere. It's a lot easier because, similar like Thor Dunk, you can choose anywhere and it's a small circle, but in a better version of it because you can reset yourself. Like, okay, cool, I'm on the branch. They think they're getting it. Nah, I'm going to go over here. And you can cancel it early as well to maybe get that engage. So I really like what the Bolts have in terms of starting things off. The downside is that's what the Warriors want, right? Like, you've got a Sanctified Fields. Like, cool, come fight me. I'll drop Sanctified Fields. We'll fight back. Oh, you're going to try to kill off that one guy? Guess what? We've got a Khepri, and you know what he likes to do, pull single targets back. So I think if they're able to get more broad selection in their team fight and kind of separate it, that'll cause some problems for the Warriors. Playing around Khepri is something that these teams have gotten used to at this point, but it's definitely going to be a thorn in their side.
Well, look, I mean, both of these teams were running this double hunter style of comp, so I figured that early in this draft, it looked like between a Soul and the AMC, it looked like that the Bolts had just this advantage, and the Ganesh as well, those first 3. I'm thinking that's objective shred through and through. Khepri Osiris, sure, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Then you end with Jabalanka, you end with Bologna as well. Do you feel like the teams might be playing similar types of Smite, and it comes down to execution?
Yeah, and honestly, I think like if you're looking specifically at objectives, I think like then all of a sudden the Bologna and the Osiris maybe gives a little more burn like potential over towards the Warriors, whereas the Bolts, it is very much, as you said, on the Soul, on the AMC to try and find that damage. But the thing that's going to be really interesting is their initiations, right? Like both Warriors are the ones that I anticipate going forward. Both junglers are the ones I anticipate going forward and leading the fray. Both of their supports are playing a little more, I don't want to call it a passive style, but they're not like setting up Ymir freezes, Ymir walls, and chasing you down. You're getting abducts, you're getting the ohms, you're getting Dharmic Pillars, you're getting Scarab's Blessings. Like they're playing kind of this middle ground support style. And so I do think a lot of it will be, okay, cool. Who can play better? The Oleron or the Soul, who's going to have the bigger team fight impact. And admittedly, on paper, it's always the Oleron because of the ult. And then AMC versus like a Shabalanke, which although they can kind of swap lanes for any of these, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Stinger is always one that is very important. Again, single target, good prot shred. But if Khepri's around, that feels like it can fall flat.
It is. I mean, if you really want to like microscope in, lots to look at here between the Oni Warriors and the Olympus Bolts. Game number 1 starting right now.
Thank you so much, Dave and Gore. Jumping right in, well, we can see why we had to jump straight to the action. Potential invade by the Oni Warriors, but that Invader's Curse may be coming up a little bit too potent for them. And maybe not being able to quite find the pick. It's J-Mac and Trelly and Doug in game number 1 between the Warriors and the Olympus Bolts. We were hoping to see some action, but we're not going to get it. However, I am noticing a triple death. Oh, never mind. That's a Gilded Arrow. Never mind. I thought that was a triple death toll for a moment. It looked kind of similar. They both have like the brown background for the items, but no, it's just gonna be the double death toll and the Gilded Arrow. That might actually be the more interesting of the 3. Is seeing Gilded Arrow because after the nerfs to that item, we haven't really seen it that much, Trelly.
I mean, looking at these comps, they're playing the same draft. You got Magical ADC, Peel style support, Hunter in mid, very early game oriented jungle, and then just a brawler in the solo lane, and that's true throughout. Sure, you can make some different sort of contribution to, hey, Nika's on an auto attack phase warrior. But besides that, like just the core of their composition seems to be extremely similar. So I'm looking for late game fights for both these teams. So it depends on, is Lasper going to get more active or is Cuba going to get more active? If we're going off of what Lasper said in the pregame interview, he's probably feeling pretty confident.
Lasper definitely has been one to get very active. Same with Cubo, so I'm curious how this jungle will go through. Frenzy pop. Neil Ma gets thrown up by Jake. Body blocks are fantastic by Jake.
One more.
And Neil Ma, one more.
No,
Oh,
two more.
Barracuda gets it because of the mannequin scepter proc at the end. First blood for the Olympus Bolts pre 1 minute.
Yeah, see, told you, one more auto. I knew it. I said two more, but really I meant one more. Mannequin Scepter Ticks will do the rest, and Neil Ma falls down. And Barry gets credit for it. That's exactly what you want in that situation. Jake could have gotten close, but, Jake can't steal the kill anyway, so he's Ganesh. So Barry gets that first blood bounty, and that lane's going to get just miles hard now to survive. Vote is going to have to sit back for such a long time. The Stellar Burst and a Supernova combo just does so much damage, and there's not too much you have to try and avoid that. You can drop the Sanctified Field and just say, I'm staying at tower line, but now that opens up some avenues for Lasper to try to get active as well. He's not going to have to come over to duo because they already have the pressure, so he can focus all of his efforts over towards that solo lane.
I just got to double down and highlight the perfect body blocks from Jake as well. Gets the knock up from that dash to throw Neil Ma up, and then immediately walks under him and gets right behind to lock him down long enough to not only burn through the shell, did Barracuda, but then picking up the kill immediately afterwards. So great synergy right off the gate in the duo lane. But Barracuda now eating some big damage out of Vote. Vote's got his heal up to help out him and his teammate Neil stay active. So even despite going down for first blood, still some big fight back from the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, Neil never dies there if Jake doesn't start the tier 1 lost artifact. If it's any other item, he doesn't have the damage for that kill. This is why he's building Chronos Pendant, baby. As we see the blue buff invade will be stolen away, and Nika will be able to pick that one up. So unfortunately for Haddix, he's not going to be slamming too many abilities here on the King Arthur unless a reverse invade happens. Looking at where Lasper is on the map, he's had his own speed buff, so we'll lose that one, and Totem of Coup control. So the MP5 is going to go a long way here. I don't imagine Haddix is able to just spam away and get last hits on the minions. You can build up a massive lead just from one blue buff invade off the top, and I imagine Nika might want to continue that trend.
Yeah, Nika definitely wants to keep advantage in this lane, and King Arthur without blue buff is a very sad King Arthur, one of the few gods who really does need to utilize that buff. But now that we do have that early pressure in the dual lane, does that kind of open the gate for Lasper to maybe put some pressure elsewhere on the map? No longer needs to kind of concern himself over in that duo?
Yeah, I think he's not going to have to come over to the left unless something like this happens where Vote and Neil are up at tower line. Just because Barracuda's gone and that purple buff had just been taken. Whenever Lasper hits over level 5, he gets access to that global ultimate. I don't imagine that the Oni Warriors dual lane ever steps up to that tower as they just did. Even with Sanctified Field, even with Scarab's Blessing, it's a very long lane, J-Mac. We call it long lane sometimes for a reason. It just takes a while to go from tower to tower. And there's just a ton of CC that can happen in the meantime. Jake will take over to 5 soon, and Dharmic Pillars, that's not going to make the escape any easier. You just got to keep your eye on positioning once those global ults get unlocked.
For now, Nika with the pressure in the solo lane will make sure to keep Haddix at bay on that side of the map. So maybe Lasper can make a rotation over there and get things started out. We do see, once again, this Bancroft, a potential Bancroft. It hasn't been locked in yet for Barracuda. We'll see if he goes that or the Typhons. Right now, he just needs some help. The damage from Vote again. This combo from Neil and Vote is so potent in this dual lane. Barracuda holding on to those beats, probably the most important thing he can do at this early game.
Yeah, on Soul, as long as you've got the sap rate, you shouldn't be too worried about ever dying. You have plenty of self-heal as well, and if he does go into even more lifesteal, he'll just be able to farm up just by nature of auto-attacking the wave. Looking at where QO is currently, I don't think a second blue buff invade is even a possibility, just a little bit too late to the time, or maybe didn't even want to put any more pressure towards that lane. Once you've got Nika ahead just a little bit, he doesn't need too much room to be able to run away with a lead in that sense, so not going to be invading that buff, just confirming the blue for his laner, and should be just leaving that lane alone for a little bit longer. We did see Lasper tick over to 5, but given the positioning of the duo lane of the Warriors, that there wasn't really any opening, and of course Dardes on the Xbalanque is going to be extremely safe as well. I don't imagine Ben's able to force out the beads. If a Stinger does connect, maybe you could get aggressive, but as long as you're holding on to that Rising Jaguar, it's pretty difficult to land a Stinger onto a Xbalanque in this early stage of the game.
Yeah, Dardes should be fine. Did go back to base and pick up the Transcendence. So stacking now up for the mid laner of the Warriors. I imagine Veneno on this back should pick up his Transcendence and start up his stacking. So a couple of players on the map stacking up. Not quite as many stacking items as we'd seen in the past, though. I mean, I remember at one point we were seeing like 6 to 8 stacking items per team, but it really feels like we've kind of strayed away from that meta a bit, Trelly.
Yeah, it really just depends on what you've got, and at the moment, Magical ADCs aren't really building Warlock Sash, so just going for a lifesteal-esque start for both of these, you know, Oleron and Soul respectively is probably the option. Lasper is sort of lurking over here, but hasn't went into the tree just yet. Doesn't see any real reason to try and go for the ult as long as Eagles Rally is available. And Hax is actually losing that trade just by nature of the heal.
Dharmic Pillar's down. Neilmaw's caught inside. Double root will catch Lasper and Jake. Cubo Fred will dunk in. Only find Awesome Jake with the ultimate, but the slows are just too much. And Jake has nowhere to go. Cubo Fred returns the favor for the Oni Warriors and picks up the first kill for his team.
Yeah, those auto attacks from Dardas were chunking. The Darkest of Nights came through, sort of disorienting the team fight. And, you know, Awesome Jake hasn't built that tanky just yet. So a little bit of CC is all it really takes to answer back that kill. Has the Chronos Pendant, so the Dharmic Pillars will be back up shortly. That doesn't mean that you're going to be able to survive that one. So Jake does fall down, and a great member of the team to have that kill on his Cubo Fred. So Cyrus hasn't seen too much aggression, but now that you've got that Stone Cutting Sword online, that Mannequin Scepter, you still saved your Blink. I do expect Cubo to just use that momentum and head to someone else. At the moment, he's on the right side of the map, but once again, a little bit late to that blue buff invade. Probably is going to dial it back at this point.
It really does seem like we are seeing a pretty unique shift up in at least the magical ADC build. I mean, before when we were seeing these magical hunters come out, it was like 3 to 4 rings, and then you buy like a pen item at the end of the day. But do you think it's just because of now the changes to the glyphs that are on Bancrofts that this has become the rush item?
Yeah, I mean, Bancrofts just feels so much better. It's always better than Ring of Hecate or Ring of Hecate, however you want to pronounce it. It's just, it gave you the attack speed, so you sort of had to slot it in. You're getting just raw burst damage. The lower you get, the more damage you get. Bancrofts always felt better. You just really couldn't slot it in. Now that you've got that nimble option where you can get some attack speed, you can even get the claw if you really want to, I think it just slots in the build so much better. The claw.
I'm glad you got it there.
Yeah, I sort of heard you say it, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then I just had like a flashback.
Yeah.
So yeah, the claw could be an option, but given how much the attack speed just helps out these magical ADCs, you know, the nimble Bancroft just helps out the build so much.
Well, we'll see which option our two magical hunters end up going between Vote and Barracuda. Mid lane will probably be a lot of similarity, though Dardas is starting in towards what I imagine will be an Atalantis bow. It's kind of seems to be the upward trend for second item. Lasper steals away an offering, and that puts it very close between these two teams to get that first trebuchet. And this is typically the point in time around this 8-9 minute mark where we're seeing these supports kind of go up towards these obelisks to try and steal some of these ones away. I wonder if we'll see that considering how close both these are to getting that first neutral objective.
Yeah, we saw some Jake go for the Dharmic Pillars there, but it really didn't bring too much action. Lasper sitting at level 7 block. Oh my, the dash gets blocked!
Body block by Cuvo. But that's Darkest of Nights used to get out the ultimate from the Ratatoskr. Lazaro will be safe for now, but what a great play by Cubo to kind of get things going and get things running for his team to start this one out. The Oni Warriors, even despite the fact that they fell for first blood, that turnaround that they got earlier on has actually netted them a nice little lead, about 800 gold up for the Order side team. Haddix will lose out on a blue buff yet again, but it's a rotation in from the Bolt to help him out. The Honey to slow down Nika. Cubo Fred, a little low. Lasper finds a good stun, but not much more follow-up from the Bolt. Just too many levels up for the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, you're getting the beads from Dardas there, so that's a decent trade. Beautiful Dharmic Pillars that does a ton of damage, forcing out Lord of the Afterlife. Nika is holding onto that Eagles Rally, so I don't imagine any more aggression. Just trying to steal away this blue buff, which they will be able to grab. So Haddix doesn't go without it, and Nika might be biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Notices that Neilmaw's coming in from mid, so had the Scarab's Blessing if any more aggression was to come through, but that's a level 7 Ratatoskr. Lasper is so far behind.
That was a chunky turn of fate, too. Forgot that it was a Chronos Pen rush out of Jake, and I think Nika took a moment to realize that one. Oh, that kind of hurt. I probably shouldn't step too much further forward, but great placement by Awesome Jake on that ultimate. So blue buff invade for a blue buff invade. Goes a 1-for-1 in that instance. Sanctified Field on the left side. Barracuda does get into that to separate just in time, so Vote will not get the secure on that kill. Barracuda will heal up and head back to base, but a lot of pressure to his left side. That first blood that went to Barracuda not doing him too much now.
Yeah, he hasn't backed in a while either. I don't think Barra cares too much about that trade. As long as you're holding on to your separate, as long as you have your one and your Bancrofts, you're going to be healing up to full pretty much every time. But it looks like Barra actually did back away there, so he will lose a little bit of farm to that tower didn't want to give any more sort of pressure towards Vote. A kill would have been massive, right? Just getting poked out and backing up, that's one thing, but giving him a return kill there would be insane. And that's why we see Vera go for the ring attack now, as Cubo does get the Dharma Pillars down, but not eating too much damage.
He keeps 2 people locked in for Venenu, Lasbro, and Haddix to rotate over. Trebuchet down to half HP, double stun by Haddix and knock up onto Dardes. But now that Nika has joined the fray, it's a 4v4 brawl in the mid. The Trebuchet goes down, and it's done quite a bit of damage to that tier 1 tower. 1/3 of its HP only remaining.
Yeah, the fight after the fact was not what either of these teams were looking for. More so just push that Trebuchet up mid, see if you can get the tower. Getting it pretty weak is obviously a win for the Oni Warriors. But they didn't want to fight that because that was a pretty massive Dharma Pillars. If not hitting too much damage, it did lock them in place, as you said. Then Haddix rotates in, get a decent stun on Dardes, and I think the rest of the Oni Warriors were pretty happy with just backing up at that point. But it looks like the Bolts are actually grouping up around the Pyromancer here. They have this AMC. It's up to Cubo to try and steal over the wall.
Frenzy popped. Cubo Fred is here. Will he expend the ultimate or the flail? He will use the flail, but a little bit too late. Olympus Bolts get the Pyromancer, but that doesn't bring them back to the lead. If anything, that only closes up the lead that the Oni Warriors had. It was sitting around 1,200 or so. Now only down to about 2. Barracuda in danger, pulled by Neil Ma, but gets into the Disapparate to get away. Dharmic Pillars plays very far in the wall by Jake, but nonetheless does get his hunter out.
Yeah, it did its job. It didn't look pretty, but that's all you really needed to do there. Barrett didn't have the beads to expend at that point, as it looks like a little bit of fight, a little scuffle, if you will, at the purple buff. And awesome Jake finds Neilma here. The Omen's going to be good. He's getting extremely low.
Body blocks are so good again by Jake, but not enough to keep Neilma there for long enough. As Neilma is able to scuttle his way out with about 200 HP to his name and a Scarab's Blessing to help him out. So the Oni Warriors able to re-rally back around their support, who had gotten very aggressive over just for this red buff, Shelly.
Yeah, I really expected Lasbro to go up into the air there and chase down Neil, and it looks like Cubo Fred low mana, but Dardes is taking a ton of damage.
Dardes does get out in time. The honey doesn't connect, so Dardes will be able to live through the onslaught. Haddix and Nico both making these very early rotations. This is some of the earliest play that we've seen out of these solo laners in towards this mid. And Gold Fury could be on the horizon for the Olympus Bolt. Dardes not here, ultimate not available, but Vote does have Sanctified Field. If he can make it into the fight in time, that could be enough to slow down. Dharmic Pillars by Jake will lock Neilma in place, and Neilma gets evaporated afterwards. Up in the sky goes Lasbro. Where will he dunk down? Now the Sanctified Field is gone. Vote and Dardes would be good options, but the rest of his team, especially Venenu, maybe a little too low for the fight.
Yes, this is a smart call here. That looked like a great fight at first, but then once they saw the rest of the Oni Warriors coming in, take your pick and get out. Neilma obviously didn't go in for the beats, has the shell available. You can't get any sort of CC off when you're ohmed at that point, so Neil was just stuck in place for such a long time. And the Bolts are able to get a clean pick and get out scot-free. You know, I will say scot-free, but Vote has been just farming the whole time. Barracuda's been making these rotations in. He's sitting at level 12. Vote hasn't left lane. That's a level 14 Olaron. These ults, you know, have to be on point, but even if you're not hitting those ults, Olaron's doing a ton of damage at the moment.
Lasbro wants to try and alleviate Barracuda a little bit by getting some pressure on Vote, but only really found the stun in a small flurry. Back to the Gold Fury. Goes the Olympus Bolts. Vote finds some good damage up against Haddix. Quarter HP now gone from the King Arthur, but the Bolts not really doing a whole lot to the Fury. With too many members of the Olympus Bolts around, they'll back away from the objective.
Yeah, I understand wanting to force that because Haddix was still over and left and Nika was still over and right, but given the situation, it looks like a free tier 1 tower for the Oni Warriors. They're able to just back up, try to invade that Greater Scorpion as well. You got some time before Pyromancer comes back up, so at least that won't be taken if you are a Bolts fan. That's pretty good. Given the grouping, though, you would have loved to see that Gold Fury pull, rather, just because the pure numbers advantage was certainly on the favor of the Olympus Bolts. Won't be the case, and the Oni Warriors are going to stay ahead in gold.
All right, Charlie, let me pick your brain here for a minute. I know you're not much on support player comparatively.
No, I see what you're going to. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Chronos Pennant we've seen a lot of,
yeah.
No surprise. We've also seen lights of Pythax piece. Both of them on the same character and on your support?
Yeah, I mean, Awesome Jake has
He's
one.
Like not tanky though.
He's got
at all.
He's got one goal here. He wants to kill with his ultimate and do a ton of damage.
He wants to be the carry.
Yeah. Then he said, "Look at me, Vera. I'm the carry now," and he's just going to continuously drop these Dharma Pillars to get the most value you can. If he's ahead, it's a genius play, but when he gets behind, it is going to make the Olympus Bolt's life just so miserable. Jake's up 2 levels, though, has the Bracer and the Frenzy. He's going to be absolutely chunking around these objectives, and that Bracer is already upgraded.
Yeah, that is some massive objective play-centric build for Awesome Jake. All he needs now is a Shoguns to bolster up the other 2, and you've got
more damage.
Maximum. No, I mean,
get a Rod of Tahuti.
Rod of Tahuti on your, get the perfected Rod of Tahuti with your Khepri.
There you go.
Or with your actually no. If he dashed on somebody with the Calamitous Rod of Tahuti, that's just a free Meteor Strike.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we saw he dropped the Dharmic Pillars, and then it was just a stun from Haddix onto the Dharmic Pillars, and then he lifted Neilma up. So until Neil gets beads, all of that damage that Jake has built is going to go onto this Khepri.
And all the damage that the Warriors have built is now being focused to the Gold Fury. Half HP already. Vote does have ultimate if they want to try and use that one for a secure. Darkest of Nights means that the Warriors will be able to secure that Gold Fury just a little bit late from Jake to be able to get that pillar out there to try and steal it away. So the Oni Warriors with that Fury, look at the gold lead that's already been amassed here, nearly 3,000 up for the Warriors. And the Bolts are the ones with more kills in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a great, we already touched on the fact that Neilma doesn't have beads, but because Awesome Jake doesn't have beads, the abduct from Neilma was enough to make sure that Gold Fury had no chance of being stolen. Lasper gets a stun and has to back out. Haddix is trying to step up to this Pyromancer, but actually it could be Cubo Fred who's in some trouble.
Cubo's got to use his beads. Tether gets broken just in time, so Cubo doesn't take too much more. Now, Haddix, Lasper to the back line. Does find a stun. Eagles rally, finds 2 though. Jake and Lasper both hit by it. Nika is fighting in as a level 15 below, and he's rather tanky, but not tanky enough to fight that many. Beads now gone from both Cubo and Nika.
Yeah, it looks like Barracuda made the rotation over, but Vote is still at the red buff, so he won't be here in time for this Pyromancer, which means the Olympus Bolts will be able to confirm that one and just go back to the old farm game. Every time we see one of these objective fights, you gotta look at what Vote was doing. He's level 17 now. He hasn't been really keen on the team fight, more so just trying to get ahead. He's top net worth for a reason. It will start to add up as the game continues because you don't want to give up anything on the right side of the map. That's just a Pyromancer though, and Vote said, you know what, I'm gonna get us enough gold to make up for that Pyromancer. I'm up 800 gold at the moment on Barra, so that's more than enough to make up for that Pyromancer.
Yeah, at least for him. Has gone for a second ring, where if you look over across the way this opponent, Barracuda is instead working towards what I imagine, maybe a Rod of Tahuti. I mean, we've seen a lot of options go through, but which one makes the most sense to you for the Soul?
At this point, you could go the Charon's Coin if you really wanted to, but I think the Rob Tahuti makes the most sense. You want that extra auto attack damage. You already have the Bancroft, so you're swinging. Your burst damage is there with the Ring of Hecate. It just seems like any one of those items couldn't really do you wrong, except Chronos Pen. I honestly couldn't make the argument for Chronos Pen, and you don't need the CDR on the Soul, but every one of those items in the tree, I think you could get some value out of. So for my money, probably the Rod, just trying to get some more burst. If Cubo dives, he doesn't have any sort of defense, so he could get absolutely just one-tapped by the Supernova. And, he's got beads, but there's no Aegis there.
Greater Scorpion gets stolen by the Oni Warriors. Awesome Jake dashes in. Dharmic Pillar only onto Neil Mon. Doesn't do too much damage to the Bug. So he'll be able to get himself on way. Haddix versus Nika in the jungle. Looks just like it does in the solo lane, except no towers surrounding the 2 of them to kind of box back and forth. Barracuda will go back over towards the left. I'm not sure if he actually launched that Trebuchet. No, he's going to leave it there for a little while longer. So I'm wondering what the Olympus Bolts are going to do with that objective. Do you just leave that one there and wait till a Fire Giant push, or what do you think they're trying to do with this one?
Yeah, I imagine you just let that sit for a little bit until you want to go for Fire Giant, or use your Fire Giant after the fact. This is assuming the Bolts get a Fire Giant and then play around that as well. Could be the option. Massive power spike for Bear, though. Gets the Nimble Bancrofts and the Rob Tahuti on one back, so he's going to be doing a lot more damage than he was previously, as it looks like Awesome Jake might get abducted here.
Oh, and his dash gets interrupted by that abduct just a little faster for Neil Ma. Haddix beats Cubo Fred through the jungle. Barracuda has rotated over, so Supernova is at play for Barracuda and the Olympus Bolts. All 10 ultimates available. None are going to be used for now. Vote is still in power farm mode. 0-0-0 for Vote right now. Has not been a part of the action just yet, though, to be fair.
Look at this.
Hasn't really had to come his way.
He's splitting red buffs. Darnez is level 16, man. Let him get some solo farm. He's just
This is like the Shinto effect, but it's Vote instead.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I need a little bit for Typhon's Fang. I'm gonna sap this. You mind?
It's an
and then
expensive item.
Darnez is like, bro, I'm on tier 1 Hidden Dagger. I would love an extra item here. Can I just get some solo farm, please? You know what? If Vote just hard carries this next fight, hits a massive Sanctified Field, and like peels for his mid laner, then I'm all for it. And it looks like the Oni Warriors are making a beeline for the Fire Giant. They're not going to go for the pull, though. Not yet. Now they're going to go for the pull.
Look where all the bolts are. 3 of them are back in base. 1 can teleport in towards the fight. Now Haddix and Lasbra are at the Fire Giant pit, but his Fire Giant is melting. Up on the tree is Lasbra. A chance to steal, a chance to kill. Sanctified Field dropped, and the Oni Warriors get the Fire Giant. Lasbra barely gets out of this fight, but not for much longer. The bludgeon slam by Nika will confirm the kill on the jungler, and all the bolts can do now is turn tail and run.
Yeah, it's just a great time to go for that pull of the bolts. No one was even close except for Lasbra, who is in a situation where, do I drop in my ult into a slow motion field? You know, maybe you have to in that regard. Wasn't able to steal this a little bit early on the dunk, and no way you're making it out of that one alive. So now the Oni Warriors are in a position where they can just slam down right lane, try and grab this tier 2 tower, get some extra gold. I was thinking maybe now would be the time that the Bolts send out that Trebuchet just to stall a little bit and get some gold on the left side of the map. But since Barracuda's there, the Oni Warriors probably not feeling too scared to try and go for this right side bird.
It's 5 versus 3. Barracuda just now spawns in, and a minion wave joined. But the Oni Warriors aren't going to go for the right side Phoenix. Instead, maybe just try and scan out the rest of the towers and take those ones down. Level 20 now for Vote on the Ola run, thanks to the help of the push on the right side. Tier 2, not even looking. What are the Oni Warriors doing? They're not going for a tower. They're not going for a Phoenix.
Primal Fury, baby.
Seems it's just going to be the Fury call for the Warriors. I mean, they'll still have about 2.5 minutes to play once they take this one down, because it's not going to be living for very long. I imagine maybe a back, some gold in hand potentially, kind of stopping them from going further. Yeah, 1,500 in hand from each one.
I just think it's a little bit early to be going for the Phoenix, even 5v3, and they probably could have. They had that double ADC. They didn't want to make any sort of unnecessary risks. It's still a very early Fire Giant. 22 minutes into the game, those Phoenixes are going to be swinging, and they want to make sure that they cross their T's, dot their I's before they go for a play like that. So they will back spend a bit of that gold, even set up for the Pyromancer in the process. This might be just a tier 2 tower sort of Fire Giant. They don't even look at Phoenix until the game goes on. But it looks like Jake will drop the Dharmic Pillars, and a Stellar Burst from Barracuda will help to steal that one away. So a little bit of extra gold for the Olympus Bolts. They're in a position where they certainly could fight back. It's just the XP and the gold is really starting to get out of hand. So making these small stands where you can take an objective like that will certainly start to add up.
Yeah, 5K gold, 3,800 XP. As we start hitting level 20s across the map, it won't matter as much, but the only level 20 is Vote in the duel lane. Everybody else still sitting and waiting to get towards that power spike. Vote's able to finish up his starter item, as well as that Typhon's Fang earlier on. So 1 item out for Vote to be in full swing on this all-around. We've already seen what he can do against objectives. We've seen the kind of damage output that he has. I'm a little worried for the Olympus Bolts. What's their line back in once we start maybe seeing, I guess maybe when we see the next Fire Giant Siege?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly will be the play. I don't think with 1 minute and 11 seconds, the Oni Warriors are looking to break the base anytime soon. Awesome Jake did just go for the Compassion instead of looking at what I assumed was going to be the Emperor's armor. Maybe the Bolts were also trying to feel out the push. Like, are the Oni Warriors going to try and go for the Phoenix? Should we get that Emp armor? Just start building into it just in case. And now it might even be a stand they're trying to make at this tier 2 tower. They know that this Fire Giant falls off in about 50 seconds.
Need 2 plus Neil, 2 damage dealers to fight against the tower. And they're doing some decent damage, but not quite enough without the minions. Awesome Jake and the rest of the team do have ultimates if this fight goes sour, but as soon as a minion wave gets in, you can see the damage output that Vote and Dardes have. 1 tower left standing, 30 seconds left on Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors will make their beeline towards the mid lane to take out the last of those towers. But they'll take a little detour and grab a red buff along the way.
Well, Venenu makes the beeline.
I hate you.
There's the beeline. He just drew it right there.
I'll take the headset off and head out. Have a good rest of the day.
Wait, J-Mac, they're fighting though.
Oh, they are fighting. Eagles rally, dunk in on top of Awesome Jakin. With no defense to his name, Dardes crits him for about 600 damage, and down goes the elephant, down goes the tower, and where will Lasbra go down? To the back of his Phoenix line. 4 versus 5, the Oni Warriors, even with that man advantage, not willing to push into the burn.
Yeah, Awesome Jake is just not tanking enough to survive these engagements, even with the Dharmic Pillars doing, a fair bit of damage with the build. It's not going to be enough to stop your tier 2 tower from dropping. At the very least, you didn't lose a Phoenix, and now it's time for the Olympus Bolts to sort of pick up the pieces and get a power spike online before this next Fire Giant fight does come through. If you're looking at the opposite side, though, the Oni Warriors are having power spikes galore. Deathbringer was finished for Dardez. Once he backs, I'm sure he'll be able to upgrade that or upgrade his starter. Either one would be a massive spike. Vote finished his build a while ago, so let's see what that last item will be. It looks like this is tier 1 magic focus, so could be going for that Obsidian Shard just for some extra pen at the end of the build, or a Spear of the Magus. Any one of those items could help him out, just trying to make sure that he's able to kill these tankier targets in front of him. Lasper did get the Bumba's Hammer, but with some changes, it's not going to be as impactful as it used to be. It's just a rough situation to be in, because unless you can focus out Vote, unless you can really bait out that Sanctified Field, this Fire Giant confirm or steal, I guess, from the bolts just gets so much harder.
And when no Phoenix is down, it means that all 5 of the bolts can be here to defend. Minions pushed up fairly nicely on all sides of the map. So the Olympus bolts have plenty of time to work with around this objective. Neilma has separated himself. That's just to get a ward out there. Haddix and Nika will square off in front of the Fire Giant pit, but nothing to be had there. So for the Olympus bolts, is it better for them to wait for the counter initiation, or do you think that the bolts are the one who need to pull the trigger to start this fight?
I don't think you want to fight in a Sanctified Fields ever. You should just wait for the Oni Warriors to pull this Fire Giant, wait till it gets low. Sanctified Field goes down, maybe you look to fight after the fact, but they might even have to drop it here depending on how this pull goes.
Fire Giant down to 40%. Eagles rally, finds 2. Sanctified Field keeps Venenu locked down for Cubo Fred to find the kill. Awesome Jake low, and Awesome Jake 1 hit away from death. It's Dardez to put him down. Haddix, 1 shot out. Cubo Fred finds the root on Barracuda, finds the flail on Haddix, and they will bat away at the remaining HP that Barracuda had. 4 down for the Olympus Bolts. The Oni Warriors, only thing standing between them and the end of the game is this Phoenix and 1 lone Ratatosker.
Yeah, that Sanctified Fields. I said they should try and bail it out, but just because it gets dropped, you definitely don't want to fight into that one.
All right, Lasbury, you got to put up the defense now. Going with that Ratatosker, no ult available, and Nika is just winning the 1v1. Lasbury can't even get back to his own throne room. Eagles rally by Nika. Lasbro 1 hit away from going down, but Nika does not get the satisfaction. The Oni Warriors will close out game number 1, 7-2, 27 minutes.
I mean, the stat lines all look great, but I was harping on it all game. Vote did not team fight with the squad. He sat there in lane, he sapped as much farm as he could, and he said, at level 20, I'm gonna be nuts. And I guess the team trusted him, and he was right. Those Sanctified Fields alone, even though the damage numbers might not have been there, and they were, he was doing a fair bit of damage as we saw. It was just the ult alone was enough to split up those team fights. Awesome Jake, going with a more damage style build, could not. He was always the first one to die. The Ganesh would drop an ult, and then he would just sort of like die. And that's kind of the issue with a play like that. From ahead, you can really blow up these tanky targets, but from behind, he was just getting ran through.
I mean, the double damage means no defense. I saw like a 600 crit that hit from Dardez at one point, and that should kind of spell the state of the game for the Olympus Bolts at that point on, where the Oni Warriors, with an impressive game 1, while maybe not as dominant as their game 1 up against the Valks, at least in kill-wise, it still felt like it was that same level of pressure they were able to put out there now in this one against the Olympus Bolts. We'll have to see if the Bolts can make that bounce back in game number 2, though, and they're going to need it if they want to find this win over the Warriors. We'll have to see if the Bolts can do so and take us to game number 3 right after this break.
Welcome back to the Smite Pro League, where the Oni Warriors take down the Olympus Bolts in game number 1. It's something, now they're on the verge of beating the Olympus Bolts for the first time in like 8 straight sets. The Bolts have taken down the Oni Warriors left and right, but not in game number 1, where the Oni Warriors, powered by their Alienware machines, able to overwhelm the Olympus Bolts. And you at home can do the same. Maybe not beat the Olympus Bolts, but you at home can play on your Alienware machine. And you get great discounts if you head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code AWSmite09 for discounts on select Alienware gear. So whether it's a laptop, a PC, so much more, all available at smitegame.com/Alienware. And thanks again to Alienware for being with us here in Season 9 and being with the Oni Warriors for their success here in game number 1. And Gore, not a lot really happens in this game. We're like 4 kills in, 20 minutes, but a nice steady gold lead kind of builds up for the Oni Warriors. And eventually that objective shred culminates not in a team fight, but in a fire giant call, and everything else downhill from there.
Yeah, I mean, you just pick up a couple kills after that point, and it's like, oh, we can just end because the game had lasted so long. I think good farm overall from the Warriors. Look, this was interesting to me because the Bolts get first blood super fast into this game, and I was like, oh, that's the kind of pace that we're going to be setting. Okay, I get it now. And, you know, you get a couple of good kills, Kivo, some impact there. But like you said, like look at the jump from 2 kills then to 3 kills later in about 18 minutes, or at least 15 minutes added onto it. And then from that point, look, you've got a full FG team. You've got the Shred already that's been showcased. Olarun can throw down Sanctified Fields. Even if you don't get these kills, you're getting the tower, you're getting the pressure in the lane, and you're opening up a lot for your team. Second time around, I mean, it's you know, second verse same as the first. They just do something similar that they did in mid, except now in the jungle and before an FG. And it's a very dominating fight. A small bit of separation there for the Bolts that unfortunately just cost them a lot, right? You kill off one person to the side, while, you know, 1 or 2 people of the Warriors chase down another. And suddenly it's just as easy as that to continue that going, and you just don't get to look fantastic.
Wow, the Bolts get 2 kills this game, both onto Neilma. Everyone else able to go spotless in the death column. Vote 1 shy of 007. And honestly, the cast talked about it a little bit. It's not that Vote was like super team fight oriented this game. 13-5 in the damage department, just above Cuvo Fred, but Nika and Dardes had done more. Haddox did a lot of damage here in this game, but got nothing out of Barracuda Laz. And so there's just a lot of split pushing, a lot of pressure on the map. Sanctified Field was the big difference maker from Vote here in this game. And so honestly, a game like this where you're getting 4 kills in 20-something minutes, very objective-based, very macro-based, and the Oni Warriors have shored up a lot of that here this year.
And I think that this was maybe one of the better showcases of what this team's capable of in the right moments against any of these teams, right? Yesterday, you saw the Valks have, I think, a really strong performance. And now you're getting to see what this Warriors team is capable of. But we'll throw it back to that Valk set. Game 1, the Warriors looked really good. Adjustments into Game 2 from the Valks and maybe some slip-ups there from the Warriors themselves made things a little bit easier for the Valkyries themselves. So now I wonder if the Bolts can make some similar adjustments.
Yep. In picks and bans for Game 2, we will find our answers. Bolts in first pick, Oni Warriors over in second pick. So, of course, Daji has been the topic of conversation between these 2 junglers, Oni Warriors. You're going to let it go through. You're going to ban it out. You're going to hope that it drops to you. You leave something else open. Plenty of options.
That was the first Game 1 loss that the Bolts have had to the Warriors all year.
Really?
Yeah. Every other time they've had a set. Admittedly, that's also the second game they've lost to the Warriors all year, so it might not be too much. The first time they met this year, it was a Bolts, then Warriors, then Bolts win. The second time they met was at the seeding LAN, and they 3-0'd them. And then they didn't see each other again until earlier this phase, where it was a 2-0 win for the Bolts. So a couple of wins that have gone their way, and you know, as you mentioned, I think monumental, not just for the Warriors getting the first game, but like putting themselves into an interesting spot where they could theoretically get a set here if they play the same way they just did.
I am very unconcerned for the Bolts long term. But you know, you have a week where you suffer honestly a pretty tough loss to the Leviathans on Friday.
Yeah.
Didn't get much going in that set. And then game 1 here in this set feels like it kind of just slowly bled away from you. I think the Bolts kind of need a win here in game 2, even if you lose the set. Just a notch a win this week in the SPL. Again, very unconcerned long term. This team will be be fine, but for my mental, I need a win.
And I think it's interesting because you know they went weeks while Barrow was feeling sick, where they didn't scrim too much, and they were winning more sets then. Admittedly, there were a lot of changes going on in the game, meta styles, things like that. So it feels like it plays into their hand pretty well. But like, technically, they won more SPL sets scrimless than they have here after finally getting some practice back under their belts. But I think that's less to do with the bolts themselves, more maybe state of the game stuff, other teams stepping up.
You think
it is just interesting to notice the correlation.
Yeah, sure. And well, I mean, like Friday, I think the Leviathans with like Habraken mid just caught the bolts off guard just a bit. I wonder if for players the type of game that the bolts just lost is more frustrating, where it's not like you're just getting blown out, you know, kills aren't in your favor. Like this is one where super slow burn, and you just kind of watch the game slowly get taken away from you. You're not at one fire giant on time, and that's effectively what ends the game. Anyway, it's just my glimpse into the mind of a player. Daji does end up getting panned out by the Oni Warriors in their third and final spot. That'll leave the Nemesis open to first pick. Still plenty of value for the Oni Warriors. Picks 2 and 3, and AMC will be that first lock-in.
Now, it is, I think, interesting to see the adjustments, right? Having Erlong Shin banned out last time, having to go for the Ratatoskr here, now being able to go to the Nemesis with the Osiris and the Erlong gone. She has been the pretty much like next highest jungler in priority, at least in terms of this year. So it's not too surprising to maybe see them scoop that up. And again, it's one that first pick league-wise has not done very well. Four games first pick, 4 games lost from first pick. So definitely something that the Bolts are going to have to be wary of.
Yeah, agreed. Bologna picked for the Bolts. And so the Bolts loved this style of objective shred in game 1, didn't win with it, and now the Oni Warriors are going to pick it for themselves. The Emoja ends up being the pick for Neilma.
5 first game loss or first pick losses. 1 first pick win that the Kings got earlier this week. I almost forgot about that one.
Oh, just all week long?
That's not all week long. They've added 2 more first picks to Nemesis.
Gotcha.
She was 0 out of 4 up to this point.
Gotcha.
Now she's 1 out of 6, which
interesting. I wonder why
is
that
a small step forward, but it is, I guess, a step.
Yeah, I wonder if teams just figure out ways to punish the Nemesis when you lock it in first. I mean, you don't love having to fight into an Oleron, right? Can buy, maybe itemize around it depending on what Awesome Jake wants to build in those relic slots. And, you know, for a few supports in the league, Gore, Sylvanas would still raise my eyebrows, but this is something that feels like Neilma has gone back to a couple of times. You know, it's like inbound Sylvanas support a little bit, and then Neilma Sylvanas support a little bit is what we've seen. Actually, Neilma lost with it against the Valkyries earlier on this weekend, 0-3 and 11, so the KDA looked good. Still a bit of a pocket pick as far as the rest of the league is concerned.
And he's a pick, like, I love playing Sylvanas. I admit that there's something, you know, when it comes to Pro League play, how difficult it'll be. Not super mobile, right? Your peel, I think your ultimate is, like, you know, big, large, great knock-up. But how many times are you going to get to use that on multiple people? I think we've seen it in some of the best circumstances, which are actually, as you highlighted, played by Inbound. The Pro League Sylvanas looks phenomenal in those hands when the Scarabs were playing it. Pulls are the biggest important thing, right? If you can hit those consistently, that's all that really matters. Honestly, you don't even have to hit them consistently. If you have like a 50-50 rate on it, that feels like it's still going to be pretty good for you because of the displacement it brings. Then you have good lockdown, you've got a root, you've got a heal that deals some damage onto the other side. You can get really involved in it. You can be very tanky towards the late game, but it is one that unlike some of the other supports, feels very much reliant on everybody else. I can hit a pull, I can hit a root, I can heal you, but you still have to do the damage. Everything that a Sylvanas does is just facilitating, and that's perfect for Neil, and it feels good for the Warriors. But that means that this AMC, this Oleron, now this Achilles, are really going to have to step things up to make sure that that's not in vain.
Again, even in a loss, 0-3 and 11 as far as the KDA goes, good for support. Achilles now for the Oni Warriors. That'll likely be for Cuvo Fred in the jungle. Remember, Cuvo and Lasbro, very similar in kind of their fallback jungle style picks. He's not going to be allowed to play the Hunbats, the Fenrir, the Osiris, the Daji, the Nemesis, all that taken away from Cuvo, whether picks by the Bolts or bans. Oh, they're allowing Shen in there as well. And so Achilles ends up being his fallback, and that's something we've seen him find success on in the past.
Which is something, I mean, up against a comp like this, you've got a Yemoja, you know healing's going to be coming through. That actually might thwart some of your executes in the late game. But otherwise, what do you have? Oh, great. A stun, something you can chase down with, some decent damage. I think a lot that's going to be on the table for him. And like you said, something that's been a fallback for the Warriors. Fallback for a few of these junglers lately.
Yep.
And to the point where I'm not necessarily expecting it a ton, but I am. It's not
no
out
longer
of left
surprising,
field.
right?
Yeah, and it's one that like he's
Speaking
very
of surprising.
man. Okay, so I'm gonna say this about the Achilles before we move on to that, and that's just that he's very middling, right? Sometimes he wins, sometimes he loses. Nothing special.
So Apwash score.
Yeah.
Is surprising.
Very much so.
First pick this phase. I don't think first pick this year, if I'm remembering correctly.
No, 'cause I think he probably got played during that weird. That one
didn't we
weird
see
week.
Apwash
Actually,
solo?
he got well. He got played in Masters.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. At any rate, first time in the phase for sure that we've seen Apwash. Cabrakan hover now. Could be Cabrakan solo.
I lead us to glory.
End up being King Arthur
To
for Nika.
victory.
So let's talk Apwash here, Gore. Empty the crypts, can slow down some of the healing, can use it as kind of counter fight to what the Oni Warriors have with their Sanctified Field as well. Could be some value with this pick.
I'm actually really interested in that because, again, it's one that, as far as things go, he's got decent burst, right, at the beginning. He's got some sustain for himself, like you said, anti-heal, big team fight field ultimate. A couple of patches ago, like you remember when Zeus got really big?
Yeah.
I was expecting that to be like Apwash, Vulcan, like these other gods that are like really big burst, but not really anything else in terms of survivability, are going to start to join him. And he never showed up. he was like, I think Moswall played him a little bit in the SCC, but that makes sense because it's Moswall. And not a lot of people up in the high end have picked him up too often. So it's really interesting to see what he's going to bring, at least in the matchup, going into mid. I'm not looking at him at crazy clear, but I am looking at him as someone that can deal with like a Sylvanas pretty well. He can kind of change the field of the team fight. But if they play it anywhere the way they played last time, there wasn't a lot of team fights. Like we saw like what, 2 Sanctified Fields, if even, like they didn't happen crazy often. At least that impact I think a lot of the team fights. So if they're opting in, if they're getting a little more aggressive, with the Nemesis and with the Bologna, then I think that we could see this happen and be very impactful. Even still, I think late game you've got good damage coming out of mid. You've got great damage coming out of your carry, really good front line, and then shred that comes out of the Nemesis. So I think that there's a lot that the Bolts have been able to lock in here that while it might be easy to pick on the Apwash, I think if they can get to late game with them in a good spot, it'll feel great.
I got to admit, I'm just thinking about Apwash for Ven specifically. This is just not a player god combo that either I'm used to seeing or have a lot of data on or expect kind of weird things. Been Merlin, Morgan, ESET, AMCs, all that for Ven. And so as Apwash would be a curveball for any mid laner in the league, I'm intrigued to see what Ven is going to be able to do here on this pick. Always unique for the Olympus Bolt. Some catch your eye there.
Well, he's messing with he's only played it 6 times.
Ever.
in
his career.
In competitive play, in his career, he's played it 6 times. He's got a 50-50 win rate. So he's right there, man. This is going to be the one. If he wins it, he goes slightly up.
Can
if
you
he
see the
loses
last time he played
down.
it? I don't know if that shows on the sheet. Probably not.
No, not here.
It just says 6.
It just says, it says Venenu, Apwash, 6, 50, 2.2 KDA.
2.2 KDA, not bad. Can the Apwash break over the 50% win rate? We'll go back down to J-Mac and Trelly for game number 2.
I'm always a happy guy when we get to see an Apwash out here. One of my favorite gods in the game. I'll just say not even one of. My favorite god in the game. Win or lose, I'm always a happy guy. It's kind of like aggro was whenever it came down to Zeus. But as we jump into game number 2, we'll have to see if Venenu can bump up that win rate on Apwash to a 4-3 this time around as he takes that over into the mid lane up against maybe an okay composition to run it into, Trelly.
I mean, this is the only composition that you even should be running Apwash at the moment. I don't even know if that's, the best option, but it will. What Apwash does do, because this is my job, is to tell you this.
I know, that's why I made you do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell you what Apwash does unless I had to. He does have tons of anti-heal, which when you look at a comp like this, You've got the self-heal as well as the group heal from Neomon. That's constantly going to be annoying. Vote has it as well, and even Cubo's got some healing. So it's one of those things where it's going to get some value for sure. It's just how long can Ven live in these team fights to get that value off. Fleeting Breath makes you change the whole way you play the game. You can't just send out wisps willy-nilly. You know, you could quite literally stun your whole team if you don't play it right. But if you do play it right, then there's simply just different characters that could also apply the same amount of anti-heal. He's got an annoying amount of burst though, and I think the one thing that Ven does have on his side is the element of, and I'm not going to say surprise, because everyone knows what Outwash does, but the element of, I haven't faced an Outwash in a while. Does he really do that much damage? Oh yeah, the burst is there. Is the anti-heal really going to mess with me that much? Oh, I want to heal you, but I can't. That sort of thing, I think, could come into play here.
Well, let's see how this Venenu does go through.
How this Venenu goes
how Venenu and this Outwash
okay, that makes
go
sense.
through at least till the ending of the game. And as we start getting towards the team fight, he's got to make it to the early game first. And he's close enough to that tower line that Cubo Fred won't actually get too much going off up against him. We'll have to sit safely under that tower for quite some time, because as mentioned, Outwash, not the best gods of staying alive in the early stages.
I will say he's got a decent matchup in a Dardes, right? I mean, the Corpse Explosion is easy to juke out if you have some sort of movement ability, right? If you can jump over it, you know, dash away from it. AMC's just going to have to sit there and take the full brunt of that damage unless a tank is going to body block it for him. So I imagine once Ven gets some mana online, you know, it does take a fair bit of mana to really cycle your abilities on Outwash. So once he gets, you know, that Warlock Sash, for example, he'll have a much easier time just poking out Dardes. It's going to be a nightmare of a matchup. I imagine Dardes just wants to, you know, throw his honey and then back up. Like, you don't want to be taking those trades. Ampy the Crypts essentially will cover the whole lane, and that's something that Dardes can get stuck in very easily. You just always have to watch your positioning up into a pick like this.
For now, dual lane pressure going to go back over to the Oni Warriors. Sylvanas and at least this Ola run going to keep that pressure up. Nika still being pushed back 2v2 on the right side of the map. Stun hits Lasbro. Dashes has been expended by Cubo Fred. And the second one gets him just enough distance to where Laz and Haddix will not chase in. But maybe a fight around the blue buff. Lasbro is here. But Haddix, or I should say Nika's doing a good job of trying to zone out. Not going to get there in time, and Lasbro low on HP. Regenerating a little bit back. Not going to be enough to steal blue.
And that blue buff invade is going to go down, and it does look like Jake is going for a similar style of build. The first item, Chronos Pendant. You know, that's nothing new. But if he goes into Pythags again, I'm gonna have some concerns. I just think that, you know, Yemoja full, even the Ganesh full damage really didn't show us too much value, but the Yemoja full damage, well, you want your Yemoja to be able to survive throughout the fights and give sustain to your team. As Neil is looking to go for a possible steal here, I don't think that the Hog is available, and it will be confirmed by the Olympus Bolts. Yeah, Neomos still has the Hog, but Jake wouldn't have had it. Does go for doubling up on the Chalice and the health pot, so a decent attempt, but it's not going to go down. We've seen two failed invades from both sides, and you know, just standing there does stall out the Olympus Bolts as well. Gives the Oni Warriors some lane pressure, so Neo really wasn't forfeiting too much for being there, whereas you look at the Bolts, they spent a fair bit of time with that blue buff, getting essentially no farm, and then had to waltz all the way back to lane. That's going to start to add up when you look at the positioning of the other jungle.
And did give Vote a little bit of time to get some, maybe that free farm that he was getting back in game number one. I mean, we dialed back one full game ago, and Vote really wasn't doing much until objective play really became the name of the focus. We saw one Sanctified Field around a Gold Fury, two Sanctified Fields around a Fire Giant, and then one kind of loosely scattered here and there if he got into like a 1v1 situation or maybe a chase down at some point. So we'll see if Vote continues to keep up that super farm mentality that he held in the last game. Cubo Fred, well, Stinger onto Veneno, a blink by Lasbro. It's level 4 for both the junglers, but Veneno is fine. We'll survive the initial burst damage of the 2v2.
Yeah, Ven just drops the ult and is able to juke around. Doesn't have too much damage for either one of these mid laners, right? Neither of them are stacking just yet. Full Warlock Sash still pretty far away from Ven, as well as Dardes would have loved to have a full Transcendence before that fight took place. So a good blink in. At the very least, you did grab the beads. Ven's beads are going to be pretty huge here. If you can lock down Outwash, you can probably look to kill him. He can just be quite slippery with his sustain and, you know, empty the crypts, things like that. As we do see an ult on Lasbro just to try and get Nika away from his own blue buff, as Lasbro is going to be able to steal that one away. And a blue buff invade goes well this time for the Olympus Bolts. They get to grab that and walk away, unless Cubo Fred wants to try and find an engagement.
Nope, seems he's just a little bit more concerned about the totem, which has kind of been the early game name for these junglers as of recent. Is sure, we try and get a fight over in mid, something goes wrong, we don't get that kill. Make a rotation back over towards Solo right around these blue buff timers and right around when this Totem Aku is coming back online, so that way they can try and get that focus. And you can see it's been a nice and even split 2-2 on those for both these teams, and that's why the gold doesn't really seem like it's gone too far one way or the other. Oni Warriors, only about 100, 200 gold up over the Olympus Bolts this early on. So we've seen what exactly, the 2v2 could look like for mid. There was no ultimates available for Laz and Cuvo. Do you think that now that they both have those ults, we see another scuffle in mid?
You definitely should. I mean, Ven doesn't have beats here. Whenever he's got to empty the crypts, he could just, that's a pretty good no tool, right? Where like you're trying to engage on his outwash, can cover up the whole mid lane. It's just a menace to try and fight in that. So as long as the ultimate is there, it could be difficult, but still, no beads available. Cuvo's going to have a decent blink stun in about 30 seconds, and you could look to get the execute off of that, especially if Neomar decides to join to the fight. Once you add Wrath of Terror into the equation, that's a lot of CC for one target. It definitely could be an option.
Cuvo tries to go for the Scorpion invade, but Corpse Explosion maybe a little too good of a secure for the Olympus Bolt, so they'll be able to grab their own Scorpion. Benay will be able to clear out his wave in mid, starting with that Warlock Staff. He's already 20 stacks into that one. He'll only be tankier and only get more value from that passive on the Outwash. Awesome Jake. Ooh. Just a little shy of keeping Dardes locked in there, and Cuvo Fred as well, able to sneak right through the rivers.
Yeah, it did seem like Ven and Lasbro weren't even ready for that play. They were just heading back to back camps, and Jake's like, wait, I got a big ult here, and then he didn't. He's like, all right, never mind, guys, go to the back camps, my bad. I thought I was going nuts, and there was just a little space that was able to sneak Dardes out of trouble. So it looks like Cuvo recognized that his Soul Lander's blue buff was invaded last time, and he's going to make sure to be there the second it spawns in this time. So that will not be the case, and Nika won't have to hold his abilities so much in that lane. Up against a Bellona, it can get annoying when you're like, my mana is kind of sparing, I don't want to make sure I can use this. And it looks like Nia will be able to steal away a fair bit of those offerings. Not going to quite give them the trebuchet just yet, but they're definitely in the lead in the race to getting one.
For now, Oni Warriors have that pressure to try and get that one. Up game one against the Olympus Bolts. Is Gore highlight over on the desk. First time the Oni Warriors have taken a game one against the Olympus Bolts in quite some time. And this would be that first set win for the Oni Warriors against the Bolts if they can find a game two victory for themselves. It would be a massive momentum swing. I think they were in the same vein against the Tartarus Titans not too long ago, where they weren't able to find a set win up against them for franchise history and found one earlier on into the year. So a year of firsts for the Oni Warriors, to say the least, here in Season 9.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one, but you got to keep up this play style of just defending your buffs as best you can and looking to get aggressive also where you can. Cuvo has allotted himself a level lead in the jungle, but Lasbra just caught up there, so it's not going to be too bad. They're essentially mirroring each other's jungle pathing at the moment. If you're looking at the XP, it's pretty much the same across the board up until Haddix, who's just got a small level lead over Nika, and I imagine once this wave goes through, that'll be last lead just evened up as well. So not too much aggression. No kills have dropped yet either. We've seen a couple attempted ganks, but since then, Ven's beads are already back up, and that's been going for a while, and it does look like he's going into the Staff of Mirrodin extremely early on with this Warlock Sash, so that's going to mean a lot more damage coming out of this Outwash once that item finishes up.
Pulled just off the mark by Neil. He'll heal Cuvo Fred. Riptide from Jake. We'll keep him locked in. Darkest of Nights used by Barracuda. And the River's Rebuke will lock in a couple. Neilmon nowhere to go. The Crypts are raining through. Not quite enough to get Cuvo. He's one auto away in the blink.
Barra
will make sure that he gets out, but he walks right into Barracuda's Rising Jaguar, and that is 2 kills for the Olympus Bolts and a first blood with it.
I mean, you got to watch out for the old Rising Jaguar around the corner trick. Everyone knows that one. But that was just a great engage there. The first River's Rebuke from Awesome Jake wasn't the best. Dartis was able to walk out of there effortlessly. That one, though, catching Neil and Cuvo on top of all of the damage from Ven. This is how you make that Outwash pick work. Make sure that they can't get away from your damage. If you're looking at all of the members on the side of the Oni Warriors, they don't have that leap. They can't get away from the Corpse Explosion. They definitely can't get away from empty the Crypts when they're inside the rivers, and that's going to be an easy double kill. Well, not really a double kill. It's more of a delayed double kill because Cuvo blinked away, but 2 kills in favor for the Olympus Bolts.
Do you think that then might be the calling card for Neil Maher, at least maybe one of the players on his team, to go for a Phantom Shell later on, since none of them can escape their Service Rebuke?
Yeah, I definitely think it could be a smart idea. The Sprint was already gotten, which is going to be great for helping out all these slows. A Shell, I imagine, will come shortly as well. You are foregoing like a Cursed Honk or something up against a Yamoja, which could be useful, but if the option is like, hey, they're going to get more healing, or I'm going to die in the rivers every time, I think you probably would let them heal a little bit if that's the case.
Some pressure by Vote over towards the purple buff, not enough to slow Barracuda down from still securing that one, but that first trebuchet of the game for the Warriors will go right back into the mid lane. Neil Ma will stick by to make sure they can get some tier 1 tower pressure and some pressure on the Scorpion. That one drops down for the Oni Warriors. Rivers will catch out one more. Darda is stuck in the middle, nowhere to go. The Rivers collapse, and he will go down. The Olympus Bolts charge forward. Haddix finds a massive double Eagles rally. Neil Ma low. Neil Ma should go down to a couple more shots. It'll be Lasbra to pick up the kill. 4-0 for the Olympus Bolts to start this game out.
And it looks like a free Pyromancer as well, unless Cuvo Fred decides to get active, and it looks like he might go for a possible steal attempt, but more than anything, he could be in some trouble after this objective goes down.
Let's get the Pyro, and they might even get Cuvo Fred. Body block just a little off the mark by Lasbra. Riptide to give Venenu an extra movement speed in. Slice and Dice is good. Nika will stop one, but there are 3 others along the way. Riptide, no, goes the wrong way. Jake doesn't grab his teammate, but he actually puts another one down to help out Lasbra, who barely makes it out of the fight himself.
Yeah, and it looks like Haddix was trying to kill Cuba, but can wrap around onto Nika here. Some juke shoes might let him survive a little bit longer.
Stun is good. The spin, not enough. Venenu and Haddix find the final shot, make it 5 kills for the Bolts, but Neilma comes right back, does go around the Riptide, but all this while, once again, Vote split pushing on the left side, takes a tier 1 to trade out, and keeps this game at only an 1,100 gold lead for the Bolts.
Yeah, that was a massive swing in favor for the Bolts, but, you know, as you highlighted, the gold's not that far out just yet. They were able to grab the Pyromancer, but losing that tower pretty much evened that out. Zavera does drop the Darkest of Night. It's not going to help his mid tower survive, though, and that one will go down as well. So, despite what it may look like, 5-0 for the Bolts. The gold looking extremely even given the map state. Map state alone is looking in favor of the Oni Warriors, just been able to push these lanes so effectively. That's what AMC does best. He just clears some waves from a distance and can zoom out, and given the playstyle that Vote has, he was able to level up to level 13, get that shell as well, so maybe he'll just grab the Phantom Shell. So Neil, you can get whatever you want. I got you, man. We're not going to be stuck in those rivers for long.
We'll have to see how that goes for at least the remainder. Gotta imagine if it is a shell for Vote here, it should be that Phantom Shell to help out with the Emoja. Neil Ma takes a bit of poke.
Oh, no.
Gets a Rivers Rebuke, pulls Haddix under the tower. Maybe not the one person you wanted to grab, and the empty the crypts will empty the last remaining health bars that Neil Ma had to his name. Cubo Fred was only there to watch as the support goes down. 4 at the mid-tier 1 tower. Haddix inside the tower. Nika will make sure to zone them away, as Awesome Jake throws out a couple of Riptides to slow things down and allow his team some distance to make a retreat.
Well, this game, Awesome Jake does not go for that same style of build. He's got the Chronos Pendant, of course, but he's got the Sovereignty, which is helping him tank up these towers, make plays like that. Great Rivers Rebuke. Was able to trap Neil in, who is building just full tank, but eating so much damage. Ven has been able to essentially just spam his kit into the rivers for free and just get, you know, assists in this case. He's not getting the last hits, of course. He's 0-0-6, but so much damage confirmed by Jake, just setting up for him, making this pick look real solid as the game goes on. But look at the positioning of the Oni Warriors. They're all heading to the left lane, possibly grouping up for a Gold Fury pull, and they are going to make this.
Fury will start it up. Awesome Jake walks in, finds a stun on the Cuvo Fred. Gold Fury, half HP, being ping-pong back and forth between Dardus and Vote. But Dardus the Knights comes through and might stop that one in its tracks, as well as Haddix in the backline against Dardus. That will get a sanctified field. Haddix will have to Eagles rally out the moment that he touches the ground. Neil Ma, half HP, the empty to Crypts. Will get the shell out of Vote, will get Cuvo Fred, not far enough. Venenu finds one onto Neil Ma. Barracuda finds a kill onto Nika, and that is 8 now for the Olympus Bolts.
Wow, Haddix doing his job so well there. Rotates around the back, gets that Gold Fairy pull to absolutely stop, and then once empty the Crypts come through, just gets so much value. Splits up that team fight exactly as you would want, and Neil, unfortunately, once again, gets stuck. This Sylvanas, you're either in position or out of position, essentially, on Sylvanas, and the only difference is, where's your team? Once your team bails on you, you can't really get out that quickly. Didn't have the sprint available and was just stuck in the Crypts, and just goes down pretty much for free. The good news for the Oni Warriors, the Gold Free was not pulled after the fact, so despite them losing that fight, and now it's looking 8-0, and you know, the gold explosion didn't come in after the fact.
No, I mean, it's 1,700 gold for the Olympus Bolts in the lead, 4,000 experience, but when you look back at the player levels, most of that is between Jake and Neilma. 3-level difference in the supports. Everyone else, at best, a half level up, maybe, against their opposition. I mean, Haddix and Nika, both fairly even. Haddix just ticked over to 14, same as Nika to 13, so there's one difference there. Lasbro 1 level up. Besides that, most of that XP seems to just be the supports.
Yeah, Dart is actually ahead of Van at the moment, and it seems like, given the fact that Vote has not left lane too much, I imagine he's pretty close to level 16 as well, so that's not going to be your biggest issue. And I do think that it's got to be the same mindset as game 1, right? You know, the Bolts are getting a little bit more active, which could be a problem, but the Oni Warriors are playing for that late game 5v5 when they can use Sanctified Field to their advantage. And I think the Bolts realize what happened last game, and they're trying to steamroll over before they get the chance. They're trying to make sure to make the absolute best use before the Phantom Shell gets activated. Neil's got 2 more levels to climb before he can even get access to it, and it doesn't look like Vote's going to stop his DPS to upgrade it either.
No. Notable Dardas, who also picks up a shell for himself. So 2 shells now for the Oni Warriors to try and deal with this Yamoj's walls. But not really a whole lot of defense to deal with what damage Venenu has been able to output in these fights. These Empty the Crypts have been doing so much damage to the Oni Warriors that as soon as that one drops down, it just feels like the Warriors cannot even continue their fight. Neil Ma can't even get farmed. Now with Haddix rotating over,
oh, no.
This could very well just be a dead Sylvanas. Eagles Rally and a River's Rebuke will lock the Cactus in. But Neil Ma able to find a path on out, so he'll get away for now. Venenu just off the mark with his Corpse Explosion. And Cuvo Fred just trying to get away from Lasbro will find his path out as well. The Olympus Bolts, even despite the gold not being super far in their favor, will continue to extend that one up. No one from the Warriors to show up to stop this Pyromancer. And Nika just a little bit late with that overhead slash. Olympus Bolts get yet another objective.
Yeah, great play by Lasbro trying to catch out the Fatal Strike from Cuvo, but it was essentially a 50-50. You dash left, he goes right. You dash right, he goes left, and Cuvo was able to make it out of that one. But once again, it looks like the Warriors actually are trying to make a pull onto this Gold Fury. Instantly sniffed out, though. The Bolts were there. They got the Pyromancer, and they're like, we're not letting a second objective go down. We're going to sit here and send some vision your way. And with the Oracles down, the Oni Warriors are going to make the pull.
They're going to start it up. Nika goes to the backline, finds Barracuda, gets the beads from the Hunter. The Gold Fury has not been fully leashed yet. Haddix goes into the backline against Vote. Neil Ma goes to the ultimate, only finds a couple, but gets beads at the same time. Sanctified Field, maybe a little short from Vote, as a Riptide from Jake gets the Olympus Bolts out. The Fury is pulled once again. Decent sustain out of the Warriors are keeping them alive for these constant pulls. Venenu tries to get some damage, but now without his explosion, he's gonna be lacking a bit. Empty the Crypts comes out. Neil Ma just off the mark with a pull. Awesome Jake, Riptide's out, and Dardes goes down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, maybe 2-for-1, as Cuvo falls as well.
Yeah, Neil's way out of position as well, trying to go to the backline, but Haddix still has the up down with the Eagles rally. Vote's getting so weak.
Right in place, and Vote will go down. Double kill for Venenu, kill for Lasbro. That's a double on his part. And Nika there, the last tasty morsel for the Olympus Bolts before them, and the objective, and Nika will delay it as long as he can before the triple kill and the full house goes over to the Bolts.
And it looks like the Bolts aren't too pressed about that Gold Fury. They're going to immediately channel their backs and cancel it, actually. I think the call might have been, let's back and go for fire, and they realize, wait, Barra's not up for 15 seconds. We're only 18 minutes into this game. We can just pass this Gold Fury back and forth and just try and go down. This will take a bit because they don't have too much DPS on this objective, but as long as Jake has a fair bit of healing in that Corpse Explosion, Gold Fury will go down for the Olympus Bolts. You know, even though the Oni Warriors were pulling that, the second I saw Vote drop that Sanctified Field, I knew this fight is not going to go well for the Oni Warriors. That's your best team fight tool. It goes down, and Ven held on to the Empty the Crypts as long as possible. That tool is able to split up the fight so much. The Oni Warriors can never fight into it. You can bait it out, but once it gets dropped, you either have to disengage or try and run away. No way they're pulling fire here.
Oni Warriors on the fire. No answer yet from the Bolts. Venenu will walk through. He should be the first one there to spot this out. The Fire Giant's not going down too quickly. Venenu's here. It's up to Neil to slow this one out. Empty the Crypts goes through, and Venenu will not steal. Instead, he will lose his life, but so will Neil Ma. Lasbro able to make it a 1-for-1 trade, but as Lasbro step too far forward, Nika dashes in, will find 2 in a Sanctified Field for the disengage out of Vote and Nika. The Oni Warriors lose their support, but 4 get fire.
Wow, what a massive play there. I think Ven did exactly what he had to do. Pop the beads, run in, and try to go for the steal there. Unfortunately, gives the 4-0 shutdown as well as not being able to steal that one away. If you're the Olympus Bolts, sure, you kill Neilma there, but already 6 deaths onto this Sylvanas. That kill is not worth too much. And one thing the Oni Warriors have done is stalled this game out. They have the Fire Giant now, and they're able to group up and try and get some extra gold and close up this gap in the meantime. If you do look at the Bolts composition, they're able to turtle pretty well. You know, you can drop the River's Rebuke, empty the crypt will essentially stop any sort of Phoenix siege. I imagine the Bolts aren't too worried about trying to defend a tier 2 tower if they so choose. A full 5v5, even though the Oni Warriors did get Fire Giant there, I don't think that spells too much disaster for the Bolts as long as they're, you know, cooped up underneath their towers.
And Neilma is just so desperate to hit level 12 at this point.
He's only level 11.
He's been sitting under that 12 for so long. I mean, it was 12 versus 9 in the levels earlier on between Jake and him. Now it's 15 to 11, so that lead for support has just been spiraling ever further in Jake's favor. Once Neil can hit that 12, maybe can make a bit more of a difference in these team fights.
Oh, he's clearing.
Already 2 shells picked up. Do you think that Neil goes for a third one? Do you think maybe he goes for something else into that slot?
He's so close. I just want to see if this wave's going to be enough. He's finally going to be able to clear it. 3 minions to go. It's not going to be enough. He didn't. He got it.
He's got it.
All right, so now Neil gets an extra bit of survivability, and that's going to be absolutely massive. You would love if your Sylvanas could live through this, like the first engagement where it's just, okay, drop everything, reset, come back in, heal up. You can't do the come back in, heal up if the Sylvanas does not live. Now a second relic is going to help out a ton. And I'm sorry, I was so hyped about the low. What was the question again?
I was asking maybe what relic he goes for.
Oh, in that case, yeah, I think an extra shell would help them out, but maybe if you're trying to siege here, you could go for, oh no.
Oh no, the River's Rebuke catches 2. Sanctified Field, Venenu thrown up in the skies forever, but Vote doesn't have the damage to close it. It says Haddix and Barracuda to put down the Hunter of the Oni Warriors and the Olympus Bolts with a 5 to 4 man advantage, even with 3 still on Fire Giant. The Oni Warriors may not put up a full defense at this tier 2 tower, but they'll keep a few people here.
Yeah, they are going to keep the grouping here as Lazarus pushes a mid, not too worried about that 1v1 with Cubo Fred, given the itemization difference that we're seeing. This tier 2 tower definitely could be in some trouble. Beautiful pull, though.
Barracuda Bead's gone. That could be the call for Nika to go in, but Neil Ma's the one losing all of his HP. He'll be able to get himself on out of the danger, but the tier 2 tower will still go down. Olympus Bolts now starting to climb up with that gold lead. This is a little more expected of what you would see with a 15 to 2 kill lead. The Olympus Bolts now march their way over to mid.
Yeah, and doesn't look like Jake's going to have ultimate for any time soon, so a full-on fight here, not too likely, but the tier 2 tower definitely going to be in some danger here unless the tanks of the Oni Warriors want to step up.
Kuda has to back away. He's at half. Cubo Fred gets some decent poke up against Haddix. Now Nika's searching forward. I'm not sure the Oni Warriors can really make a chase for this. And only 30 seconds left on this Fire Giant play. It feels that that Fire Giant was just a we need to keep the Olympus Bolts off of this objective kind of a play.
Yeah, they definitely stole it away and stalled out the game and try and get late game. At the very least, Neil Ma gets a full Phantom Shell. Yeah, the Phantom Shell. So that's going to help out a ton. You're able to walk through the River's Rebuke, and that could be troubling as the game continues. Neil Ma has finally got some farm under his belt, and I think that Fire Giant did exactly, you know, you would have loved for it to do more for the Oni Warriors, but it did exactly what they needed to at the time, and that was sort of put the brakes on the offense of the Olympus Bolts. They did lose a tier 2 tower in the process and really didn't grab any extra gold for themselves, but now they're able to fight at this next Fire Giant and hopefully look to get as aggressive as they can. The one thing I will say that was huge was Vote falling down there. If Vote's able to live and just, you know, lose your tower in that process, maybe you still have some avenues back, but it looks like the Fury will spawn in and the Oni Warriors are already on.
And the Warriors at the Primal, Darkest of Nights used, but the Gold Fury, I should say the Primal Fury, goes to the Warriors, and that's one little boost of gold to try and keep them back in this game. It's only about 4,500, if even that, closer to 4,000 that separate these teams. Again, with the amount of kills the Bolts have gotten, with the kind of pressure they've put across the map, you would expect this lead to be bigger. But the fact that there's still 2 tier 2s and a tier 1 standing for the Warriors means it's not quite the disparity you would imagine.
You know, the XP is really what's keeping them apart at the moment. Pretty much everyone except for Ven, carries-wise, has upgraded like the level 20 mark, whereas no one from the Oni Warriors are able to hit level 20 just yet. They are grouped around this objective, so it does seem like the Warriors are at least a little bit confident trying to 5v5 here at this objective, but the game plan's got to be the same. You know, bait out that Sanctified Fields, look to dive after the fact, whereas the same could be said for the Warriors. If the Empty the Crypts gets used and, you know, you're not dying off that, you've got a pretty decent opportunity to try and look into the fight after the fact as well.
Tier 1 tower in solo goes down, so now it's only the 2 remaining tier 2s for the Oni Warriors to defend, though one of them is about half HP from the push earlier on by the Olympus Bolts. Fire Giant back on the map now. And the ward coverage is in favor of the Olympus Bolts. They've got the immediate eye vision in the pit itself. And now we start to see that group up by them. Got to keep your eyes on Vote. Last game, Sanctified Field around the Fire Giant is what was able to win the fights and secure the objectives for the Warriors. But now on defense, they're going to have to use that one to try and make the offensive play with it.
Yeah, I also have my eyes on Dardes. Wherever that stinger lands has to be the target, right? Whoever you're shredding all those protections on or crippling, making sure that there's no sort of dash that you can be used, needs to die immediately or force a relic and then back up at that point. So both of the carries of the Oni Warriors, you know, they've got a lot of pressure on them to make sure they're doing, I mean, not just their job. They have to do more than their job at this point, given the disparity, given the fact the Bolts are up 15-2 and finally are able to pull this Fire Giant.
Fire started. Crits raining through by Barracuda. The Olympus Bolts will get off of the Fire Giant for now, with everybody on the Oni Warriors now grouping up around each other. A couple level 20s have now hit Cubo, Fred, and Vote. Vote able to at least pick up his starter item and max that one out. Bolts are playing this one patiently though, Trelly, not stepping too far forward and not holding on to the objective, just waiting for a Warrior to step forward.
Yeah, I'm looking at the relics. All the relics are available. All the ultimates are available. The Bolts are essentially just waiting for Jake to hit a massive ult here. That's got to be the plan. One Riptide could be the go button, but finally Lasper is going to be the one that pulls the Fire Giant, and there it goes.
River's Rebuke is up. Neil Ma will pop the shell to go through the backline. Finds 3 with the knockup, but where's the follow-up after? It's all being chased away by Haddix as he has kept Cubo Fred out of this fight. Awesome Jake low in the backline, and so is Nika. Haddix, the one-man army in the backline, has kept 4 Oni Warriors out. Cubo Fred gets shredded down by Lasbro. Vote in the middle of 3 gets crit down by Barracuda. The Olympus Bolts find 2 before the fire.
Yeah, so much sustain here. The Olympus Bolts are able to just go back right for the Fire Giant right away. Even though we saw a few low health bars, no one from the Oni Warriors is going to feel confident to go up towards this fight. You know, we saw a fair bit of damage, but you highlighted it best. Haddix was in the back line with that Death's Embrace, and he just did not care. It didn't seem like that health bar was ever going to be dropped any lower. So now, the Olympus Bolts, 27 minutes into the game, finally get their chance with the Fire Giant to push down what seems to be right side and mid at the same time. Haddix sort of split push by himself at the moment because they just have so much DPS. And with Lasper heading over here, I don't imagine they're going to reset. They might just look for this right side Phoenix.
Gonna need a full defense. 3 versus 4 for now. Nika and Neilma not really damaged though, as Empty the Crypts is there. And well, that is the call back for the Oni Warriors, especially for Neilma. There's just too much damage for the Sylvanas to handle. An ultimate by Lasbra on top of Nika will force the King Arthur out of the fight, and the right side bird to go down. The Olympus Bolts have taken this game by the throat, and they have not let go since.
I mean, it is just so impossible to try and frontline up against Venenu at the moment. Anytime Neil steps up, a great pull on the Barracuda, but it was just a turn, a beads, and then 900 crits coming through. I mean, we're seeing them on the Pyromancer now. Ven has so much burst damage as well, so you get a few corpses under you. The explosion was enough to just absolutely delete him at that point, so it's just a very difficult situation to be as a frontliner. Nika is incredibly tanky at the moment, but Neil unfortunately just doesn't have the itemization to try and live at the front line with the carries doing so much to him. Now the Bolts are able to just back up, possibly go for the Primal Fury. There is still one tier 2 tower standing tall, but they gotta feel pretty confident just going in for these birds, seeing as how simple their siege is. They walk up, Jake goes for a Riptide into an ult, and then Ven just starts spamming damage. At that point, everything else just seems pretty easy.
I mean, at this point, if you're the Oni Warriors, and it's very clear if we look at the player damage where the problem is, it's on Venenu. 30,000, double the next person on his team, which is by the way, the 700 and 800 critting Shubalanke is half the damage of this Opwash. If you're the Oni Warriors, how in the world do you even get to this mid laner to slow them down?
Well, I mean, getting to Outwash is never the issue. The issue is killing him, but when the front line of the Bolts are playing as they are, we've seen what Haddix is doing, and he's essentially just W-keying. No one could get past Haddix, so I guess that was poorly phrased. You can't get to Ven because Haddix is just playing zone duty. He's just protecting Ven with everything he has. Of course, Awesome Jake just splits up the fight so well with the River's Rebuke, so it's so difficult. But now the Oni Warriors, they don't have to go anywhere. They can sit underneath this Phoenix and just turtle up as best as they can.
Olympus Bolts have all 5 with Fire Giant, and they're going to split their division up with a 3-2 split in the left and mid. Haddix and Laz met by Cuvo and Nika, so matching up their oppositions. The Olympus Bolts have plenty of time to play. Another minute before their Fire Giant goes down, so not too long. Just need one good minion wave to come in and get this fight started. One good initiation from Jake, maybe a decent ultimate. Or maybe Awesome Jake just forces himself into the fight and empty the crypts by Venenu to zone the Oni Warriors away. Left side, Phoenix goes down cleanly, but 3 ultimates used by the Bolts to make sure it happens.
Yeah, they already have the right side Burr with that Trebuchet pushing in, so you're going to be sending someone from the Oni Warriors back to clear some waves here. You've got time to try and get this last bird. 36 seconds before Fire Giant falls down. You did lose MP the Crypts, but you still do have Rivers of Rebuke, and Haddix is full HP with an Eagles rally. I imagine this mid burr will be pretty easy to grab.
Keep your eyes on Cuvo, who's wrapped around the backside of the fight. Nika and Lasbro will fight over in the left lane. So it's going to be a 4v4. Cuvo Fred goes in with the blink stun, but it's an Eagles rally backwards for Haddix as he's taking too much damage. The Rivers Rebuke holds back 4, but Neil Ma finds 4 with the ultimate. And once again, no follow-up off the Sylvanas. Instead, it's the burst damage right back in. These Riptides are insane, but there's the Sanctified Field that the Oni Warriors need. It's a 1-for-1 trade out. Nika trying to keep Barracuda out. Cuvo Fred finds the double kill, needs one more hit to find the triple kill, and will do so. The Oni Warriors have pushed back the Olympus Bolts in the mid, but it's still not quite enough. 2 birds down, Dardas and Cuvo have to go back to defend.
Yeah, that was a massive wraparound there by Cuvo. You were right to highlight the walk around. He had the stun, and it seemed like Haddix got absolutely shredded through before the fight even started. He was able to juke around for the time being, but Cuvo Fred just going massive there. You'll notice the Titan wasn't doing too well. I said the Oni Warriors have to send someone back to defend their Titan. They decided, you know what, I'll just let it get to half health. We're going to win this fight handily, and that was the case. But that left side Phoenix is still down. You're going to have to descend the right bird, and then a group up around the EFG is going to happen shortly after. But you still need someone to defend your Titan. You still need someone to defend those left side fire minions. If the Oni Warriors play this as best they can push up that left side wave and then just sprint over this EFG and try and make a play. Looking at where Dardas is, I don't imagine that's the call. It looks like Dardas is just going to push up left as far as possible, and I don't know if the Oni Warriors are going to be able to get here in time given the back-timers.
Barracuda and Jake, the first 2 at the Fire Giant pit, and will have the ward coverage. Jake will start it up with only him and Barra. That's not quite enough damage. Haddix will teleport in to now make it 4 for the Olympus Bolts. Cuvo Fred on the backside of the wall. Neilma found a massive ult in the last team fight. We'll see if he can find another one here. Ultimate from Laz on to Cuvo Fred. Will force the Achilles out. Stun just off the mark by Jake, but the slow is good. Cuvo Fred is melting away. The last of his health bar crit away by Barracuda. And now the Oni Warriors are spread out. Vote finds a Sanctified Field. A big triple ult by Neil Ma, but again, no follow-up is there. Instead, the follow-up is from Venenu and the Olympus Bolts. It's a double kill for Ven, a triple kill for Ven on the op watch. 26-5 for the Olympus Bolts, and with only 1 bird still kind of somewhat in their way, the Olympus Bolts can march right past this one if they choose and end the game to bring us to game number 3.
Yeah, you don't want to let the opposition get enhanced Fire Giant, but the Oni Warriors really were committing to what seemed like a steal attempt at first and then turned into an all-out fight. Even with the Sanctified Field coming down, Ven was just doing so much damage. The Olympus Bolts, I mean, you know, the gold lead was never that outrageous. The kill lead was always there. We were highlighting like, oh, 14-2 at this point, but the gold didn't seem like it was too far. The Oni Warriors had a decent defense there at the Phoenix, but, you know, the respawn towers were just a little bit too much. That Titan was a little bit too low. They decided, you know what, we're going for this fight. We need to throw everything we have, and the team fight presence was just much more in favor. I don't think Neilma was ever able to live through a fight. Once he got in, he ulted, he was guaranteed dead. More often than not, to the hands of Venenu.
I mean, we saw one really good team fight of the Warriors. That was the one that Cuvo Fred was able to wrap around at that mid-Phoenix. A good Rivers Rebuke from Jake kept a couple of members back. Neil Ma found, what, 4 people with his Wrath of Terra? So a good fight out of the Oni Warriors at that point, but by that point of the game, they were already 2 Phoenixes down, about 10k gold down. It was just so hard for them to fight back in. Oni Warriors, we got to figure out something, because if the Olympus Bolts are going to be running a comp like that back again, could be dangerous. We'll see what adjustments get made in Game 3 right after this break.
Let's liven things up, shall we? Come, the party's this way.
I'm hungry.
Be sure to grab some brew.
Yes. will do. Time to eat.
Let the heavens rain! Let's keep this going all night.
to game number 3 we go. And there's no death segment with Gore and Dave without a belly laugh from Gore to start things off. And this is one that we could talk about, but I'll move us on here because we move on to game number 3 here with a fantastic performance from the Olympus Bolts here in game 2, Gore. The unique pick in the Outwash ends up paying off. Ven looks near untouchable. The Oni Warriors are not able to find that back line. They get some objectives.
Yeah.
But the Bolts never faltered.
I think it was very impressive how well the Warriors fought back despite how much the Bolts were just beating them down. I mean, it was impressive, I think, again, the strength that the Bolts illustrated throughout this one. And look, man, if you're going to lock in Opwash and you want to make a statement, this is a good way to do it, right? You come in, you get an 8.0 KDA, you just absolutely demolish team fights in terms of where the Warriors are. Really good defense built up around Vin, and you get to see that a lot here, right? Where it's just like, I mean, look at his health bar; it's untouched. Nobody's really going for him. The pressure isn't there. Yeah, he's more sustained than anything. There's a point, and we'll see it in the post-game stats, but you did not get a great Sylvanas performance. I think we saw one of the reasons why he's not usually locked in for a lot of this, whereas on the other side, you see a game like this and it starts making you go, well, damn, where's the Opwash been? Let's bring it out a little more. I mean, this one, look, it starts out really well for the Bolts, and like you said, a couple of bumps on the road, but mere speed bumps for them. They just had to slow down, make sure they got over them fine, didn't want to mess up the suspension or anything, and then once they were over them, it seemed like everything was perfectly fine.
And look, again, regardless of the way that this set ends, I actually think for both of these teams now, who have both had rough starts to their weekend, you've gone to 3 games against one of, on either side, one of the best teams in the league. You've had an individual game now where both of you have gotten back to your strategy, back to your winning ways. So priority rises now, of course, to win the set. You want to end your week, end this week in the SPL on a good note. But I think as far as both teams, just sort of reminding themselves, it's all good. We had a rough set earlier on this weekend, but we're competing very, very well now. I think great for both of these teams. Big damage numbers from Ven. And that's somehow an understatement, about 19,000 higher than the next highest player in the game, and that was Dardes on the AMC. So 48, nearly 50,000 damage for Venenu. Great game for me to have Ven on my fantasy team, rolling in the kills and assists, very low on the deaths column. And that's hard because if you talk about adjusting strategy, that's not. Oni Warriors aren't going into this game saying they're definitely picking up Wash. I mean, how can you, right? I mean, maybe you can adjust. Maybe you consider taking that away, but there's so much priority in those first 3. Are you banning Wash away in the first 3? It's so unique.
Probably not.
Difficult question to answer, but the Oni Warriors will answer it for us in P's and B's for game number 3. And remember, first pick, second pick. Important here in this set because the Daji, which has been consistently banned out by second pick, likely to be banned out yet again here by the Bolts.
Now, you mentioned fantasy. And you're talking about how great it is for you to have Ven, and I've got Vote. things have not been going great.
I was gonna say at least he won game 1, but he assisted a lot.
Yeah,
in game
he assisted a lot. Not a lot of kills over there. That's actually, it was really interesting. We were looking at the points.
I've got Neil, by the way.
You've got Neil. Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah. So after game 2, I'm feeling a little bit worse.
Yeah. So maybe that's a little worse. No, I was really intrigued because we were looking at the scores the other day. And like J-Max, like 150 points ahead of the next highest, like overall from phase 2.
Really?
And one of the his team, a lot of it's relatively well rounded, but the one that's popping off the hardest is Stu.
Yeah.
Stu's got such a I've
Been
got
going
Vote.
crazy.
Stu has 125 more fantasy points than Vote has earned.
Are we redrafting for phase 3? Do you know?
Yeah. Well, probably.
Because I do wonder. I mean, this is general league conversation. I wonder if Stu's performances start to change given not having Scream in the jungle. Because I was gonna say if J-Mac has Stu as his ADC,
and if Scream jumps back up onto the must draft for fantasy
board,
because he's now on the Dragons.
A lot to look at.
A lot more wins coming in on that.
This is actually the most brutal fantasy matchup for me between the Bolts and the Warriors because I have Nika and Neo on the Warriors, then I have Lasbra and Ven on the Bolts, and so they're just there's a high kill game. So one game my guys are feeding. They're getting a whole lot of kills. Daji does end up getting banned, though. So we return to picks and bans by the Olympus Bolts. Chernobog also takes a seat on some support-centric bans. A couple of Jake's favorites between the Xingqian and the Yamoja. And actually...
It's like a good tavern name. Jake's Favorites.
Jake's Favorites?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into
Stop
that.
by for Jake's Favorites, get a drink, grab some wings.
Oh, now I want wing score. Appreciate it. Dodgy and Osiris. So a lot of jungle bans in the first few. Khepri left open and now selected by the Oni Warriors.
I like the
Selected by the Oni
yeah.
Warriors.
Yeah, thanks for the reset point. Thanks for the re-jump in. Yeah, no, I like the Khepri pick, man. I think that he's as far as like first picks go, you can't really go wrong with it, right? Like Umoja's gone. Some of the other supports, I feel like this is just one where you can deal a little more with the
beware the heaven
damage that's coming in. You kind of force them away from single target drafts. You make it a little easier to come in, and he just slots into everything. I mean, Khepri just does well. The only thing Khepri has going against him is that on the Smite Knight Classic Conquest,
I'll use your powers
that was
against
before they started standardizing. So every pathway in Smite now is 2 Khepris wide because he's got the biggest hitbox.
Right.
Khepri wasn't out in 2012, as it turns out.
Yeah, right.
And so he's real big and a real small
Can't
map.
fit through the corners, right?
That's the only downside I think Khepri has overall. And granted, like, again, lane phase, not the greatest. He's not, like, going to be always the most impactful. But I think when you add in Scarab's Blessing and stuff in a Conquest game, as long as it's on newer maps, feels great.
Absolutely. Like it. Been a strong pick for both teams, as Olorun has as well. Olorun's been super important here in this set. Bouncing back and forth between the two squads. Bolts game 1, Vote.
Do you even know who
over
you're
here in
fighting?
game 2. Back to the Bolts here for game number 3. Now AMC and Olorun will be split. With AMC and Bologna being picked up by the Oni Warriors. So you get some good initiation, you get good team fight disruption with Eagle's Rally and the Scarab's Blessing, as well as late game shred with the AMC Stinger. But the first bit of a curveball, Gore. I guess Opwash was the first big curveball. Cabrakan ends up being the pick for the Olympus Bolts. Could be solo. Could be support. Could be mid, I suppose. We saw the Leviathans play it earlier on this weekend against these very Bolts.
Man, maybe they learned something. Vin just played Opwash.
Well, Lasper didn't want to talk to us about it, so could be what they learned.
I think, this is the glory of a Cabrakan. Cabrakan's been played in 4 roles. The only one that he's never been touched in is playing as a carry. So that is something that I think is perfect. Well, with the Nemesis, you can kind of limit. Probably not in the jungle. The Olorun, well, that's more than likely going over to Bara. So you feel like you still got 3 roles that you can flex it between. And that's the thing. If it goes to Jake, that's awesome aggression. If it goes over to Venenu, it'll be interesting to see if they learned and picked up from the Leviathans earlier this year. If it goes over into solo lane, I'm interested to see how it does in the Bologna matchup, because I feel like Cabrakan the last couple of days has just been a bully. Sot yesterday is the one that comes to my mind, where he
that was horrific. That was beyond bullying.
It was mean.
You're right.
Like it was genuine cyberbullying. Like,
right, we were outside of Smite for a moment, and I was questioning Sot's morals there for a second. Just kept.
Like does Sot just hate Scary
right,
D?
just kept doing it to the
That's what it
source.
felt like.
Point being, Cabrakan has that type of potential. Chiron eliminates mid at this point. Likely Chiron then over in the mid lane for Ven. Seems happy about his pick. Just to sit back, throw out some Centauruses later on in the game. Why not? Who would be unhappy about that? Sad that his Opwash got banned out, but happy with the performance he was able to put in prior to it getting banned out. And that's the one that tips the scales, right? It's over 50% win rate for Ven.
Yeah.
On the Opwash, so 4 wins out of 7 games. We'll see what the Chiron is able to do here, as jungle still presumably needed for the Oni Warriors, but stick with me, Gore. It's not going to be Daji, Osiris, Fenrir, Hun Bats, I guess technically Eset, Erlang Shen, but it will be the Achilles. Nemesis also not available. Achilles and Poseidon.
Yeah.
Now, dual lane Poseidon could be the option here. Dual lane AMC could be the option here. There's flexibility for the Oni Warriors as well.
And normally, I feel like we've been seeing the Achilles a lot more often as an answer to Khepri. It's been a really good, we'll pick it into that, have the execute available, just deal with it, right? But I think in this case,
Bolt's could have picked it.
You've got a guy that's going to be really good too. I think in the Achilles, the Bologna, and you know what? I'll add a third on there because I think the Khepri will do it well. That's just going to line you up for damage behind an AMC and a Poseidon. One's going to root you or pull you in, and you're going to get Krakened, One's gonna, you know, stun you, lock you down, silence you, whatever, and the AMC's gonna stinger you and then slam you with a couple of others. I think that this is gonna be a good draft for the Warriors to play, and it's very high damaging. The thing that's really, I think, going to be interesting here is, again, you had mentioned this earlier when we saw the AMC locked in, I think in Game 2 and in Game 1, usually goes mid. It's not far-fetched to think that this is going to be vote on the Poseidon.
Right, could be vote Poseidon.
In fact, I think he did that a couple weeks ago.
I think so, yeah, and Poseidon feels fine over in duo if that ends up being the case. So it looks like Cabrakan solo Gore.
Could be Ymir solo, you never know.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Watch, it's going to end up being Ymir solo now. Likely Cabrakan solo then. I'll buy myself an inch of room. God, look at those Alienware PCs. Unbelievable. Cabrakan solo up against Bologna. Something that Sot threw out in lane.
Yeah.
It was into Cullen, was that instance. But it was just so obnoxious. He built a couple damage items early on in that lane, just dropped the tremors down on the wave. Scared he wasn't able to trade into it.
He walks up, stuns you, and then just starts tremoring under your feet.
Clear
and
the
all
wave,
of a sudden, you're just like,
and you can't step up
dead.
and clear the wave because you're taking damage.
And you can't really get out.
And
At least
Haddix
Bologna
is just
has
that
a more
type of player, right?
Yeah.
So.
Haddix likes to beat people up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Haddix, a bully.
Haddix, he's gonna take your lunch money.
I see him at the gym every once in a while. That guy is fully maxed out on every machine. I'm talking chest press. He has to.
He's got to be. You see the amount of weight he's carrying on the bolts?
He puts the pin in and then puts like a 45-pound plate on the pin as well, just for every single machine he's using, and then uses it with like one leg on the leg press. It's unbelievable. So I'm scared of Haddix in the gym. Is my point. Cabrakan though, solo lane, I do think allows you to funnel some of that gym aggression into the solo lane. I'm intrigued to see, but Nika's like such a talented, such a mechanical player. Not that Scary D isn't, but probably a matchup that Nika is pretty familiar.
Well, and I think the good news is Bologna has a disengage that should clear you out of that tremors a little bit quicker and a lot more often than you're going to see out of a Cullen. So it's going to get you out of there and feel really, I think, more comfortable. It's still not a matchup that I think you're going to be super happy with in the lane. And so if Haddix can play it as well as we've seen over the last couple of days, I think Bologna going to struggle a little bit for a couple of levels. Because, you know, if you're going for your bludgeon, you're trying to slam down on the minions, you have to get next to this Cabrakan. He can stun you out of it if he times it properly. And so there's a lot of moments where Nika might just lose out on farm, on clear, and take a lot of damage in the process just for Haddix existing as a Cabrakan.
I will give Scary D some leverage here. There was a lot of emphasis from layers on the right side of the map as well that game. So yes, Sot was dominating that lane.
So
but
what you're saying is Lasbra
help.
needs to come over here and help out.
If Lasbra combines with Haddix this game, I think they've got a great opportunity for some pressure and potentially some kills over in that lane. Game number 3 to end the weekend. Oni Warriors versus Olympus Bolts. Let's find us a winner in Game 3.
Thank you so much. Game 3 between the Bolts and the Warriors should be a good one. We get the rise back in of this Cabrakan solo, or just Cabrakan in general, Trelly, because we've been seeing him go mid, support, now solo a couple of times. So we'll see how it works out for Haddix this time. It's J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug back in game number 3 between the squads. And it will be the same start that we've been seeing from the Cabrakans as of recent. Going into the Fighter's Mask and then Tier 1 in that Tiny Trinket.
Yeah, but Haddix did get the Aegis here, so putting a little bit of respect on Cuvo Fred coming over with that Execute. Should have that immunity, you know, just locked and ready just in case you are getting out pressured in this lane. I do think, as the desk was highlighting, you know, this matchup can be extremely snowbally if the Cabrakan gets lucky enough to get ahead early. But if you're not going to get ahead early, full damage Cabrakan is still full damage Cabrakan. You know, you can kill him. There's a Kraken over there. You got to watch out for it as the game goes on. And I think that's why Haddix is, you know, putting himself into the full damage situation with an Aegis in the back. So at least you got a little bit of insurance, right? Even if you're going to the back line, you're like, oh wait, I might die here. You got that little bit of insurance. So I think that will help out as this game goes on. But at least Haddix is going to get some lane pressure early.
Haddix is mostly just going to use his tremors to fight against Nika for a little while. And I'm already looking down at the relics, and you know, we already touched on the Aegis from Haddix. That's going to make sure he can stay alive. But maybe an extra bit of survivability for Awesome Jake there. Meditation for his first relic, also to maybe deal with this Execute.
Yeah, we've seen this a bit from Genetics, the cooldown med late game, seeing if he can get some use out of it. And it seems like Jake thinks this is the type of matchup where the cooldown med or the knockup med, either one, if you're trying to sustain for your team, late game it could be that little bit of help. He's not on Yamoji anymore, and Jake still wants to make sure his team is nice and sustained. And it does just help you out early. You really can't lose early lane aggression when you have a meditation. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't, because you essentially have 2 health bars. You're just like, okay, you poked us out, boom, med. Now what? You can't invade us. So, you know, not that Ymir should be getting invaded by a Khepri Poseidon lane anyways, but just a little bit of extra support there for the support and Barracuda.
Well, Haddix pushed up to the tier 1 tower line just to try and get some damage on these minions. Cuvo, Fred, and Dardes have put their pressure in the mid lane against Venenu and Lazbra. Not really known for their early clear on these 2 gods, are the Olympus Bolts jungle mid combo. We can start to see exactly what Cabrakan is capable of in the solo lane, as Nika does not get to have fun for these first few levels of the game.
No, the tremors are going to be a nightmare in the early, especially the way the Haddix is itemized. You don't want to ever get caught in those because it's going to be trouble. However, Ven is seeing how much of a fun time it is to lane up against an AMC because the poke is going to be insane. Cubo almost looked like he was going to help Nika, and then he was like, man, I'm going to go for the Totem Aku here. You have fun. You know, this is a situation where I don't even want to try and fight that guy.
Yeah, it looks like you're having a grand old time. But Lazbra and Haddix on rotation to the blue. Cuvo's got to do a lot to secure that one. He will not. Stolen away by Haddix. And now the mobility gone through. The perfect body block set of Lazbra will keep Cuvo Fred locked in for a while. Not enough to get a kill, but just enough to be such a nuisance. Meanwhile, invade on the left side does not go the way of the objective, but maybe for the first blood. Awesome Jake and Barracuda burn through the shell for first blood on the Bolts.
Wow, that's some all-out aggression there from Jake on the Ymir, and that's exactly what this pick should be doing. Also sending some poke over to Vote, saying you're not clearing this way for free. And this is exactly what you want to see out of this pick. It comes with early aggression. What you're giving up for is that Scarab's Blessing, right? You're saying, hey, we're gonna have way more attention in the early. We're going to be able to push this lane. And sure, I can't res anyone as the game goes on, but it's going to be a lot better. As we just saw, I mean, Nika's level 3, man. You can't even step up to the lane. He just scourged.
What Nika did watching the tournament, he just saw it happening. He just stood there. That's me anytime that my lane is going that way. I'm like, so what do you want me to do about it? Okay, here you go. Here's some damage. I guess I'll just wait until you're done.
Yeah, then Cuvo makes the rotation over for a second and goes, well, Totem's up.
Again, this just has to sit by and
Look
watch.
at his face. He's just
like, really, man?
Yeah, he's just like, well,
this is my life.
I'm going to lose a fair bit of gold here because I simply can't match that clear pressure. You know, I do think if Cuvo comes over level 5, Haddix might be in, oh no.
Was that the Knuckles from Sonic Oh No that you just threw?
I mean, I was just saying, oh no.
It sounded pretty good, I'll give you that, whether you were trying for that or not, but dual lane pressure goes over. It's awesome, Jacob Barracuda yet again. That early kill in the duo does help Barracuda hit 5. Not quite before Vote was able to, because Vote got a little bit of that solo wave clear earlier on, but at least gave that nice little boost over to the Olympus Bolts. An apartment of about 1,500 gold that they've gotten up here. Not just that first blood bounty. That did certainly help them spike, but the bulk of that coming from that bounty, but
600 up.
Also the fact that Haddix has shoved about three waves under that tower.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nika, you just can't last hit minions when Haddix is there bullying you at the tower line, so you're going to be losing a fair bit of gold to that tower every time it comes through. Haddix will have to go back to base finally, and I'm assuming pick up the full Bancroft's Talon, which he does get, which, you know, spoilers, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Oh, Venenu probably going down here. Execute, not enough, just out of range. A slight heal from Venenu. Centaurus has got to deal the damage, but he doesn't have enough time left in the ultimate. Cuvo Fred finds the kill up against the mid laner.
Yeah, it would have been sweet if he could have got the res off, but just not enough damage coming out of Centaurus because Ven doesn't have Transcendence online yet. That's a tier 2. Charge Morningstar just not doing enough damage with that Centaurus. So unfortunately for Ven will fall down, and at least the Oni Warriors are on the board. I was talking about Cuvo possibly going over to solo lane. Cuvo doesn't want to fight Haddix. I don't want to fight Haddix. He's just going to go to mid, and he's going to take on the much easier to kill Chiron at the time being. You know, maybe late game it'll be a little bit different as Vote does end up stealing Barracuda's purple buff away. You know, in the battle of the mage ADCs, Barracuda might have a kill, but Vote's just doing more burst damage at the moment.
Did you hear what Dave was saying about how Haddix is at the gym? I don't want to step up to Haddix. In game, out of game.
I'm just talking about Kabrakan, man. I'm not talking about throwing hands with Haddix.
I mean, Haddix probably actually does look like that. See, what we're seeing is an illusion of Haddix right now. That's actually Haddix.
Haddix is lifting up 2 cars as he runs around and goes for the farm as we see Cubo try to steal away an Obelisk. And actually, Awesome Jake is on the right side of the map. I don't know what his plan is, but he was over here.
Literally every time we pan back to Nika, it's him standing there just watching Haddix like, dude, just let me farm for once in my life. But Nika will finally be left alone to get a little bit of that farm, so he won't lose too much to the tower. But early rotation from Haddix gets spotted out by Cubo Fred, so no further aggression towards the mid. Maybe some towards this blue buff. Level 8 versus 2 level 7s. Awesome Jake on the way. Stun onto Nika. Nika stuck inside the Tremors. Not taking a whole lot of damage since he's got that magic defense online already. But a blue buff secured for Nika might be the best thing that Nika could be asking for right now, besides killing Haddix.
Yeah, we saw that Lasbra wasn't quite there, but Awesome Jake was there. And this man has Stone of Gaia and Meditation. He is just a walking HP 5 pool at the moment. He'll be able to live through this pretty easily because of all that HP 5. Unless Cubo Fred comes in, might have an execute chance.
Stinger does do a lot of damage. Cubo Fred closing the gap, but not going for the ultimate. That Meditation may have been enough of a bait to hold out and keep Cubo from going under the tower. Centaurus, not enough damage. Masterful Shot will get some return fire there, but it seems that just the threat of that med is enough for Awesome Jake.
I mean, yeah, once that med gets popped, there's no way you're going for that execute. You're stuck under tower without an escape, and a beautiful wall cuts off a little bit. I don't imagine Ben has too much follow-up as Jake, he's in more trouble
Does
now.
get cleansed by his mid, but not enough damage and DPS to keep him alive. Awesome Jake falls down. A second kill to the Oni Warriors.
Oh no.
And a Kraken by Vote to steal the purple buff away from Barracuda.
That's just so mean. You know Barrow's like, all right, here we go. I'm excited to fight for my purple buff, and then you just hear the Kraken. You're like, well, I didn't want that buff anyways. Going back to lane and just start farming up. And this is something that Vote can do pretty freely because there's no one else coming to this lane. I mean, Lasbra and Cubo have not set any pressure over to Duo. So Vote can just say, yeah, I'm going to use all my damage on your buff. I'm ahead of you. I'm a level ahead, and I'm feeling no remorse for it. I'm going to continue to just steal these buffs away as much as possible. Bear is not in a position where he can try and outburst a Kraken for a purple buff, and I don't know if he's ever in a position to do that.
Does not seem so. Haddix and Nika once again in the solo lane. At least even level now for Nika. Able to get some of that farm back just from how much that Haddix has been rotating out of these lanes and out of these over for these fights more than anything. So at least kind of trying to shore that up just a little bit. Vote, the one with the highest XP per minute for the team, so he's keeping that farm game up. But this is what Vote did in game number 1, net 1 for the Warriors. It's what he was doing in game 2 that was not so much working out for the Warriors, but now on a different god instead of the Ola run, waiting for that big sanctified field, has that Kraken instead. Lasbra will body block the execute from Cubo Fred, who now gets slowed down. Haddix on the way, but with no blink from this Kabrakan, no real gap close to get back towards Cubo.
Yeah, looks like Neilma was trying to step up in case a Scarab's Blessing was needed, but getting walled off by Jake, decided, you know what, I'm not going to overcommit for this one. It looks like none of the Warriors were too afraid. Given the fact that the Warriors are up 2-1, you'd think the goal would be in their favor, but since Haddix has been doing this all game, the Bolts are sitting about 1,000 up at the moment. But given the opposite side of the map, it's going quite similar, right? Barracuda got that first blood bounty, and then has just been getting out farmed because Vote is just sprinting to farm with the Bumba Spear constantly.
Stinger off the abduct, wall keeps 2 out, and ultimate will make sure that Neil doesn't go any further. Centaurus from the mid laner, Dardes does get tagged by it, but no masterful shot after from Venenu. 3 ultimates used by the Bolts to bail themselves out. And a meditation as well. Cubo Fred locked in, but Freeze a little too far away for Jake to land onto Cubo.
Yeah, Vote was bullying Bear once again at the purple buff and is holding on to the Kraken. I wouldn't be surprised if he dropped it, but given the fact that the rest of the team is here, no real reason to drop that Kraken. You can hold on to that one and steal away that purple buff for absolute free. So Bear is going to lose that one once again. Vote's pretty close to level 12 here. Given the pace of his farming has just been, you know, relentless in making sure that Barra can't farm for free, right? He gets the wave, sure, but the rest of the camps on the left side of the map belong to Vote. The Pyromancer, however, could belong to the Bolts as they start the pull, but it looks like the rest of the Warriors are on the way.
Dardas and Nika are here, and that's enough to scare away the Olympus Bolts from going towards that objective. Good ward coverage, at least spots one, and another one on the opposite side there. Ring of Akate now picked up by Barracuda, so he'll have a little bit more damage in that lane, but I mean, that's a level and a half plus up that Vote has over Barracuda at this point. I mean, we looked over and Barracuda was like top of the net worth, but most of that from that first blood bounty. besides that, well, now 200 down compared to Haddix. Vote right hot on his heels when it comes to net worth. The XP per minute has been going in favor of Vote this whole game.
Yeah, he's just been, you know, with that Bumba Spear, using it as much as he can, and that's the thing. Oleron's not one of those characters that wants to take a 1v1. If you're using that Sanctified Field to fight, you're putting yourself in a bad position, and you're also putting your team into a bad position because you don't have that. It's a great tool to get out of danger. Whereas Vote's like, Lasper's level 9, he's not killing me, I'm cracking in your buffs, dog, and he's going to continuously do that. Once again, though, the Bolts are looking towards the Pyromancer. Jake's not going to DPS it, though. He's just going to stand there and wall off the opposition.
Yeah, Haddix is here, finds a double stun. The Stinger does hit Haddix, but he's going to throw out the Tremors and then the wall to lock 2 back. Centaurus ripping through the back line, does find Neil and Dardes. Nika taking up a lot of damage. Lasbra gets the Scares blessing away from Neil, who dashed in. Lasbra finds one. Cuba walks through the wall, but maybe towards their own death. Neilmal can't get out of the wall. The Sanctified Field to lock them in. Venenu finds one. Lasbra's got the double kill. 3 gone on the Oni Warriors.
And Vote does have the Kraken here. Makes the rotation a little bit later than Bera. And it looks like Lasbra's actually wrapping around to check for the rev. I was going to say, is he trying to get aggressive with this amount of HP? Just a beautiful wall in from Jake. And given the positioning, Haddix is going back to right. So I don't imagine this is a Gold Fury pull. This has got to be just for Oracles, right? Look at the health bars. Kraken is still available. But Vote went back to base.
Yeah, Barracuda and Venenu can just bounce this one back and forth between each other. Lasbra can just sit by and bat at it by himself. And the Olympus Bolts, with a 1K lead before going into this fight, picked themselves up 3 kills and now a 4,000 gold spike to their name. The Oni Warriors slowly falling behind. The Olympus Bolts have that perfect record against the Oni Warriors. If they keep going at this pace, they'll maintain it even through this set.
Yeah, I can't believe Vote back there. Maybe he thought what I thought. There was just not enough health bars. They were, you know, a little bit too risky to go for that call when the Kraken was available, but the Bolts were smart. They knew that Vote was gone, and they're like, oh, that's the only thing we were afraid of, is that Kraken. So we're going to be able to pull this buff for absolute free. The Oni Warriors do send a Trebuchet down right lane over towards Haddix, so it's going to take him some time before he's able to clear that one up. But did just go ahead and purchase that Bancroft's Claw as well as the Typhon's Fang. So I'm expecting to see even more anti-heal prioritized for the Oni Warriors. You see the Brawler's Beat Stick for Cuvo, and it looks like Vote also is going to pick up that Divine Ruin. So trying to deal with some of the healing, not only from Barracuda, who's got a fair bit of lifesteal, not only from Haddix, who's got a fair bit of lifesteal, but Awesome Jake has the Meditation and the Stone of Guys. So it's going to start to add up. I think they're getting their money's worth with that anti-heal.
Trebuchet's not going to get much value on the right side. Haddix with a little too much damage, and Nika with not the ability to stop any of that damage. Will not be able to push that Trebuchet up towards the tower line. Haddix just going to keep Nika pushed at this tier 1 tower. This has been the name of the game in the solo lane for all of game number 3.
The name of the game in solo lane.
Indeed.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to keep going.
I was thinking about it, but I decided I'd stop there.
Okay, I understand.
That's not where my fame comes from.
All right, understandable. As we get to see where Cubo Fred's fame comes from, as he tries to steal away those Harpy camps. Unfortunately, Lasbra is going to be able to confirm those. But you know, given the map state, there's no real objectives to fight over, right? The Pyromancer's down. That Primal Fury's down for a little bit longer as well. There's really nothing to shoot at the moment unless you're invading a buff camp or Jake finds a good wall. But it looks like Neil actually goes for the abduct onto Ven. But Dardes is going to hold on to that Stinger. He's not ready to launch it out for nothing just yet.
Well, maybe he would have. I mean, it does a lot of damage.
And you can just pick
even
it back
some
up.
Of those tankier targets. Yeah, and when there's nobody around, go pick it back up. But use it on Lasbra. And Lasbra takes a whole heap of damage from just that and the follow-up after. Execute Threshold is there, but a good body block by Haddix. Not enough to stop the bludgeon from Nika. Neil Maul will live through the fight with the help of his Scarab's Blessing. The Olympus Bolts try to fight back in, but it's the Oni Warriors who come out on top.
Yeah, Vote made that rotation over. I was expecting to see some aggression towards the tier 1 tower, but it looks like the Warriors are happy with just that one pick. Lasbra, you know, that was a good block by Haddix, but that was just way too much damage heading towards this Nemesis. It's only level 12. When you look at the carries, they're both 2 levels up on you. It's a hard gank to try and go for. And just a great answer back. Even if the Bolts found like a massive amount of burst damage there, you highlighted. Neilma was ready with that Scarab's Blessing. So a clean pick and get out situation. You know, you're looking at the Pyromancer spawn in here shortly, and maybe that's when we'll see some aggression from the Bolts and or the Warriors. Both are in position where they could pretty easily go for a pull here. They've got the ADC damage in mid lane, and they have a ton of burst. And I think besides like Nika, everyone else is sitting pretty in their lane at the moment. So you're looking at a possible pull anytime now.
moment. We'll hopefully see some kind of pull. No objectives up at the moment, will be some time. Aggression towards Awesome Jake. The wall will make sure that he gets out of there. Can we check actually the leveling on Jake to see if he's maxing that wall? It felt like it lasted a while there to see what his priority is. Yeah, maxing the wall first and the freeze. 3 points into that one. We've been seeing this a lot from the supports. Not caring so much about the damage on the Ymir, more so for that area denial in the CC.
Yeah, whenever you get a matchup like this where you're up against an immobile AMC, an immobile Khepri, an immobile Poseidon, you're going to get a ton of value out of maxing that wall, as Neil is going to get a little bit of damage returned to him, but given the fact that Dardes was there, you don't want to dive that one too hard. I think Lasbro just remembered the damage that was done to him with the Stinger previously and decided, you know what, you can live there. Take a look at Haddix, though. He just went for the Polynomicon. 3 lifesteal items in a row. So much damage coming from this Cabrakan with the Blink and the Aegis, level 16 on the map. I just want to see Cabrakan fight. Like, I just want to see Haddix get in there and just see how much damage he's able to do to the squishy targets. So we know Nika doesn't care too much. You know, he's got the Shoguns. He has plenty of damage towards his name, but these carries, they're the ones that are really going to feel the full brunt of this damage.
And we can see that Bancross Claw is picked up along with the Typhon's Fang too. So as you highlight, triple lifesteal means that Haddix can sustain a whole lot in these little 1v1 skirmishes. Teamfight, he'll be able to get some decent HP back during it. But I also want to see what he can do to Dardes or Vote, even Cuvo Fred, because Cuvo hasn't gone into any real defense of his own. It's just been straight damage from the jungler of the Oni Warriors. For now, Haddix will lead the charge towards the Pyromancer, but a couple of members of the Warriors standing by will keep the Bolts from going for an initial pull.
Yeah, but Barracuda's on the way, and it looks like Vote is going back over towards that lane, so this should be a pretty free Pyromancer pull for the Bolts, but nothing else after the fact. The Primal Fury also has spawned in, and with Cuvo and Vote over there, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go for a sneaky pull as well, but Barra sniffs that one out pretty much immediately thanks to that nice ward coverage. I don't think we're going to see any sneaky Primal Fury pulls. If this is a Primal Fury pull, you better believe both these teams should know about it.
Yeah, it's going to be an actual fight to try and go for the Primal Fury at this point in time. Awesome Jake did max out his meditation, so he does have that Cloak of the Ascetic, so more cooldowns towards his team, working on upgrading that Bracer. And just a ton of HP stacked on this Ymir. I can only imagine with the build path that Awesome Jake is going, how much HP this Ymir is going to have by the end of the game.
Yeah, and that definitely means that Vote's Soul Reaver is going to be getting its money's worth. I don't think there's going to be any kin-size build on the side of Dardes. Usually these ability-based hunters build ability-based, and you're going to see the Heartseeker get some value as it finishes out later on. Or Ven just went a third item, right? He's like, I need to get me the Heartseeker right away. I think Dardes saw Haddix's build and was like, one Brawler's Beat Stick is not enough. I need a little bit more to make sure that you guys are not getting healed that much, as well as the meditation that you already touched on. So it's good that the Oni Warriors have recognized the amount of healing that the Bolts have. Deceptive healing in the sense of, there's no real traditional healer besides, I guess you could count Oleron. They still have built a lot into their kits as well.
Moving around the Gold Fury, Neil Ma and the Oni Warriors will secure the Oracle Harpy, so vision control goes to the Order side team. Awesome Jake looking for an opportunity to throw that wall, maybe find a pick against the Warriors. That could open up the door for the Gold Fury. Nika is here. He'll beat Haddix on the rotation over. No teleport for the Cabrakan. Means that this is going to be a 5v4 for at least a few more seconds. The Oni Warriors are not going to take advantage of their situation. Instead, they're making their way right back to the mid and farming back up.
Yeah, I was looking at Barra's mana as well, and I thought that the Bolts would be in a little bit of a sticky spot given the fact that Vote could simply crack it and they could walk out and disengage. I understand the hesitation there from the Warriors, though, because Sanctified Fields is in play. Slowing down your confirm is always going to be a viable strategy. Given the fact that Lasbro is sitting over towards the left side of the map, maybe was seeing if Vote would step up to clear that wave, push up just a little bit, but neither one of these teams are getting out of position just yet. You gotta watch out for Awesome Jake, right? Anytime that wall goes up, anyone could be in trouble. Neilma does have the Phantom Shell as of now, but getting it down is pretty bad.
Oh, Haddix misses the stun on Cuvo. Does find at the end. Look at the damage output this Cabrakan's got. Cuvo Fred goes right into the waiting arms of the Bolts. Barracuda will lock him back with the Sanctified Field. So Cuvo Fred might not make it out of here. Venena's got the masterful shot. Nika's got to ult out to get away from the damage of Haddix. And a body block by Dardes means that that first ability will not land onto the Soul Laner. But now the Bolts, who cares about the Fury, they can go right for the Tier 1 tower instead.
Yeah, beautiful catch by Haddix there. We talked about the fact that Primal Fury could go down, but given that pick and the amount of DPS the Bolts have, they're heading right over towards that Fire Giant. They should be feeling decently confident, but Vote still holds on to that Kraken. Dardes still has that Stinger. There are ways that the Oni Warriors could try to disrupt this.
Awesome Jake, the only real secure that the team has with this Ymir ultimate. Neilma caught behind the wall, waiting for the follow-up. There's the freeze, but the Phantom Shell goes through. The Kraken lands onto Jake, and it's a turnaround by the Oni Warriors. Dardes, credit to the kill up against Jake. And now with the 4 versus 4 and a healthy Bologna for Nika, will run into the backline. Barracuda has no mana to his name. Means no heal, no knockback, nothing available to stop Nika and Vote from pushing in. The beads are gone from Barracuda. The tidal wave hits, the bludgeon does too. But Nika needs one more ability, one more shot to kill Barracuda, but he can't find it.
Yeah, it was very close on that Eagles rally. It just came up, actually. So Nika has the ult, and he will up down onto that blue buff as Haddix looks to be the target.
And Haddix used the Aegis, used the Tremors, but that's not enough healing. Back for the Kraken. Nika and the Oni Warriors turn the fight around at a 5K deficit, fighting back against the Olympus Bolt. And they'll start at the Fire Giant. Lasbra and Barracuda in tow. Barra back to full HP, full mana. No ultimate just yet. Lasbra has got to do a lot to slow this one down. Neilma used the ultimate on himself. Barracuda gets the Sanctified Field, but the Fire Giant hasn't taken quite enough damage just yet. It's still going through. The Oni Warriors get the Fire Giant, but Lasbra has found one. The Execute does not take out Barracuda. Instead, it's Venenu taking down Cubo. Fred Haddix is trying to fight against 3, but he's not going to win when the 4th one shows up. Triple kill for Venenu and a deicide for the Bolts.
What a game this has been. It looks like the Bolts have made a massive throw there. They go for the Fire Giant. They have to back off because they just dive too far. Nika gets the pick. The Oni Warriors say, hey, we can go for this Fire Giant. We're feeling pretty confident now. Vote's got the Bumbus Hammer. We can get our cooldowns back. Not enough there. Lasbra stalled out just enough to make sure that the Oni Warriors were taking a ton of damage to that Fire Giant. Then makes the rotation in. Triple kill, 5-1 on this Chiron. It was a little bit of a slow start, but now that the Bolts have the Fire Giant, or actually, they don't have the Fire Giant, they lost the Fire Giant, but now that they have all of the pressure in the world, they should be able to grab these Tier 2 towers, whereas Lasbra and Haddix, they're going to grab the Primal Fury as well.
Primal Fury for 2, Tier 1 and Tier 2 on right side. The Olympus Bolts, what was a 5K swing, has now climbed up even higher than that. 7, nearly 8,000 once this Primal Fury will go down as well. The Olympus Bolts, they were hanging on to that 5K lead for so long, that 5,000 mark for what felt like 10 plus minutes of this game. Finally find their breakthrough on an overstep by the Oni Warriors.
Yeah, now it's time. You know, I imagine, given the fact that neither one of these teams actually has the FG buff, you'd think maybe just a stall until the next one, but I imagine the Bolts are feeling pretty confident here with the goalie they've accrued thus far. Back, get some itemization online, and just run it down left. There's a lot of towers to grab here, and I think you should be feeling pretty confident in that situation. Lasbra might be looking for a fight up against Vote, but thought better of it and decided to back off. I think still a ton of burst damage in tow for Vote, and looking at Lasbra, didn't have the beads, didn't have the blink, hasn't backed to upgrade that starter item. Probably a good call to just say, you know what, I'm not going to take that possible 1v1. I'm just going to back up here.
Hey, more lifesteal for Haddix. Spear of the Magus picked up. They'll give him some pen and give him a little bit of extra single target damage there.
Oh, there's the Rangdas, baby.
And the Rangdas mask finished up, and I gotta imagine he's sitting on just enough power to mitigate most of the stacks that come from there. I'm not quite as good on my math as I used to be on knowing all these immediate powers from all these items there, but just know that as he builds more power, it means he loses some of the negative benefits of that mask, and instead we'll get more damage and more movement speed.
180, 90, 110. And then how much you get from Rangdas. He's got a lot of power. That's the whole point.
He's got a lot of power.
Yeah, when you see Haddix blink to the back line, we're going to see some explosions. So there you go. 563 at the moment. He's sitting pretty. Give him a red buff. Come on, give this guy a red buff. Why is Ven stealing their mid laners, their big burst damage is red buff? But the tier 2 tower will drop down. The Olympus Bolts are going to group up despite having that despite not having that Fire Giant buff. They're able to just push down with no fear. And it looks like tier 1 or tier 2 in mid could be on the chopping block next.
Will be just that last tower standing for the Oni Warriors to defend, and then it's nothing but Phoenixes. Only 45 seconds left on the Fire Giant buff. This might be the last stand for the Bolts. Well, actually it doesn't matter because there is no Fire Giant anywhere on the map. I completely forgot. You even said nobody has Fire Giant, and I'm sitting here going, wait, we literally just saw Fire Giant. That's right. The Warriors got in and got wiped immediately afterward.
It was,
Maybe the Bolt-
it was
just
thrown
nice
with my mental too, because I'm like, okay, so since the Oni Warriors got fire, they're gonna group up and push, but they got deicide, and the Bolts are just like, oh, we have such a gold lead, we'll just group and push. We don't need that buff, and they were able to grab the rest of the tier 2 towers on the map, and now a full regroup in the time for this power play to end out. So will be about a minute 9 seconds, and then a full grouping up against this objective. And you know, given the itemization here, Jake did finish that bracer a bit ago. They're gonna have so much DPS. But everyone from the Oni Warriors, except for Nika, has ticked over level 20. Obviously, Neomaw's gonna sit at level 15 for a while, but he's gonna pop some relics. He's gonna be an Aurabot, and he's gonna hopefully revive someone. That's always his play, and that's not gonna change.
How much HP does Jake have? I keep seeing all these little blips, and believe me, my eyesight's not good enough to try and count all of that. 4,000?
And then if he meds, he gets like, you know, more than that.
He gets a good percent of that. And he's only 4 items deep in his build and not even level 20.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
That's
he's not
scary.
going to build any HP.
Do you think that he could actually hit the HP cap? Not with this
not
current
with this build.
Not with this build, but do you think that that Ymir could hit that HP cap? What's it, 5,500, I think?
Yeah, I mean, Ymir has the most HP in the game, well, base HP in the game. So yeah, he could certainly build like a Warlock Sash in there and just start stacking it up. But Jake is also bringing his team those auras. So he's being a team player as well as a tanky boy.
Let's see if that team play tanky boy can lead the Olympus Bolts to victory. Trebuchet pushing with fire minions. Or not with fire minions, with just regular minions. I keep
They
forgetting
are on fire.
There are 2 minions with flaming swords, and that's what got me there for a moment. Lasbra against Nika, 1v1. Now make it a 2 as Haddock shows up. And Nika is just trying to get out. Wall will force out an Eagles rally. And a shell from Neil Moss. Sanctified Field a little off the mark there by Barracuda. But the Oni Warriors have found their way out of the team fight. Cuvo Fred, keep your eyes on him, looping around the back, but he just stepped over a ward. All the Bolts know where this Achilles is.
Yeah, the Achilles has been spotted out, but Vote still has that Kraken available.
No,
Neilma steps a
Neilma.
little bit too far up. The Scarab's Blessing comes through.
Kraken hits, but Neilma lives at least for now. Barracuda a little off the mark with the damage. Haddock's keeping Cuvo Fred out of the fight. The rest of the Bolts chasing out the rest of the Warriors. Execute. Not going to find it. The stun just off the mark. Haddock is wobbling his way towards Cuvo Fred. Slows him down with the Tremor. Vote tries to slow one. Venenu finds Neil, and Haddock finds Cuvo Fred. Meanwhile, to the back goes Lasbra towards Dardes. Beads are gone from the B. A dash in, a whirlpool will save Dardes' life. He is out. Nika jumps in with the Eagles rally, leads a little bit more damage to take down Haddock. But Haddock has just got too much sustain. Vote finds a kill onto Venenu. Barracuda finds one onto Nika. 3 for 2 trade for the Olympus Bolts.
And Vote is not going to go back to Vate. He's going to leave them on a merry little chase. He is running as far away from that left side Phoenix as possible, but the Bolts are not taking the bait. They're running right for that left side Phoenix because that's the target. Even though Haddock is weak, he's got a fair bit of healing. One more wave comes in, and he would be able to heal up, but I think they recognize the same thing that I just recognized, that Dardes can clear all day. He can do this all day. He'll throw the honey back up. It's not going to be a problem, so I don't think the Bolts are going to be going for that left side Phoenix. They will back up, not even go for the Primal Fury here. And look at the Oni Warriors. They are sprinting for that Fire Giant. I was wondering if they would just go for an instant pull, but there's no way they'd be able to tell that Haddock is still on the left side of the map.
Look at all the wards that are down, too. They have stepped over 2 massive wards to let the Bolts know that this could even be happening. Barracuda is already on the way. Dardes and Vote have some good damage. Is it enough to stop Baron Haddock? The blink is down for Haddock. The Sanctified Field is up for Barracuda. The Kraken comes out, but the Olympus Bolts steal away the Fire Giant. Neilma gets procced into the Scarab's Blessing. Not dropped just yet. Barracuda low, and the execute goes through. Cubo Fred finds one in the fight. Neilma still alive throughout it all. The Warriors, they lose the objective, but they win out on the team fight.
Yeah, the Olympus Bolts get credit for the FG as Barracuda is able to steal that one away, just dropping the Sanctified Field, making sure that you gotta throw that Kraken down a little early. You're in slow motion. There's no real way to try and use that effectively. So Barra steals it away, unfortunately does get executed. The Olympus Bolts have Fire Giant on 4, but the Oni Warriors, you know, they're sitting 5 strong as well, given the fact that Neilma had to use essentially everything there to survive. Look at the relics on the left side of your map. They got a teleport and a cloud of dust at the moment. Nika's beats just ticked over, so now they've got Nika's relics, and that's about it. The fight after the fact for the Olympus Bolts should be looking pretty solid.
The Olympus Bolts had already amassed themselves a pretty massive lead before we were going to that Fire Giant, before that team fight broke out. And now with that Fire Giant, Olympus Bolts sit about 13,500 gold in the lead, and you can see it, or at least reflected in the build. Same in XP, but mattering a lot less. Look across the way. Full build for Lasbra, still missing an item on Cuvo Fred. Dardis is trying to build into some defense while Ven has maxed out his build. Even Nika selling his starter item to try and match up because Haddix has gone for a Magi's in his final slot.
Yeah, you're in a position where it starts to hurt, but I do think the Darius and Vote are still doing a fair bit of damage. It's not going to be easy to get to the back line. It really just depends on how well the Oni Warriors are spacing out, you know, their use of Phantom Shell. Obviously, Niels is not up yet. You got 2 walls you're going to have to traverse here. Haddix blinking in and doing the tectonic walls, and then awesome Jake, who can just place the walls essentially whenever he wants. So,
oh god, they could actually trap somebody.
Yeah, they could just make the box, exactly. If you get someone in there without a Phantom Shell, it's not going to be a fun time. You put the Sanctified Field down there, they're just going backwards at that point.
Yeah, it's not going to be a fun time if somebody gets caught in the double wall by the Olympus Bolts. Bubble popped off of Haddix. Execute. Forced out of Cuvo Fred by Lasbra. And now it's a 4. Make that 5 versus 4. The Olympus Bolt. Centaurus used to hit a few. Masterful shot after. Vote's already at half HP. Same with Dardis. Sanctified Field means that this Phoenix will go down, and Cuvo Fred may follow along with it. Revive back to Neil Ma. Kraken hits a couple, but the damage returned back by Nika is enough to keep the Olympus Bolts back. Aside from Haddix, who's in the backline, finds the kill up against Neil Ma. Freeze immune out by Nika, but Nika blocked by the wall. Veneno needs 1 hit, and it'll be enough to take him down, but Vote finds a turnaround kill. It's a 2 for 1, making it 2 for 2, because Vote's found the double kill. Now, the Olympus Bolts are the ones who have to go on the run. Vote charging forward, finds the Whirlpool against Jake, finds the knockback against him, and Cuvo Fred will pick up the 3rd.
Yeah, Haddix and Lasbra are gonna have to split up here if they want to try and, you know, divide the forces of the Oni Warriors. With Dardis and Vote, they might have been able to chase, but Dardis had to go back to clear the wave. It's just up to Vote, spamming his trident to try and catch up and find any sort of gank, but I don't think any more kills will be happening. It's time to start looking at the objectives and see what you can do. In the meantime, the Oni Warriors can certainly grab that mid-tier 1, possibly the tier 2 as well, depending on where Lasbra decides to go here. But that's about it. It looks like the Oni Warriors weren't even sure where Lasbra was, so they're like, we'll get the Primal Fury. That's really the consolation prize. You lose your Phoenix, you get a Primal Fury, and once again, this game's going to be stalled out a little bit longer. Fire Giant runs out in about 20 seconds. I mean, we're going to be seeing a brawl for EFG here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, dance around one objective, dance around another one, and now a 3rd dance around the Enhanced Fire Giant. In a little over a minute before we start to see that one go through. Oni Warriors, they are fighting back. Despite this massive deficit that they are in against the Olympus Bolts, they have proven that they can still stand up and fight. Sure, they had, you know, the help of the Phoenix and being able to go right back to Fountain and zoom back in for Vote to get that one going. But now, how is that going to look for them when it comes to the actual jungle fight around this Fire Giant?
It's a good question. It really just depends on the positioning of Lasbra, because wherever he is seems to be where some action is there to be had. Obviously, the Olympus Bolt Sword is grouped up for a Kraken in that instance. They're like, we ran through the Phoenix, we're going to look to fight and go in. Nico was able to return a fair bit of damage. I mean, just starting off with Centaurus, the Bolts were ahead, like HP-wise, just out of the gate. But grouping up for that Kraken, I think, was the big mistake there. Barracuda thought it was time to turn and fight, whereas it looked like half the Bolts wanted to run. So I do think the Bolts are still in a great position here, but again, it does depend on where Lasbra is. He's trying to find Cuvo and take that 1v1 because he wins that 1v1 every time. Cuvo's build is just not up to par. Lasbra has so much more damage online because he's got so much more gold to his name.
Olympus Bolts have the offensive position around the Fire Giant. Wards peppered across the entirety of the jungle by the Bolts. Not a single corridor that has not been covered on the lower half of the map. Some control at least comes out for the Warriors to get rid of some of these wards. But the Olympus Bolts waiting for one person to step just a little too far forward. One member of the Warriors to leave the safety of the rest of their team. Nika's been left to split push, so for now it's just 4 versus 5 around the EFG.
Yeah, Nika does have the teleport though, so can get to this fight in a couple seconds if it's stalled out. That wall actually was good enough to catch Neil. He'll take a little bit of damage, but it's not going to spew the end of the world. I mean, if the Bolts want to pull this without the Soul Laner there, they're going to have to do it right now. They have to watch out for Vote, though. That Kraken is still going to be a decent confirm if he can get close enough to this objective.
Fire started. And that could be the call for Nika to come on over. It seems he will teleport in right in the middle with the rest of his team. Fire Giant will go down. The Olympus Bolts. Credit to the objective. Cuvo Fred, though, has to use the execute to get out. And the Centaurus raining through the back line. Will slam Vote. Half HP on him. Awesome Jake as well, low. Cuvo Fred was, despite the fact that he does not have execute, still in the back line, but Haddix gets caught in the middle of 3, the first kill of the fight will go to the Oni Warriors, but the Bolts are the healthier team to keep going.
And it looks like the Bolts wanted to try and chase this 4v5. If the Oni Warriors can get back and try and defend up against 4v5, they might have a decent opportunity to. That left side bird did respond with a fire minion in tow, and that wave should be able to get it, but it looks like Vote might make it there in time.
Just in time for Vote to save the Phoenix. 2 more waves still coming up the map at the very least. So the Phoenix is almost gone, but it's not out entirely. One last wave now that Vote has cleared that one out, and the Warriors will have a fully, well, at least fully up-front defense, but that bird is only going to take 1 hit from Venatu to drop down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be difficult for the Warriors. And I know I've been saying that, and they've been defending, but still, they're up against EFG. I feel as if the Bolts could group as 4 in that left lane, send Lasbra down Main Street, down the mid lane, and he should just be just fine trying to take that with. He's got the EFG. No one really wants to set up with them 1v1, but it looks like the Oni Warriors are going to group up here and try to set up some form of an ambush. They're all grouped in the jungle, whereas the Bolts are slowly petering out together. And it looks like they're all grouped around that tower, so I don't imagine they're going to walk up without the rest of their squad. They're aware that this sort of play could happen. As Awesome Jake is looking around. He's not going to spot this one out yet.
No, 3 standing in the mist. Could be a great pincer. Barracuda, ever the wiser, recognizes somebody could be in there and will hit Neil Ma at the least. And that's enough to scare the Oni Warriors away from continuing that push on the left side of the jungle. Still 4th Fire Giant for another 2 minutes on the Olympus Bolts. The Oni Warriors will back themselves to base and reset because they're going to need a heck of a defense. This bird's not going to last long. And I don't imagine they'll try and use that bird as their only line of defense.
Yeah, you got to wait about 15 seconds. That's when Haddix's Aegis is back up. And honestly, 20 seconds if you want him to be able to blink to the back line. Last time we saw Haddix get deleted because he is full damage, right? That is sort of the play that's going to happen. Nika is wrapping around the back here. This left side bird, you could let go down. You could lose this left Phoenix again, but you really, if you're the only Warriors, that mid Phoenix needs to stand tall.
Saw from Cubo last time. We're going to need it now. Centaurus will clip Vote. Massive Sanctified Field will keep Nika out, but a revive from Neil Ma brings him right back in. Cubo Fred to the back line, finds some good damage, but a better wall from Jake will force the Phantom Shell out on all 5. Neil Ma gets a decent pull in. Haddix goes down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Maybe 2 as Lasbra's getting low. Nika finds a good bludgeon, but a better freeze from Jake will slow down the odds on the Warriors. And Venatu with the masterful shot takes down Nika. But all the while, Charlie, the left bird lives.
I'm amazed that the Oni Warriors were able to keep that left side Phoenix online. Yeah, the Bolts won the fight, sure, 5v4, but they didn't get that Phoenix, and they don't have the HP to continue this fight. It looks like Ven is just going to pop some poultices as much as he can. Awesome Jake already used that med, so that's not going to help him sustain. And Lasbra is taking this 1v1 and sort of losing?
Yeah, he's definitely losing this one. Cubo Fred does not have that XQ back to his name. 3 up here, Barracuda and Ven will take the Phoenix. That was the prize they've been wanting this entire time. But maybe they can get a little bit more onto Dardis. If that 3rd Centaurus would have hit, that could have potentially been the end of the line for Dardis. But he has just enough HP, jukes out that 3rd one, gets out. Olympus Bolts get the left Phoenix. And now as we push closer towards 40 minutes, we've had a few dances around Fire Giant. Charlie, it seems we're going to have at least 1 more.
At least 1 more as the Olympus Bolts back up, just getting the same old, same old. That left side bird falls down, and that's what I highlighted before the siege even started. The Oni Warriors can afford to lose that Phoenix. They have Nika who can just clear the wave and teleport in, so that's not the end of the world for them. Everyone is full build except for Neilma, who would love, I mean, just absolutely adore a Magi's Blessing. Just, can I finish my Magi's, please? I keep getting frozen by Awesome Jake. I don't like it. I don't want to be stunned by Haddix either. Just let me get that Magi's online, and I will be ever grateful. That was my Neilma impression, if you couldn't tell.
No, it was.
So once he does get that online, I'm sure he'll be sitting in a great spot. The Bolts are grouped as 5, and they're heading for the EFG, which will be up in a little bit. It's just being, you know, a quick respawn, and that'll be the time that we'll see another brawl, unless, of course, the Bolts just set up for an ambush here. They've got some decent vision, but they're more interested in that Scorpion.
I love the mental gymnastics Haddix is going through in this game. Obviously, he's got the blink in the Aegis.
He
went for the Magi's Blessing, realized, oh, I'm fighting a Bologna. This is useless to me. Sold it, got a Spirit Robe, and then went, you know what? Maybe having at least 1 CC immunity is pretty good if I'm going to dive in, because like now I can prevent the disarm and get that stun. Goes back to the Magi's Cloak once again. I just love watching the progression of these builds. I mean, when you get this late in the game, you can afford to make all these change-ups.
Yeah, you definitely can, as it looks like Jake and Ben were sitting around the wall there. Maybe a freeze on Anika, but is that even worth it at this point? Because his health bar has not changed, and Jake is actually worse for the wear. Look at that Enhanced Fire Giant.
30%, leashed by the bolts. Haddix and Jake eating the brunt of the damage during this one. And the Oni Warriors will be the ones to pick it back up. The wall from Jake is keeping the carries from taking this one away. Same by field, and Eagles rally in the back line. But so many members of the bolts are low. The Kraken doesn't find very much in the back. Cubo Fred has to use the execute to get away. Neil Ma living on a threat of health will revive himself with the Scarab's Blessing. Nika frozen back, and Dardez finds the first pick of the fight. But low health bars on the Warriors and a wall only catching out Nika. He might be the one sacrificial lamb for the Warriors to get out.
So many low health bars, but the Bolts are ready to chase this one down. One wall from Awesome J could span the end of Neil, but a good dodge with the abduct. The freeze could come, but the slow, he's going to be able to make it out.
They're keeping them from going back to base right away. Look at the minions. They've already made it their way to the Titan vote. Will be the first one to get back. The Fire Giant did not go down just yet. And that left side Phoenix is about another minute or so away from coming back up, so it's going to be some time before the Warriors can really hold out and keep this defense going. And to the Enhanced Fire Giant, the Bolts go once more.
Yeah, Haddix is waiting for Dardez to step up, trying to half health him on arrival. I don't think Neilma's got the best steal opportunity, but Cubo's still wrapping around the back.
Never give up, will Neil Ma. Fire Giant leashed once again. Cubo Fred in the back line yet again. Kraken hits Awesome Jake. Execute hits Barracuda. Cubo Fred will go down. It's a double for Venenu, but Vote has picked up yet another. But I don't think the Warriors can stick around much longer. Vote's going to go back to base because this Titan is just being melted by the minions.
Yeah, Ben got the mean end of a stinger there, was forced to beads and back up, but Vote was not able to chase that one because, as you said, you gotta defend your Titan. And the EFG stands tall 42 minutes into this game. Venenu 11-3, just bought a 3K pot. He's gonna be chunking. We've seen the Centaurus has not been used to clean up kills. This is an initiator. This is the first thing flying through in these fights, trying to do as much damage as possible. And finally, Neil Ma got enough gold not only to finish that Magi's, but get the Magi's revenge as well.
3 people with a Magi's Revenge at that. Cuvo, Dardez, and Neil Ma have all picked that up. Every single one of them says, if you CC me, we're just going to try and run you down. Maybe, hopefully, try and get that kill. Hopefully.
We will do anything.
But we're approaching full build on everybody. I mean, Neil Ma, the only person who hasn't maxed out. At this point, it's just 3K pots versus 500 potions for anything else. At this point of the game, Charlie, besides the fact that the Phoenix has been beaten to all hell, we're back to an even state. The only difference is there's still 4 towers on the top side for the Bolts.
Yeah, it is relatively even given the map state. It's just so difficult to try and break through this offense. It seems like everyone is so squishy. Jake, despite and Haddix actually did it. So Magi's into Spirit Robe, into Magi's, now Rod of Tahuti. Haddix finally has decided, I'm going Glass Cannon. I want to one-shot everyone. The EFG will be pulled once again, and Neoma will be walled once again.
Now's the time for that one-shot. Olympus Bolts get the Fire Giant, teleport in by Nika, but the Olympus Bolts are not rushing forward just yet. Awesome Jake wants a wall, but will not find any targets in front of that wall this time. And with the minions pushed up on left, that Titan has been able to regen its HP. And Charlie, we go once again to another Phoenix Siege by the Bolts.
Yeah, that does seem like... Wait, never mind. Nika's just going to ult in here?
Nika finds Barracuda, gets the beads, the Sanctified Field, but Cubo Fred is on the opposite side of the field and probably doesn't want to be there any longer. Venenu on a rampage finds his 12th kill of the game. Awesome Jake push back, Barracuda low, Barracuda gone. Vote is unstoppable, 7 in a row for him. And the Tremors will take down Nika. Dardez gone. Lazarus finds 1, but Vote finds the double. It's only Vote left alive against 3.
But Haddix has Blink. He might be able to catch him here, but he does get ticked by the Whirlpool and will be able to make it back to base. Vote does have Bumba's Hammer. He could get back in time for another Kraken, but look at all the CC he's up against. That's a Kabrakan. That's going to be a Ymir as well. I don't envy the position Vote's in.
No, Phoenix will go down. 3 versus 1. Can the Bolts actually take the Titan? It seems that they're more concerned.
1 CC. There's no beads for Vote. 1 CC ends this game.
All they need is 1. But for now, they're just going to take the 2 Phoenixes. Haddix's blink is up. Beads are still down.
There
for
it is.
Vote. Kraken will be Aegis away, and there goes Vote. And there goes the Oni Warriors, and the Olympus Bolts will maintain their undefeated record against the Oni Warriors with yet another win. But the Oni Warriors did not let him get it so easily.
Yeah, again, I don't envy the position Vote was in. 1v3, he was going nuts there, doing a ton of damage, but without beads, up against 2 Guardians and a full build 3 K-Pot Ven, it was just, you know, a matter of time before one of those 3 possible stuns connected. Just a fantastic game for both of these teams. I mean, given the fact that the Bolts were up so much, the Oni Warriors were resilient. They were not being rolled over.
No.
Time and time again, their defense held true. They're like, maybe we'll lose the Phoenix, but we're going to chase you down till the ends of the earth trying to end this one. Just a fantastic game, and the Bolts, they come out on top.
I mean, a great performance out of the Oni Warriors, a nice bounce back. I mean, a hard loss to the Valkyries earlier on in this weekend, and now being able to step up and still square off with the #2 Olympus Bolts. I mean, again, this is the #2 seed, and we're not saying that the Oni Warriors are lower in the seed. I mean, they're only 4th seed at this point, but still showing that they've got some fight back in them, able to make these bounces back. They fall down in game #3. Olympus Bolts take the set 2-1. That's it from us. Throw it over to Dave and Gore to close out the day.
Olympus Bolts do indeed keep their win streak going up against the Oni Warriors. I believe that makes 9 straight sets now between not only Season 8, but here in Season 9, the Olympus Bolts have been able to beat the Oni Warriors. It's a win streak because the Oni Warriors as a team have never beaten the Olympus Bolts. That continues here. This one a 3-game set, very competitive. Both teams had opportunities to win things here in Game 3, Gore. Did feel like the Bolts, the ones that, you know, they were getting the fire, but then you lost a team member. So they were getting the big thing, but lost just too much to fully end the game. Felt like a matter of time. But hats off to the Warriors for keeping that game in contention for as long as they did.
Here's the weird thing that these two teams have going with each other, and I just think it's really funny. So the longest game this phase prior to that was 41 minutes, 57 seconds. It was the Bolts involved in that. That was against the Titans. But this year, here's the dichotomy of the Bolts and the Warriors. Bolts beat the Warriors in 19 minutes and 19 seconds for the shortest game of the year. And what was the longest game of the year, 45 minutes, 10 seconds, the Bolts beat the Warriors. That was Phase 1, Week 1, Game 1. And then just now, 45 minutes, 19 seconds, Bolts beat the Warriors again. So whatever it is about these two teams, they're either going to be incredibly short or incredibly long. They've got each other figured out. That one was really interesting, though. I mean, you know, watching Ven, I think is a great perspective for it. Again, the amount of damage being dealt here is really what's insane. 50K that you're just watching get dealt out from behind and everything. The amount of pressure that finally made it back there eventually started getting a little more consistent. But the thing that's most interesting to me is how well the Warriors repelled that. I mean, like, they should have lost that game like 15 minutes ago. Things like that. Yep. I think they did a great job of stopping the Bolts and then winning a fight against the Bolts and then stopping the Bolts and then winning a fight against the Bolts. And, you know, taking fights that admittedly maybe didn't seem as big of a deal, specifically the one that was over there, you know, on the right-hand side around the Tier 1, where it's like, oh, you just lost FG, you're not going to try and fight this. And granted, they do lose the game, but the fight right there, if they get one more pick, if one more of those gods dies, the Bolts don't win, and we're still going.
Yeah, we're going to one more Enhanced Fire Giant. Because that's normally how those types of games will just extend, right? Like Fire Giant confirmed, but the team that gets it loses just like their ADC or one person too many, so they can't push, but they don't lose the game because they've got the FG, and then we go 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes. Such an exciting way to end this weekend.
Yeah.
In a week, Gore, that was just filled with storylines, and we'll get to talk about a little bit of those before the day closes. But this set in particular, I think had a lot to look at as well, a lot to unpack realistically as far as picks and bans. That strategy goes. Ven with some unique styles of play over in mid. We got to rewind to game 2 here. Ven had a heck of a set, 7-2 and 18 on the Apwash.
I almost forgot about
and
the
then
Apwash.
a 13 and 3 game here on the Chiron. You talk about the Bolts and what's given them success throughout the year. You get a real good look at that here in this set. Ven having a great year, last prize as well.
I think that this was a really good. I mean,